They done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gon' win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we getting high tides. I'ma getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on, $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal, the hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live. We own it, cause that we love the thrill. We know it, it's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother.
Yakinda, where is home for you at the moment?
I'm living in Riga, Latvia, at my mom's place at the moment, but I'm starting to move out this year, so I hope it's gonna be fast and furious move out, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
How has that been, playing and competing at CS while also living with your mum?
I mean, my parents were always supporting me. It wasn't a big deal before. Like, I mean, it was a big deal at the start. They said like, why are you playing so much? And then they gave me an ultimatum that if I work hard at school, if I could get good grades, then I can play how much I want. And that happened. I just was good in school, and then I did everything I wanted.
So when did they realize, oh wow, he is genuinely really good at this and this could be a career?
Well, for sure they realized when I got my first contract with Elements Pro Gaming at that time. It was like 4 years ago. If I'm not 3 or 4 years ago, I was in my 10th grade in school. And from that, when I got salary and like prize money, then they understood like fully. But before that, I was winning some local tournaments for like first place 50 euros or something, and they were like, wow, okay, 50 euros, that's not bad. I mean, but now 2 million prize pool in major and like Cologne million, so.
Have they ever come to watch you play?
Yeah, they always like both my grandmas, granddad, father, mother, stepdad, they're all watching.
So when you're competing at home, is your mum watching downstairs?
Yeah, basically in the other room, yeah. And every time I'm going out of my room after, for example, a lost map, I'm going out, like washing my face, going to the kitchen, getting some banana or something, and she's like, "You lost?" And she knows I lost, and I'm like, she has Twitch stream open, and I'm like, "You don't see?" And she's like, "Just asking."
What happens if you win though? Like when you got to the finals of IEM?
She's happy. Everyone's happy. Everyone's always. My family always writes me on my phone, like WhatsApp, sending messages. I mean, they're all happy.
Do you ever hear cheering in your own house from another room?
No, they are afraid to disturb me when I'm playing. So.
That's very polite. It's very well behaved. You've clearly got years ahead of you in your Counter-Strike career, Yakinda. But could you see yourself doing a desk, analyzing, commentating?
Yeah, I actually totally see. Like, I mean, I was always interested in the other side of Counter-Strike, like not only like playing the match, but also reviewing, like commenting the match, for example. I think it's a cool job, and I feel why not.
So, what is the main reason to root for VP for fans? Or if someone's looking for a Counter-Strike team to support in the playoffs of IEM Cologne?
Okay, I can give you tons of reasons.
Give me tons of reasons. Okay, you're number one.
Okay.
We'll clear that away. Obviously, you're number one.
Let's not talk
You've
about
got
me.
the Jesus of Counter-Strike on the team. That's number two. But give me some more.
Buster the cutie. He's like,
oh, that hair.
Yeah, I'm telling you. He's such a cutie in real life. Yeah. Sanji, the dropper. Drops here, drops there.
Best support player in CS.
I agree. Then Kickard, the cutie number 2.
Plays under a chandelier at home.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Everyone's really nice. The main thing I think is the personalities are really nice. Like everyone from the team is really polite, really nice, really down-headed, and I think that's the main reason to like us as a team. To like us as persons, like people, you know?
I'm convinced. I'm a fan.
You've always been.
I have. Shh. I'm not allowed to have favorites.
The cathedral of Counter-Strike has once again felt screams echoing through its halls. As a new era of LAN Counter-Strike was dawning, the fight to decide which 6 teams would survive the group stage began. Gambit, making a LAN debut, let Hobbit off the leash against Mouse.
Hobbit gonna wait on the off angle, ready for 2, gets the kill on the first man, and the second and the third, lined up easy. Straight from the shy, he gets an ace. What's the hold from him, and what's the recovery for Gambit?
Getting one of the 4 aces in this series alone, a trend that followed the entire day, with 9 total recorded by the time the first day of groups came to a close. When light dawned on Cologne, tension was in the air. 2 teams would exit stage left, with Mouse Sports being the first to fall on death's door. A 3-map spectacular versus Liquid, with both teams trading their map picks, culminating on Inferno in a 28-25 overtime effort that left Liquid the victor.
Acor's creeping up and they're going to go for the boost. Nafa's got a good position, he's got a kill as well. And now it's all on the young player of BMAS to keep Mouse in the tournament.
With one international roster bested, a second stepped up to the plate, Complexity. However, Buster had the upper hand on Dust 2 to swing the overtime.
Can he do it? He's got one. He's gonna go back for more. A second on a JKS and a third from Buster. What a beast. Poison goes down. Buster with the ace. All 5 kills.
Leading VP to a 2-1 victory as Complexity fell to the wayside. The third day began with Team Spirit and FaZe meeting in the lower bracket. Both teams were forced into unfamiliar territory as Vertigo was the deciding map. Twist seemed to be in his element and decimated Spirit.
Almost nothing left for Spirit. They're going to get lined up. Twist looking to clean up the half.
FaZe would continue to fight on in the lower bracket. During this, Furia and Renegades clashed. Despite Sicko's best efforts, Inferno slipped through their fingers, and the boys from Down Under quickly found themselves at a loss on Nuke, leaving the tournament 13th to 16th. Liquid's footing finally slipped on Vertigo.
Trying to aggress against the man, he's such low HP as well. Tap the defuse, try to force him out of position, and Tabson wins it in hole. Ace clutch for him.
Because Big, notorious for flying the German flag high at Cologne, shipped Liquid back to America with a clean 2-0 sweep. In the meantime, the Ninjas went head-to-head with Virtus Pro. Ever in the spotlight, but this time for the wrong reason. Device was unable to secure Cologne playoffs for the first time in his career.
Buster's been on check, they haven't spotted him. Linus goes into him, the bomb is now down. Santi's got the kill as well, it's all on Device. NIP are out of IEM Cologne.
The final day of groups began. After being knocked into the lower bracket yesterday by The Undertaker, Vitality had to hold on against a ferocious FaZe clan, even with the game playing FaZe like a fiddle.
Now a 1 versus 2 to try and find. Oh, ZywOo a third! Oh, there it is!
Vitality flatlined, dropping out 9th, 12th after a 2-0 defeat. Joining them would be none other than the Beasts from Brazil. Starting on Ancient, Cadian was the difference maker to gift Heroic Furia's map pick.
Can't connect it. Third shot, 4th shot, catches out at the right moment. I think he's won it as well. They're back on the defuse, but no one's got a kit, no one's got time. Vinny's gonna clear up, Cadian's won it.
Eventually winning the overtime affair 19-17, they quickly closed it down 2-0 on Nuke, eliminating Furia. Virtus Pro survived the lower bracket slog and qualified for the quarterfinals after defeating hometown heroes Big. G2 defused the situation against Gambit on Inferno to steal their semi-final spot.
Sneak would have to clear it right here, right now! Time! I'm not sure! I'm not sure! I'm not sure! Oh my god, G2!
Sending Gambit to the quarters. From play-ins to playoffs, FaZe bagged a 2-1 victory to eliminate Heroic and nab the final playoff spot at IEM Cologne. Finally, we saw Simple Squadron overcome Astralis, showing why he's touted as the best.
He's found himself a weapon. He knows where they both are. Eagle knocks the head off of the shoulders of Zipex Mantles. Oh my god! Clutch! Simple!
Resulting in Na'Vi getting the last semi-final spot. Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
IEM Cologne has been around for 7 years. It's a shining beacon of experience and passion. Since every detail needs to be accounted for, we get to work with the experts, the professionals, the ones who have dedicated years into their craft. This event brings together people who are pioneers in their field. With their help, years of preparation comes down to a few days. A few days to prove what has been learned over the years. How to be one team, working towards the same goal. So, are you not entertained? Isn't that why you're here?
Well, it has all come down to this. Just 3 days featuring the best of the best. The days of sipping soda in your room without any pressure are over for these 30 individuals or the 6 remaining teams. You can take a look at this road to Katowice 2022 and just know that each of these teams is also vying for that coveted spot there within the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022. Gambit G2 Virtus Pro headlining Na'Vi not far away, but of course if we take a look at the final 6 we have today, that's basically what we're here and what it's all about. 3 of these 6 teams are not far from where they want to be in securing this Intel Grand Slam. Gambit, Na'Vi, Astralis, right on course. Should one of them win here and win at the ESL Pro League, they will have locked in that Intel Grand Slam, joining a very short list, and albeit not one of much variety. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021, and it has given us such a playoff bracket as this. Astralis VP first up on the docket today, then Gambit versus FaZe. Waiting in the wings will be G2 and Na'Vi. That is exactly what we are looking at right here. I've got with me Jason and Yanko, and we're ready to get the party started. Guys, this has been a pretty banger of an event so far, Jason.
Yeah, what a way to come back into it. Obviously, a lot of excitement in getting back to that first LAN tournament, and I think the great thing about it, what makes it so exciting, is we're seeing the quality of all the star players we've talked about for years. Everyone is delivering coming into this event. All those top players that we know that captain these teams, that are the focal point of these teams, they're kicking ass.
No, they definitely are. Yanko, a lot of stuff to go over right here, a lot of head-turning plays that have happened right here, but what's on your mind?
My mind is just Cologne playoffs race, right? Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter if it was online, last year with a crowd 2 years ago, or now in just, a studio environment. What matters is we're back to LAN. We managed to kick this tournament off, and we're down to the playoffs. Jason was on point 100%. The individuals, the experienced players have all showed up. But I think what's great also that the new kids on the block are still here. Gambit is still here, right? They haven't flopped completely. If anyone ever believed that could have been the case, right? So we have a lot of great matchups in the playoffs.
Yeah, and a lot of great moments have happened up to this point so far. In fact, a lot of aces. Everybody lives for an ace, Jason.
Yeah, a lot of aces, and I think there could be a decent conversation around it, but we've had just a ton. These, like we said, the players are delivering, and I have to imagine there's some kind of fallout as players individually get readjusted to going back to LAN. Those riskier plays, those online plays that you can go for previously, you get punished a little bit more. The same risk reward isn't there, and I think that's why we're seeing so many of these players able to string 5 together. They're being given those opportunities and those mistakes.
26 aces, Yanko? What?
Yeah, it's been crazy so far for this event, but as we're looking, Simple is leading the charts with 3 aces already. I think that's the record at a single event, and he's already, equalized it. Yeah, he's tied for it in the group stages only. So, but what you can see from Simple as well, it's not just some anti-eco ace that he's getting, right? He's getting like an ace clutch, in a reset round. Like, it's such high impact rounds where he's delivering for his team, and he's just been lights out for Na'Vi at this tournament.
Yeah, and he's not the only one. Jason, one of your former stepchildren in Twist.
Yeah, he's been a beast as well. He's got a couple aces up there. He's man, he's stepped into that role in FaZe, and he's done a really good job so far at this event. And he's going to be an exciting player to watch. He's going to be key if they want to be able to take out Gambit later on today. But certainly this one's a bit unusual with the AWP close range as well, just like a shotgun.
Combat hopping from the car, Jason.
Yeah.
Who would have ever known?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. This is it's just phenomenal. The list goes on of all the different aces that we've had, and some of them have just been so spectacular. But certainly, Twist here is having a very, very good tournament on an individual level, and these are just some great highlights.
Yeah, crazily enough, Yanko, we look at Twist. Did FaZe unleash him?
Yeah, I think definitely so. Like he can showcase his mechanical abilities a little bit more, and it seems that just FaZe as a whole, they're enjoying themselves. They're they're in that mode. We're on LAN finally, where we can show some of these teams what we're still capable of.
Yeah, and capabilities, they don't stop there, all things considered. We can talk about some of the clutch moments that came out here, because some of these guys had to rise to the occasion. Now look at the numbers, Jason. What do they tell you?
Well, a lot of clutches going on. A lot of people doing a really good job in 1vx situations. And I mean, obviously, one of the big things that sticks out is the experience of some of these players as well. Olaf Meister, Zipnik's obviously well known for his clutches. Magisk, a lot of experience. At Electronic as well, been around the block. And then you've got, as Yanko said, the young guys contributing as well, even in this regard. Buster and Inter's in there as well. But I mean, those first four, you got to look at it and say the breadth, the whole amount of work that they have on their resume over years on their different teams, experience shining through in those clutch scenarios.
It is crazy to think about, like the cumulative number of years between these guys. And, if you start to just add Olaf's lands versus everyone else's together. Nuts.
And listen, Trace, I think this is one of the most satisfying things for these experienced pros, right? Because everyone's so cool online, right? When it comes to the clutches.
Drinking Cokes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, drinking Coke Zeros, right? Just playing from your room, fake diffusing, all this stuff, right? And now on LAN, where the pressure is there, that's why these guys are coming out on top, because they have the same amount of cool, even when they're in high pressure situations.
Well, look, man, I tried to keep my cool. I tried to pick right with our 1xBet predictions, but how do I say this? It didn't necessarily.
I know how to say it.
Go. Oh, yeah. Okay. So.
Well, I mean, the easiest way is just to say you were very wrong.
I was wrong.
You were very incorrect.
Now,
the only person that was very wrong?
The only person that was wrong.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, yeah, I did pick Mousesports. That did happen. But ultimately, I wasn't the only one, because there's a gentleman here that picked the Bad News Bears to succeed at some point during this tournament. And, I mean, we all know who it is. Do we really need to say it, Jason?
Yeah, I think we should.
All right, it was Harry Russell.
Out there. Yeah,
let's bring him out there right away. Now, our prediction game is not done. Of course, we all put in our predictions there for the grand finals as well. And speaking of which, what's up, fellas? I got Harry and Hugo here. They're going to be bringing the first game. And Harry, quite the bad news, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a bad time to be a bad news bear. This event has been great though. Like, what a triumphant return to LAN, right? In terms of coming into these playoffs and what we've seen in the groups, we're right where we want to be. I feel like we've got all these stories culminating. Na'Vi, they were kind of absent from the rise of CIS in the online era. We were looking at teams like Gambit a hell of a lot. Well, they're here as well. They're longing it out on LAN. Na'Vi have had this return to form. Astralis on LAN as well, minus Device. Looking really, really good. Hugo, how have you found everything here?
It's been awesome, right? Like, as said on the desk, we've not just got this rise of new talent, some of the young guns coming up in the form of Gambit and even players on VP, but we've even got the old guard. We've even started to have these international rosters actually finding the success they hoped for, right? I'm talking about G2. I'm talking about FaZe. These guys are here in the playoffs today up against some of the best in the world. So I'm super excited to see where this is going to level out, who's going to be the king of LAN, where this event's going. It's all up in the air right now, Trace.
Oh, it definitely is, gentlemen. And, of course, we appreciate you jumping on camera, even dressing up for the occasion. That's very nice of you. Do appreciate that. That's Harry and Hugo. They're going to be our commentators for the first game today. And then, of course, we're getting Sponge and Machine in there for the game after. But for us, tons of things to go over. Not this time, though. We're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to start diving into all of the action that makes Cologne just as exciting and thrilling as you think it will be.
it's going to be Robs and Frozen just trying to save the day. Robs, giving it a go, though. They make this happen after all.
And if they try to take this bomb up, they're not going to like what they find. Oh, the timing! Robs has got it, and there it is, the ace for Robs.
No-scope finds the bomb, goes back again. Another no-scope for Dexter. 3 picked up. Dexter is a death machine right now.
Second kill, Rez will trade, but Grim still stands. Oh my God!
This is a favourite switch here when Device makes first contact. Oh, second contact. Oh! Device with an ace to put that round on the board for NIP.
The shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slate. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster.
What could you be doing, right, as a Counter-Strike fan that is more important than this? That's what I don't understand. Astralis are a wounded animal right now. The thing is, they're proud and they're loud, and you can see that they don't want to give this one up. They're the greatest team to ever do it, and there's a reason for that, and they're not going to go down without a fight.
I feel like we're a wolf. We're walking out in the forest, but we're injured. We can still fight, and we still want to fight for our lives, but it just has to be like one small bear, and then we're dead.
Do it, he's got one. He's gonna go back for more. A second on the JK. Yes, and a third from Buster.
Go with the USP, 10 seconds. Oh my God, they just have to kill him. Oh, Glove, no! I truly can't believe it.
In this matchup, Gambit have all the pressure. I think Favors have already exceeded expectations of not only the community, but themselves. You get to see them thriving in the environment where the name was built. So for Gambit, they're going to need to really withstand the test of what these LAN veterans have.
Gambit is really young, really hungry to prove they can do the same thing on LAN. I feel like now we're actually playing how we're supposed to online as well.
Roki with one. The lineup is almost there.
Ready for two. Kill on the first man, and the second, and the third. Lined up easy.
Everyone expecting us to be in the final, but now I understand it's going to be hard because we have FaZe which are playing on LAN way better.
When you sign Nico with one of the largest signings in Counter-Strike history, lifting $1 million event trophy is you know, it's the next step. And now we're back to LAN, the fact that this could be a chance for them to truly complete it and achieve it.
There was a really big difference between us playing online and on LAN. Like, I could really feel that the boys are way more hyped.
30 players though, they're all going to come into action. A nice reaction. Oh, Nico, you're unreal!
With this level of Simple and the team around him that is looking like one of the most complete Na'Vi rosters ever, I don't envy the task of FaZe or Gambit.
Oh, and he gets the shot through the door. Another shot, man. Simple just taking over right now. Oh, he's going for more. He's going for more. And it's gonna be the 8.
watching the way these guys are playing, the rounds we're having, the hero moment. As a commentator, like I'm just hyped.
LAN is back with a bite. The grand finals are just a couple wake-up calls away, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure that you save the date. Some came to just compete, but some came to win it all. Now we'll find out about who will be going forward to those semifinals in our first matchup, Astralis versus Virtus.pro. Funnily enough to note, we look at the Astralis side and we have many question marks coming into this event, but Astralis hasn't won an event since the Intel Extreme Masters Global Challenge in December of last year. That's 208 days away.
Yeah, I mean,
it's true that in the past we was like a really well-oiled machine. Everybody saw us like that as this tactical, really good team. Right now, I don't think we rely that much on individual skill, but we try to play a little more free. We don't have the main AWP player. We can't do like the exact perfect setups all the time, so we try to play a little bit different. And I also think the meta has changed. You can't play these perfect execute rounds all the time anymore. You have to do something different. You have to try to caught people off guard a little bit more. So that's what we're trying to do. I mean, we could probably win a tournament if we were lucky. It could be this tournament, it could be another tournament with this lineup, but we won't be having a consistent, great team, top 3 team, I think, if we don't have a primary opener. So yeah, that's still my take.
One of the biggest question marks there about that AWP over on the side of Astralis. Currently, that op role is split evenly between Glaive and Dupree. Frankie has caught up with Zonic to find out more about the situation on the ground.
We're joined by Zonic right now to talk about the AWP situation in Astralis. Zonic, what did you make of the comments that Glaive has made to us here at IEM, but also in the media, about the primary AWP and his doubts about whether Astralis can be a #1 team without someone primarily in that role?
I think that when you have looked at our team previously with Device and many other teams, Saiwu from Vitality and Simple with Navi, they are incredible players, and one thing that they have in common is that they are the primary AWPer for their team, and I can see where he comes from, but I still think that we have capable AWPers in the team, not primary, but we have switched a little bit around. But yeah, I tend to agree that at some point in the long run we will need a stable AWPer, so we can have Dupree on the rifle because that's where he shines, and Glaive can focusing on his callings. So I can see where it comes from, but I always believe that we can win this tournament as well. We are in the quarterfinals and we took a map away from Navi, so always have to believe.
So far, everyone on the team except Zipnix has actually taken up that primary AWP role. Do you think that the team can succeed without someone taking that on full time?
Yeah, Magic has been doing it on Vertigo, and then you had Peter doing it on most maps. We have now tried to switch it over to Glaive a little bit, but yeah, everyone except Civics is carrying the AWP at one point, and for me it was just important that none of them feel obligated to have to take it, that everyone can pitch in, and it's fair for Dupree to say, I'm not feeling it today, guys, someone else take over. So we have been trying to be a lot more hybrid with it on the team, and I think that has been working so far for us at this event.
Well, Zonic, thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck today. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
A great place to start the conversation around Astralis, the usage of the AWP. Again, I have Yanko and Jason here with me to lock this one in. Jason, I understand you got a lot of words, so what is it?
Well, no, I mean, it is. the conversation around losing the Opera is obviously around losing Device up to this point, but there is a very, very tough argument that losing that Opera, I mean, a very tough situation for someone like Glaive, the in-game leader, an Opera of Device's stature, the way he likes to play. He's been the backbone, and you can do a lot of things as an in-game leader when you have an Opera such as Device, and I think that's an interesting angle to take on the whole conversation because, yeah, they can slot Dupree into that, they can slot Glaive into that and have that, you know, everything is going to be okay maybe for a map, and they can deliver some good frags and good sequences, but if you're Glaive and you no longer have the reliance of Device behind you, like you no longer have that reliable player as an in-game leader, it starts to make you feel really uncomfortable when you're adjusting things in the mid-round and you no longer have that force that's been with you for years and years.
Yanko, could this spell big trouble for Astralis going forward?
It might. I think in the long run, I agree with Zonic. They definitely want to get someone who is stable in that run. I think another issue is like the type of Opera the Device was, as Jason touched on it a little bit. He's just always playing the percentages, right? He's always like having faith in his teammates. He's not trying to do too much, basically. And when you had a lineup like Astralis did, where his teammates knew how to play off of that, and everyone knew the protocols, right? And their team play was on such a high level. That's another issue because most top Operas aren't really like that. They're more flashy. If you look at Simple, Zywo to some extent, right? So I think that's going to be also an interesting thing moving forward. What type of an Opera can they get?
And you know, in terms of evolving and growing as a team, Jason, when you're throwing that AWP around, that's not going to make it any easier, but also with the looming idea that, hey, we need to bring in an Opera, probably shifts the game plan up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it'll be a conversation. And like you said, I mean, that's maybe the tough part for a team like Astralis that we've always talked about as being so well drilled and so well, you know, knowing what's going on with everyone within the squad. Yeah, there are probably going to be days when you have someone like Dupree who says, I don't want to use the AWP. And that's going to be a huge thing for Dupree because he's got the best success rate in opening kills for Astralis. So it is very important that he sits on the rifle at times. He's phenomenal in the role that he's been in. And we've seen him get by as the Opera for an event here or there. But yeah, the trade-off of losing that prowess on opening kills and opening duels and that entry player, that's going to hurt you in some games.
It very well could. We look at Astralis and some of the questions we had coming into this one. Well, have they been answered, Yanko?
Yeah, I guess to an extent, Trace, they're moneyballing it, right? They lost the star players, so they're spreading it around, right? So we'll see. They've exceeded expectations so far, and you know, I think they've gained a lot of confidence because of their performance in the group stages. And for me, this is going to be anyone's game.
Yeah, which is the scariest part of the whole thing. Now, Majisk, another guy that's coming here to play. Big time, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone's going to step up, and I mean, we know he had a tough time, especially in the transition to online play. He wasn't having a lot of fun at the start of this when we went away from the LAN. So now that it's back, you got to feel like he's certainly just primed and ready to go. Also losing Device, you know that better fire him up as well. They're going to need more production from that sequence. And remember, he was almost like a huge X factor that Astralis was able to bring in when he originally joined this roster years and years ago. He's a very dynamic player, a very solid player, and if he's going to be able to step up in the quarterfinals to what he did in the group stage, that's going to be so nice for Astralis. He's a massively important piece to this team.
No, he is that, Yanko.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You look at him as sort of the skill player, right? Because, you know, Zipex is the clutcher, Glaive is the in-game leader, you know, rotator, and Dupree is the entry fragger, right? You had Device on the op before. So when you looked at that lineup, like he was the guy who was basically delivering the big frags, the playing in anchor positions, right? Having some of those highlights. So he has to do that even more so to an extent in this team. So it's great to see him back in shape.
Now, with Majiska's play style, obviously things take a little bit of a different turn. You start thinking about Astralis, what are they bringing to the table? In contrast, over on VP, they got a monster of their own.
I think the playstyle that we play doesn't need that much courage or balls, as you said. I think it just it's more smarter to play like this, and you need to understand the mechanics of this playstyle to play like this. Run around and kill everyone. That's the playstyle where they need courage. In our playstyle, we just need brains. That's all.
Interesting take on it right there. Let's jump right into something that we've got cooked up for you. Yanko?
Yeah, this is just an example of around where VP is basically, you can see that there's a minute left on the clock. They still haven't taken CAD control. So, you know, it's a slow style, but sometimes it can come back to bite them. You can see how after here, Yakinder is trying to search for a fight, search for a duel. After he gets punished here, they're not really going to have too much time. It's an easy kill for Searson. And, you know, now the problems arise really is you don't have that much time to improvise. It's like 30 seconds left. They want to switch it into a B split. They still have a lot of utility left. They have incendiaries here. You can see Tyson is behind the door. There's a flash on James. They have 2 Molotovs, right? But you can't spend 7 seconds to clear this position with the Molotov now. You have to go because of the time. Tyson gets 2 easy kills. Morso gets the information they wanted to switch into a B split. And this is going to be an easy round for Big, right? So this is why, it looks terribly wrong. Like they tried to throw a weak fake towards A with James smoking from top mid, but really it's just another save round at the very end. So that's why it hurts sometimes to watch.
Yeah, it definitely does. It stings just a little bit, almost like the vetoes could sting at the very end of it all. Do either of you want to take the charge on this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, here you have the Perba bans for both teams with Nuke and Mirage, right? I wasn't sure what these teams are going to pick. I'm thinking Vertigo for Astralis, and the third one was going to be Inferno. They decided to go for Dust, which is the most played map, I believe, for VP. They had mixed success on it. And VP going for Overpass, right? They had a couple of choices. Inferno has been the staple for them the whole year. But again, Astralis seems to have picked it up on that map too. So you feel like they're just a handshake. Let's leave that for the third. And, you'd love to see that in this series. You think like that would be the best decider that you can get.
Things that Astralis probably won't be doing, picking into Ancient and getting 2 T-rounded sides.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Astralis right now with everything going on and all the upheaval and confusion around the op and around the team, it really is a play to your own comfort. I don't think they're in a position to really kind of branch out and try and do any sneaky picks. It's got to be what's going to make us feel the best, regardless of whether it's a strength for our opponents. We have to feel good about this because we are missing some pieces that we haven't in the past, and we are having some struggles and obstacles that we have to overcome internally. So, yeah, I don't mind their map pick of Dust 2 at all. And certainly a map where, anyone's going to be familiar with the various AWP angles.
Yeah, definitely that. Yanko, I want to look at this one, and I want to say it could be as easy as you just picking one team or the other. But is this more of a coin flip?
I think it is. I think it is very much up in the air. I'm looking forward to seeing Astralis's approach, right? Picking Dust, knowing that VP likes to play it as well. They probably have something special planned. I would have liked Vertigo more. I think just stylistically, it fits Astralis better against a team like VP because you're always in danger of, someone having a blowout game, VP getting a lot of good long spawns and just, having an easier time on the Dust 2T side.
Well, the time is now, Yanko. Jason, thank you so very much. We are looking at a quarterfinal, and we're staring right down the pipe. Virtus Pro versus Astralis. Winner plays G2 in the semifinals, but they've got to get through it here first. Taking care of this action is going to be Harry and Hugo. Let's do it, fellas.
Yes, indeed. It was just earlier on this year, Katowice 2021. These two teams faced each other in the quarterfinals, and their VP put an end to Astralis and then went on to reach the grand final, if you remember. Well, here, Astralis looking a little different with Bobski in the mix. They're hoping that they can return that favor, that they can get revenge. And already this pistol round has opened up in a brilliant way. Man advantage for Astralis. Virtus Pro look for some results down here towards short water, and B, they're grouped up outside of the site, but Astralis, a lot of bodies here, a lot of players in the right place. Hugo, I'm going to let you deliver some of these moments as the B take looks like it's about to come in.
Oh, Dupree got a spot as well. He saw them going back monster, so the info's there for Astralis. They've got quite the stack in this B site. Cleared on the barrel, though. Bubsky gets a headshot, and Magist doesn't get much more favored either. Buster, lovely little entries. He's been a clutcher at this event, but now he's doing the opening kills. VP can get a bomb plant. Astralis don't currently have a kit, but they're moving in quick, sneaking, and trying to get this round back under control. 3-on-3 as Glaive from the heavens fires a shot down, and you've got to watch out for Zip.
Yeah, Zip is getting close. Oh, up in the face of the man in the sight. Him and Kicker do a bit of damage either way. However, these opportunities not quite open to Astralis yet. There's Zip with a double, and there's the openers. That gets them back in. Glaive from Heaven as well, who was 10 points of health, comes in with a big old double kill. And Astralis, they're going to get the pistol around here to open up Overpass.
Yeah, right. There's no time for losers in this one. It's quarterfinals right now. VP, man, this court, they may have the LAN experience, Harry. They may have been to the grand final of a major, but no one is going to trump Astralis when it comes to those world stages, when it comes to the high pressure, when it comes to just 5 dudes sitting in a room and racking up 16 rounds.
Yeah, I mean,
start for all the days.
This is something, right? Even in that interview they did with HLTV, something that was very, very interesting to me was like coming into this event. If you remember, Glaive said publicly that, yeah, without a a top AWPer, without a dedicated AWPer, we're going to struggle. Well, Zip and Glaive then went and gave an interview saying, actually, we're not satisfied with just quarterfinals.
Exactly,
we want to try and make this a deep all run. So suddenly, they've tasted the blood in the water, as it were, and they're hungry for more. They're bloodlusting. They're remembering what winning feels like on the Astralis side.
Hell, if they can get this deep without an AWP, who knows how far they could go with one in the future. Right now, it's a lot of real estate getting taken. Look at this deep smoke. Teams like Big even have a lineup for this exact smoke outside barrel that you could throw from B. Astralis at least had pop flashes to get their team through the short tunnel, but VP are now completely cornered out. That being said, VP, this is their bread and butter. They're not complaining. They love sitting in T-spawn. So let your Kinder work mid with the Deagle, and the rest of your pistols can wait outside B to try and explode near the end of the round. Your Kinder's been spotted. He's trying to close the gap. He's trying to find a kill here, but even if he doesn't, he's ready to go down Con and join his team in this B bomb site. The first man in the firing line will be Dupree. They have one flash to deal with him, or do they want to save it for the B bomb site?
Yeah, I mean, that's the awkward part, as it were, right? Like, you've only got this one bit of utility, you've got to put it somewhere, and I'm imagining it will just be for the B play. I think your Kindar might just get churned up on his com push.
Look at this stack now. Magiska's just called it. Glaive's gone down lower. No kit, no need. This is not getting into a retake.
Yeah, it really shouldn't, at least, right? You'd like to hope. These pistols running into a stack, it should be a cleanup for Astralis, and it's looking like it. Here's the MP9 churning them up. Bubsky making quick work of the B play, and Dupree's there to close it out. Astralis, they get that conversion. It was just pistols there for VP, so they've got the rifles coming out here and now.
Yeah, VP, they're already showing us what they often do, right? A very, very slow T side. I do like their overpass, though. I think this could be a really, really exciting series with the maps we have here today. It's a shame to see no Vertigo, no Ancient. But, with a classic decider of Inferno, who knows where the series could go. 2-0 for Astralis. This is the buy, right? We talk about the AWPs, Harry. We talk about the lack of primary ult for Astralis. Well, they're up against quite the conundrum in Jame. He's already crossed playground. He's beaten the Molotov. Meanwhile, Magisk is pushed deep in middle, and the grenades are softening up future targets. He's yet to see them. He's got to be careful. For all he knows, Shane could be in the backline, but Magisk can't win his front fight. Yakinda gets out with 20 health and takes the man advantage. There's no trade available. Look at how far he peels back after that kill, and Glaive realizes it better than anyone. So long he goes, keeping the triple B, and now this is everything VP ever wanted in a gun round like this.
No, it's very, very important that you get your Kindar getting these opening kills from the get-go, right? Glaive's going to cancel out that man advantage by dealing with Buster on the push at long. But you still ease him back into a 4-on-4. VP are fine with this. They would have rather they didn't lose a man at long. But now they have the information. They're starting to group down towards B. There is still a 3-man stack here for Astralis. They're putting a lot of onus on the Astralis side on just having this one player anchor down the A bomb site. Virtus Pro left with 40 seconds, and it's all getting a little bit wild now. Utility lined up by Yakindar to try and smoke off heaven to give these guys on the short side a bit of an easier time. Jame trying to open up. Meanwhile, up in the toilets on the A site, Sanji's cut down. Jame does get one of these entries into B, but with just 20 seconds left, you've really got to go. You've really got to get a move on, and you're still in a 2-on-2 at this B bomb site.
Yeah, the flank's even coming in if VP want to commit. 15 seconds, here they go. It's only Zip in the pit who can actually put a stop to this plant. He's waiting for the flashbang. Yakinda covers the short side, and now it's just him wallbang through the sandbags, and Astralis find yet another retake here on the lower site. Nice try for VP again, considering that was, although it started strong in a 5-on-4, right? Astralis managed to hold B quite well. They didn't rotate anyone off. It was just Glaive in the toilet that entire round. And so a triple B stack is more than enough to keep VP on the edge.
Something that was interesting as well was heading into this game, we had that little interview out of Yakindar, and I liked one of the points he touched upon. He said, like, the thing about our play style is it doesn't need confidence. It doesn't need us to be making these ballsy plays, right? When I think about VP, this is a team that really play that clock out. They really play a numbers game, right? It's very slow, very methodical. It's a very grueling style to play up against, and it is one that, you know, we heard the likes of Olaf saying, look, man, players aren't doing the same ballsy things they were doing online. Well, VP is saying, look, we don't have to do ballsy plays. That was never in our wheelhouse. Here's a fast B play, bit of a change of pace when they're just on this force. Is it going to give them the results? Blind at barrels is Zip, but he's still alive, still fighting, and onto the USP, lighting them up on the exits. It's looking like another Astralis round, 4-0, with Virtus.pro yet to really make a dent.
Oh, this has got to feel good for Astralis, man. Feels like 2019 all over again. And yeah, you got to watch out for those Astralis USPs. Glaive showed us that just the other day at the end of the groups. And so, yeah, VP on the receiving end of Zips as well. The B sites have looked really good right now for Astralis, right? They haven't rotated off. They've had 3 hit every single round from the get-go to the very bitter end. And VP are not getting too comfortable. Back into another gun round here, and they do have the AWP at least on both sides.
Oh, they're employing this 5-man boost. Is it going to catch anyone? There's not a heaven-bound player. So Bubsky jump peeking. Not going to throw himself into danger, and the boost is disassembled. This has given a lot of time to Dupree to get set up over here in middle. He's now in a very forward position. Dupree, they've given you room thanks to employing this boost. Is he able to capitalize? That's the question now. We're homed in. We're all in on Dupree, and Buster is as well. Dupree stocks tanking after that one. And a man advantage taken for VP to open up this round.
It's how last gun round went though, right? And that didn't end too well. If Magis can try and equalize things and get out alive as Glaive did, maybe there's still hope, but he hears a lot of steps and back he goes to the toilet. This time Astralis should be sitting 2-2. Glaive was heaven, might have to rotate back up and help Magisk on this top site. Zip at least has the monster info with the scope and just getting played with right now by Kicker and his utility. Oh, there's the legs, and Zip will grab the kill. Now it's Magisk in toilets, and he gets another. 1v1s working wonders for Astralis, and back to the site they go. Glaive did end up lower for a moment, but there's no one committing here for VP. 3 Ts with not much util, and now walking into a 2-man hold.
Magisk is even re-aggressing into the toilets, trying to hit this timing, and he has gotten past Sanji. Now, this should be calmed, right? The toilets was never cleared. They don't really know much about it. Sanji's gotten up into the site, but bear in mind, Magisk is still back in the toilets. He's dealt with Jame. The bomb's been dropped inside of A, and with just 10 seconds for Buster, he might have been good at clutches. This round is one that's a little too far gone. Astralis 5-0, continuing to find success and just not stopping. It's flawless so far. Not really showing any signs of changing in that regard. Once again, they go a man down and are able to recover. It feels like VP, bear in mind, Astralis have had a good few days now to get ready for this matchup. I think they're very aware of what they're going up against, right? Like with, think about Na'Vi at this event. I think one of the things that's made Na'Vi so scary is they are playing, especially on their T sides, a bit of a different approach, really, right? We've seen a lot of changes of pace out of them. You never really know what you're getting. With VP, it's been pretty standard so far. It's been these slow rounds. And I think Astralis are kind of using that against Virtus.pro, right? They're very, very willing to throw a player into a fight, comfortable in the knowledge that VP are not going to explode into a site on the back of it, right? Even think about that round there. Magisk is so keen to fight in middle in spite of being the only A player. You know, he's not worried about dying and then just taking the A site away. That hasn't really happened so far. They haven't really picked up the pace to pressure Astralis to have to, you know, force these rotates around early. So a little worrying that this 5-0 is coming in to open up on VP's map pick.
For sure, and that's a problem VP probably want to discuss as well, right? 2 last rifle rounds, they've had 5-on-4s without trades immediately. It's come down to, as you say, late trades from Magisk and Glaive. So now VP, you know, they've lost 2 advantages. They're on a tech timeout because Astralis have a drop player, and no one can talk. So VP, they can't sit here and try and figure out the answers to what's posing problems. They just have to take a deep breath, hold their own, wait a second before they get back in. It's pretty scary when you're down 0-5 in that position. For Astralis, they can remain calm and collected because everything's going to plan. It may be VP's map pick, but you certainly couldn't tell. Astralis all over the board right now. And yeah, this is not the opening matchup the VP probably would have wanted, right? A hungry, you know, coming back to their own Astralis on the precipice of LAN. It's been over a year since LAN playoffs for these guys. They don't want to bundle the opportunity. You said it yourself, that interview, they even said quarterfinals is not enough. We have higher expectations. We have higher aspirations.
I mean, something else that was brought up in that same interview was how, you know, the contracts for Astralis are obviously running out fairly soon, and how the future's kind of uncertain for these guys for the first time in a while. And in the interview, they said, we don't know who's going to be on the next iteration of Astralis. So that's like, you know, in that essence, this could be a time either to try and, you know, really showcase that you still got it, try and up your value, man. Like, you're hungry to keep showing that in spite of the changes, in spite of the rough hands you've been dealt, you're still the same old Astralis.
For sure. And, you know, we may have just brought in young bubs, but we've even got that Astralis talent roster to keep an eye on. We know many teams have pulled up players from academy rosters, NIP being another great example, right? With CTR and Linus. So, yeah, that's always an option. Less so people on the chopping block, more so people moving off to greener pastures. But are they greener is the question. And the answer will depend on the results of this tournament. How deep will Astralis go? 5-0 up, we're back into the action. VP, they are broken once again, and Glaive seems to be AWPing frivolously.
Popsky trying his hand at the wall bang here on these com players. Very aware as to what VP are attempting to run here. They know that con control has been taken and now hangs in the balance. Short water as well, secured by VP. So they've got a lot of presence down here towards this B side. They've got good options as well to rotate at the drop of a hat, thanks to this connector control. What do they want to do with it? You see players making their way out through middle, but this bomb is still waiting outside of Monster. I'm getting the impression that this is destined to be a B play, what with connector and short taken. And so we will see Jamin Sanji starting to lean towards this side of the map, especially with Buster making this decision to give up middle and rejoin the Monster players. It is looking like VP have got their mind made up.
If there's one bomb site they haven't been able to get into, though, it is this one. Dupree flash forward, and Yakinda's good to trade at least. That's a gun given to an armored man, and a dangerous one at that. Astralis into an immediate 4-on-4, and they'll hold off. Still have a good bit of utility to keep VP out, and on the flip side, it's not quite as favorable for this T half. They've got one flashbang. Getting into the B side without smokes, that's going to be a difficulty. Although they might come to you first. Zip again, re-aggressing, and Astralis just going for this info. They've spotted a couple of players outside B. Majisk is going to confirm that as he kills James coming up connected, but there's more where that came from. Majisk, lovely spray. Kicker will trade, but I don't think it's going to change the round. 10 seconds and Astralis are already here.
Yeah, Kicker dies crossing, and Glaive is there to lock in the round. Great responses out of Astralis, man. Like, they had a piece in place to uproot and uncover that VP game plan at every single turn. The players in B were constantly applying pressure. That made VP start to doubt themselves and look elsewhere, and so it forces them back up into Magisk at the top of Con.
Yeah, and think about some of that solo A play that Astralis have had in this game, because it's been VP with 4 or 5 players at B most of these rounds. Astralis have, you know, they had Dupree push playground on that 5-stack boost. We've had Glaive deep long. We've had Majisk fighting middle and Party, keeping that info and keeping the stack down on lower. VP haven't really caused any problems to this mid info. So Astralis have enabled stacks round after round, and now they're starting to get aggressive. Now they're feeling themselves. Majisk takes down Sanji with a flash through connector, and Dupree's pushed up on long. A messed up spray, though, is not a pretty picture for Dupree. 4-on-4, VP at least drag it back, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, and there's a point where VP have got to get one of these rounds, right? They keep finding even man scenarios. They keep finding openers even in a lot of them, and they still haven't been able to get them over the line. This time in a 4-on-4, thanks to getting that trade on Dupree, you're hoping, if you're Virtus Pro, this is the round where you can try to bring one home for the boys. They're stacking up outside of B again. Kicker getting flashed in, trying to take some room. The rest of VP up here in middle. They don't have connector though, and so even though Kicker is pressuring this B site and getting away with kills, this bomb is still going all the way back through T-spawn. It's a little bit weird right now. It is a fake at the B site, the bomb rejoining with the rest of the gang up here in middle. They still don't know what's going on in Connector, and so we've still got Bubsky in this position, who could uproot the round. He is getting wrapped by Kicker, but as it stands, he's in this little golden zone where he's ahead of the flank, and he's in between these players pushing A. He catches Kicker, can't quite find the double, can't get past Yakindar, who's opened up into the A site. Magisk now boosted up. They've put a lot of faith in getting this boost kill. He holds it for a moment and delivers the 2-on-2 over. Now just Glaive with this AWP. And with Yakindar still fighting in the site, Glaive's going to be hard-pressed to get these kills. VP, they might be on their way to their first round here and now.
Yeah, nice reset to wrap back to the toilets. Glaive tapping it, they're going to swing wide, and Buster's ready to get the kill. VP, there they go, converting around. It was about time. Very, very scary with that flank from Bubsky as well, especially after he heard the con play. You would have loved a double out of him, but Yakinda's really the guy saving that one on top of Buster, getting that 180, and getting VP into the bomb site in the first place. It's going to be another buy, at least from Astralis. They have a bit more money left in the coffers, but yeah, VP on the board. It was about time, Harry. Finally, an A round going their way. A lot of lower takes have not been as nice. And again, Astralis, as we go back into a gun round, they are not waiting. They are not hesitating. Magisk pushed up in the party, the playground rather, looking for early information. And again, all this does, if you don't see anyone, it keeps your numbers at B. It keeps the eyes on the prize. And we still have Glaive in middle as well, who can come down connector and cut off more rotates. Gotta watch that boost, though.
Yeah, VP are going to attempt it, right? This is something Astralis should be cognizant over. You know they're going to have numbers here at the B site. Wow. Oh, Zip mollied out, and Jame going to extend those openers even further. B has crumbled before our very eyes. Glaive and Magisk up here on A, man. It's just a saving game, and even then, Virtus Pro won't let you attempt it. So this is a second round teed up for VP. Sorry, I was going to say, this is what we say about this team a lot, right? Like, every one of their games becomes a war of attrition. When you play Virtus Pro, you better be ready for a 4-5 hour best of 3, right? Yeah. This is what these guys are good at. They kind of wear you down. They break you down until you start to make mistakes that maybe you're not used to making.
Yeah, it leads me nothing against a team like this. Like, they are the comeback kings of this region. And, you know, I love that idea from VP as well. They always come up with little cool gimmicks. But one of the big problems with boosting on B short, B water is that you just sometimes can't see anyone. If they're not barrels, they're not pillar, like, there's no kills there, and you don't want to wait forever. VP, they force the kills. They boost, they see no one. Then we have that molly down Monster. Right before that molly comes in, a flash goes over the top of Monster, 4 blind Zip. So his position is not just mollied, but he can't see that he's on fire as well. He burns fully crispy in the fire at Monster. And then VP just, you know, throw another flash in, they push off the back of it. That's a really cool idea. They get the boost, they force a kill, and then they commit. It actually deals with one of these heavy B rounds that Astralis have had, you know, consistently on the CT side. 3 guys there again, denied this time. And VP are onto a winner 2 rounds in a row. That's going to break the money.
Yeah, good that we've got Yakindar stepping up to the same realms of Buster up here on the board as well. I always look at Yakindar as like such a crucial piece in this Virtus Pro lineup, right? He is kind of the one guy who doesn't subscribe to the VP mantra of these very, very slow, methodical takes, right? If everyone else in this arsenal represents, you know, like the scalpels, the very precise, you know, fine tools, then he's very much the hammer, is Yakindar, right? Yeah. He is the guy who will try to create you these opportunities, these man advantages. He'll be the one taking a lot of the opening fights. And if he's winning those out, that's where Jame and the rest of the squad can do their best work. Ooh. Once again, a bit of util down here towards B. Astralis fully stacking this side of the map and trying to take map control away. This is info that VP have, thanks to Kicker. Will he be able to hold on to this monster control?
Oh, this is like a fake right now. Astralis are falling for it. They're still stacked lower. That would have been the info. Zip and Glaive looked like they wanted to push up, but they cool it off. And if they committed with VP flashed out, that might have been the info, the guns, and what could fall in the round. But instead, Astralis, they don't know what's going on. It's very quiet. VP are moving up along, and as things get quiet on B, Astralis have made those rotations. So we're okay for now. safe in the bomb site with a bit of information on Magisk, and he's got the one gun in the round. He's even pushed up. This is now in no man's land. He needs something big, and Magisk provides a double kill before James denies and gets one with the orb. Now the guns, as said, are lost, but Astralis still have Deeg armor. If VP can commit now, they're walking into the stack.
Yeah, you know, there's still 40 seconds left. VP are not a team that look at that and go, all right, boys, we got to get a move on, right? They're still looking at this as, yeah, there's about 28 seconds of play left in this round here and now. So they start to make their way into water, trying to wrap the monster side. They've picked the safer of the two options, with Astralis sat back passive in the site. Regardless, the rotations are coming in. Astralis is stacked here with these Deagles and armor. And Glaive has opened the round up by removing Kicker. James and Sanji, their work's cut out for them. James trying to carve a path into the site and now getting that bomb down. But are they ready for Bubsky? Up close, the Deagle delivers death swiftly to Virtus Pro. And the Force Spy works wonders for the Danes. They steal a 7th round back. And a lot of props has got to go to guys like Magisk and Bubsky there for putting up the multi-kills to make that round happen.
Yeah, Bubsky's having a banging game to begin today, and that's a lovely feeling, right? It often felt like this guy was just being left out, right, off the back of Mad Lions, sitting on the bench forever, never getting to play, never getting to, be with the big boys. And, well, we all wanted him on the roster for a reason. He showed us so much promise in the last couple of years, especially on some of his previous Danish teams. So, yeah, finally showing us that on LAN as well. 11-4, nice double kill for Magisk on long. And Astralis, man, they're like a beehive, Harry. They're just swarming the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee being the round, wherever they need to go to pick it up, they will. Again, just instant rotate down lower as VP commit. And an eco round 1.
Oh, yeah, an attempt at the mid-peak out of Glaive. It's at times like that in the head-to-heads versus an incumbent AWPer on the other side that maybe you see some of these problems, right, emerging for Glaive. Obviously, having to don this AWP a hell of a lot. Magisk still, though, is doing all he can to keep this in an even odds, right? He's left us in a 4-on-4 and is still holding on to these long toilets. Will this decision out of Magisk to stick around and keep fighting be something that proves to punish Astralis in the long run? That flashbang is brutal, and it allows Buster to extend the advantage back in favor of VP, and it removes a lot of the pressure that Magisk was providing. The info is now gone up towards this A site, and so Astralis start to gamble. They move up to A, but if you look at that bomb, if you look at VP, if you know anything about VP, you would know that this might not ever be an A play, and I don't ever think it was being considered to be one either. The bomb goes back, it gets retrieved, and now we're starting to join up with these guys at B.
Yeah, Bubsky got volleyed back as well. He really wanted to get that information, but he got tagged on it. Now Buster knows he's close, and so VP, they've got a free bomb site. Astralis are gambling on A right now, and they're finally realizing what's going on. 20 seconds, the smokes, the mollies, they're all landing down lower. Astralis don't want to give this a go. I thought they were triple stacking to save. Instead, they're throwing bodies at the problem, but it's just creating more problems and more bodies. Nice grenade, 2 HP on Sanji, but the plant comes in. Spam, not connecting a kill, and even though damage is done, Astralis don't know how much.
Man, if only they did, right? Bubsky's still going for this. Oh, kick out the timing here.
Still gets it.
Spotted by Dupree, but just a tiny bit too late. And Dupree, he watches his teammate cut down before his very eyes. Haunted by his experiences at B, Dupree is out of there. Will he get away with the AK with Buster hunting? That's the question. That's a big old question mark. It's looking good. He might have just found a timing. Regardless, Virtus Pro up onto a 3rd. They put a stop to that little B stack there. They start to take the reins of this game because now they've broken the money of Astralis. So suddenly they're eyeing up, grinding their way back in and actually making this a good T-side after all.
Yeah, that's what T-sides are nowadays, right? They are grinds. If you're not getting it starting strong out the gate, if you're not getting the pistol, if you're not converting, we see these CT Force Buys so often win. It's just about breaking the money. You can be down 7-0. You can still be winning maps dominantly. Like, that's the Counter-Strike we're seeing right now. And, VP are at the forefront of it. They're at the helm. So, yeah, it's all about just winning your rifle rounds, winning them cleanly, and taking guns away when Astralis try and save. I really did think that round would be an attempt at the save. The fact that it's not shows how keen and how convinced Astralis are that they're winning. And welcome back, the DHL fan cams. It's great to see all you people out of your homes right now and tuning in.
IEM.gg/fancam if you want to get in those DHL fan cams. I've missed seeing all these wonderful faces. It's great to see, right? We might be back on land. We're still missing the crowds, though, so you can hop in those fan cams if you want to try and relive the glory days, really get excited for it.
I'll tell you that much. It feels like a crowd. Sometimes they really are getting loud. Yeah, you can join your team's favorite as well. So nice little biased fan cam. Nothing wrong with that. Support the home crowd. VP, though, they're warming in, Harry. That's exactly what we're seeing in front of us. Dupree, down connected with the 1 AK. All right, maybe a backstab here, but how soon do VP go? They look ready to commit.
Yeah, they look like they want to get a move on quickly in this round. And this would be a change of pace that Astralis are just not used to.
No.
Oh, Glaive shooting Dupree in the back of the head. He wanted the gun all for himself. Now Zip has secured 1 kill at least, but he's naded out in the B site on barrels. And this round is slipping apart for Astralis. Just 1 man in B. VP aren't even moving in yet. To give you an idea of how grimy these guys are, it was all looking like it was going to be a fast B. They get some openers. Things are looking up. And now they slow it right down again. Astralis haven't doubted themselves, though. They're still stacked up in B. Magisk is here, the only guy with any HP and this Deagle. And so with Bubsky baiting them in, how much can Magisk accomplish in this position?
Yeah, the plant attempted. Magisk might jump up and try and deny this. No actual cover right now. Oh, he can't get the kill. Only damage 1 HP on Jame. And Magisk now has to try and finish the job elsewhere. There's too many targets. There's too much cover. And Yakinda's got too much health. Glaive might have to save the AK. 4 HP himself. And VP, that is one way to pick up a round. Yeah, Astralis knew what was going on. And when you're against VP, you're not falling for those recommit question marks where, a team gets a kill and they go quiet and you go, oh, are they rotating? It's been 30 seconds. We haven't seen anyone. Are they up on A already? Astralis don't fall for that. It's so VP to just wait, go quiet and recommit later in the round. So that's exactly what they do. And even with Astralis all there, I don't think anything was ever going to happen unless Magisk got that kill on Jane.
Yeah, it is a bit of a sad moment when you 99 someone with the Deagle, man. Like, Magisk fully expecting that kill to come in. And you could see how much it threw him off when it didn't.
I think the funny part was he was waiting to kill the cover, and he was so surprised that there was actually no cover for that plant. There was 0 cover. Like, he could have gone over immediately and took that kill, but why would he know that? There should be cover, really. And it's that exact fact that, gets in his head. VP... We talked about breaking the money, Harry. Well, forget the force buys. Here we are. Just that saved AK.
Oh, I like how Magisk is using it, though.
Sanji.
Getting aggressive now. Sanji's holding, and of course Sanji's holding. Magisk has not done this once, and yet there they are, waiting for you to give it a go. Yeah. This is the beauty of this VP squad, right? Once they get their first few rounds, they really start to get in your head, and it becomes like just a series of mind games, it feels like. You're always wanting to get aggressive. You're wanting to try and figure out what their game plan is, where they're leaning. But when they hold these defaults, they're so good at it. They're so punishing. And a lot of the time, you end up making problems worse trying to get this info. A 5-on-3, just vanilla pistols to beat, and this is looking like a VP round all day long.
Yeah, I've never been more assured in the fact that nothing can go wrong here. Like, literally nothing can go wrong. It's just USPs, VP, grouping up, 40 seconds, enough time. They cycled the AK out as well, so that's not down connector, and they're still considering it. But Astralis are doubled up on toilets, close. Getting closer by the second. Jane needs to watch out. Does he have cover? Yes. Sanji swings wide and deals death to the USP's kick it. Actually takes both kills, in fact. And Bubsky is a long way from home. It's VP onto a 5th here. And, Bubsky, he could go around the world, try and save the AK, but really he's just looking to put a swift end to this one. Try and take a kill with him, perhaps.
I find it kind of funny because, for the longest time, back when Astralis were dominating and we were deep in the Astralis era, one of the comments used to be, oh man, it's almost boring. Like, you show up to an event and you know who's going to win. You know Astralis are going to just play this, almost robotic level of Counter-Strike. Well, VP kind of exemplify a very numbers-based style of CS, one that I think is even more even more number leaning than that of Astralis, right? While Astralis were great with utility, they were great with the calls. VP do play this game like they are some kind of probability counting robot, right?
Like
and
auto chess.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for that reason, they're kind of like the villains of Counter-Strike right now, in a sense. They do just play this purebred style, this back-to-basics style, and they're so damn good at it that they're able to even make these big comebacks happen versus squads like Astralis in their element on LAN.
Yeah, all the more power to them if they can, you know, keep it going. As I said, we know it's a grind, we know it's a long game. Like 7-5, not scary scoreline at all for VP. In fact, Astralis should be more worried because this gun round is pretty weak, and the results of this half rest on this one buy. We saw that little save attempt or the AK juggle for Sanji on the replay. Couldn't throw it out the map. Didn't know you couldn't throw it there, but either way, it wasn't a worry. No one grabbed it for Astralis. They would have loved a little more money for nades, for kits, for even armor on that AWP. Instead, they are beggars, not choosers. Glaive getting boosted at long, going for a wide peek, but no one's out just yet. Just behind the rock is Buster. Glaive is very patient, as is his opponent. No one going to commit. Buster walking up the close wall instead. Could sneak underneath the AWP. Could find an angle. Could find a start, but Glaive denies it. Lovely little flick downwards, and now VP, they've lost all their A control.
Oh, Dupree.
Okay.
One step ahead of you, Yakinda. One step ahead.
NT.
And
what the hell do you do?
Yeah, this is like one of the problems that you start to encounter. And this is why we say guys like Ikindar are so important. If you lose him early, you lose that hammer, you lose that explosive presence that you have. With losing all your A info, it leaves you with nothing else but this B commitment. Jame getting the opener, looking like it's enticed them. They are looking like they want to commit. There is 6 seconds as they're going in. The bomb plot denied, and Dupree has saved the day. They try to make a last-second hero play, but Astralis do hold on. 8 up on the board now. The AWP saved on Jame at least. A wild round that's down to the final few seconds on the clock. And for a moment, it looked like VP were going to get a bomb plant out of that.
I respect it, man. Like, committing with 10 seconds, that's ballsy, you know? James getting that trade, and then he checks his watch. He's like, oh, no, the oven's on. It's Jame time. I've got to go. Got to get out. Buy Astralis. Have fun. So he saves the AWP, although money is yet to be a problem for VP. Lovely little B hold for Astralis. It needed to happen after that 5-on-3 opener. And Dupree, good read for the boost as well, something the VP have been using to get these advantages on this bomb site. This round, we have a double con setup. So really no A info other than Glaive's AWP. And if it gets pressured, if it gets pushed back down into the doldrums, that's A open for business. Sanji's walked through connector with this smoke down. Magisk knows what's happening. He's heard all of it, but Sanji's doubling back, and the smoke fade favors him. Magisk is gone. Now Glaive is trapped between two, and he doesn't know where to look.
Yeah, Glaive is in an incredibly rough spot, and yet somehow he's been able to elude capture, hitting this perfect timing to get out of connector. He knows that he's lucky to still be alive, and he knows that a big hole has been open all round long over here at the long side. However, he won't be ready for Buster, waiting patiently, tucked in at long already. No information for Astralis. They do not know where VP are, and yet still they start to gamble these rotations up into the A site. VP with the bomb on James back outside of long. The rest of Virtus Pro faking a B play with utility, pouring in over the top. Zip holds on, and has there been a call for rotations? It doesn't look like it. Still committed to this 3-man A-hold. Glaive has told the boys to hold their own, and Dupree will do exactly that. The long play shut down. Just Yakinda, and he can't deal with Glaive yet. Finally gets the better of him, but with only 10 seconds left and a triple stack still to get through, it's looking like a 9th on the board for Astralis after all.
My God, what a call for Astralis. Whoever makes that decision to stick back at A is an absolute champion. They do not fall for that. What a fake as well. Like, VP are double long with the bomb. They're triple B, man. They've got the majority of their team faking that B bomb site. Kicker gets out through Monster. If he gets the kill, maybe, but I think with Zip still back down there, spots him, mows him down, and makes the calls the info like, guys, there's only one Monster. That's the weakest B play I've ever seen. Watch your top. And Dupree doubles up. The bomb gets dropped. Glaive holds his own, and it's a perfect round for Astralis. What a read to not only make that early rotate, but to not panic and fall back to B when VP threw that util. 9 rounds on the board, looking for double digits, and it's VP buying full.
I love Glaive with this AWP as well. Like, it's almost like he knows, right? I'm not going to be able to beat guys like Jame in a direct head-to-head, but if I play these little gimmicky angles, if I can get one kill out of the AWP, then that can be a difference maker in and of itself. I really think Glaive deserves a lot of props for how he's been able to pick this AWP up and still look so good with it.
Especially when I think the majority of people were expecting to see Dupree on this gun, right? From what we've seen from Astralis in the past with devices taking leave, you know, it has been that case, but we've seen it all over the place for Astralis. Kicker, meanwhile, B-pick attempted, but he's not going to be able to spray. Zip gets that kill somehow, some way. I couldn't tell you. And the boost is beautiful as well.
They counter boosted Astralis. They decide, look, man, we've had enough of playing this on VP's clock. We've had enough of them dictating the flow of this. And so they boost down at B to strip players away from the ranks. Now it becomes clear that this was looking like an A play. Astralis, they've lost Glaive. They've lost Magisk. Astralis having to rotate players up. VP moving in for the kill, but it's taken them a long while to get into position. This has given a lot of time to Astralis to get these bodies occupying the site. Bubsky in the truck smoke, and now moving through bank as well as another player from the Danish ranks. Yakindar versus Bubsky. This fight decides a hell of a lot, and the bomb is now dropped, cut loose on truck. More room to Dupree, gets away with a kill, and Jame is not being given fights. He needs to take matters into his own hands, and is there time for a bomb plant? There's not. It's eluded Jame. 10-5 to close out this first half. Astralis in the lead. VP gonna need to fight back on their CT side and their map pick.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You will be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and one of the HEs. To throw your molly you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grate along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center, then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they are unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
It's Astralis, it's VP, and we're on LAN. Right now, Bubsky is the man, and I cannot believe it, what we're seeing right now in this game. Astralis in the lead, now about to embark on their T side. Virtus Pro, it's got to begin here. This comeback has got to start on their CT half of Overpass, their map pick in this series.
Yeah, it's rare to see VP having troubles on the T side. 5 rounds is enough, however, if you can find a pistol or at least get in the way of the conversions for Astralis. So let's see how things begin. With Astralis now getting to direct the flow, direct the pace, and it's a lot quicker than VP's. Right up connector, Yakinda can clearly hear steps as they go towards the top side, but Kicker's trying to peek him from the door. Got to watch out, trying to run back now. Astralis are playing with their food up and down, back and forth. Questions on where they're committing. It will be A. And it's only James currently, but he's called for his first rotation. Kicker going to begin to move up. And so VP, they do have the kit, they have the smoke, they can play the retake, but right now they are making the perfect read. 4 players going right back up onto this site.
Oh yeah, Kicker swinging in, dead at the hands of Bubsky. But there are a lot more VP players still occupying this site and occupying your mind if you're Astralis. Sanji, with this USP, won't let them in just yet. It's going to take Bubsky to overwhelm him. Yakinda dead as well. Bubsky having a hell of a pistol round here. A hat-trick so far, and he's still got more to offer in this pistol. For Buster and James, they've got to embark on a very unlikely round here, a 2-on-4, and a Bubsky that they've got to stop in his tracks. They can't do it. He's on for the ace. Is it another one added to the tally? It is. Bubsky, all 5 to find 11 for Astralis and open up this second half in one hell of a way for the Danish crowd.
Oh, that does feel beautiful, doesn't it? Wow. What a start to a half.
Bubsky just hit them with the IE claw in the second half, man. Whoa.
And they were not, Harry. They certainly weren't. VP, I mean, they had everyone there, mate. They had every right to win that round, every chance to take it away, but instead Bubsky.
It just felt like they weren't even acknowledging him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. I don't know how he got away with like 2 of those 5 kills, but he did.
Beautiful stuff with the Glock as well. Okay, well, I said VP have to win a pistol or get in the way of the conversions. Neither of those are apparent. It's USPs. They want to buy soon. Nothing wrong with that. Stack in middle with a flashbang, but Astralis are already up in front of it, and Magisk and Glaive are mauling them right now in middle. 5 kills between the two, no problems. 1 death. And Astralis, they convert. 12 to 5.
What is going on, man? This is very exciting. Having Astralis in this form. Oh, it's getting me excited, Hugo.
I mean, this is the VP we know and love. It's not Sanji, but it's Buster dropping an orb to James and now playing no armor with his rifle. He'll even take the SMG.
No armor,
over.
MP9.
Yeah, he swaps to Sanji. Good call, definitely good call, right? You've got no armor, play the worst gun rather than force James on the glass orb himself. And here we go. So VP, they wanted this early buy. What are they going to do with it? They don't have the util to take that mid control, and so options aren't as available.
Most notably, they wanted this early AWP, right? So let's see if putting all that faith in James was worth it after all. He's set up in connector. We saw Glaive doing this in the first half a little bit. We saw some of the problems it can present, right? If you lose short, if you start to get trapped in con, it can very, very quickly start to feel like a bit of a cage of your own making. And so James will get out of there early on in the round.
Yeah, it's very similar to some of VP's T sides, this first default for Astralis. They're trying to find out where these cities are playing, what they've got in terms of weaponry. They know it's a buy here. It's just questioning on, do they have the AWP or not? That info isn't apparent. And much as how Glaive was able to do so in the first half, James peeks connector, shows his hand, and then gets a chance to leave. And that's because Astralis only have 1 man working this A site. He's eventually going to fall back and group up with his team, who are bringing the bomb up from lower. And so Astralis can recommit, start to clear some space. They've got this B control early. They can leave Bubsky, and if things go bad, back down the connector into lower eventually. 30 seconds, so Astralis don't have a lot of time to mess around. Bubsky's trying to sell this B fake at the moment.
This is mental. Like, you're trying to almost beat VP at their own game. Bubsky has been waiting for this challenge, and he's given it, taking a player out of the ranks at B. Oh, VP hinging with the idea. Do we rotate? Do we drop? And now they see the players in toilets. James is still here. He never rotated down. So a double hold in this A bomb site. James AWP denies that bomb plant for now. Oh, it does come down with seconds to spare, but Yakinda, a whirlwind of death in the A-bomb site, and just 2 players there shred through Astralis. The double kill from James Orp on players crossing gives a lot more room to Yakinda, who just comes in on that backstab and secures a round for VP by force.
Yeah, that's insane. There's no way Yakinda should have gotten away with that, right? He got timed on his first fight. He was scoped up, and as soon as he left that angle, Astralis peeked in. I thought that was it. I thought that was their chance to a win with the smokes down, but lovely stuff out of Yakinda, just pivoting, taking and winning every fight he can. And he needed to, right? VP had to win that gun round if they want to actually be in their map pick in this series. Without it, it's going to be a wash. 12-6 still can be. Astralis have another buy round. No AWP. Even a Mach 10 on Zip, that will keep the pace high as they go fast through middle. And look at this, they're even going to clear Yakinda. He's kind of trapped right now. He turns, and he does at least take a 1-for-1. Should never really have had that with his position. Leaves James alone on A, but even he doesn't have the info. He's being navigated against on long.
I love this out of Dupree, right? You've kind of got a bit of an idea as to where James been leaning, right? You've seen him over towards short a few times. You're worried about him in connector. You don't know where he is right now, but Dupree's got a lot of room thanks to this fast long control. Doesn't know about it yet. There is a world where he can hit one crazy timing to create opportunities here, especially if Zip gets the info, right? Now, he is the guy with the bomb, so you don't really want him to get the info. That would probably cause you quite a few issues. Instead, he's going to go long and group up with Dupree. Without realizing it, Astralis have dodged this double connector setup. They're getting a bit more of an idea as to what's going on in Con now, thanks to Glaive, and he's still keeping the attention of Virtus Pro at this B bomb site. Sanji now leaving. This is because of the pressure that Glaive has been applying down at B, and it's giving a lot of room to the rest of the gang for this A play. James just got the info that Glaive was leaving. Now they know the ruse is up. The jig is up, but a bomb plant's already coming in, and Dupree has taken an aggressive stance down in CT.
Astralis is so convinced that they made the perfect read, and of course they did. Knives out into the bomb site. Look at this play from Dupree. It's for him. Zip's even pushed up as well. He's about to get that info. 2 CTs right in front of him. Zip needs to live. There's the AWP getting cut down by Dupree, and Zip cornered as well, will die, leaving Dupree in the clutch. 1v1 now. He's got util. He's got the bomb for him. Nothing can go wrong, and Dupree won't fall for the fake. Kicker hunting him down and taking the frag away. Kicker keeping VP in this map, keeping them in this series, and saving them in the 1v1. That was almost a perfect round for Astralis.
Yeah, that's a feels bad man moment for Dupree as well, right? 2 out of the 3 kills needed. Almost goes on to win it in the 1v1, but he can't fall back from that position, right? Even though he buys into the idea that it was fake, that the bomb wasn't being stuck, he doesn't want to be too far away when it comes to try and deny it. And so Kicker, quick reaction to hunt down Dupree, plays that 1v1 perfectly, finds VP another round. And this is why, right, we've seen these VP fan cams a couple of times now. No one's bothered to go, well, the VP boys, they're done. When you're a VP fan, you know that you're in it for the long haul. You're in it for the long games. And so they're still hoping there's a path to a comeback yet to be found by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, never count them out. Don't make that mistake. It will come back to haunt you. And yeah, VP is still believing, right? They have to. 12-7, a key rifle round 1. That was what we've been waiting for. And now, world's your oyster. Astralis' money is far from patched up, far from pretty. 2 Deagles and even a Galil in this gun round, if you want to call it that. James' early AWP is paying off at the moment, or you hope it to be. He's had that info on A a lot of the time. In that one round, Yakinda gets a triple kill. James was there. Kicker's been tagged up early quite a lot. I think he might have been dinked through the wallbang from Zip's Deeg, but we'll see. James posted on A, and Astralis, this is a nice faster round. It is a walking round. James doesn't have the info, but they're about to explode. He has no idea how close on the flower bed they already are. Yakinda swings, and it's a hit and a miss. Dink onto Magisk. There's the flick from James, but Molly back into the bank will give Astralis the plant at least.
Yeah, this is nice, right? You forced them out of the site. You've made them respect you a little bit. dupreeh almost perishing in that Molotov. Spamming the boost, and now they look to put James up in it. James has got to be the guy to accelerate this retake, to find the opener. They're putting a lot of faith in James Orb, and they won't actually decide to boost him up after all. They bail out of the boost, and so they're going to do this old school. All 4 players moving in together, CT and Bank, the 2 positions that you've got to worry about if you're Astralis. Bobski with the lineup. Glaive's there to help out, and it's only James left. You know what his response is here. You know he wants to get away with the AWP. Astralis are trying to hunt him, trying to add insult to injury, and he will die down in Bank thanks to the damage that Zip is able to get away with. 13 on the board for Astralis. They do it with that broken buy. All it takes is a few missed timings from James on that AWP, and suddenly the doors are wide open.
Yeah, I think the thought process with that boost is you're about to go for it. I like the bait that Kicker does by spamming it, and then they realize Astralis is shooting back through the metal. Like, if you boost up, not only is James going to get headshot, but that bottom player will get wallbanged and won't get to play in. Bubsky as well. If Glaive didn't get that 3rd kill off of Dumpster, I'm convinced Bubsky's spray would have found it. That was a lovely little double from him in the post plant, and Astralis converting a must-win round. Yakinda's left with the only gun in this one. Okay, Astralis. Not giving VP the room back into this half after some successful gun rounds. Looking to take it away ASAP. Early B control. Astralis looking hungry, looking like dupreeh wants to walk right through. We have that Vitality-esque flash coming in towards the monster. dupreeh, it's going to be too late. Oh, he steps. Now it comes in. dupreeh is going to dodge it. No, fully blinded. Jay peeking in deep with a double, and that is lovely. Lots of bodies litter the monster, and lots of weapons as well. But Astralis makes sure the VP don't pick up squat.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold these guns for now. Will you just commit with the B play? Even after seeing the flash lined up by Sanji, a Barrels player, James there as well, you may be starting to get a little bit paranoid as to whether or not B is stacked. Yakinda hits this timing on the comm wrap, and Magisk is on the receiving end. Astralis, this was meant to be a simple round. This was meant to be clean, and yet the utility, the quick thinking out of Virtus Pro, it's made it scary. It's made it troublesome.
They've given them room though, right? This bomb plant's going to be totally doable. All they need to do is kill this first pit player. No real weaponry or utility for VP past Yakinda. Sanji's been spammed out. The lineup is there, and they almost take the second. Yakinda just living, and they never knew about Buster. Do they have that info? Zip seems cautious, seems to be considering it, but it doesn't matter one bit.
Through the box, Buster never even saw him. Zip was never even given a chance at that kill.
I don't know.
I do not know how he just did that. But it's saved VP. It's kept them going. It's put 8 up on the board. Woo. An impossible shot from Buster, and some fine dig work, flash work out of Sanji and James to create those openers in the first place.
Let's see this.
Look at this. Okay, he got to see the head for a second, but still incredibly fast from Buster.
Lights out. Bye-bye.
Oh, and now VP are trying to give the illusion that they're taking liberties. They've deep mollied middle to try and deny any info here and make Astralis worried as to the possibility that VP are in Park. Astralis now taking a lot of time clearing out mid when this is free real estate. This is wasting precious seconds. It's given time to these players in Con to get set up, and Yakinda will deliver the opener to VP. Astralis, there's no way to trade this. In fact, he's going to take even more out of the round. Bubsky's AK will leave us in a 3-on-4, but it's cancelled out thanks to Kicker, and the numbers are now starting to dwindle for the Danes.
That was the gun, right? That was the hope in the round. He gets one, but that smoke fade on Monster, not good for him. And now Astralis, not an easy round to get anything done. Glaive's got util plus this SMG, but hardly an entry weapon, and no bomb yet either. So even if you get the kills, you're not going to be in consideration for winning the round. That being said, getting the kills is a tough ask. Kicker spamming Monster, seeing Glaive, trying to flash a peek, trying to get back in, grab a gun. That he's done. Buster's still got him locked in on the left side. Double phase, Buster with one, Glaive for the trade, but Kicker keeps the round under wraps. 9 for VP. And they're fighting tooth and nail for this one, Harry. Again, it's not pretty, it's not clean. You're not thinking about the comeback yet, but that's how VP do it, man. Sneaking in, and then suddenly you're wondering where it all went so wrong for Astralis. Now, before that fact, a pistol round. And so double digits is on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis have been doing everything in their power to not give these eco rounds a go, right? Like they've been taking some pretty aggressive purchase decisions. Hero rifle in the last. Before that, a cobbled together force buy. You know, you've really tried to keep the pressure on. You've really tried to keep VP on the back foot. But now you do just have to take a pistol round. You do just have to take an eco. And at least it's nice and quick, for crying out loud. VP cut down Astralis on the Glock B rush. And they now have double digits in the bag. Just 3 between them and Astralis. When you think about the context that this was a 6-0 start, a 10-5 half with the pistol going the way of the Danes, suddenly you see just how well Virtus.pro have been able to keep afloat and keep themselves in this one. As we say, a bit of a signature with this VP team.
Nothing new, Harry, nothing new. 12-5 to 13-10. From 7 rounds difference to 3. It's closing very quickly. Here's a gun round. No op for Glaive. No need on the T side of this map, though. James is always going to be a problem. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do but grit your teeth and bear it. Maybe a fast B approach again. Astralis, they showed this in the Glock round. It was nice and quick. VP already forgotten about it, but they're going to get re-reminded. Flashing through the smoke, Kicker, he hears everything going on. The barrels molly is big, and Sanji tries to help him out. He does get that trade, at least keeping it in a 4-on-4. The line is there for Buster. No one covering from short side, and so Astralis can barely make it into the bomb site. They're going to hunt down Sanji. SMG does get a dink, and right now, VP are not in hot water yet. They're not in trouble. The AWP is only just getting in position, but dupreeh does deny it, and Astralis keep this round under consideration.
Oh yeah, both players occupying short. Astralis don't actually know Yakindar's there, and yet still they're wrapping CT and going up to A. Look at VP trying to stay one step ahead of this one. Buster moving up into this A site is already wrapped up Con. Will he be ready for the aggressive dupreeh, who's passing him in the toilets? They have sailed by one another like ships in the night. Buster now could disrupt this site hold, or he could get wrapped onto. It's a bit of a coin toss for Buster. Yakindar's coming up Con, but he won't ever know about dupreeh. Surely this is weird. dupreeh could have found the motherload of timings here. Both kills on his plate. dupreeh with the first and never gives Yakindar the peek. Now Yakindar left in the clutch. Smoke on the bomb. Damage done by Bubsky and still not giving the fight over. Astralis get 14 after all.
The rock plant, Harry, the rock plant.
Did he rock plant him?
He was confused. He was smoking the truck. He was looking on the truck. He didn't know where it was gone. The bomb was ticking inside of the rock. There's a little texture you can plant there. I never thought that would confuse a pro.
I didn't think you would see someone pull that out either in the program.
Man, that's an strat, and Astralis has just picked it up. And the best part about that, with Buster clearing short, he tells Yakinda, mate, short's clear. I've walked all the way up. Come on by. And dupreeh makes that call for Bubsky to watch out from short. So that player, Buster, that could have backstabbed Bubsky, is instead.
Look at the rock plant. Look at it.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's so grimy. You do that to try and like get in the head of MG players. Never mind. Up against Virtus.pro.
Love that.
Well, to open up this round, we've already had it start by James Orp striking a player out of connector. It's Glaive on the receiving end of that. Astralis, undeterred by this AWP at A, is still moving in through long. A lot of the time when James been peeking Con, they've been given a lot of room here. But this time, Yakindar is posted up and holding on to this long position. Not keen to repeat mistakes of the bygone rounds. Yakindar, is he ready for this? Magisk on the boost, will somehow get away with that kill and close up this round back into a 4-on-4 after all.
Oh my God, Astralis, don't do it again. They were doing it all CT side long, going down a man, not trading, and somehow still picking up the win. Can't be doing it on the T side as well. Getting that bomb and going back down lower. Magisk is very damaged. 4 health. VP, 2-2 right now. They're split in pieces. James AWPing the top site even so. So if Bubsky can try and keep him there, That could be big, but no utility. He wants to join his team instead. 30 seconds. Sanji at the monster. Perfect gun for incapacitated players. Magisk is like a lamb to the slaughter of the MP9. We've even started to get rotates back down B as well, leaving Jame alone in the toilet. Kickit's going to flash Sanji for a peek. There's nothing there. 15 seconds, that's misinfo. Here comes Astralis.
They're coming. Oh, lordy, they're coming. Dupree and Zip with the openers, but that's the bomb. Buster, oh, he can't catch it the second time around. And so, with just 2 seconds left to spare, the bomb plant comes in. Oh, but Buster, 10-pin bowling is in with the double. And now Dupree left to try and see it through. Hiding his way, stealing himself, has dealt with Buster on the jump up, and now the pesky Jame left to find the most elusive of men, and it's Dupree, a Mass Effect in the round, and Astralis up onto 15 after all.
Oh dear, all the clutch rounds are coming out of these guys now. Dupree and Bubsky having a lights-out game for Astralis. The 2-on-4 down on B, ending up top, and right there and then.
Oh, it's so exciting, man. This is the Astralis we're getting. This is the Astralis we're getting.
Yeah, they're not satisfied with quarterfinals, Harry. And
you can see why. You can see why.
They need to be. Look at this fight. We're back in after Dupree decimates VP on that B site. VP's money falls apart. It's in shambles. An SMG, a couple of little Deegs, and 5 Danes that want to ruin your day.
Right, so often Jame has been a cornerstone of getting these kind of rounds over the line. He's backing Con again with the Deagle, and he's facing players to open up the round. They know about him now. Are we going to see Astralis try to clamp down on this Con control? If they do, there's 2 players trapped in this position for VP. Yakindar's going to take this opportunity to get the hell out of there, but that does leave Jame in Con all alone now.
Yeah, they know about it. He's already done damage to Dupree, who now has that orb. And up he goes into the waiting arms of Magisk. A is now looking luscious for Astralis as they creep up on the short side. So do VP. They feel the same way. They're moving their men back into this site as well. But as said, underarmed, undermanned, and still all the time in the world for Astralis to second guess, so they shall. Bomb going back. Nice shot from Yakindar to catch Glaive, and that's a gun, and that's more info. Astralis, if they're going B, they've got to go soon before the penny drops.
Yeah, right, because suddenly, while you had the pressure on A, while you had these 3 players trapped here, thanks to Glaive, you don't got that anymore. In fact, BP have gained the info that it's not an A play. Buster in the B site. His Deagle has been good, and it's trying to save the day again. Buster not missing, not letting them in. Finally deegged out by Dupree, but he set his team up nicely to try and keep this map going, to try and keep the dream of Overpass alive. Dupree's burnt out, and Buster does enough for Yakindar to go on and get it over the line.
Oh, you can just never count VP out in these rounds, Harry. That's twice now they've picked these up. Should not be happening. The Deagle spam down a monster for Jamie the other round, this time able to convert it again on the B bomb site, and having that last second Molotov as well. Woo! Just the cherry on top. VP Deegs are a force to be reckoned with, and Astralis are going to bring their own to the table. VP, just when you thought you were ready to close out Overpass, start thinking about the second map of the series. They've given themselves a way back in.
Yeah, and it's frustrating for Astralis, right? You see the look of frustration on their faces. They know that that was the easiest round they were ever going to have in this game to close it out, right? Now VP, they haven't just kept it alive. They've set themselves up for rifles at least. So Astralis are going to be grinding this game out now, and that is what it's going to start to feel like, as it often is when you play versus Virtus Pro. I'm going to take a moment to just compose themselves. You know, it's only 1 round that you've got to get, but this 1 round can be the most elusive of them all. Very easy does it. Slow on the approach to the A-bomb site. And this was how they've gotten past Jame before, right? We remember that round where they snuck past him. And they were able to find success on the back of it. Now, is history destined to repeat itself? James up in this site. This time he's not looking to get dodged. He wants to play into this round, getting the information. James spotting the first and now playing with fire. Bubsky, can he land the pre-fire? No, both players miss. It's Yakinda to open up and still fighting from long side. James even moving in to help him out. Time is also starting to become a problem for Astralis. They get the bomb down, but it's left on to Zip in a 1v3, a P250, and cancelled out by Kicker. The game will keep on going. It stays afoot thanks to Virtus Pro. They hold on to the A bomb site. A bomb plant for Astralis at least pads out these bank accounts a little bit, but not enough to look for a buy in this round.
Yeah, I feel like in every single anti-eco kick it's having around, like he's having a 3K, so you know that's nice. Definitely can get out of control those pistol rounds. You concede a bomb plant and suddenly it's all up in the air. Instead, VP, I mean, you said it yourself, Harry, that was the hardest round that Astralis were, sorry, the easiest round that Astralis were going to have to close this map. And this is just evidence of that. The force buy with a double AK goes nowhere but a bomb plant. And now they have a near full eco. VP, no more SMGs. They're building up bank. They're building up faith. And they're only a couple of rounds away from OT. Kinder's going to start strong in middle. The rest of Astralis sat outside of the B site, and not for long. They will be making their entrance to it. Smokes and flashes going over the top. CZs and P250s running them up, and they need these opening kills in order for it to waterfall, but nothing in their favor. It's all Virtus Pro. 13 rounds, 5 alive, and here it is for Astralis.
Oh my God. Okay, so, right, this is the rifle round that you've got. This is the chance that you have to stop this game going to overtime. If you don't win this, if you don't get a bomb plant here, you don't even have rifles with you into the next round. So a little tack pause called on in as everyone on the Astralis squad now takes into account. They try to take stock of the situation. This is the opportunity. This is the chance. If you don't win it, VP, they might be back to their old tricks of trying to pull back an OT here on their map pick.
Yeah, it's certainly not done if you lose this round in number 29, but it is your best shot, right? You need the bomb plant if you want to full buy the last. Yeah, this is what Astralis have been waiting. The last two ecos, the last two force buys for. Zonic coming in with some keywords, trying to pump them up, trying to get them going. And 2 more chances for Astralis. VP, we know they love to grind, and the grind has only just begun.
Yeah, that's the thing about this VP war machine. They have got the tenacity, they've got the resilience. We know they've got that in spades. And so now the ball is in Astralis's court. James here in connector. Once again, a very important swing fight, and he's just missed this timing. Oh, Magisk. Now in a prime position to steal a kill away. James, no idea, shot in the back, and one hell of an opener to get away with. A 5-on-4, and VP, their entire game plan now thrown into disarray as they're rotating players between either side. Not the man you wanted to lose. James has got to watch from beyond the grave as the 4 remaining players on his team try to keep this game soldiering on.
The amount of rounds James has been able to play that position and get back out to A before Astralis punish him. Not this time. Not in the most important moment in the map. 4-on-5. The read is there. VP have numbers in the right bomb site. They are fully stacked, fully set up, ready to go. Astralis just around the corner. 40 seconds and no warning. There's the Molotov. Now they're going to start to go. 1 flash is all they'll need, and the entry's there for Magisk. It starts to tumble apart for Yakinda. 1 kill from him. 1 man left on the bomb site, and Kicker can't find the headshot. Finally dropping the bomb. 25. Dupree is here, and he needs support out from the short side. Bubsky's running, trying to get close, and VP are not giving away these kills, not giving the fight. They win another. It's only Bubsky. They can hide in the smoke, but they don't need to. 14 rounds, and VP win every fight on the A site. What a stack. What a call. What a win.
Yeah, they might have dealt with James early on, but you still feel his influence in the server. He makes the call. He says, boys, look, we're going to all in this A bomb site. If they come A, we are ruining Astralis' day. And that is exactly what happens. It's like James can see into the future. Oh, the full 30 rounds in the first map and the first quarterfinal here at IEM Cologne.
The Lord of Time gives no time for Astralis to get comfortable in that bomb site, not a second. And now here it is, Harry. Not even the bomb plant. We said that was a necessity for this full buy. That was a 5-on-3. Magisk got a double opener. and still VP's full stack, full setup on the A site is enough. And so forget AKs, forget AWPs, forget expensive weapons and money wasted in times gone by. You've got to get it all done with nothing. VP, why would they let go of the baton now? They're ready to drag it into extra time.
Yeah, as mentioned, a war of attrition after all. Astralis coming in with this cobbled together force. 4 Galils, a Deagle on Glaive, and that is the extent of it. They're taking this mid control once again. Virtus.pro very, very backed up, leaving nothing to chance here. They're playing reserved in these bomb sites, knowing that the buy from Astralis is going to be lacking. And with how they lost Jame in the opener in that last round, they don't want to repeat that here. He's instead looking to take some of these longer fights versus the Galils, versus the Deagles. Astralis, you don't get these freebie openers anymore. They've got a lot of real estate up here towards A. And so the penny's going to start to drop. The Virtus.pro are just playing passive back in these sites and very reactively to what Astralis are doing in this round.
Yeah, one thing that might be good for Astralis is the amount of times they've gone A and VP haven't had the warning. Don't get me wrong, VP have had the stacks, they've had the reads, but they've never really known about the A plays until they're happening, until maybe 5 seconds before. You're not getting this deep, long spot that James now going for. He's not had that in previous rounds. So if that continues, if VP don't get this info early, it's still going to be a 2v5. There's still hope for Astralis here. 30 seconds, the smoke's starting to come in. James being pushed out by a Molotov, and he's very low. Yakinda gets a 1-for-1 at long, but Astralis are closing the gap.
Oh, James smiting Dupree on the cross, and now James going aggressive. When James is throwing himself into the fight, you know he's believing, but instead swept aside by Bobski, who's trying his best to hold on for Astralis. Has Bobski just delivered them the chance they needed? Buster and Sanji left in a 2-on-2 at the 30-round mark, a retake in the A site at a low HP Glaive, so a lot of pressure now on the shoulders of Zip. That first peek misses, and Glaive is a dead man. Zipnik's left in the clutch. They're pressuring him. They can't get the kill yet. Zip dead after 1, and I think there's time for the defuse after all. Sanji's on it. Virtus.pro looking to carry this through to OT after all. We run it back again in overtime. Oh, the full 30 rounds, and we're even getting some bonus ones sprinkled on top, courtesy of Virtus.pro.
I think they have a unique playstyle. Oftentimes they actually end up saving because they don't have time to execute the round. They put themselves into positions and they hope for CTs pushing. But if they don't, they maybe have no nades left, or they are spread out across the map, and it's really hard for them to execute and plant the bomb actually. So yeah, oftentimes they end up saving sometimes, or at least sometimes they do.
No matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, no matter how bad it's looking, VP always find a way to keep this Virtus Pro war machine churning on. They've taken us to overtime now versus Astralis on their map pick, and this was from a 12-5 scoreline in favor of the Danes. Astralis, they've had chances, they've had opportunity, but they've not been able to get it over the line yet. And now we find ourselves in OT. This is where Virtus Pro often do their best work.
Yeah, I was going to say, what powers this war machine? Is it opponents' rounds? That's what it feels like. The further away, the closer Astralis are to closing the map, the more dangerous the Virtus Pro seem. So is that going to be apparent here in overtime, where all the money's out the window, where everyone's AWPing? We've got 2 AWPs per team. Astralis barely one of them in regulation. Money was a factor for sure, but now they're throwing caution to the wind. Yakinda flashed off with that AWP, and Dupree now owns the angle. Both secondary AWPers right now taking control.
Interesting to note, right? We didn't really see many T-side AWPs for Astralis in regulation. Well, now we've got Glaive and Dupree donning theirs when we hit overtime. Glaive scoped up into towards this A-bomb site, hoping that he's going to get given an angle. But with how VP is set up, no one needs to offer anything up to these AWPs on the T side.
Yeah, even more info on A as well, right? Like James in the toilets. We haven't really seen that a lot.
This is wild that we're going to have like all the AWPs clash in one go potentially.
It looks that way. Like they're faking B. They could always drop down lower. That's the fear here for VP. They've got 3 guys down on that B bomb site. Bomb is going to be joining Astralis as well. Glaive is faking out the toilets, throwing util, but that will only last so long. It will only sell so much. The kill, however, will have a lot more impact. Yakinda is dead in the water, and it's up to James with the AWP on A, going to be left to retake. Here's that flash into the monster, and Buster holding strong. Meanwhile, Bubsy's got an entry. The AWP runs into short, and it gets cut into pieces. AWP's up close. Somehow, Bubsky saves the day, and Sanji's all that stands in the pit, trying to put up a stop. He can't. Bomb plant should just come in with seconds to spare, and Jamie is trying to go for the nuclear play.
Oh my god, look at Big Jamie go out into the site, tries to run them down. Magisk is there and sees it through for Astralis. Oh, it's always the way, man. When you play VP, that one round will lose you for what feels like an eternity. Then you get into overtime and you're able to get it up on the board. You need to do something with this confidence, right? You know what VP are like. You know how this entire game, how the entire history of VP has gone. And it is often these very drawn-out comebacks. Yeah, you get the first in OT. You've got to keep finding successes. You got to keep it coming in while the going's good.
Yeah, I mean, in regulation, Harry, against VP, round leads almost mean nothing. Well, in OT, it's even less important. It's simply just about getting 4 out of 6. Forget the halves, forget 3-0s, forget 2-1s, doesn't matter. So Astralis are focused on the here and the now. 1 AWP this time around for VP. Astralis will keep theirs. Certainly can afford it. VP not quite as much, but 16k and MR3 takes a lot of the pressure off of your shoulders. Kicker's been spammed out on B. The AWP is looking for this pick. Dupree's seen a jumping player. He knows what's going on, but Yakinda doesn't want to be at the brunt of that AWP once again, so out he goes. Glaive looking for the cross on A as well. That was who took down Yakinda last round, but not looking for it this time. Yakinda re-aggresses, and Bubsky keeps the pressure on a B. He's nearing 30 kills. been keeping players here. In fact, there are 4 on lower right now for Virtus Pro. Kicker deciding to walk his way back up, and Yukinda can't afford to get aggressive here and give up the trick.
Yeah, Yukinda's spot along is so important, and really, he doesn't have a tremendous amount of support. It's not even like this bait and switch setup because his teammate in the site is having to worry about toilets. So Dupree takes that peek. Kicker, this timing. No! Runs out, back turned, and Glave's gonna remove him. Jane gets up and is already in the site with this AWP trying to tango. It takes 2. Magisk on the receiving end. Jane has opened this up back into a 3-on-4. Virtus Pro here on the rotations and a full post-plant setup out of Astralis. They've lost so many of these rounds. We're having a fight in the sites. Well, finally, they're given room. They're given a chance to back up and play around this bomb. And look at the results. The proof is in the pudding here. Jane can't find a thing. It's Astralis taking a second in overtime. Another one of these faster rounds, finding success in towards the A-bomb site. I think Dupree and his impact on that AWP cannot be understated enough. It kickstarts that entire play up into A. The whole reason that Kicker is feeling the pressure to take that first swing over at the short side is because they've just lost this long control.
Yeah, that's such a sad timing as well, right? He hears the players running to his left going up A. He thinks he has the backstab, but more players even later from that B fake earlier on. We've got a 5-man boost here in the last round, and it might get a kill, but not quite. Glaive, close shot to the jumping player on B, and that's info for Virtus Pro. If they hear that AWP shot, they should start to realize we have a little more room, guys. If you were already pushed up, take a couple of steps forward. No one will. They don't want to throw caution to the wind and give Astralis a pick. Remember, after that boost comes in, there's one player who's floating, who's able to take some space. And so VP, scared of that, go back to the A-bomb site. Jane with the AWP, sitting very passive as far as it goes for him. And now just one AWP. Dupree's gone back to the rifle. Glaive's been doing the Lord's work with this weapon. And even though he won't get the opening kill, they're going to look elsewhere, inside of the toilets. James sat deep on the short side. And this A site really has been a means to an end for Astralis here in overtime. VP might be forced into yet another retake if Astralis have their way. Zip is faking B, although without a lot of utility left up. And Astralis is just waiting to get deep long with that deep, deep smoke.
Yeah, in regulation, right, VP weren't really taking many liberties in terms of map control, and yet they still oftentimes had the read as to when to pull these players up in A. As we've hit overtime, they're playing a lot more, set in stone, right? We haven't had a lot of these early rotations. We haven't had these early stacks. This round's no exception. They've kept all 3 down on the B site as Astralis are leaning in towards A. Will this decision to keep B stacked be the reward for Virtus Pro? No! Instead, all 3 players are just blowing out the water. B crumbles in spite of everyone left there. Wow. And Astralis, they go on flawless on that first half of OT. Now they're just 1 away from winning this map once again.
Yeah, it comes down to them. It doesn't come down to VP, right? We talked in regulation when they had that anti-eco of 15 rounds. We said, Astralis, they need to close. This is their best opportunity, and they couldn't do so. A lot of that came down to their own buys. They had two out of their last 4 rounds for eco. Their last round was Galil's. Now that the money is no longer a factor, Astralis is getting to bleed VP for all it's worth. The AWP finding kills, fakes down on the top site, and even though VP keep everyone on lower there, like you said, absolutely torn apart. Boost up on B quickly, but as quick as it comes, as quick as it falls. It gets spotted by Yukinda coming through the tunnel, and in fact, VP will construct their own boost to look for a pick. This has been good in regulation, but Dupree has also been pretty aware. Is he going to hear? He's at least looking.
Bro, yeah. Dupree has been the guy cancelling this boost out, and everyone right now is so cognizant of this possibility. Everyone in this site is considering VP are going to construct this boost to try and take an opener. Once again, it's this same Molotov setup down to Monster, hoping that this forces players into your crosshair on the boost, but it hasn't done that yet. Yukinda hoping to catch this one. Will get dropped by Dupree, who is once more ready for that boost play. Magisk, in the meantime, is holding on to top mid, and his position is enabling a 3-man stack down on the B site.
Yeah, and they're going to go. VP are just going to commit. Why not? throw caution to the wind. Kicker's just walked through. He doubles back. The smoke denies that. And yeah, just a note on that boost. It's not for Yakinda to be getting a kill. It's for Jame to get Zip on Monster with the AWP. And he's done it again. The first time they did that Molly play, Jame got a kill. He's done it once more. So VP have kept things even. And Astralis, are they rotating out? They're setting back in the pit, but they're still keeping 3 here as VP recommits.
Yeah, no reason to rotate once again because of Magisk over here in middle. So the triple B stack, it's a 3-on-3 to decide if this game carries on. Bobski's blinded and takes Kicker out of the round.
Okay.
Time is becoming a problem. Glaive still alive, hoping to deny bomb plants, but they will look to get it down. They will look to get it planted. Magisk arriving on the short side, dead at the hands of Sanji. And so for Glaive, he's peeked through the smoke. Buster deletes him. Astralis might have had everyone in the right place, but there's no stopping VP in those last second executes when they get the kills like that.
So painful, man. Like, there's never a second in that round where Astralis don't know what's going on as well. Like, they were so ready for that triple, for the recommit, the triple B stack. Everyone's there. The clock comes down to 5 seconds, and then that pit play gets mollied off. He can't do anything. There's no way back in. There's no way to deny the bomb plant through the wood. And so 18-16 VP hold on. It's getting stressful for Astralis. They're not out of the woods yet. They know that better than anyone. They conceded the lead in regulation. They don't want to do it again in overtime. 2 more chances and all the money in the world to do it. Full focus for the next 2 minutes here. Even a blink at the wrong time can put you off. The double long setup is nice. But VP going to walk right past.
Right? It's different, right? You haven't seen this yet of your VP. You haven't seen it out of Astralis, and yet they are still somehow bypassing the double long hold. Oh my. This could be brutal, right? There is a world where VP get into A before Astralis are even aware. They're going to start to hear the footsteps now. The long hold will net a kill onto Kicker, and Glaive is having to come back in, but he's Molotoved out. The site is lost. Virtus Pro have got a bomb plant here. They might be a man down, but they can set up, they can play post plant around this bomb, and maybe that still leaves them with enough of a chance. Magisk and Glaive, they were lost to the realm of time over here at Long. Thanks to that molly now clearing, Magisk is able to move back in. Zip with another kill. Sanji and Jame left in this one in a 2-on-4. That bomb starting to become a bit of a problem. They are on the defuse. They are sticking it. The shots aren't connecting. You got to get the kill, and they can't find it. Astralis, they do take VP's map pick away in overtime. Not many teams are able to put a stop to VP when we get to this time period, and yet the Danes pull through. Now a map up in this series, and with Dust 2 up next, Virtus Pro, they've got their work cut out for them.
think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
And it is that time again for the DHL drop. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are here to watch the game, don't worry. We haven't strayed too far from it. But now I get to present to you the question that is on everyone's mind here for the DHL drop. And that question is...
What's the question?
What was the most played map at ESL 1 Cologne 2019? Not to be confused with Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Here is the question, and here are your options. Overpass, Mirage, Dust 2, Inferno. You need to use exclamation point DHL drop space A, B, C, or D with the coinciding answer of your choice. Now, that does pretty much give you free reign to spam Twitch chat, and for us, we get free reign to talk about some of the stuff that we just witnessed right here between these two teams. And quite frankly, for a game that was 12-5 at one point, Jason, did Astralis let them get back into this, or did VP grind it?
No, I think I'd put that more on VP's end, although I think it does also highlight the fact that Astralis has had some tough times with their T-sides throughout this event so far. It's still one of the weaknesses that I think they're struggling to overcome. And yeah, I think VP played a really good game. And I mean, you know, Overpass can be a pretty tough map to handle on the T-side if you're not well organized. And you have Bubsky coming in who's not fully up to speed on everything, and you have Device going out. So you have some moving pieces there, and that T-side's still a little bit weak.
But speaking of Bubsky, Yanko, I look at him in the context of this matchup, and he's just destroying Bubsky and Dupree at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he ended up with a 30 bomb, and I think now we see a little bit more of what he's actually capable of when he isn't there to just, you know, fill some spot for a game here or there. He's a guy who's extremely skilled. I think, you know, in his time in Mad Lions, he was the best player of that team and probably touted as the, you know, potentially a guy who could go to Astralis, but as a proper player, right, and who has what it takes to play at the highest level. We had another ace, him in the second pistol round. Obviously really important in this game, being so close. The fact that Astralis won both pistols, and to answer your question, Trace, like why the game got so close was basically because VP managed to break Astralis's economy 2 times or even 3 times in the second half, right? So Astralis had to go with more of these scrappy buys towards the very end, a lot of Galils and so forth, which is not where their strong suit is.
You know, plenty of strong suits to talk about on the Astralis side. For us, we get the opportunity to hear from Astralis, and I think Glaive's got a few words to give to us.
Glaive, you said in an interview before this match that it's all about having to find the ways to catch people off guard in the playoffs. So how did you find the right timings to put off VP on your CT side?
Yeah, so we tried to be pretty offensive in the beginning of the game. I mean, it was something we have talked about, especially against VP. Usually we like to stay like a little more defensive and try to see how the game goes. But this time around, what we saw on their games was that they played really slow, really slow. And we didn't want them to just take slow map control and flash us and stuff like that. So we wanted to take a little more aggressive approach.
In Harry's words, there were some gimmick angles from you on the AWP, especially from short side on A. Tell me about those. How hard have you been studying?
Not that hard, to be honest. I mean, it was a pretty quick decision we made that I had to AWP on some maps, so I haven't had much time to study. But of course, when I see people, some of the top AWP players, when I see them do something special, I'm just trying to copy it.
And Dust 2, that is a pick that VP can definitely come back on if you give them a minch. They'll take the map. So what was the thinking there?
Yeah, so we had a few maps into our consideration about our map pick, but in the end we just felt like, let's not try to punish pick them in any way. Their vertigo isn't looking like super strong, but still having really close games against some of the top teams. We just felt, let's do something that we're really comfortable on. We have won it 2 times now on Dust 2, and hopefully we'll do it a 3rd time as well.
Thank you, Glaive.
Thank you.
We look at Dust 2 as the next map on the series. Yanko, give me like a nice one-liner to get us there.
Yes.
Nice. Are you feeling thank you, Jason?
Feeling very thank you.
Awesome. So Dust 2, is VP in trouble? Does the series end here?
Yeah, I think it does. I had a straws take in this series coming into it, and I think on Dust 2 they're going to be able to handle it. Those T sides, though, very scary, very worrying.
A lot of question marks around the T sides. For us, the question marks were in that DHL drop, which is what we're going to go over right now. I've got the answer. I had to look. I had to do some counting on my own. Being from Alabama, not my strong suit. Who would have known? The answer is D, Inferno. That is the most played map at ESL 1 Cologne 2019.
Trace
Inferno,
can count a potato.
One. All right. Well, enough of that. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll come back with what is Dust 2, potentially the last map for VP here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Going for a drive plant as they realise there is nobody out there. Hobbit going to wait on the off angle. Ready for two. Gets the kill on the first man. And the second and the third. Lined up easy. Straight from the shy. He gets an 8.
Nico that could be exposed here. Oh, very quick reaction from the Kovac. Nice reaction. Oh, Nico popping off. The only weapon in play.
He's aware. Nico's looking the right way.
Nico. Oh, Nico, you are unreal.
Simple looking for it. He finds a headshot. Simple just taking over right now.
The fate of FaZe resides on Twist, and he's not crumbling under the pressure. On for the ace, and he's going to take down all 5 to keep it alive for FaZe Clan. He holds his own. Look at him go. Wow.
When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears.
The year is 2021, and it's been a while since the Astralis era. Heroic falling short here at IEM, Cologne as well. And then, you know, you think about earlier on, you lost Device to NIP, the Danes. It felt like they didn't have a lot to get excited about. They didn't have a lot to be happy about. But here, Astralis showing that they might be as good as ever back on LAN. They're a map up now versus Virtus Pro after besting them on VP's map pick of Overpass there in overtime. Now we head to the Astralis map pick of Dust 2. And Hugo, I'm getting kind of excited over the prospect of an Astralis 2-0.
Yeah, it's interesting. Right now, we all know VP get paid by the hour, maybe even paid by the round. So you can't count them out of a comeback here and longing out this series. But at the same time, me and you, we were having a bit of theory crafting as well in the break. We were wondering, why would Astralis pick into this? Well, you know, what are the questions? What are the answers? This is a very frequently played map for VP at this event, getting wins over Cole, getting wins over Big. You know, recent times, sure, a lot of CIS opposition that's been on maybe a lower shelf that haven't been as difficult for VP to take out, but they've got the, you know, the games, they've got the practice. For Astralis, it's the opposite side of things. So we imagine with them picking into this, they've got to be bringing something new to the table.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's what it maybe feels like, right? Dust 2, it has been a good map for Astralis here at this event, right? Yeah. They've got wins over guys like Na'Vi, G2 on there as well. So some very big scalps to take down. But Dust 2, it can always feel like a scary map to pick into, especially versus the seasoned, grizzled veterans of VP on this map. A CIS classic as we get ready to head in to Dust 2, Map 2, between Astralis versus VP, and the pistol round, well, it's already underway.
And no waiting around, and no chance for second place here. This quarterfinal elimination's on the line. VP don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Just a map away from going home empty-handed. Smoke on the hinge, lets them climb up catwalk, but do they opt to do so? Us is still back in tunnels. VP could always fall back into one of these B plays eventually. Yakinda's even got a Molotov. So we'll see where that one's going to end up. Cat is free though. VP have a lot of room, and Astralis might try and meet them in the middle here. They're already facing, they're already fighting. And so if VP do drop back into B, Astralis are going to be there.
Yeah, one of the curious things as well is you don't have a... Oh, sorry, you do have a smoke on Sanji. That's my bad. Whereabouts is old Sanji right now? He is over here towards long. So if he is going to try and like smoke a mid to B, which is what this was looking like, he's going to get that thrown in now from this position. And now the rest of the gang of Virtus Pro, who are waiting patiently, try to get through these doors. Glaive has smoked it off. They've got to battle through these smokes. They will get out into the open and now try to wrap the B bomb site. Pressure is on for Magisk and for Dupree, who occupy the B site right now. Getting closer is Virtus Pro, and just Magisk in the hot seat, dead after one. Yakinda's disrupting the rotations down here in middle as well. Any kills he can get, so valuable to VP, but nothing is found. And in turn, a 3-on-3 retake given a go by Astralis.
Yeah, double flashing, they go, no waiting around. The bomb is ticking, and the kills are flying through. There's a trade from Jame. Now it's all on Buster for him, with armor, with every hope in the world. But does a USP tap him out? There's the ding, and Buster can't convert. Glaive covered, looking away. Head hitbox hidden, and Zip provides the shot. 3 kills from him, and a lovely little retake for Astralis. A lot of it coming down to Yakinda in middle. If he gets a kill there, I don't think that's an Astralis round.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you could see how much that meant to Zonic, bro. He's pulling in a big celebration. He knows that in a round like that, in a 3-on-4, a lot of times, if that was a rifle round, you were probably just saving, mate. But you get away with that kill in middle, it reinvigorates the squad. And I love the pace on that retake, right? So many teams might have elected to hang around a bit, see if you're given a kill. VP are not going to overface there. You've got to bring the fight to them. And Astralis waste no time in doing that.
I do like this buy, though. VP, right? Bomb plant is enough temptation. And knowing you can get rifles in on a map like Dust 2, sure, the lack of util, definitely a gaping hole here. But you make up for it with firepower. AKs and Galils and headshots getting hounded here for VP. Astralis, they've got a guy in middle, needs to watch out. He's already starting to lean A, and that's the right call. VP are trying to take long later. James scouting middle still. As Yakinda owns Catwalk and VP. Is it going to be contact out long? There's only one guy on this angle, but he's got a very tight angle indeed. Zip won't be able to put up more than a kill here, and instead it's the info, and he backs out. Got to watch out for Yakinda on Cat. He's trying to sandwich them in, but he's already been dealt with, and Zip gets out scot-free. This is a beautiful start for Astralis, and they know exactly what's coming their way.
Yeah, the movement in this round, man, how they've dealt with this cat and long crunch is beautiful. You deal with the cat prong. Now you've opened up the chance to play retake. You can get these players on the cross. VP didn't have a lot of utility because of the force buy here. And so they're having to brave this crossing with just one smoke down. They will get across. Kicker, the man to make it. Trying to secure a bit of a foothold in this A site. The other two players back at long. They're hoping the bomb can get planted for these long players, and they'll come in handy later in the round. Kicker taps it. That's the Molotov to deny the bomb plant with so little time left. The fact that the bomb is now dropped out in the open is a big problem for Buster. He's providing kills, he's providing pressure, but he's got to get this bomb planted, and he's taking fights on the catwalk instead. The round falls apart for VP.
That was winnable. He killed the player in the corner. That was it. He had a chance. If only he immediately got on that bomb plant, maybe that's a VP round. Maybe they can just sit back at long, but he tries to hunt the kills. And you know Astralis are not going to give you the kills before the time expires, right? Even if one goes down, the other will be hidden. So, yeah, you know, maybe Buster's calculating in his head. Maybe the clock is different, but I don't know, man. That felt so winnable for VP. Nice try. And Astralis play it so well by taking Catwalk. They deal with Yakinda, and they just never give those long players picks. Talking of picks, James has opened up into middle. It's one way to begin a round.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's Sanji dropping this weapon over and playing P250 armor in this round.
Of course.
But look, man, this is why you give James the scouts. He's opened up for you. And now with the rest of VP leaning towards this B site, waiting in the tunnels, the question really starts to become, will this just be a follow-through into a B play?
Yeah, it's about your only hope here. And, well, Bubsky's going to put that in ruin, you would imagine. He's got nades, got Molly even, but guns out right now. There's the mid-flank kicker with a chance. Oh, he had to hit that headshot, though. Dupree swerves and does take that trade. So 4-on-4 right now. VP just getting ready to commit. Jane would give it a pick. That would be lovely. And even though he hits a scout shot, that gives time for the util to rein in on B. Keep VP out for now. And they're going to reset spawn. Maybe running B with 4 could have given them a chance at the round, but now going back elsewhere with Astralis not having rotated, it should be free. There's Zip to take down Yakinda, and at this point, maybe back to the tunnels here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you could tell that they'd read into that as an over-rotation towards B, right? Yakinda is just knife out through the long doors. I think they're hoping that all the attention, all that utility going into the tunnels is telegraphing a bit of a B stack. Couldn't be further from the truth, and now with the bomb dropped on short, it is just the cleanup for Astralis. Yeah. That round never lets... they never let that round get out of hand, rather, in spite of the opener found on the scout. And so they go 3-0 up, finding the pistol, finding the conversions as well.
Yeah, this is the scout shot that began the round, rather. James taking down Glaive. Very nice shot. If you can do more of that with the AWP, then we're in for a map here. 3-0 for Astralis, but again, leads mean nothing in a series like this. James, he has that AWP, and he's going right down mid with it. For Astralis, it's a bonus round. If they can steal this away and arm themselves with AKs, they would be more than happy. Flashing themselves through long of VP, though. 4 CTs here to fight them. They're already pushed up. Oh, Buster knows, and he hunts down Zipex in the corner. Lots of Molotovs, lots of grenades. Oh. And Astralis are about to get beaten to the punch. The hunt is in. Buster, lighting them up with a couple. And Dupree does get out alive, but Astralis are worse for wear. Down a man. VP aren't pretty either, but at least they're armed.
Yeah, if you're going to save this, you need to get a player up into the site quickly. And the emphasis is on quickly, boys. Come on! Oh,
Get on my head.
Oh my God, Dupree! Someone just do it the easy way. Finally, finally he gets up. Now it's not the end of the world because luckily enough, VP do take a while to actually get a move on. That's the key to this war machine, conserving energy, right? It's all about traveling at the optimum speed for fuel efficiency. And now they start to creep out long. Dupree doesn't really have a say in what's going on at the A bomb site. Yakindar's even late lurking up through middle. Dupree, a lot of work to do with this Galil. They've crossed up the ramp. They're going to try and swing him together by the looks of things. And Kicker absolutely blows him out the water. Virtus Pro are on to their first round here and now. And a lot of it coming off the back of Buster, who just really is keen to capitalize on how much Astralis were fighting him at long.
Yeah, they were throwing all these grenades, and, you know, as he clears Zip in that close blue corner, I thought Astralis would try and trade the kill, or at least be aware that maybe they would get hunted as a guy out. But no, yeah, he's able to get double entry, do a lot of damage, and then VP just slow it down on long, as so many teams do on this T side. They're just trying to save. At the last possible second, they're going to walk in and do everything they can to deny this gun. It's not looking good for Magis, got to say. There's the molly, and bye. No smoke for it, no chance, no hope in hell. VP on the board, and Astralis getting burnt to death. They've still got a bit of money. They should certainly buy up here. Get some guns, even have an AWP as well. It'll just be one player who's got problems. And let's just, why are we
I don't want to relive this moment, bro. This isn't what I want to remember.
Oh, feels like every, you know, we're getting the MM game in this series, Harry. We got that truck plant in the first map. Now we're getting people failing the cat boost. Double AWP for Astralis. They put it over the rifles. Does leave them lacking on 2, but you can win a round like this for sure.
Yeah, a lot of it is hinging on this fight, though. If this fight goes in favor of VP, they just win the round on the back of it. So Magisk, really a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He doesn't know it yet, but in a moment's time, he's about to be made aware of what lurks back in these tunnels. Oh, Magisk, there's the swing.
No.
Lots of bodies coming his way. And while he does take one to the grave with him, that is the extent of the B-hole. Now the rotation's coming in. One man already out into the site. Glaive up in the window. Only armed with this Deagle. Can't have a say on what's going on. He's Molotov'd out of position. Astralis, they might just have to save here. As mentioned, Magisk really had to get away with a couple of kills on that AWP hold.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get mad for one kill there, but yeah, the first shot has to hit if you want more than one. There are definitely rounds that can work. We saw Twist from the other side of the tunnels pull an ace on a similar round in this tournament. But yeah, without that first shot connecting, VP win the round, and there's no kit for the retake. So sometimes that hurts. But not VP. They're going to start building a bank. They're building T-side rounds. And that's really not what Astralis wanted, because they would love to have, you know, either win that round and get their money back on track, or lose it, just take their quick ecos, and then have gun rounds ASAP. Instead, they're stuck in this weird middle spot where, you know, you're saving SMGs now, you're building a bit of your residual cash, but you don't want to give Magisk a gun here. You don't want to waste any more of your money.
Yeah.
And so VP have more chances to build into this half after rule.
Oh, there's quite a bit of reinvestment. They are looking like they're going to throw a lot into this round. And Cool Attack pausing to supplement the investment.
That's Astralis is saying, we want to win this round right now. We don't want to, you know, they realize the money is not in a good standing. Bubsy's given Magisk a dig, and now they've bought to win. Jiska's got a kit as well, something they didn't have for that retake. And so, yeah, this is now a very important round for Astralis. And considering VP didn't see the majority of Astralis that round anyway, they don't really care what's being brought in terms of weaponry. They know anything could be here. And so play it like it's a normal round for VP.
I am curious if they're going to anticipate this little double AWP, right? Maybe. Like they never really knew about...
Magisk with an AWP, so that makes you question it, maybe. It's like the third choice as far as what we've seen from this team and how they've been divvying up the AWPs.
Well, VP a little faster on the mid control in this round. They are running up Cat, and they're here very, very quick. Zip, while he's gotten across, he might be in hot water, and there he is, opened up onto. Magiska's got no choice but to fight. Now they run into Dupree's Orb, but they're going to start to turn back, and this is because they deal with the players in middle. Fast flanking Catwalk. Astralis try to use momentum, and Shame will snuff out the last light, the last gleam of hope in that round. The AWP gone. Virtus Pro tie this game up at 3-3. I love the awareness, right? We haven't really seen like a go at a fast flank out of Astralis yet. They throw it in that round there, and VP, not only are they ready for it, but it ends up being the catalyst as to why they closed that round out.
Yeah, if they were forced into Dupree there, if they weren't given those picks, they may have just run into the slaughter. Oh, nice try anyway for Astralis with what was inevitably a broken buy. VP even things up. Fast out long for Sanji. You know what's funny about that round is if Astralis went for the Cat boost, they would have had that early info. They would have had that early control. But we know how the Cat boost has gone for them. Two players tried to take it late instead. Astralis, they've taken some mid control here. VP out long never means a commitment here, never confirms it. But with no one else back in B, back in spawn, it certainly looks to be this long cross. The double smokes are in. VP are going to get into the site for free. It's what's in the site that might be expensive.
Oh, look at Bubsky waiting here. Oh, no, firing off. Now they know about him. No more element of surprise. Yeah, this round, you know, any chance of finding damage really did hinge on Bubsky's position, getting away with something. Because now you're forced into a retake with just pistols. You really are just looking to strip some guns away if you can. VP up in the lead at 4-3. And already a kind of more commanding looking T-side out of them, right? Back on overpass, there were times where things started to look a little bit scared out of VP. You know, their style is one, as we say, that's pretty slow, pretty methodical anyway, so it feels like it's kind of hard to know when they're in their heads. But even thinking back to like the closing segments of OT, right? They were very, very passive a lot of the time. They weren't taking some of the same risks that they were willing to take before. Well, here on Dust, new map, new setting, and VP are looking fired up.
Yeah, I think that does make a big difference, right? If we think about how Astralis managed to 10-5 the CT side of Overpass, so many of those rounds, as they did for VP CT, come down to reads, right? Like good stacks, keeping your triple Bs until late in the round despite getting A fights early. And, you know, on a map like Dust 2, yeah, you can make reads, but they're going to be far less impactful just because of the fact that not only can you rotate so quickly, but yeah, it's never confirmed. Losing long doesn't mean it's A. It might just be VP toying with you. Losing Cat doesn't mean they're committing. They can drop back into a mid to B. So you're not going to ever be rotating your anchors until you have that bomb.
Oh, the
very
timing.
close timing. Jay might still get it though. Flick won't connect. Look close. Dupree going to flash himself back in instead. There's no kit in this round for Astralis. So as we're talking about retakes, one cannot be found in this round. They've really got to stop it before it gets to that point.
Yeah, and what that means out of this B hold is you need like more than even trades, right? Yeah. And 3-on-3 will not do if that's what you leave your squad in at this B site. So that's going to put a bit more pressure on this this double AWP hold at the B side of the map.
On Cat as well, first contact is Glaive. Oh, Bubsky fell. I would love to see him stay there because with this AWP, it would easily be able to take first contact. They'll never be checking for Bubsky there. They might even drop back and Bubsky can re-aggress. Instead, he's gone down into middle, and that may not be a bad call indeed, as VP could drop into one of these mid to Bs. But here comes some lineups.
Yeah, these are just the standard Catwalk smokes to try and get you out. And Virtus Pro, man, this is just the A commitment. In they come. There's Glaive's AWP. Good for the first. And now fighting even further is Glaive. It gives Bubsky a bit more room, a bit more of an element of surprise again. This 1-2 punch in the A bomb site staggers VP for a moment. Can they dust themselves off? Can they pick themselves up? Buster not able to get these entries. Kicker, while he has tapped out one, he's got to create a lot more room. And with very little time to play with, the options, the opportunities, they're starting to elude Virtus Pro. That bomb plant gonna come in with seconds to spare. Left in a 2 versus 4. The bomb is planted for short. So it's all set up for Jane to close the round out. Okay. However, he's bested by Glaive's AWP. He's had a pretty quiet game so far as Glaive, but in the right place at the right time with the big green gun, you'll see through a 4th round for the Danes.
Yeah, lovely little shots. The no scope to close as well. And you got to wonder if like Bubsky's making his own calls there, or if he's being micromanaged, but his positioning is great in that round, right? He starts cat in a double setup. I think Glaive tells him to drop when he has the angle with the orb. And then Bubsky, sets up for a mid to B. VP are looking like they're going for it. And then right as they set back up for this cat execute, Bubsky's already up on default there with the opening kill. So he's all over the place, man. He's in the right spots, the spots that Astralis need him. And so, credit to him or credit to Glaive, whoever's moving the pieces round on this chessboard. 4-4. And a must-win round for Astralis has kept their economy above water. VPs is yet to be submerged either. James still got his AWPs. And we're getting a competitive game out of the gate, Harry. That's a little more reassuring. Last time around, it was a very slow start for VP, not just in their finding their opening round at 6-0 down, but even in the first half. It was 12-5 before VP came alive and drew us back to OT.
One of the things that that we're kind of noticing, and this is something that's been spoke about in these interviews as well with Astralis, is how they say, like kind of anyone's AWPing right now based on feeling. Largely has been Glaive in like a primary AWP role, but this round is a good example of that, right? Bubsky had a spawn. He's been tossed the AWP in the early stages of the round. Yakinda, they don't know about him. How's he going away with a double kill? He runs right by Astralis. No one sees him. Yakinda, like a ghost, like an apparition, has just appeared from pit and has taken the round away. Now with long taken, this becomes a mind game. It grinds to a halt. VP up in a 4-on-3. They wait with pit control in the bank, and now they wait to see if Astralis throw any more their way.
Smoke's out. Glaive goes for a peek, but again, is it that ruse? It's only one smoke for VP. They're playing with their food. A re-smoke. And Glaive back again to the angle. But do you really want to go wide? When he has taken these fights to Jame posted up, he's often been the bearer of bad news here for Astralis, and they can't afford to lose another man. Backing up. And thinking maybe it's all too good to be true. It is not. Here come Virtus Pro.
Yeah, there's only one smoke left on Jame. That's gone in now. But look, you can see there are tiny gaps on this, and there will be one on the other side as well. This gives the AWPs a chance to fight on the cross, and there is a kill coming in on the back of it. Will that matter? Will that be the straw that breaks the camel's back? Losing a man on the cross. Astralis don't look committed to this. They don't look interested in attempting this round. A bomb plant's coming in. Astralis have backed the player off in towards B. That's Magisk. And it might just be the save in spite of a 3-on-3.
I think they're going for it. Magisk was just anchoring B because they hadn't
just
seen the
in
bomb
case.
cross. Just in case. You never know what VP are up to. So here now with the kid on Bubsky, they're moving in. Bubsky's on Cat. Glaive's moved out from the spawn. There's no Molotov, but Enable do a little bit of trickle damage if placed well. Onto Sanji it goes. Glaive trying to cross. Jame is here to stop him. And the jump shot won't connect, but the info does. And Glaive hits the shot in the air. Magisk helps out, and now it's up to Jame. The bomb's not for him. They're already sticking in the smoke, and there's nothing Jame can do. 5 rounds for Astralis. The retake with just a few seconds remaining is picked up, and VP stalling that long take does not do them any favors.
Glaive hits us with a vintage Kukli style as well, man. The little jump up there. All right, Glaive, we see ya. That's the kill that kickstarts that entire retake, right? The guy at the back of the site is suddenly feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. James' attention is divided between watching CT and the cross, and it all falls apart on the back of that jump shot.
Yeah, safe plant as well, not what they wanted either. VP maybe upping the ante, upping the pace, and getting out long again quickly. It's going to be a man behind blue dead. Sadly denied as a kicker takes down Zip. It's at least kept things even. And okay, we're fine now for VP. We're not stressed because 4-on-4, they leave long with no more casualties, and now they can reset. Crouching through spawn, making that rotation. And leaving Jame with the AWP and CT to hold for info. Anyone wants to move out of their positions, Jame will be coming that across. Luckily, Astralis are committed right now. They're stuck in their ways, stuck in the mud, and waiting for VP to come to them.
Yeah, because Jame has this bomb, he can't sit and T-spawn all round. He's having to get a bit more mobile, moving in through mid. And it's looking like this is destined to be an A play, right? With Buster relinquishing tunnels control and Cat being a focal point for VP here, you've still got this long doors player to come in late as well. Glaive has got to hold his own, right? Gets out of there early, and that decision might keep him alive for later in the round. Will this be a bit of a situation where Glaive's decision to not fight when it was available lets him find impact in the post plant? Yakindar already dropped. Domes Glaive on that first peak, and now the attention of this long player split between two positions. Magisk will stay alive and keep the round afloat. A 3-on-3. Look at Yakindar, so low, and yet still good for the kills. 4 HP, and Yakindar has just saved the day for Virtus.pro. Never should have been this easy. I don't know how he's just gotten away with 2 waiting in the CT smoke.
Yeah, the first kill with 4 health was a bit much, but then to follow up as well, ridiculous scenes from Yakindar, and he's already hunting, he's already looking for this kill. Set up in the B tunnels, Magisk will not meet him there. And so he is going to be able to save the M4, but you won't save much dignity. You won't save much face with a round like that being won by VP. Astralis did everything they needed to keep that even, to actually set themselves up for a 3-on-3 retake. But not today. VP sneak another round past the keeper, and we're up to 5-5 again. Even Stevens, Astralis on the back foot as far as the economy is concerned.
Yeah, you know, if you want to look at this story for Yakindar so far, it had been a pretty quiet start to the map. You know, he was down, what, 0-6 heading into the round before last. Then he gets that double kill entry out through long, if you remember. That was looking like it was going to set VP up for a round. Obviously, Astralis went on to pull that retake back, but this time he stops it in his tracks. And now he's trying to take it one step further by committing fast through B out into the open. They haven't dealt with the calm player yet. The USPs are doing it. Oh my word. Virtus.pro, they might have it stolen away on a full eco. Just the rifle on Magisk, and it's looking like it's done enough. The USPs steal a round away. And as I'm singing the praise of Virtus.pro, as I'm really trying to back the squad, that is how the round falls apart.
Bobsky's a little troll, man. He bought an MP5 SD with no armor. He was just looking to make mincemeat of VP, and that's what they do. Served on the table for dinner.
What?
I don't know how they win that. That's just an absolute calamity.
Magisk gets the opener, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay, the rifle gets one, but now they're going to B, right? They're only up against pistols and an unarmored MP5. It should be fine. No.
It was not fine.
It wasn't fine, Hugo. Oh, my word.
Well, Sanji's taken a hit once again, and I presume dropped the AWP over to James. He's left with Deagle and no armor. The things you do for your leader. 6-5. A round win that will move past. And hopefully VP can do the same.
It's huge for Astralis in the grand scheme of this matchup, in the grand scheme of this first half, right? Now it's teed them up to try and at least win out the first half of play. If they win this round, they break the money of Virtus.pro, and suddenly, you know, they're springboarding themselves into the lead.
It's one of those rounds that you don't really think of. You brush it off, you wipe it away, you forget, and you move on. But when it gets to round 30, and when you start hitting the OTs, you start hitting the late game, you're wondering, man, if we won that one round, if we just closed the USPs, this could have been ours before it was all said and done. Instead, here come VP, another commitment on the catwalk. These have been good to them. They've been getting into a lot of post plants. Glaive, he's seen how far they've gotten, and they're way ahead of the mark. Nice shot from Glaive, though. Catches Yakinda going back with the rifle, and now it's a beautiful round for Astralis. A 5-on-4, a bomb going down, and a retake coming in.
Yeah, so often Yakindar have been the space creator. Well, in this round, they deal with him early, and look at the freedom Astralis are now feeling. They're running amok in this site. James trying to hold on. Good for a double, but Sanji is so far away. It's not planted for him either. It's a catwalk plant. So Sanji can't do a damn thing. Astralis, they do get round number 7 up on the board. As mentioned, breaking the money of VP. And so you're hoping, if you're an Astralis fan, that this 8-7 scoreline is like a bare minimum for them now in the first half of play.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, that was lost for Sancho. Would love to see him face, though. He has a Deagle with no armor. He literally doesn't have anything to lose. It would have been really good to see him, you know, just getting a kill, grabbing a player on the site and running away. Would have done more damage to Astralis, but it's not the end of the world. This is the eco win that Astralis just picked up. Bubsky going wild. Oh, he didn't buy it. He picked it up. My goodness. I just saw it so early.
Yeah, I mean, so I didn't see him with it in the beginning. I saw him got the USP kill. That's why I was so confused. But I thought, like, yeah, USP over MP5. I could see that.
I don't know what. That was just a mess, honestly. That
whole mess. Yeah, dude, I don't know. When Astralis get brawly, it does get exciting, right? Like, you remember when Glaive stepped away and Magis took over the IGL role? We got a more brawly Astralis, right? Yeah. We got to see a side to this team that we never really saw before. And you still get glimmers of that in these rounds where they get away with absolute murder.
Another hero gun, another hope for VP, but will Yakindas be any better than last time around? He's at least got an outlaw. Luckily enough, though, it's a position that Astralis are not considering or not trying to contain. That's a big grenade from Zip, putting Yakinda on his 40 health. And the one man with armor as well doesn't even really want to throw that over. It's weird at this point. And so that's actually, you know, the best long control Astralis have had, right? They've often been, getting battered over there. Instead, they get a lot of damage off and they concede it. Even with a flank from Bubsky, VP, they don't know it. They're locked in a cage right now. Bubsky's taking the safe route. He's going the long way round. He's checking spawn before he commits. There's nothing wrong with that, but it will delay him on a flank.
It's pretty huge, though. Dupree's cleared out tunnel as well, and so at this point, they do kind of know it's an A play, especially with utility coming in. 3 players here to hold the fort and a flank available from Bubsky. You're hoping the AKs can just deal with the job, and it's looking good. There's the openers for Magisk. Yakindar with this hero rifle has been whittled down throughout the course of the round, and 1 shot was all that was needed to deal that killing blow. 8 on the board for Astralis. That little partial investment with the hero AK brushed aside, never even breaking a sweat. So we've got the Danes roaring back to life as they approach the end of this first half.
Yeah, there needs to be, a chat here for VP, a quick talk, because they've had these rebuys round after round after round, these ecos. They've not had guns, full guns, for quite some time now. So VP, this has to be a pickup for them. This has to be a round. We know they can pull back the 12-5s. We know it's not the end of the world here and now, but you want to make something happen on the T side of this map. And James at the forefront with the orb might be the guy to do it. Again, Sanji on the back foot, on the weaker weapon. And VP a late long take this time around. Zip there on his own. And only 1 orb for Astralis as well. Oh my goodness, Dupree so close in the door. James doesn't know how close to death he really is, but up Cat instead. VP given a bit of real estate before the smokes land.
Whoa! Big from James.
1 way to open.
Yeah, crazy that he's so willing to take that engagement and he wins it over Glaive's AWP. Oh. Nice response from Dupree. And now info gained for Zip on the long side as well. Alone in this A-bomb site is Bubsky, but he's not going down without a fight. Now crossing out of there, trying to play retake, trying to stay alive. He will get across to Cat, but can he get over and out of this dangerous situation? They've thrown a smoke for him. They've let him stay over at Gandalf. Oh, this has gotten weird now. VP, they know he's there. They've got him trapped, but they can't do anything about it. They need this bomb plant as well. And with Molotovs raining in to slow it down, Virtus Pro have just got to wait.
Yeah, only 1 player spotted. Dupree's going back, though. He's trying to full flank the long side, and they bought time, as said, right? The Molotovs have given Astralis a bit more room to wait for Dupree on the late lurk. Yakinda's considering it, but timing is everything. He looks back to the site, and he moves out of harm's way. Not for long. Dupree with a spray converts the kill, and Buster's still here, trapped on the bomb site. Bubsky's about to find out, and there he goes. 9 rounds to 5. Astralis with another perfect A retake. They have been full of them on this CT side, and it feels like VP can't catch a break. We've not really seen many B attempts ever since that, that eco win with Astralis. The mid to Bs have been gone. And no matter how you sugar it up, whether you go short or long, Astralis have always been retaking this A side.
They bought an auto sniper, but I don't know if that was intentional.
On the CT side.
I saw him throw it away, so it's just in spawn. I wonder if they're going to come back to that at any point in this.
Let's hope it doesn't come back to hurt.
Yeah, hopefully not, right? Yakindar's gone for these drops into CT a lot, and so there is a world where he could recover it. It shouldn't be like a defining moment, but maybe it is.
They don't know, luckily. It's not the case where you're spamming doors with T-side autos and then the CTs are looking for them. EPA are not thinking about that. I'd love to see a mid to B here. It's what got them on the board early, some of these B rounds, when Astralis weren't, you know, as flush with cash as they are now. But there's a double setup at least here. Magisk and Dupree committed.
I mean, hey man, like if you weren't nervous before as Virtus Pro, you are now, right? Like you never want to doubt their tenacity, you never want to doubt their ability to come back. But you also got to factor in that, you know, land nerves are a thing. And at such a crucial juncture in this game, out through mid doors they go, an accidental jump for Bubsky. And that's given Yakindar a double opener. Dupree trying his best to save the day. The only guy left in the B site. Dupree, take us to safety. Oh no, instead he's sidelined by Sanji out through the doors. Dupree was the man to open this round up. And now from beyond the grave, he's got to watch as Glaive and Zip attempt to see it through to the very end.
Yeah, last of the half here, no questions about the retake, a 2-on-2, and the util already a miss. The flashes are good. Buster's blinded, but no one capitalizes on it. They're waiting for Zip to come through the tunnels. Sanji with first contact. It's not an easy shot. Glaive's gone, all onto Zip. They can double face or not face at all, and it's the VP way to make you wait and find 6 at the end of the half. VP at least showing us something here on the T side of Dust 2. Can they keep it going? Can they pull it back to Inferno as a third? Or is their story going to come to a close? You'll have to stick with us to the bitter end.
I believe the sniper is a role that enemies should be afraid of. Like, for example, enemies are saying like, hey, jam peaks here or here, be careful. And then when you're going against Astralis, you know that they don't have the main upper and some of the peaks they don't do, and it just opens up space for your team. And we played against them in Katowice quarterfinals as well, so we're pretty confident.
Usually, the return to this second half of play on the second map would be accustomed by the screams of adoring fans watching as these two teams take each other on. We might not have the crowd, but with LAN games in sight, with a semi-final on the horizon for one of these teams, the pressure is just as high as ever. A second half about to begin. Astralis up in the lead at 9-6. Virtus.pro managing one more before that first half ended. Is that enough to make a difference? Now moving in to this second half of play.
Oh, that's one way to start it. Look at the kills. They're flying through. Everyone getting dropped. The only thing surviving for Astralis is the utility. So at least some semblance of a game plan can be kept in shape here. But Yakinda wants to bend it out of shape. He's already pushed through B. He's in the spawn. And the longer Astralis take to commit, the closer this flank will find itself. Back they go, regrouping. And here's where the spot comes in. Yakinda, oh dear, it should be a freebie. He's whiffed some shots at least. Gonna have to get out alive. But, oh, Buster will make up for it with a quick tap up top mid. Now an Imagisk. And yeah, I'm not thinking of this round like it's any longer winnable for Astralis. Just about saving face. Whatever they had to show us here, deny.
What if Alex and Chad had said that during the famous Cadian moment, right? What if, you know, you're meant to be picking this up, Hugo. You're meant to be getting me excited. Look, 1v5 for Magisk all the way through T-spawn. I've already built this up now.
Maybe it's the realist in me, Harry. Maybe
it is the realist.
Maybe you're right, and I look like a fool. Let's find out. Do you remember that 1-on-5 from Magisk?
Oh, man, I think I remember it. Let's see. Magisk, dead. Shot in the side of the head. Virtus.pro, 7 to their name. And as much as we try to will it into existence, it's not happening. It is an incredibly dominant pistol round out of VP. And in the longevity of this series and getting even more of a belter, I'm not too dismayed with that.
No, nothing wrong. And, you know, sometimes reality comes crumbling down upon you, but you just got to make do with it. You got to brush it off, pick yourself up, and force buy. Astralis coming in with Deagles as VP control the economy. Got the scout down middle, but the rest of Astralis, most of which are heading B-ward bound. Bubsky holding for B aggro, leaves him here later in the round, and if Astralis want, they can come back to him. He can throw a door smoke and they can recommit into this site. Certainly might be the play here in this one. You know that the numbers are going to be weaker on B than anywhere else. James pushed back off of Catwalk by the scout, and Glaive, can he finish it? Can he follow up? No. James did have cover. The nade almost ended his round, in fact, and now Astralis creep out mid, but the timing could elude them.
Yeah, Buster has just moved in, dropping this smoke. They've already gone through it, but he's still good for that opening kill. And that's going to deter Astralis from committing to this mid to B play. At this point, man, everything you've tried has kind of been uprooted, right? You tried looking for that opener on Cat, you got forced away. You tried going mid to B. Well, now you've lost a player there as well. The round's grinded to a bit of an awkward halt for the Danes, and they're holding on, hoping that Virtus.pro are going to overextend. They're going to give something up here. You know VP like we know VP. That ain't going to happen anytime soon. They're just hiding, waiting for Astralis to make a move, and now we finally get this real mid-to-B commitment out of Astralis. They're up through mid, Kicker runs through the Molotov and blindsides the mid play, still cancelled out by Zip, but it's a nice clean round for Virtus.pro. The response was good. They pieced together what was going on there before it even came through for Astralis. They had everyone in position to shut down that mid to B.
Yeah, it may have been a man down, but like the timings of that push were really, really good. Like Astralis knew what they were doing. It really is just thrown into disarray by Kicker coming through the smoke. If he doesn't do that, I think that goes a lot worse for VP probably. And those mid players can, you know, catch VP while they're stopping the tunnels push. Instead, it's a perfect round, and VP are more than happy with that. James got a Nova. Yes, bit of money to be made. $900 ahead. The bounty's out. And James wants his piece.
Yeah, all right, James. All right, it's unorthodox, but let's see if he can get any kills with it. There is someone coming his way. Whomp, there it is. The Nova ringing out with a kill, and now he's hungry for even more. Another $900 paycheck, here it is. James, get your stimmy, baby. Come on. Here he is with the push. Oh, no, he's dead to Glaive. The Nova betrays him.
Don't get too close. That's what VP is saying now. Don't get too close. Keep your distance. You can't win. We'll take these fights.
Oh, Glaive, yeah, it was only a matter of time. So there's Virtus Pro tying this game up after all, 9-9, and that 1 kill for Jay means he's flushed with money. He's going to bring the AWP out right away.
Yeah.
No issues there.
So, Harry, when we went into this game, we said, okay, Astralis, they're going into one of VP's most played maps, a map that Astralis in recent times haven't played too much. What have they got to show us? What have these T-sides got in store? At 12-5, they could only just close out their last map in OT. Right here and now, it's even Stevens. It's up for the taking for Virtus Pro. Astralis need a banging rifle round out of the gate.
Yeah, you really want to hit the ground running here, right? You want to start to take matters kind of back into your own hands. You want to start to make VP feel like they're at the mercy of your T side. You don't want them any more confident than this. The barrel. Glaive, he's got the info. Oh, James, stop it. Stop it, you saucy little minx. He's showing a little bit in middle, but nothing too much. Now backing out of there. Just a little teaser to Glaive.
Oh, no. And Astralis, in doing this, they leave B. They're like, don't peek lower. James holding you. And that spot has now been taken by Buster. Glaive jumping out of the sight of Yakinda down in middle. He does have that secondary AWP. He is tagged up. Now Astralis getting ready to go long. VP, it's as clear as day. There is no question about it. 5 players in the long position. If anyone goes back, Buster is there to deny. But in the meantime, this double orb is inside of the site. Yakinda from B has been boosted in with Jame. What could possibly go wrong for VP now?
Yeah, they are so ready for this play. Astralis, you are walking in to certain death. All players here for VP, even Buster moving in from lower tunnels. They know what's happening. They know what's coming their way. Astralis try to get past. The smokes are now fading as well. They try to spill into the site. Jane with his AWP on short hasn't been given an angle yet. There is still this player tucked at Gandalf. The molly is wasting precious time. They can't get this bomb planted. They can't get the bomb planted. And Virtus Pro have won it on the time alone. It eludes Astralis. VP up in the lead, and it's not often that the Danes run out of time. It's not often that rounds fall apart like that. And maybe that's a sign of the times, as now VP springboard themselves into the lead.
That's the AWPer's dream, man. Jame holds that Molotov all round. He's just scoped up lower. He doesn't need to use it, and it comes in with 10 seconds remaining. Magist couldn't do anything. If he gets on the bomb plant there, he will die during the animation. His team suddenly go wild, right? They start hunting kills down. They get 3 out of 5. They do a good job with only 10 seconds warning, but it's not enough. VP are never going to throw that away. They're never going to give you 5 kills in 5 seconds. And so they steal it right under the nose of Astralis. Oh, that's going to hurt. Forced to save guns they didn't want to as well. It's going to limit the util. No loss bonus for Astralis. Just keep what you had and take nothing extra. Dupree's bought an AK. Everyone else is armed. And this is going to be the weirdest T-side rifle round you're going to see in a while. Look at the utility. It's on Zip of all people. And nothing else. VP are laughing all the way to the bank, and this boost up Cat again. The flash at least gets it off. Astralis doing their best to avoid a disaster for now.
Yeah, once again, early set towards short. And maybe looking to explode long into an A split are Astralis. This is, you know, not anything crazy complex from the Danes. Sometimes going back to basics is what's needed to find success. So they take this long control. They're pressuring the players in the site. Sanji, not letting these guys out of Cat, has just given a lot of room over to Virtus Pro. Look at this now. It went from only 2 bodies in this site to suddenly everyone's here, and they're all chipping in. Jame with a late trade. The bomb out at long, but it is just Jame left. He's got it down. down to a 1v1 on both sides. And now playing around this bomb with Glaive left to beat. It's a clash of AWPers, a clash of legends. And James is the man to put 11 on the board for VP. Oh, unreal from that AWP on the CT side.
They were just about to clear him at car, and then that flash comes out. Sanji swings wide. It somehow favors Astralis. They win the trade game on long, considering Sanji opened up, but James had to be cleared, and Dupree couldn't do it. Too flashed out. If he does, that round's theirs. Instead, look at the result. James kills everyone. Audacious. He sat on top of the bomb in that 1v1 as well. He didn't hide. He didn't give it away. And VP are trying to steal this series back from the brink of defeat, from Astralis in control. Although, anything but free. Look at the speed. They've upped the pace. They've grabbed a gun, and they're committing into the A site.
Oh, yeah, but on this cross, we've seen VP devastate the Astralis forces before. This time, with the smoke down, they are able to get that bomb into the site. And with the bomb now planted, a chance in the 5-on-4. The retake through CT starts to get awkward. Yakinda opens up other avenues up on the short side. You've got to deal with Yakinda because he's taking everybody out of the round one at a time. 3 for him. And now Virtus Pro is spurred on. Up they come. Buster with the kill to Bobski. Zips to Eagle. While it's good for the first, that's the extent of it. And a huge round out of Yakinda puts VP up onto 12.
This game is still going, and VP are not letting go. They are not giving Astralis the room back into this T side, and I can't say I don't love it. Insane play from Yakinda. Just runs through the mid doors, and every wave of Astralis is unable to put a stop.
And coming into this, I was worried about Dust 2. I'm always concerned about Dust 2 when it's your pick in a series. It can feel like such an uncertain map, especially when you're up against, as mentioned, the battle-hardened VP here, right?
Back to basics, Harry. Maybe more of a B round here for Astralis. It's the one site they've not shown much love to on the T side. James again, just back to his usual tricks on Catwalk. He won't be there for long, right? That's standard. You're expecting that every round for Astralis, but Buster yoinking a kill out of middle with only a pixel of position. He's going to steal Dupree's life. 12-9, a man up. Money on the line here for Astralis. It's all falling apart.
I would love to know how that peak looked to Dupree. I don't think he ever even knew he was open to the AWP in mid. I was watching Buster's POV and I barely even saw it. Oh, that's brutal. A man down and a huge player to lose early. Dupree knocked out. Astralis, where do the answers lie? Where can you find these openers? Short side, maybe. Magisk versus Kicker.
Oh, I don't think Magisk spotted him. Kicker knows.
Kicker is more than aware that there was a guy here on Cat. And now he's been even more aware that he's hit this timing. Blindsiding Magisk, who was never ready for a close swing. Glaive was attempting a trade here. But already the short player's gone back. It feels like you're fighting against your own shadow, man. They're just disappearing and reappearing elsewhere. Oh, Glaive out through the short side, does have James to beat, and this is a fight that James has been good in time and time again. The fact that Zip has knocked him out has maybe given them a chance after all. Huge from Zipnix on this long flank. Astralis have still got fight in them yet. A 3-on-2 with the bomb down, and Yakinda and Buster, this was never a situation they even envisioned.
And they're giving it up. Oh my goodness. What a round to sneak past the keeper. Where did that come from? Zip's long lug was perfectly timed, but in tandem with him getting a double there is Glaive even winning a fight on the AWP. And so despite Dupree dead in middle, despite the strong start for Virtus Pro, it all comes crumbling down. And Astralis hold on. That was the round that really, in my head, would have almost sealed the deal for VP, right? Astralis losing all their money, down 13-9. It would be reliant on one more rifle round. Now Astralis have given themselves a second life. Double digits. And all up in the air now. Everyone goes quiet. There's the shot that started it all.
Just unreal, man. Really really, like, all things considered, the fact that this was a 3-on-5 is remarkable that Astralis pick it up. And it is in no small part because of Zip's long flank, right? I think if James is still posted on that angle, Glaive is never even given a chance to take those fights in CT.
You can definitely see dupreeh, like, it's getting to him as well. He's the bottom performer in his team right now, second in the server. He was him getting picked in middle without the info as well. He's been, you know, dying a lot first. It's not fun for dupreeh right now. Just got to keep your head in the game. When you die like that, you go down 3v5. You know, he's sitting there probably thinking the round's over, and Astralis pull it back. They win it. So that's got to be motivation in and of itself. 12-10. Now it's VP's money drawn into question. They'd love to answer the call with a win here. And maybe the cap boost, maybe it will finally be time to show it. James been doing it round after round, and he's been flashed off every time, but not today. Bubsky, no flash for him. His team out long, and he's dead first.
This doesn't leave you with a lot to fall back on either if you're Astralis. Right now that you've lost this tunnels control, it's given room to VP. Look at them. They've taken all this control away over towards the B site, and so they know this is destined to be an A play. Already, oh my God, James just flashed. No one peeks on the back of it. Maybe just an info flash. No one fires off, so they're not ready for these close peeks. Magisk with a double. Yakinda holding onto the site. Won't give them an inch. And with James still covering from Cat, Glaive is pincered in a rough spot. He's got to flush out Yakinda, and they can't seem to deal with this pest in the A-bomb site. Zip with the flick, and still Yakinda being a nuisance. Oh, Zip with the turn. AWP fighting back in, and it's a 1v1 again. James versus Glaive. Clash of the big brains, clash of the titans, and James is calling Glaive's bluff. He knows he's trapped, and Glaive will nail the shot. No accounting for that if you're James. No accounting for that quick flick out of Glaive. Astralis get onto 11, and Zip has just had round of life when it matters most.
That flick on the first long play, I don't know how he does it. The contact long play is a beautiful call for Astralis, but Zip makes magic happen. We've now seen 5 players on Astralis all in this series already, and we are not done, ladies and gentlemen. We are nowhere near done. 11-12, and a round snuck right through the legs of VP. Nutmegged. Not happy about that one.
And look at what it's done to them. They're on an eco, Hugo. Yeah. This is the path back to equalizing this game for Astralis.
I'm just still shocked that Glaive, when he made that play, he dropped off, he ran CT, he walked back. James heard that. It was a fake. It was by design. James, huge brain on the shoulders, doesn't fall for it, but still Glaive hits the shot. What an in-game leader. And here we go. This is where it all starts to fall apart. This is where pretty for VP turns ugly very quickly. Astralis may have won a USP round. VP are not going to be as fortunate.
Yeah, right. They're all just on the wrong side of the map. They took a heavy gamble towards A, and it's not paid off for them. The bomb's all the way back in T-spawn. That's not a problem for Astralis. If anything, it's quite nice. It's given them a bit of time to figure out what's going on in this round. And now as they set up into B, they've got a free bomb site, a free bomb plant. 12-12 is as good as done.
My goodness. This game is providing, Harry. It was a bit quiet at the start of Dust 2. It was a bit back and forth, but now it's up in the air. No one in control of this one. But Astralis feeling the burn maybe that little bit more. They've got a map in their pocket. They've got some of the pressure alleviated. And Zip is having a field day on this anti-eco. 2 kills already. The spam through the door will do some damage. And VP aren't getting out here with even a player. I'll buy a ticket. It's all too familiar territory. 5 alive, and Astralis, they deal with that eco. But it was all the means to an end for a VP. It was all the wait for this buy round. And it's unfortunate. The VP are not going to be having an AWP unless Yakinda glass rifles, and of course he will.
Yeah, man. What James wants, James gets.
I was about to say, like, yeah, Sanji doing it, sure. Yeah, Buster doing it, sure. Yakinda's top in the team, second in the server, and he has no armor behind his rifle now. Well, the faith in James is there.
It is a lot of faith, right? A lot of faith in James, and we need to see why that's the case, right? If there ever was a time for James to give us a round. It's in this one where they've sacrificed armor on Yakindar, but a fast mid to B getting dealt by Astralis. One player in this B site is the armorless Yakindar. This is it. This is all your chickens coming home to roost. He needs to make a play, and aim punched out of the round. Zip's gonna get him. A 4-on-3, and the B site stripped away from Virtus Pro. They're saving. They're not attempting this one. Astralis are back in the lead.
Oh my goodness, and they know that better than most. They know that better than anyone right now. VP are not even considering this one. Safe plant even. Astralis, they make sure that nothing goes bad here. They keep their eyes on the prize just in case VP want to slip in last second, but that's not the case. And soon the penny drops. 13-12. And VP not in a pretty position right now. Not in an enviable one either.
It's unreal, right? Like we talk about Landos, we talk about Jit as well. In this head-to-head, you look at the names on Astralis, you look at the legacy that these guys have. On LAN is where they do their best work. And I think no one is exemplifying that more in these last few rounds than Xyp9x. He definitely deserves a lot of praise as to the reason that Astralis are even in this position. It was him with back-to-back 2Ks to put a stop to this run from Virtus Pro, and now Astralis are in the lead. Now the scales have tipped yet again in this series, and it's the Danes up in the front. Virtus Pro, while they've got an investment looming, while they've got guns ready to come in, you are now at the mercy of this CT economy. We know how punishing it can be, and the fact that it could be the undoing of Virtus Pro on Dust 2. Ooh, the pressure, it's immense.
Yeah.
You know, it is immense. This next rifle round matters so much.
Yeah, you talk about undoing. I mean, it was Astralis as a roster that's been undone in the past 12 months and was even looking to be so in the future. Questions on where these players are going. Will they remain? Will they even play pro? We'll have to find out. Right now, if Astralis can do this, if they can steal a semi-final spot, if they can maybe take a victory at IEM Cologne, that would be quite a statement and quite a lot of reinvigoration into a roster that we felt was on the decline. Well, now they're on the up and up. LAN is back, and so are the Danes. Got that orb swap. Magis taking it now, not Zip. And so VP sit back with 2 in B. Again, Astralis, they seem to feel this is the solution, the way to get the rounds on the board. Kicker and Buster ready and waiting through the smoke, and the entry's in, but Kicker blinded, provides a double. Can he get his util out in time? Just throwing what he can into the sky and climbing up above. He's dropped by Glaive. Now Astralis own the bomb site, but there is no way you save here if you're VP. You are giving it every go.
Yeah, James mollied out. His orb can't really find anything yet, but they are boosting him over this smoke. Looking in this little pixel gap. Yakindar's the Eagle strips Magisk from the round. Glaive and Zip, this little duo, the two that took time away from Astralis, have now got to put the hours in when it matters most. Back against the wall, a man down, going back, the flash is good, Xyp9x with the first, and still eager for more. Glaive alongside him, miss spray, it's Zip to do it, 1v1, and Jame, the last man, elusive as ever, up on top, nails the no-scope, but there's no time for the defuse. Zip has done it, the clock is enough. All the kills for Virtus Pro, but none of the glory, none of the rounds. 14 on the board for Astralis, and they're on their way to potentially 2-0ing this series.
Wow, yeah, G2 waiting in that semi-final right now and probably a little bit worried as well. We're getting a great game out of Astralis. These B rounds, these executes late have been incredible.
And it's another win from Xyp9x, man. There's no stopping him. All of these T-side rounds as of late coming off the back of this guy.
Yeah, and James is a guy you rely on in the clutch, right? There's a reason we see him so late in every single round. He's a guy picking up these ones for VP. Now, that's twice now. That's in the 1v1v Glaive down in Elevator. That Glaive hits the headshot. And right there, James gets the kill, but it doesn't matter. He looks to open instead. Dropped off with a boost and a missed shot from James. It's uncharacteristic. The pressure may be getting to him. Astralis on the up and about to close.
Glaive tagged Yakindar crossing B, and he is the only player in this B site again.
No armor last time, no health this time, and no breaks being caught by VP.
They might feel the need to rotate players over. This puts Sanji in a dangerous spot. Could have been the opener for Dupree, but instead, he does see that fight through. Now you've got support for your Kindar in B, and Astralis know this as well. They're no longer looking to commit to this B site. The plan is back up in the air.
Yeah, and if anything, it's a bit ruined. Where do you go? And when? A lot to clear, and flashes give away exactly what you have in your mind. So Glaive tries to take drive fight. He jumps the corner. Buster's back on car with his AWP. He's not the only one. James and Goose got to get past double snipers, and Glaive, not usually an AWPer. Is he up for the job?
Oh, yes, he is. Nails the opener. As you say, more where that came from. Up in the site. Now they know about James. Flashing him off the angle. The bomb is dropped on the long side. Time is the problem. And James, as we say, the time lord in this A bomb site, is trying and denying the round to Astralis. Even though he's taking fights, it's unwinnable for the Danes. 13 for Virtus Pro, and maybe, just maybe, this game has still got some legs on it yet.
Yeah, I mean, your guess is as good as mine at this point. VP, never a team to give up or go down without a fight. If you watched Overpass, you'll remember that. Astralis, do they feel the burn yet? They've got the money at least. That was the problem last time when they hit 15, where they couldn't close in regulation. It came down to economy, a lot of it. Had some Galil rounds, had some pistols. That's not been the case. Astralis have been the ones controlling the money in this half, keeping VP on the back foot. That's a huge rifle round win from James and co. You can staying alive. Especially after Glaive finding those openers with the AWP. Really seeing him coming into his own with the AWP. And I love how fluid it is on Astralis right now. Everyone's getting rounds with it, right? We've had everyone providing. Zip got that massive 3-piece on the long A. And so, yeah, give it to whoever wants it really at this point. Glaive's back in with a rifle. He's not got armor. I hope he remembers. I hope he realizes. Doesn't look like he has.
This to me. Don't do this to me in round 28, Glaive. Come on.
Uh-oh. See, it's hard to quantify the effect this has, but it does have an effect.
Yeah, well, you know, we'll see, right? If the round ended up getting undone because of aim punch, because there's something wild going on, you'll know about it. Stack it up outside of B. Again, the call for Astralis. These B plays, they've created a lot of opportunities for the Danes, but will they look to follow through? Or is this just a little fake in the opening segments of the round? Bit of utility going in, keeping these B players on their toes. Cat control taken, so a bit of a standard default here from Astralis. The only thing they're lacking is long control. It's for that reason that I don't envision this goes back to A, right? I'm guessing that this is an A fake into the B split, and that is exactly what this is looking like right now. You've got utility on Buster and your Kindar, 2 smokes to slow down this B play.
Yeah, they're trying to force the nades out now. There's Buster climbing up and over with his smoke down. Kicken's actually opened up. He's dropped the mid to B. He blocked the smoke. Glaive didn't have open season, and it's an absolute slaughter inside of the B site. Magis trying to save the day. He's grabbed a couple of kills, and the CTs aren't here yet. They're caught off by the smokes, by the molly landing in the window. Astralis, this round looked as good as done. But now suddenly I'm believing all over again.
Especially with guys like Zip still alive. Oh, it's into a 2-on-2. This was a 2-on-5, by the way. Zip Nix trapped in a corner. Sanji is right behind him. And even though Magisk is trying to watch for this, it's still the kill coming in for Virtus Pro. Team Ace as everyone pulls their weight. A damn good try from Magisk and Zip. You couldn't have asked for more out of them, but it's not enough. VP, 14 to their name. Oh, and the money, it's so awkward for Astralis. They can put up another buy, but it's going to leave them wanting if it slips away.
I mean, we didn't see Glaive's fight in middle. He died to Kicker coming through CT, blocking the smoke. But if anything, him not buying armor gives him an AK with nades this round. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, there are benefits. I guess that's lucky, but at the same time, you're not exactly feeling lucky to be in this position. 14-14, there's an opportunity. You've just got to make the most of it. Guns getting bought up. Astralis spreading the economy thinly. VP in control. Not feeling the burn anymore, huh? Last time, at least, Astralis had 15. They had that, you know, little safety net of overtime to fall back on if things went bad. They don't have this this time around. Inferno is just merely 2 rounds away, 2 Virtus Pro rounds away. Is that going to be the case?
I mean, when you've got Zip almost 30 kills deep, you got the rest of the gang all around him starting to find their footing. It feels almost very somber that 10 kills could make all the difference in this game. Magisk with the opener, and a huge one to find at that. Look at this, fast up short. I don't know how James has been able to stay alive, but he survived the drop into CT. And look at Yakinda, fast up the short side. It's given over a kill. Glaive has just missed the timing onto Buster, but right now they're concerned with getting the bomb planted, and that alone I'll get it down. Molly's a little late to do too much damage. Bubsky's out of there, high and dry, all good. Jame on the long side deletes Magisk, and it's another one of these 2v2 retakes, this time in the A-bomb site. Bubsky and Glaive, the two to try and keep Astralis in this, and just Jame left to beat. He might be conceding. Jame might be running for the hills, giving 15 over to Astralis.
He did what he could, but he worked it out. That was not winnable. That was not easy. Astralis, it got scary, right? That was a safe plant. They were limited in where they could go, but with James splitting up and that info being gained by Magisk, they're able to take a 2v1. And that puts them in the lead. That puts them on map point, series point, semi-final point here. 15-14. Certainly not done. Bizonic wants to make it so, and VP don't have the money to consider a full buy here. They're just throwing whatever they can at the wall, seeing what sticks, hoping Jame can carry them through with the AWP. But in terms of Jame closing rounds in this map, he has had trouble. He's had huge impact. He's up top of the server right now, but it certainly doesn't matter when Astralis are winning every single 1v1.
The VP style, cold, calculating, merciless, and it needs to be all those things and more. Now more so than ever. And a missed utility out here at long, and Zip is looking worse for wear. He's mollied out into the open, in part his own doing. And down now, and over here in mid, Dupree, who's had a quiet game, has reclaimed the 4-on-4. And in this B site, Buster is alone. He's taking control of the tunnels. He's grabbed an AK, and Buster steals the round from Astralis. Just Bubsky. Overtime is on the horizon, and all of it has come off the back of Buster's B-hold. Bubsky, what can you do? Can you rid us of this man in the tunnels who has stolen the game from your teammates? First kill found for Bubsky. Now a chance at a 1v2. A big T-spawn wrap, and Bubsky runs right into Jame. It's another overtime. We wouldn't have it any other way. You know the drill. Overtime coming up in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live. We own it, cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it, it's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
We are here in the city of the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and right now there's got to be one long-haired, AWP-saving, water-walking man who can get us over the line. It's James time over on VP. Unable to win his 1v1s, but Buster and his team come through to close it out and bring us to extra time. VP, with almost nothing to play with in round 30, have held on. They weren't able to close OT last map on Overpass, but here on Dust 2, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, Jamesus and his merry disciples trying to make this a very good Friday indeed. And well, Dupree over here for the Astralis T side is not wasting any time getting stuck in over at long. A big fight underway. Someone's got to take something, and eventually Kicker will. A man advantage for Virtus Pro to begin overtime. And now we need heroes to emerge. Instead, the problem is dug deeper for Astralis. With Zip falling over in middle, you are immediately relinquished to this tiny bit of map control at long and a 3-on-5.
Yeah, it's a perfect beginning for Virtus Pro. But can they keep it clean? Aggression in B, absolutely no fear for Yakinda. They've been doing this all half, though. This has been VP CT side through and through, just taking the tunnels and coming in on flanks or getting up the catwalk very quick to retake. So this is no news to Astralis. If they double back, they'll see it. Clave, oh dear, he's going back, but he's not committing to spawn, and that's where Yakinda is, pistol out, running amok. Glaive is missing this timing, but if Yakinda keeps running, oh, he stops. And Glaive now does not have that info. This is a free kill for Yakinda. Oh, he takes it in the end. Looked a bit scary with the first few shots, and now Astralis know they're walking into a stack. They've got to fight their way through.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. You just got to admit, like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys here. It's not likely, but we've got to do our best, and their best is not good enough. The double orbs tear through Astralis. Virtus Pro take the first round in OT. And if that's a sign of things to come, maybe Inferno is on the horizon. That was brutal. The opener for Kicker, extended by Yakinda, who then went on a tear of his own, wrapping all the way through T-Spawn. It's a much more confident-looking VP. And, you know, Yakinda might have said in that interview, our style doesn't need us to be mega confident, right? It's all about a numbers game. But when he, in particular, is feeling that confidence, feeling the ability to take map control in a fashion that we just saw, that is when Virtus Pro look their most terrifying.
Yeah, right. Yakinda is one of the hottest rifling prospects right now in Counter-Strike. You know, we want to see tested up against the best. And well, here is the proof inside of the pudding, located as it should be. Yakinda pushed up deep in B. He spots Bubsky and out he goes. So he may be confident, but he's not crazy. Keeping this in a 5-on-5 as Astralis regroup back in the B tunnels, we still have this double orb. If things end on B, if they can get through Buster and his secondary, then James going to be hard-pressed to retake with his. That's the hope, though. And it might not be the world we live in, because Astralis have the bomb up cat. They still have a long lurker. Options are open. Rotates are closed. We're starting to finally see people shuffle over. They don't think it's B, and they're right in that assumption.
Yeah, Astralis might have been the team to coin the meta where every piece of utility felt impactful and was doing damage. Virtus Pro, they've kind of coined the meta where every peak is impactful. They won't give you fights unless they have to, unless they want to, unless they're perfectly orchestrated with utility behind it. This round is a great example of that. Astralis have been looking for mid fights and were never given anything. Now they just have no choice but to go 5v5 into this A bomb site. Kicker waiting at ramp is mollied into the open. He is playing with fire. He's right behind that smoke, and Zip is going to spam him out through it. A man advantage taken for Astralis. Can they do good on the back of this 5-on-4?
Yeah, you can just read the lurk. Bubsky's coming in. You can have just checked it, but Bubsky gets the kill. Now Sanji up close. He's got the kill. He's got a chance, and he's got the first kill. But that bomb is open, and not for him, but for the AWP. James is stripping them apart somehow, getting Magisk through the back of Gandalf. What a wallbang. 2-on-3. Bubsky's still here with another lurk to shut down the retake. They're not on the bomb yet, and they never will be. Bubsky backstabs. Glaves showing his AWP off. And despite James' heroic efforts, it's Astralis finding an equalizer.
Yeah, I thought when James gets that wallbang, bro, I don't know. I was getting worried. I was getting nervous. Really, Bubsky is the hero in that round there. Talk about like
get right here, man.
Yeah, right. There's such a look at that wallbang. Look at it. Magis never even faces.
And now the auto snipers are out as we get into the last round of this T side. It's getting brutal.
Look at that damage.
Ouch. So you don't know. Oh, they're going through the molly. Magis smokes it. He runs wild. Buster's on 1 health. He still holds on.
A nade in the window would deal with Buster. It would remove this incumbent B player. James is here with his AWP, but they've already crossed behind the smokes. James isn't aware that a player's gotten out yet, and Bubsky will deal with that AWP. Now, Buster's AWP at 1 point of health has got to do a lot.
Flash to kill him.
Crossing into the site are Astralis. Bomb plant comes in. Zip with a kill, and the molly's going to burn out Glaive, but it's still advantage to Astralis. Kicker and Buster, what can they even do here? Oh, the nade, it just trickles in through the door. Buster's time has come. Kicker, 1 versus 3. He can't find a thing. They're not giving him the fights. And Bubsky's there to see that half through for Astralis. 17-16. They're up in the lead, and it's a big counter to that first in OT that Virtus Pro picked up.
I love the call for Astralis. So many times you'll see teams spam those doors but not commit off the back of it. Well, if you think back to regulation, think back to those last few rounds Astralis managed to grab out of VP on the T side. It was those B plays rather, the mid to Bs, the fast tunnel rushes, which just commits. And Buster spends the entire round hiding from utility that eventually kills him anyway. Also, James, he had a kill on the cross, but he got blocked by his teammate. His line of sight was cut off, and he couldn't take a clean kill without, injuring his friend in the process. That's painful. Feeling like you didn't get to have the impact that you wish you could. Maybe even should. Instead, it's Astralis up by a round into the second half. CT regulation was good for them. Near the end, it got a bit dicey. But we're in a new beginning here for Astralis. A new roster with new results. 2 rounds away from a semi-final here at Cologne.
Yeah, and this isn't like a wounded VP, right? These guys are playing lights out. I think it would be even more credit to Astralis if they saw through 2 overtimes in this series.
No.
Opener for Zip on Kicker, playing with utility. Oh, the alarm bells are ringing now. Virtus Pro, you've lost a man early. You are now left in this 4-on-5. You've got 45 seconds, and it's all coming down to a last-ditch attempt at a mid to B play.
Is anyone watching, though? Right now, we've got players tucked in close tunnels. That's Magisk, but he needs cover from Bubsky to go to the window. Dupree flashes the smoke. Ikinder's blind, and the wallbang's there. Dupree gets the kill. Now Bubsky can help out. Dupree can slink off into the shadows and wait for the flanks to activate, so they will. James turns around and gets his head removed as Magis refused to get checked, and Astralis keep it clean as can be. 5 alive, 18 rounds. The future looks bright for Denmark.
Yeah, oh man, this is, what a story. Astralis, they get back on land, and this is what they look like. A VP that don't want to go down, that don't want to give up, that are giving it everything they've got, and it might not be enough. They need 2 more rounds to take this to a double overtime.
VP definitely needs some credit, right? They've held on in both of these games. Remember, Overpass was 12-5 down before they pulled the comeback to OT. It hurts to lose in that fashion, to lose so close after a comeback so large. But the credit is there, where credit is due. and even more to Astralis to, as you say, weather that storm and come out ahead. Let's see if they can finish.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Top teams, they come and go. The thing that separates these legends of the game from everyone else is this ability to pull it all back, right? To make these kind of games happen. Right when everyone was ready to write Astralis off, they've managed to potentially take down Virtus.pro 2-0. Real legends, they're baptized in the fires of LAN, right? In the cathedral of Counter-Strike. This round, well, this could either be a whole new chapter in the tale or the beginning of the end for Virtus.pro. Cat control taken.
Oh no.
Everyone grouped up here. Astralis, they hear the noises on Cat. They know there's bodies here. They're rotating Bubsky back in. Virtus.pro ready to just deal one of these back to basics A plays. A Cat execute with utility pouring in. Kicker cut down by Bubsky in CT. A 4-on-4 as that bomb gets into the site. Glaive is still waiting for this long fight and it could decide so much. Sanji wins it out. Is that the chance now for Virtus.pro to carry this round over the line?
Flashing through, rushing them down. The VP are fighting you in the spawn. The Akinda double faces in for 2, and Magisk is left on the back seat, warming the bench and maybe having to save. Akinda won't let it happen. That's a lights out headshot. And Sanji, massive round from him as well. Not only does he grab Zip as the Cat exec comes in, getting a long kill, but he then just concedes. He goes all the way back to the doors. Glaive knows he has to hunt down that kill. If he doesn't hunt the kill's coming to him. Sanji's going to chase him. And I think at some point, Glaive thought that Sanji had rotated around Catwalk. He was so tucked. With Long getting lost, there's no way but CT back in, and Yakinda's keeping that on lock. VP holding on.
Yeah, say what you will, but these guys are willing to do anything but let go. Virtus.pro, they want to savor every moment on LAN. They eyed up these playoffs as the opportunity to show the world that they can do it on the local area network just as well as they can online.
And in a time of CIS where Na'Vi and Gambit have taken all of the, attention, all of the glory, VP have been grinding just as hard, putting in the work, putting in the hours, and finding similar results. Well, this would be one that could even rival that of those top 2 teams, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, out through mid. Big opener for Kicker. And once more, it's Dupree on the receiving end of these opening kills. Astralis are going to have to dig deep. A double overtime waiting in the wings unless someone here can find it all, can steal glory from under the nose of Virtus.pro. Smoke out short side. Glaive has seen that first player crossing, but the shot cannot connect. Glaive being given a couple of chances. Things are heating up for him now. They're pouring in through the catwalk, and Glaive is really feeling the pressure. There's one from this off. Can't make it a double. And with Zip spotted, he's getting wrapped from the long side. This is falling apart at the seams. Virtus.pro just 2 kills away from a double overtime affair here on Dust 2.
Let's run it back, baby. I've got nowhere else to be. Astralis, they're coming in off of Cat, and they're coming in foaming at the mouth, but VP have locked the door. They've shut the gate, and they kept the smoke up. Astralis throwing in that execute utility just to retake, but there's more Molotovs where that came from, and more kills for Yakinda to be claimed. Punches another ticket. Magisk now alone yet again in an unwinnable round, and VP, all they have to do is slip the noose round his neck, and there it is. 18 all, double overtime. This game goes on, and the semi-finalist not decided yet.
Yeah, it's all still hanging in the balance, man. Oh, VP. How are they this resilient? How is this just an average day in the office?
Yeah, this is nothing new. We've been seeing this all tournament, all year long for VP, and even before then. Rare to see, a team on LAN stress Astralis out in a way they're doing right now. Dupree's still been fairly quiet ever since he got, taken down by Buster in mid. And here we go, we run it back. Money refreshed, round reset. And 4 out of 6 need to be found by one of these 2 teams, or we just go again. And we swing in this never-ending, perpetual overtime cycle that is VP Astralis.
Yeah, 22 rounds is the magic number we're looking for now. I know the HUD tells you that, what with it being all swanky and new.
No.
I'm used to having to be the one to pass that knowledge on. Little Molotov gonna force your Kinder away from short. The early utility damage, it's appreciated for Astralis. Softening up someone who's been so key at creating all this space for Virtus Pro. Maybe gonna try and tame the beast that is your Kindar a little bit here.
Good luck. Easier said than done. And your Kindar looks to be at the forefront of yet another round. We've got that palm tree flash for Magisk again, so a safe flash. They won't see it coming. It just pops out of nowhere. Glaive trying to stop the cross. This is hard. This is where, you know, the AWPer really needs to be coming alive. And Yukinda wants to drop into spawn or cut off rotates. Forget dropping. Your team are already out in the mid to be. Bubsky doesn't know yet. His teammate's getting pressured and they're very close. Bubsky gets the spot and he even gets the drop. The bomb now loose and they find Dupree. Bubsky hunting, but he couldn't see Jame up close. That's put VP back in favor. Yukinda is here to cut off rotations and ruin your day while he does it. And the bomb has been planted.
Yeah, this is brutal. You've got to get out. You've got to deal with your Kindar. You've got to flush out this one man in CT. They will deal with him, but it's taken a lot of time. Precious seconds eaten off of this clock for Astralis. Up through the double doors they go. They've got to be pacey. They've got to be speedy. There is a mid-wrap coming in as well from Virtus Pro. The longer they take, the more damage Buster can do. He's stripped Glaive out of the round, and for Zip, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's going to take the fight to the site. He's going to take the fight to Jane. Does deal with him, but no time for the round. Virtus Pro, they take the first in double OT.
Man, I love how Jane does that, right? You know, you could just expect him to go and fight. He's feeling it. He's having a great day today, but he just shrinks down like a little tortoise inside of his shell. The longer he lives there, the longer he stalls out Zip, the less chance there is to win the round. So beautiful work from Jane just to live, and that last second backstab for Buster as well is there to help out. All the kills, but none of the glory here for Astralis. They've got to earn their rounds. Auto snipers are out, and in round 2 of the half, usually we wait till money is no longer a problem, but VP are planning for success. Sniper in middle. Oh, Glaive was double scoped topside. The timing almost eludes him. Yukinda could have taken that kill. Just didn't expect it to be so easy. And we're seeing things like that from Glaive where it's like, okay, yes, timings like that maybe someone who's not been AWPing for 10 years on this map doesn't know, doesn't catch him here. It's just something to consider. It's the clear, notable difference between someone who can use the AWP and someone who does use the AWP. VP looking interested at B, but Glaive is here.
Oh, and he's trying to get stuck in. That's actually just going to give the opener to Virtus Pro. It's rolled out the red carpet. Dupree a dead man because of that flash.
Okay.
And it's all unraveling for Astralis now. This is VP in a nutshell, man. They get you exhausted. They get you tired. They get you making mistakes that you never often make. It's Astralis' urgency to try and get information, to try and take players out of the round that comes back to hurt them. Virtus Pro 20-18 and 1 away from a flawless T-side in double OT.
That would be great, right? That would be, a sigh of relief for VP. The T-sides have been a little weaker in this game, in this map. So let's see if they can do it. Again, the AWPs are here. No more auto snipers down mid for VP. They don't want to do it every round and let Astralis start taking space. Sanji's taken long very quickly. The molly is in, and that's a nice start for Bubsky, providing cover to his teammate. Yukinda's dead, and Kicker will follow as well. Sanji, they know he's here. He's locked behind the box, and grenades are flying in. Nowhere is safe right now, and they're coming to you as well. There's another flash over the top. Sanji blind, and he still hits the kill.
Oh, they just want to get him. He's a free kill as far as they're concerned. Finally, they burn him out.
Felt like that should have come first.
Right? Especially considering you're just sat on it. But I guess, wanting to try and just force the kill without wasting that bit of utility, it ended up costing them quite the player. With Zip removed, that is the shining star for Astralis out of the round. And Jame has now weakened this B site, plucking Magisk from the ranks of Astralis.
Oh.
That's opened up a chance at a mid to B.
And again, just VP classic. They know themselves that there's max one dude on B right now. The question is, where's that float player? Are they around CT? Where's that AWP ended up? And Glaive is starting to move in. VP going back to tunnel. They throw the mid to B. They wait. No info for Astralis. No kill comes. And for all Astralis are concerned, VP could be back in T-spawn by now. They could be regrouping for the long side. Glaive wants to get info. It's cleared middle. But it's not mid where the problem is apparent. It's B, and the mollies are coming in. VP are making it clear as day. dupreeh just needs a kill to hold on.
Yeah, there is a flash on Buster, but it's not going out. dupreeh instead swept aside by the entry of Buster. Glaive has now got to do it all, and he's been spotted. Does deal with Jame, and just Buster left to find. Glaive takes it all away from Virtus Pro. A double on that AWP, and the retake is in, spearheaded by the IGL Orpin phenomenon that Glaive's looking to turn into.
Yeah, that would have been awful if they lost that round, right? That was a 2-on-4 for VP. That would have really hurt Astralis. It would have been a clean T-side as well. Instead, Astralis at least have something to fall back on. 1 round of buffer. And VP, this is the best half they've had yet. So they're probably foaming at the mouth, ready to close this series, or this map rather, take us to Inferno. And I can't imagine how good that one would be. Especially between these two rosters, two famed Inferno teams. But we're not there yet. Astralis, if they win all 3 T rounds, it's a done deal.
Yeah, the thing I just cannot let go of is no one exemplifies this saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint, more than VP, right? Like, if these guys were boxers, man, so many other teams would be just guys who get into the ring and try to put it to bed right away. Virtus Pro are all about making you tired, making you exhausted. And Astralis is surely feeling that burn now, especially when it's been them with the chances to close this game out, right? At every turn, VP have had answers. They want this third map more than anyone else. Can they get us there? Mid control taken for Astralis. Once more, Virtus Pro not giving any of these early fights over. So while you've got control, you don't have much else. Bit over here towards Cap, but no real idea as to where VP are occupying on this map yet.
Times are ticking. 40 seconds and Astralis start to walk out on the catwalk. That bomb's still back on Xbox. Don't be surprised if things double back and they get confusing for a second. dupreeh has dropped in on the spawn. Now the pressure's on those 2 B men. They've got to hold strong. Kickit trying to kill dupreeh. Cannot find that headshot. It's dupreeh to open up. And now the mid to be activated. Bubsky, first a fall for Astralis, and there needs to be no more if they want to keep this game going. Yakinda's denying the B split. Buster there with the AWP up against Glaive. Misses his shot, and Glaive's hunting him down. Buster gets 2 shots off before Glaive can. And even though dupreeh's farming kills, they don't make a damn difference. VP, 21 rounds off of the time alone. It treats him so well.
Oh, and we might get to Inferno after all, right? Either there is a 3rd overtime waiting for us, waiting in the wings, or we get to go to Inferno.
Have you ever considered, Harry, that both of those could happen at the same time?
They could both happen, actually. Secret option C. Oh, my. Look, man, auto snipers purchased up, but they're not going to make the effort to tag anyone on the cross. Instead, gonna move everyone over towards B early, with the exception of Glaive, who's running amok in middle. If they went B right away, this is the perfect time to strike. Glaive lining up this mid-util, gonna go, oh, actually, wait, that's the door smoke thrown over by Glaive. Jame realizing just how alone he is, and he can't make a stand. The B bomb site is overwhelmed. Astralis, a fast B play, might have just kept this dream alive after all.
Yeah, again, I'm going back to it, but it's what worked in regulation. They just couldn't close this one. They couldn't get those last couple of rounds, and then we started seeing faster B rounds, that auto sniper spam, the mid to be quick calls. I love it from Astralis. They've just got to put a bow on it now and close the round. Glaive going in to take down Sanji in the tunnel, and at this point, VP, there's nothing to save. There's also no reason to go for it. So looking lost in the source. Yakinda's going to try and get some kills, pad his stats, but reality is sinking in right now. More util is landing. Glaive is hunting, and it's only Buster just trying to get away with something. VP won't make that mistake again. They won't leave a solo man on B in this round, but it draws the question. Do Astralis go back to what's working?
Right.
Or do they try and avoid the stack?
This is the mind game that's in play heading into what could be the final round, right?
Certainly.
When a round matters this much, you're sure to potentially overthink it. Right now, both squads are trying to debate how to approach this round. Are we going to have Virtus Pro staying true to these 4-man A stacks early with a single AWP at B? It looks like it. They're going back to the tried and tested 4-man A hold in the beginning. Solo B, not deterred by the outcome of that last round.
Yeah, this time James back to his usual tricks though. It's Yakinda, Solo B, and James hunting for kills in middle. The nades are nice. If they landed Zip, it would have been a kill. Instead, it's Zip finding the opener. Wall or smoke spam to Buster's face. And one of the two B players, if you want to call them that, with Buster leaning middle, is now gone. Astralis know it, and look at them upping the ante, upping the pace, running in through the tunnel with no warning, no flash. Yakinda's here alone. They're already up close towards the boxes. Dupree's firing off. Yakinda's dropped the bomb, and he's managing to stall out Dupree's fight. No way! Yakinda takes 3 kills and keeps this round going. He might keep the series going, and into Inferno we go. 3 maps, the distance, baby. It doesn't stop now.
You always have this in the back of your mind. You have been winning so much, but you forget it really easily. And now you're here, you're not performing as well as you want to, or as you should, as people expect you to, your fans, stuff like that. And that can be really tough because in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, maybe we won't ever come back there again. And that little thought, I have had that many times before, and I've come back, and we have come back to win tournaments many times before, but when you start to lose a couple times in a row, it can really feel like I'll never come back.
Well, things you thought you would never hear me say. Zipex picking up an off, a third overtime on the cards. A lot of different things to consider when we start to look at this one. Welcome back over to the Intel Extreme Masters. Cologne, we're in the quarters. We're almost on our way to the semis. That'll be tomorrow, then the grand finals on Sunday. I've got Jason and Yanko here to make some sense of the whole thing, especially when I'm looking at Astralis on Dust 2, Yanko.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a crazy series this has been so far. I think for VP, the name for this whole tournament has been just resilience, right? Like they've had so many close games, whether it's been, overtimes, whether it's just been nail biters going all 30 rounds, that they just refuse, to give up. They're fighting until their dying breath here.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Obviously, they survived some match points on Overpass. Now they survived one on Dust 2. Really good game from them. Obviously, Yekindar is fantastic.
He's nuts.
I'm with you, though. The highlight of this game was like the interview with Glaive before he went into Dust 2 is like, everyone's going to have a turn to pick up the AWP except Zivnix. And then we get into the server and they pass him over the AWP.
Yeah.
I think he only really had it like once, but it's memorable. He got it was a memorable opping sequence from Zivnix.
A wild sequence of events. Of course, that does push us over into a third map that's going to be Inferno, which should be coming up just in a few moments. For the time being, we need to break down and dissect all the stuff that we've seen going on here in Dust 2. And Yanko, I imagine you want to start around 10, maybe over 11 rounds in?
Yeah, this has been quite a roller coaster of a map, right? We're going to jump into round 10. Basically just, a kind of a fight around long as we're used to seeing on Dust 2. But here's the play from Yekindar, right? This is why he's the X factor for VP. He's going to be on low HP soon enough, sitting in the smoke, right? You're going to see that soon enough. He's just peeking over this gap. Now he's just straight up playing the fade. 4 HP after that nade. He's going to get 2 more kills and just deny the retake for Astralis. A crucial round for VP. They managed to force Astralis onto the USPs and one save them 4. But what's going to happen, that's actually going to be enough for Astralis to win the round. So this is just such a gut punch for VP, right? You manage to take some control of the economy and then it all goes away to some USPs and, being able to... And this led to a 10-5 half as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird seeing VP also just scared and passive of those USPs inside. Like that was a B-hold with 2 USPs that round, which was a weird experience to watch it.
Yeah, super weird experience. But of course, the experience does not stop there. It actually shines bright in the server. We start to look a little bit deeper, don't we, Yanko?
Yeah, and this is where you see the experience from Astralis also in calling and why long is so important. So here Astralis, who's had some success at long earlier in the half, right? They're just using, look at how many flashes, and that's how you call whether it's a fake or not. If you're CT, you count the flashes most of the time. And you can see how James started off at mid behind the double doors playing around the smoke. And when his teammates called the amount of flashes was when he moved all the way towards car. What Astralis did is basically just a simple fake with the utility, and they just ran for a fast mid to B. Yekindar was alone playing around the smoke. They managed to dispose of him, just basically get the trade and win a crucial round, which looks so easy if you're watching the stream, but this is why it was so easy for Astralis, and once again, their experience shines in these crucial moments.
So I'm looking at the numbers in front of us, and Yanko, Jason, please chime in here. Is Sanji a little bit of a liability for VP in this series?
I don't know if I'd say liability. Like he's had a couple rough moments, but I mean that's been how it is with VP, right? Like that's kind of where he exists. So yeah, there's obviously when you look at that, you say there's areas that he can step up. We don't get to see a lot of his POVs when we're watching all the time because he's got other players on the team. Yekindar making a move, Yekindar making a play somewhere, Jame with the AWP holding a rotation or an angle. So we're focused more on the other guys. So I mean, at the moment, I don't know if you can say liability because the team's obviously comfortable playing with him at the very least.
True. And I guess I'm more looking at some of the times where it's not gone his way, Yanko.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. It's kind of hard to have a lot of things going your way if you're constantly dropping guns for your teammates, if you're sacrificing yourself for information and so on. Sure, he's had some better games online than here, but I think his role is very specific, like within this team, and I don't think anyone's going to be pointing any fingers at him. But I think we should point our fingers at Inferno, Trace, because as we said for the first map, right?
That was a good segue.
Take some notes, Trace.
This is like the best map, I think, for the series to be decided. It is in a lot of series, but here specifically, both teams very proficient on the map. Even when they've had slumps, individual slumps as a team, right? This map has been the go-to one for both of them. So I feel like after you know, we're either going to get a 16-5 after such two maps that were so close, but I'm hoping for another, like, going all the way, because I think the players are playing on a high level. We're having both teams, like, you know, not making too many mistakes, right? We're seeing some good Counter-Strike, and hopefully we can close it out with a barn burner on Inferno. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, take some notes,
Trace.
Yeah, take some notes. Okay,
just like I said,
sounded pretty clean, even at that notion. We look at Virtus Pro and Astralis with G2 waiting in the semis. We're going to be jumping into a break and coming back with Inferno, where in which Jason will be getting the hell out of my face.
I think we're the only team that drops an op, plays without armor, stacks sides, comebacks, insane games, and just headshots everyone when we are on point. So if you want to see some CS where you see some unbelievable things like dropping without armor op on a buy round and then one player playing without armor in some spots and getting 4 kills, for example, come to us, baby.
2015 was the prime of the famous Polish Golden Five, and the tournament in Cologne would be no different for Taz and his crew. At least not until the semifinals, where the Poles clashed with Fnatic. Two giants of Counter-Strike battling for their place in the final was a true feast for every fan at the Lanxess Arena. And at first it would seem that Virtus Pro had the upper hand. However, on the second map, Inferno, the Swedes took the initiative. But even then, Pasha Biceps sent a clear message that you do not mess with the Bears.
As Pronax finds Snack. Oh, Pasha! Elbow broken club! 4-3 in 4 seconds! You blink and you miss it!
Jesus Christ, Pasha. Insane spray down. Big shout out to Virtus Pro as well. They played an amazing series.
The shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming better, run for cover, cause I'm
Some say that at the end of time itself, there is one constant, and that constant is Jame. At the end of all existence, VP is still waging a war, fighting on. All we know is they're called Virtus Pro, and they've taken us to a third map here, Inferno. It's gone the distance. There's an old saying that all good maps, all good series are set to end here on this one. And hell, man, if 2 overtimes back on Dust 2 and OT back on Overpass don't set us up for a close third map, then I don't know what will.
Yeah, it's a game you can never truly take your eyes away from the screen, right? That was a 12-5 on Overpass that went the distance. Astralis eventually picked it up, and D2 was no clean feat for Astralis. They couldn't close in what felt like a 4v1 towards that B-bomb site. Buster kept us going into OT, and VP weathered the storm. Now, they've got to bring out the blades. Knife round to decide who's playing on which
side. Of course, when the knife round takes an hour as well, that is destined to add some time on.
For sure.
Right. Come on, VP. I get it, man. I get you have your style, but we do have a third map to get started. Well, it looks like Astralis take that. So now they get the choice of sides. That's at least something, right? Moving into this third map. A little something to cling on to. I'm curious what they're going to lean for. I imagine it'll just be a CT start. But I don't know. Maybe you're up for some trickery here.
Techery, though, we've got just a little break in the action while things get figured out, and Astralis maybe come in for a bit of a group huddle is probably the better word for that. Chat it through before they go into the deciding map of this tournament for Astralis, right? They have higher expectations than quarterfinals, as Zip said, coming into this one. For VP, right, they've always been the third CIS team, below the Na'Vi, below the Gambit. Oh, and then there's VP2 as well. But they have drawn a lot of eyes in the last few months, not just at Katowice, but here as well. And if they manage to take this series away from Astralis, a new formed Astralis back on land, looking dangerous, I mean, you've got to give a lot of props to VP there. I mean, even for them getting to this point.
Yeah, look at this, right? So Astralis are all huddled up. They're like trying to get focused. They're talking to one another. VP, it's more like robotic determination. Everyone's just sat at their computers waiting to get this started. It's the huddle from Astralis. A couple of nods, a couple of wise words from Zonic, someone who's really been around the block with this team. And is that going to fire them up heading into this third map? We'll have to wait and see. I do like this, taking the time, really looking at one another and actually taking it in. It's the eye contact that's important, right? Here they are getting fired up. Let's go, Astralis. Smiles all around as we get ready to embark into this third and final map of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, as said, G2 waiting in the semis right now. They were able to top their group and come through for free. Well, it's not going to be a free path to the finals, no matter who they meet. I can tell you that much. Headsets going back on for Astralis. Players at the ready. An Inferno to be played. This is going to be a banger, right? VPT side, we know they can be slow and steady and very sweaty at times, and that's exactly where they're beginning in this first half as well. So Astralis can't get too flustered, can't get too aggressive.
Yeah.
It was their game plan on Overpass, right? A lot of CT aggression, a lot of map control getting taken. On the second one, it was their undoing. Here on Inferno, it's all got to happen.
Yeah, roll the music, roll VT, Astralis taking on Virtus Pro, and it's culminating on this third map of Inferno. 2 incredibly close maps on the build up to this, and I'm sure that this one is set to deliver. As you said, Hugo, T-side beginning for VP, and it feels only fitting. We've got to see this grueling style of game play out of them for 3.5 hours now. They can deliver more of that in spades on this T-half.
Yeah, that's a brutal B-hold. Players on either side getting tagged up, Goosh through the wood, and so VP will hold on their B offensive. You'll notice they only have 1 smoke, 1 flash as well. Limitations here for VP in terms of getting into the bomb site. But with the best teams in the world, we've got to have the best observer as well. Rush is here, commanding, guiding, pressing every number from 1 through 9. Glaive, he spots that B play, he gives it up. As said, with only 1 set of util, you don't want to really be running fakes with this, but that might be the plan here after all. We've got 2 at apartments for VP. The util still back down ramp. Apps getting cleared. Got to worry about Dupree tucked in on the corner with Bubsky baiting for him. VP are going to walk right into this.
Yeah, this little apartments crossfire between Bubsky and Dupree, it could be devastating, especially with the CZ up in your face. Bubsky to draw the attention in, and Dupree was meant to get that kill, but instead, it's all come unraveled. Clave misses this timing up through mid, and the round could fall apart now. One man in the sight is Zip, the only man left standing for Astralis. They're coming his way, and James cuts him down out of the round. It's a dominant pistol to begin Inferno for VP.
Yeah, you would have really loved that app setup to actually yield some tangible results there for Astralis. Instead, VP just blow their way into that A site. And yeah, you know, again, it's VP, it's Inferno. This is a map full of fakery, full of trickery, Harry, and VP are going to be at the helm of that on this T side, right? Taking B early, going back to A, leaving lurkers to keep map control. These are all things that we're expecting to see from VP on the T side of this map. So Astralis got to be careful with how and when and who they rotate. Right now, it's a force up. They want to flip it on its head early. Scout for Bubsky, Deegs elsewhere. And VP close in mid. Oh,
nice opener from this scout. Okay, this could still get interesting, especially with a player concealed behind the cart. A flash, if it goes over the top, is going to blind Kicker, and he's fully open at this peak. Magisk could have a freebie. There's damage at least, and you know you forced VP away from the B bomb site now. That's information as well. More damage coming out from this scout in the pit. Bomb's been retrieved by Kicker and is making its way up through middle. Virtus Pro don't really have any options open to them here apart from committing into this A bomb site. They gave up that banana control. They let Astralis have their run on this side of the map. And so they might just look to move in out through the long side. Easy does it. Very, very quiet on the approach. That smoke goes down now to conceal the movements of these long players. VP start to show their head on shore.
Yeah, Bubsy's been mollied out as well. He's not got a lot of room to move. Zip, same case on the site. Not going to get a kill. Dupree's hiding in the water, in the pit rather. They jump over him, and Dupree doubles up, grabbing an AK. This is a force by round that Astralis are now controlling, and they are stealing it right from Virtus Pro. Magisk with a double Deeg, and you can hear him getting loud. It means everything. Astralis not letting VP start strong.
Unreal round out of Magisk and Dupree especially, right? I think it's important that Dupree finds so much in the pit. If you remember back on Dust 2, he was having a very rough time. It looked like he was getting in his own head a bit. And so now you get onto Inferno, you can turn a new page if you're Dupree, and there you were instrumental to winning that force buy round with your double D kill in pit. Okay, if we can get Dupree activated, if we can get everyone showing up for Astralis, I know we're on for another belter here, Hugo.
Absolutely, because we look at players like, you know, someone like Zip, for example, on that last map, he was just destroying, man. He got 40 kills by the end of thing. No one else even hit 30. Bubsky was close. And yeah, Dupree was bottom of the server. Now we have guns out, but not for VP. It's Astralis using their opponent's weapons against them. Full Glocks. Rare to see a T concede force buy wars this early, right? We often see if, you know, a team in VP's position to just buy up and, you know, keep sailing down the river, keep fighting back and forth with force buys. A VP go, fine, you want it, you can have it. We know how many AKs you've got. You've got 3 of our rifles at least, and then 2 more. So VP, I actually really like this call. It's a rare sight, but giving Astralis 2 and then coming in with guns of your own at least stops all the delay in getting to those rifle rounds.
And this is like, you know, this is one of these little Glock almost tack pauses where you have a bit of time to just talk about how you're going to approach the rifle round in the next. Also, the more time you take, the more utility Astralis waste in holding these angles that we're never even getting pressured. And so now you've had your chat, you've had a bit of time, you're just going to commit everyone in through the apartments. Nade on Magisk does do a lot of damage, and he might be on for a bit of a killing spree down here in the pit. This is the chance that the frag movie clip for Magisk. In with 3, Molly burns out the remaining 2. And so Astralis get the conversion. Full Glock round, you were never that worried. Now the big guns come through for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I really like that. The sooner the better for VP, right? That just shows you have faith in your gun rounds, in your game plan on this T side, and you certainly need to up against a team like Astralis. So AKs are out here for Virtus Pro. And we have a pretty even early buy. It's rare to see, you know, 4 guns on both teams at round 4. With how the money is and all. But here we go. VP moving up Banana, establishing their default. Astralis are beating them there, though, and it's not gone well for Bubsky. Luckily, the trade is still here. Those mollies push, kick it forward. He couldn't go back. He couldn't stand still. That was his only option. Or where that came from, Buster's hunting the trades, and there are 2 CTs here, and they wait for him to run low on ammo. Back to the pistol now. This is a mess. They're going to try and hunt him with that deep smoke, but Glaive doesn't want to go wide and be on the chopping block. He knows, and he gets it, even converting the spray onto Yakinda as well.
Yeah, that is dirt out of Glaive play. Getting away with the double there. All right, he knows he's done more than enough in landing that spray transfer. And this first rifle round for VP, remember, they bit the bullet. They took an eco to field rifles right away. Well, they're not showing us why at all. They've been blowing out the water in this rifle v rifle round. And it's a little while till you can really look to stem the bleeding if you lose this one. Another eco will be looming for Virtus Pro. At the very, very least, they need damage.
Yeah.
And if you want to look for silver linings, it's that Astralis is still split 2-2. So as VP ease into this B bomb site, they've got an even odds fight to try and get this bomb down.
Yeah, there's always hope. There's always a bit of hope, but let's see if it was worth having. Jame with a molly to the back of B is going to push out a player, but he turns, and Glaive has done a lot of damage. Can it get finished off by Zip on the boost? Dodging flashes, and Jame wanted to check it, but he wasn't convinced. Sanji now alone swaps off the gun and gets re-peeked by Majisk. It doesn't get worse than that, punishing for Astralis 3-1. Poor Jame as well. After he kills Glaive, he never goes back to check boost. That was what he was doing in the first place. And so that 2v2 that did ensue does not favor VP. And back to the drawing board with it. It's a really good position for Astralis though, right? Like as we've said, and as has been clear across this entire series, leads do mean nothing. Being up 5-10 rounds doesn't make you a winner yet, but getting on the board early, getting those rounds in, and starting to feel the map out, Astralis are definitely in full control right now. I like this. They throw deep nades down Banana, and then they swap their players back to B. Now we have even more utility on this bomb site. VP aren't going to be expecting it.
Yeah, this is great, man. Like, you know, if you're Yakinda here waiting with 3 points of health, you've gone, well, they've just thrown all their utility. Oh, no, there it is. There's the real utility on those players that rotate in late. It deals with Yakinda. And so any chance of finding something on this pistol round now should really be out the window for VP. Going a man down early on is stressful. It's freed up a player on Astralis to play that rotation role and go and help out at this B-bomb site. The only little window that I'm noticing right now, and I'm sure everyone is watching at home, is Sanji trying to strike a deal with the timing gods on this CT wrap. And there he is, doming Dupree. Now these players at B are faced with a bit of a question, a bit of an ultimatum. Do they tuck in and wait for a B play split through CT and Banana, or do they try to pressure this Banana area? Right now, they're still holding on to top B. Here comes the push from Virtus Pro. Glaive needs to hold his own, and Zip will swing out to try and help, but it's not gone well. This CT wrap has delivered when it matters most for VP, and it's given them a chance at a 2v2 with a bomb plant.
Well played to VP to just waste the time of Astralis there so long for Sanji. Now Astralis are waiting no time themselves. They're running right in. They're hunting these 2v1s and trying to find Jame at the back of the bomb site. He is alone. His teammate locked out by the smoke. Can they find him? They're chasing back Newbox. They will check it. Jame gets the shot though, and through the smoke goes Sanji. Jame wins both fights and saves VP on an eco win. My goodness, that should never have been VP's round. That was Astralis' chance to start running away, Harry. VP with pistols, Tech 9s, Deagles, P250s, you name it, they've got it. And it's doing the work. Even though they run through that B smoke, they still don't peek at the car for long enough for Sanji to get activated. And then James somehow does this. That's got to get you hyped. Yeah, now you're feeling it. Winning ecos and breaking the money early. Astralis have a full buy, but they have nothing left in their pocket.
Yeah, what was once looking like a chance for Astralis to build up money and look to steamroll in the opening segments of the first half has now been brought down to the wire once more. That smoke as well and truly missed the mark. Not the end of the world. You've still got 4 in play, so it just means you can't really sell this B fake just yet. No re-aggression. That's what Virtus Pro were worried about. That's why they've been kind of very respectful over top Banana in how they're taking this. They're scared of those pop flashes, and they're scared of Astralis trying to retake this control. Well, now that shouldn't be so much of a problem. With utility going into A, that 3rd man at B has been pulled away. That's Bubsky on rotation. So the B site is left in the original 2 players' hands, Glaive and Zip. This is where VP try to go back and try to move in towards Banana. After forcing Astralis out early, not as worried about re-aggro now. They know they might have tempted that 3rd player away, and so this is where they're going to look to hit the go button on a B execute.
Yeah, that smoke's pretty fresh though, and VP might have to go through it because there's another one down at the 24-second mark. VP, or the spam might get a kill, and that will entice them. Glaive gets out with 10 health remaining. They've done good damage to VP anyway in the first place. They're running right through, and Zip has dropped the bomb, falling back with a double. Glaive spams the smoke. It's so messy. It's all Astralis's. All they need to do is stop the bomb plant, but Buster provides cover, and he almost gets it down in time, almost won't cut it. Forget the kills. It's the round for Astralis. Buster needs to live, as he doesn't want to lose his gun and his funds. But that's a shame. He gets the kill, and then has to stick the bomb. Like, he couldn't have gone for the plant earlier. He would have been a dead man. Maybe a Coffin's plant, but Glaive have already wrapped round. Oh. Nice utility saving for Astralis. That's one thing to credit, right? They hold those smokes until the final 20 seconds of the round, and that's what forces VP through it.
Yeah, I mean, back when Astralis's utility usage was really making waves, Inferno was at the forefront of that. Oh, okay. I love this out of Bubsky. Hold that thought, because this guy, we talk about util, we talk about slow rounds. Bubsky decides, look, this one's going to be fast, and that's coming off the back of me. Ult mid-peak, and a double kill lined up. Disastrous start for Virtus Pro. They've been used to being shown a lot of respect across the map so far. They weren't ready for that peek out of the bedroom.
Yeah, these aren't plays that you should be going for every round, but these are things that Astralis can sprinkle in on top. Every 2 or 3 gun rounds, start pushing, start taking Banana, push down middle, make an ult fight, get your AWP in the action. I love the call to do so. Now they just got to close it, and Zip's hunting. 2 kills, dropping off the boxes. Only Sanji, and they are coming to him. No comfort, no safety in this site. And 5 alive for Astralis. Now they're starting to warm in. They may have lost to that eco, but otherwise it's been pretty damn clean for Astralis. The only rounds VP win are with Glocks.
Yeah, just then I just got as well, kind of almost glimmers of the old Astralis shining through with how, kind of untapped and how raw the aggression was that we got early. Like there was so much confidence in those opening few fights, and then going on to close out the round by actively chasing the remaining players at Banana. Astralis had already decided in their heads that that round was won before it began, and it was evident in the gameplay.
Yeah, sometimes that can be your biggest undoing, for sure, but not for Astralis, not there at least. And it's got to feel good for Bubsky as well, right? Because he has been the, I say laughing stock, and I don't mean him, more his position than anything, right? We're just getting left on this back seat and not getting any of the limelight. And in a time where it feels like individually he could be peaking and having some of the best performances of his life before he joined this team. Well, finally, now he's here with a core that have, run wild over every region in the world and lifted trophies there as well. So this is so great to see Bubsky being set up by this team and succeeding while he does it. Takes a peek in middle, he bails out early, and VP are coming to meet him there.
Dupree with that AWP. Strikes Sanji off the tally, incendiaries his escape as well. They are running him down, so Dupree is going to get tested here. Ooh, they're up in his face. Nice. He takes one to the grave with him. James AWP struck away, and the round is cleaned up by Astralis. Nice double out of Dupree when it really did matter. If he didn't get away with that, and James given a bit more room with that scavenged AWP, could have been a very different round.
Yeah, I think putting Dupree back on the AWP is a really nice call as well, right? Like, we were talking about the trouble he was having on Dust. He was having problems. Like, don't get me wrong, everyone has had a round today with the AWP. Like, Zip has even had a round with the AWP. Glaive's been running it most of the time. But when I think of, like, second AWP in this team, I think of Dupree. I think of, Device and Dupree. And, it's so great to see him back with his weapon. Now, a little less pressure.
I think it's a nice way to try and reinvigorate him a bit as well, right? Because the rifle just wasn't hitting back on Dust 2. And so now you've given him a different gun, different chance to show what he's got, and he is delivering results with it.
Yeah, and I love how mobile the CT side is as well at the same time. Right? Again, we had that swap of util in this round. Two players go B, they throw their grenades, and then they double back and trade positions. More util at B. However, that's a problem because VP are not interested in B. So that util will now be relegated to retaking if we get there. Dupree's rerouted on long. He's beat the timing, rather. Yekinde hasn't crossed yet, and he's trying to bait the AWP shot out. He gets the info, but Dupree gets the kill. And now VP, this is a bit awkward. It's drawn to a halt, but they still want to commit with their control.
Yeah, they don't really have any options again. They kind of all in the idea of this A play, and even though the results haven't been great initially, they don't have anything else left in the tank. You don't know what's happening at Banana. For all you know, Astralis could be in mid, and so this A play has got to work. You don't have other options. There's the opener from James. Bobsky still in the sight, tries to hold on, and he's not going down quietly. However, Kicker and Buster are given a chance. They're given these kills, and it's left on to Glaive in the 1v2 in the blink of an eye.
How did they muscle their way back into this one? It was going so well until it wasn't. Now Glaive can't see Buster on top of the balcony, and it's going to be a cleanup for VP 2v4, I feel like. For that one.
It was so fast. It was so instant.
All the kill feed kills are coming up blue. The nade is beautiful from Dupree and Library. And then suddenly it starts to get awkward. VP, we know we never count them out in any score. But again, in any round, individuals shining through and winning an important rifle round there on the T side. And now they've got the money to show for it. James Orp taking on Dupree.
Dupree's over at A, so we're not going to get to see that head-to-head immediately, especially not with Virtus Pro challenging for Banana. Buster taps Glaive out. One bullet fires over the head of these players up at the front, leading the charge, and it has rolled out the red carpet in this B site. Zipnix, it is all you, and Kicker rids us of the solo B hold. It's just Virtus Pro in this round. Bomb plant found and a save called in for Astralis. There is nothing they can do here. Oh, that's brutal. And that is a great example of a change of pace out of VP, something that we didn't really see out of their T-sides back on, dust regulation or an overpass. Was this, one of the comments we made, Astralis were very, very keen on taking some early fights. They never really had to worry about Virtus Pro exploding onto the scene after getting that first kill. Well, that round there, VP are no slouches. They know that getting a B opener in that fashion, that is the equivalent of being welcomed into the site.
Yeah. For sure, especially with the fact that we're, a lot of teams will like triple and sometimes even quad B at the start and throw the util, and then, the nade players will leave. Astralis haven't been doing that. They've just been going 2-3, throwing the nades and then swapping if there's no rush, if it's quiet in the mid round. And so, for that reason alone, VP have no problem with taking B fast. They haven't seen triple nades down Banana. They haven't seen, a four-man stack in that site early. And so, yeah, they're fine taking on what is essentially a 5-on-2. Here was Buster's kill, yoinked from Kicker, and a very nice couple of entries from those two on VP, the guys who won that 2-on-4 to close it out again. 6-4. Back to Banana. Now we have a triple B for Astralis. Orbs here as well. VP are being very methodical with their util, volleying off everything they can. Astralis still trying to get value from theirs before they lose position. Nades going in deep, but they receive more damage than they give out. Although it's very close.
Oh, is this going to be a Banana retake? Right, the flash is being lined up for Glaive to move back in. You feel like he's a little more free as well because of this triple B hold, right? He's got more in the way of support. If you lose anyone trying to go aggro, you can withstand some of these punches, but you didn't want it to go down in that fashion. You wanted Glaive to have a chance with the flash. Instead, he's peeked ahead of it. And now, Virtus Pro, they completely leave the B bomb site. They get that kill, and now they move back into A. There is the rotation from Astralis. They're calling for bodies to move around, but Yakindar might remove the orb. Oh, nice from Dupree! Has that just given Astralis a bit more of a fighting chance? Dupree and Bubsky are both dead, but Magisk, oh, Magisk, in this position, of all positions, up in the apartments, has evened the playing field. A 2-on-2. And with Zip still alongside him, still the same ferocious face that he's been all series long, maybe there's a chance. Buster nailed by Zip on the peak. And the clutch is in. Zipnix once again standing tall at the end of that round, puts a 7th on the board for Astralis.
He is impeccable right now. This guy's not stopping, and more clutches to add to the cabinet. He even gets that first kill before Magisk activates. Zip spams the smoke on Library, and he gets a kill. That draws all the attention away from Magisk. They think the Zip is that third A player, and yeah, Magisk at least gets 1 kill from this position, sets Zip up for the clutch, and he answers the call. 7-4, and a lovely little round there out of Zipnix. Far from done yet, though. Hey, Astralis know that. They've just played through 3 overtimes in the last 2 maps. Far from done.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, you know, we're still putting a lot of onus in these first half rounds, but man, like, if this series is anything to go by, any single scoreline is enough for VP to worm their way back in. It's what they're good at. Regardless, when you've been splitting hairs as finely as these overtime games, you need as much as you can get on the Astralis side. Reinvestments, they can proper for Virtus Pro. Once again, this banana fight coming in, and Zip on the receiving end of that Molotov. Team flashed as well by Dupree, so I don't think he ever even knew he was burning. That is a brutal opener. Oh, it's not often that that's how you lose someone early on, and especially not when it's Zip. You're going to try and boost back. This is risky. This is ballsy. With Kickout waiting, if a flash goes over the top of the half wall, these 2 players are dead.
Super scary right now. Kicker could just hold this. He was a moment ago. If Glaive jumped up, he should be dead, but Kicker backs up.
James got the flash, though. That's what's scaring me. Like, he's holding it. There's the flashbang, and that's what we were worried about. Kicker dismantles the boost. Oh, you could see it building up before your very eyes. And elsewhere, all over the map, the kills are coming in for VP. This is where it gets scary. Look, the bomb's going down in B, but they're already hunting the saving Dupree orb.
Yeah, good luck getting out of here alive. That's 1 shot from Dupree, but really your stat padding and money saving at this point, the leg is unfortunately too low, and so it's only damage. So you can, the VP take the AWP away, they keep theirs, and they start building back into the T side. Can't say it's the first time we've seen it. It might be the last time here. Certainly the last time for one of these 2 teams. Right now, Astralis on the back foot. They might be up in rounds, but they've got no more money. So VP's chance to really start taking the lead away in this T side is here. Force for Astralis. Rather not be on the next round bye. Instead, it's a double eco. All the better for VP to build into this half, I say. Hell, they could win it out, Harry.
I mean, man, when we were in the Astralis era, one of the comments that would often get made is they were so good at getting you to subscribe to their system, right? The utility was punishing, the way they played the game was punishing, and you didn't really have a choice but to be at their mercy, whereas VP, they've kind of taken that sentiment in their stride. When you play this squad, you're into the VP world of madness, right? You're into the 5-hour best-of-3 reality that we live in. I don't think any other team is as good as directing the flow of a game, and so much of it comes off their own backs and their own ability to grind out these victories.
Yeah, VP turn a BO1 into a BO3 and a BO5 into a BO7. So let's see how this last map will go. Boost up for Astralis, but VP, as is tradition, are in no mood to commit. finally leaving A. And look who's joining. Astralis making, unfortunately, the wrong read, moving their stack back over with this boost on Zip. He's about to confirm everything here on this B site.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal, man. Zipnix, what can you even do? They're in, they're running amok, and now you fired off with the Deagle. They know he's up on the boost. He knows they've spilt into the B site, and he can't do anything about it. The reality of this force buy setting in for Astralis, that this round is one that will slip past the wayside. They get out with the Deegan armor, at least you got another chance at this force buy in the next round. So, you know, all things considered, this is okay, right? This is a way to make it so you haven't completely thrown away a chance at salvaging a round with these Deagles.
I mean, at this point in the game, Astralis going for the buy in this round was subscribing to the idea that we're fighting for an 8-7. Like that's really what we're doing. We're forcing, we're hoping to win, but in the likely event we don't, here we go, another eco that at least now isn't an eco with them having these saved Deags. But you're giving VP 7 at this point, and there's not much you can do about it. So here we go. All the more reason for VP to get loud, to start having a little more faith as well. And Zip, he's having a lights out performance in the server, rivaled only by Kicker, who's also on double digits. But no one on his team holding the same score. Magisk is close, at least.
Oh, we got another one of these gamble stacks, and this time it's going to be the other way, leaning heavy into a B hold early on. You know, Virtus Pro, they've kind of had their say as to how this B site is played out in these last few rounds. So you're hoping that with 4 here, you can hold on the Astralis side. Bubsky's also taking an aggressive stance in the bedroom. He gets info at least. The spot goes either way. Now, what will that make VP do? Right, you've seen someone getting aggressive in the apartments. You might start to get a little bit paranoid as to Astralis extending their map control over here at A, and that could force you into this B stack unknowingly. As they start to creep up, Astralis haven't peaked yet. They haven't shown anything. Virtus Pro are looking at this B site and they're saying, oh my God, they might have stacked A. This could be free. This might be an empty site. Buster now spots 1 and a second. That's still only 2 spotted. A third man now seen over in dark. And I think the penny is starting to drop. Regardless, kills are coming through for Astralis. And as Virtus Pro turn back into A, Bubsky has got to do it all with this Deagle up in the apartments. They know about him now. He doesn't have the element of surprise. Dupree has slipped in from long, but dealt with on that first peak. Bubsky is still buying time. It's awkward. Virtus Pro are running again around the world and back to square one. It's a B play after all. But who gets there first? Magisk or VP?
He has a molly. Magisk has a molly. It's only 10 seconds. He's going to throw it right in the middle. He can churn them up here. There it is. Almost the ace for Magisk. Bomb trying to get grabbed. He has just enough time. James trying to stick the numbers in. But here comes Zip, and he's looking to close it out with ease. Astralis, the eco win, the save Deags, do it all. And Magisk at the forefront of that. Oh my goodness, they send VP on a railway, back and forth, round and around again. They hit both sites twice and they finally fall to the Pistols.
Oh, only VP would attempt that in that situation there, man. They run all the way back. A bomb plan in the final seconds, but yeah, Magisk, you mentioned him. You mentioned that magic Molotov.
Picked up off of VP's body as well. That was, you know, the bottle molly. That was not an incendiary grenade. So VP, they signed their own death note. And that hurts to lose it for sure, losing the Pistols. But, you know, both teams have been on either side of that in this series. Just got to pick yourselves up and carry on. This is the most important gun round now, and Dupree is starting to find his footing.
Yeah, more confidence as well. Magisk is peeking in alt mid. He didn't see anything early. Oh, Yakindar, I was going to say, looking like he wants to get a little bit tricky with this mid smoke. There's a gap. He's seen a leg. Magisk. Oh, keep your eye on the smoke, and he will flick back to deal with Yakindar. The numbers getting stripped away, and it's Magisk at the helm again, offering up a big multi-kill to try and see through this last in the first half for Astralis.
Yeah, we said there was no rivaling Zip just a couple of rounds ago. Well, that changed very quickly. 6 kills in 2 rounds, and we're not done. Magisk is not going to get the action, though. It is a B play. He's trying to run a rotate, and oh, the flash is beautiful. Glaive, nothing he can do there but fire and hope. Zip might be calling for utility of his own. VP have even smoked off CT spawn. It's all on Zip. No one's through just yet, but they finally appear, and Zip shuts down the burst, leaving it all on the sniper.
Yeah, just James, and through the smoke, they'll rid us of him. Astralis at 9-6 half. We've had these kind of scorelines all throughout this series, and yet they still end up in OT. Are we going to get more of the same tenacity out of the VP War Machine, or are they finally running on empty?
Hey Future Pros, sometimes in CS you just want to get aggressive and take the fight straight to the enemy. I'll use this mid push from Astralis to demonstrate a reasonably good approach to get up in the faces of your foes on Inferno. It really helps if you're keeping track of the T's economy, as doing this against a fully bought T side will have varying results. This strategy requires 3 Future Pros, 2 HEs and an AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be the player who pushes deep into mid. As you make your way to mid, get your HE out and lob it down mid. This makes sure that if anyone does face you, then they will already have taken some damage. Make sure to push along the right side of the wall so you don't get killed by a T holding steps. Tuck yourself into this corner and listen for any noise or calls from your teammates. When Future Pro 3 has made some kind of contact towards T steps, this is your cue to peek out and hopefully get a free kill. After this contact, keep your head on a swivel, as multiple Ts could be about to flood out ult mid or T steps. Future Pro number 2. You will mostly be holding ult mid, but first throw this HE just as Future Pro 1 does. Once you have thrown your HE, it is possible for Ts to be close to you already from ult mid, so be ready for a fight. You can cycle between holding mid and ult mid depending on how the Ts are pushing. Be confident in your aim and quickly process any information you receive. Future Pro number 3, you'll be holding T steps from the top of mid with an AWP. Your role is to relay information to your team and act as support so your fellow Future Pros can't be singled out. And that's it. Going aggressive as CT is always a risk, but if you and your lads are feeling dominant, this can be a great way to control the flow of a match. It could completely fail as well, and if it does, I don't want to hear anything in the comments. Get some DM in instead and keep improving.
Journey that started what feels like so long ago now when we began this quarterfinal series, and the end is finally within sight. There's only one spot in the semi-final versus G2 tomorrow. Will it be Astralis or VP locking in that semi-final appearance? As it stands, Astralis have a lead, but those have come to matter a hell of a little in this series so far.
Yeah, OTs have been how we end both maps, and so it would only do it justice to give us the same here. Jaime hears the steps. He just gets in Boiler in time, and he lets him up long, looking for the backstab. Glaive is gone, but everyone else from Astralis makes it. However, Jaime is solo A right now. He may have all the info. He may have the world in the palm of his hand. But he doesn't have the sight, nor his life. Tagged through the smoke. Magisk was wrapping him anyway, even if Bubsky didn't get that kill. And now it's gone from bad to worse here for VP. Bomb planted, and app still controlled.
And it's a slow retake out of VP. leaving no stone unturned. But will this, well, this slow approach come back to haunt them? They smoke off this site crossfire. Magisk is in pole position. Oh no, the turnaround! Is that going to tear it all away? Zip's dead in the pit. Another kill comes through. It's all on Bubsky. 1v1, and he's hiding in the smoke. He's playing with time. And there's the tap that seals the deal. Astralis, they get double digits, and it's on the back of young gun Bubsky.
He's a bit of a pistol player, isn't he? He had that ace with a Glock over on Overpass, but here on Inferno, he just wants to close this series for his team. And that could be the beginning of the end for VP. Never want to count out this roster, but 10-6 down, a pistol lost, a force incoming. This is going to give us very, very similar vibes to Overpass, at least in the scoreline before VP start buying. What a round from Bubsky. Flash denies any mid-information. Yakinda still goes back for it with the FAMAS. James here with a scout as well. Couple of guns, but Bubsky wants to remove them both.
Oh man, this is... Oh, James! Yeah, we'll finally decide that enough is enough. And here comes the MAC-10s out of the apartments. Brap from the boys on the entries. Plot is in. And no chance at a retake. No chance at a defuse if you're Virtus Pro. You're too far away. You're locked out of A.
Yep.
Great stuff there from the red arrows of Astralis.
Yeah, coming through the sky. No warning. And it will diffuse the situation with those double entries. VP was so hung up in middle trying to get those fights off. And now they're just trying to keep guns. Glaive jumping round corners, and no survivors here for VP. It's 5 alive, it's money made, and it's MAC-10s taking the limelight here for the Danish side. 11-6. And Yakinda has gone stone cold. He's been left on the countertop too long. You mentioned how VP like to exhaust their opponents. Well, maybe some friendly fire here. 3-13. This is the guy we look out to be a beast here for VP. If he can't recover, then I don't think VP will.
I just can't get over the copious amounts of star power we've seen out of Zip in this series. Like, this is unreal.
40 kills on the last map alone.
Like, no matter how anyone else is doing, he's been a constant. He's been a backbone of these scorelines, of these games. And in the third map, we're seeing that culminate in all its glory. Zip leading the charge. Virtus Pro, a B stack with pistols, and maybe Astralis are about to walk into it.
Yeah, but there's only 2 here. Even if it goes worst case scenario and both these guys die, it's all the info in the world. They can go back for the bomb. They can kill that solo player of Kicker on A. And it's not like Astralis have overcommitted here. I mean, Astralis won this round by stacking B with their own Deagles, if you remember. VP are not as well armed. Flat USPs with the exception of Kicker.
Yeah, I like this, man. Magisk almost feels like it's too good to be true, right? Like, this was exactly the scenario they posed to VP. As you pointed out, they weren't peeking, and that was very, very purposeful, trying to entice them into a stacked site. Now with that kill coming in at long, the peaks are going to come in towards Magisk, and he's able to make the call. Yeah, we read this right. It is the B stack. So now Astralis feel assured in this round, and Magisk will make it so.
Lovely.
A lovely little 4-piece to cement 12-6.
Yeah.
Now we got the big boy guns coming in for VP, but you don't have many rifle rounds if you don't hit the ground running.
Yeah, they were 12-5 on Overpass. They still made it OT. So this, by comparison, easy, mate. But easier said than done when Astralis are looking this ferocious. Ever since I said no one was rivaling Xipex's kill count, Magisk has come up with some massive rounds in the last few towards the end of the CT side as well. And so here we go. AWP for James. Still the bonus for Astralis. It's a good round to run it on. You can definitely win this. It's forced head armor for VP. And if you do lose it, you've got multiple rebuys coming down the pipeline. So let's see something faster, something more aggressive, something audacious from Astralis.
Yeah, they're wasting no time. Oh, Bubsky with the open, and the MAC-10s on the force are churning through the rifles. There's the lineup for Sanji, king of the SMG players. He reins them back in, still alive in the site, dealt with by Glaive. And it's him and Magisk to try and see this round through. This was a bonus round from Astralis, and now they're poised to run away with it.
Yeah, Glaive's stuck behind the pillar. He gets the reload off. I don't know how he wins that. Yakinda out for the count, and Buster now up on with a job. 1v2, there's the first. Where's Magisk gone to? He's back in the pit, and Buster has no clue, checking everything but the right place, and time is ticking as well. He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have a hope in hell. Tap on the bomb, and Magisk bites. 13 rounds to Astralis, all the guns saved, all the glory kept, and VP put on the back foot.
This is a disaster now for Virtus.pro, right? The difference maker on all these maps gone by is when they headed into these crunch rifle rounds, where winning them really, really matters in terms of setting you up for these comebacks that we associate with VP. They've always been able to get them over the line. Well, here, not only was it a bonus round victory going in favor of Astralis, and now money's made for the Danes, Virtus.pro have got nothing, not really. They can cobble together armor and pistols, but that really is the extent of it.
Yeah, this would be really one hell of a statement to end the series this way, after being in this exact predicament twice, and both times VP longing it out to OT, to feel like the 6-hour BO3 boys have been exhausted their own way, and for it to actually be a dominant third map, that would be one hell of a way to do it for Astralis. Not there yet, though. VP have full forced. This is mental. I really thought an eco was coming in. James is still saving for the AWP, but everyone else has put everything they can in. And set up, stacked up on the short side. It's where Astralis have been running, almost every round so far, right? So it's a good call, but it's a risky call for VP. Could just be left in the dirt.
Yeah, this isn't the normal second half. This isn't one of these ones where we're looking at it and it feels like VP can grind their way back in. Their hopes, their dreams in this quarterfinal now hinge on a very, very mishmashed buy. You don't have much in the way of utility either, right? You've got a decent belt of it, but you've got to be conservative. You've got to use it if and when it's needed. You want to try and hold on to as much as you can come this execute from Astralis. Kikat's position was hoping to net in the opener, and it will through the smoke. Dupree on the receiving end of the Famous spray. All right, VP. Maybe still a little bit more left in the tank yet.
Yeah, that jump for Dupree, he got the info, but it didn't help him out. Just got spammed. Can Zip get an entry here? Because they're fully committed. They're not going back to B. They've left that position. So into the stack that is now dissipating. It is falling apart. There's only 2 CTs here. James gets cleared. There's the entry from Magisk. You still got to worry about the Apps flank, but Kicker's been cut off by Util, some of which his own. Really just buying time for Buster, who's been denied by Magis back in the pit in a perfect position in a 4-on-3, and Astralis looking ready to close his force by. It won't be made. They won't make that decision. VP will instead. They give it up. They throw in the white flag and they try and hold on to their guns.
Yeah, saving 3 here, it's all right. It means that you still have guns in the next. As mentioned, James was saving in this round, so he's able to purchase up as well. But we really are approaching last chance saloon for Virtus.pro, considering that throughout this entire series, throughout every VP game ever, you're left hanging on under this belief that they can pull it back. That is going to be tested now more so than ever.
Yeah, this is the Astralis that we wanted here, Harry. This is the Astralis that we almost did see in the first couple of maps, but it's finally coming to fruition, and even more potently than before. 5 in a row on the T side, yet to give a round up, forcing VP's reinvestments. Think about how it started. It was the opposite on the T side. VP, when they lost the second round after Astralis' 4s, VP full eco, they went, fine, you want it, you have it. We'll come back in with our gun rounds. We'll show up when it matters. Well, VP have done the opposite here. They've been rebuying round after round. And again, they put in penny after pound. AWP out for James. And fast for Astralis.
Oh, and the opener, it's Bobski to secure it. I tell you what, this guy might find himself running into the Lion's Den an awful lot, but he really has crowned himself as the maddest Lion out there. Another entry, perhaps more damage onto Buster, who is the last hope at B. They've got him trapped in a cage. James cannot cover the cross. Buster dead after 1, and James even getting spammed out as well. It's a 3-on-4 retake. No more saving for VP, you'd like to think.
apart from this one first. Let's just give it up, guys. I don't know if we can do it, and they might be right. Even that rotator kicker is not coming in.
You can see like the inner conflict, right? They kind of know that this is a round they have to attempt, but at the same time, it's so unlikely that the best case is to back up, give up 15, give map and series point to Astralis, and hinge on finding 9 in a row for overtime.
Yeah, this is the constant rebuying that's dug a hole that VP will now rest in. 6 feet under. And Astralis showing up in the server, showing up on land, 15-6 right now, looking to hunt down some guns, looking to remove what they can at the end of things. They might get the headshot to Jane, but it is denied. And here we go, 15-6. Surely, no way in hell we end up in overtime. It's just about slipping it through. Just one round, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost feel like there's not the big celebrations anymore on Astralis. The reason is they're not content with just winning the 1 round or the 2 rounds that we needed to get them up onto 15. They want the whole damn thing locked in before they get up and start celebrating. You can feel the whole nation of Denmark, man, waiting with bated breath. Are Astralis back? Is this the team that Denmark can get behind, showing its face once more? Yakinda, aggression, a change of pace, a change of face, but Bobski's gonna trade it out. A 4-on-4, Buster getting pressured, but he does hold his own, and so for the time being, the B play is denied.
Yeah, good damage for Yakinda, right? As said, he's been having a quiet one, but trying to throw himself back into the action. I admire his confidence to do that even when times are tough. That's such a typical Yakinda play. Nice shot from Jamie, gets out alive. Don't know how. Flash gives him a little more room. Kicker's going to be here to deny the bomb plant. A very hard position to check with Pit and Long open as well. And so Astralis start using utility. They will clear it, but Kicker's quicker. And now Dupree in the clutch. Very low and not long for this world. It's 7 rounds to Virtus Pro. They hold on for a moment. How much longer?
Well, look, man, we say this a lot. Yakinda is often a backbone of this VP team, often an integral, aggressive piece of the puzzle. 4-17 when it matters most. We saw him trying to go back to his old tricks with banana aggression there. If we could get Yakinda activated, if we could, maybe Virtus Pro can make this a long one after all, but it is just the sheer length, it's the sheer grit that's going to be required. And Astralis, they're eyeing up a victory, man. They're spurred on. This is the biggest chance they've ever had in this series to close it out. A fast play out through mid, and James off the angle. They're chasing him, but he does get away.
Yeah, nice shot. Magist still gets Sanji out of the library, who covers for James. He's now back on the angle, only for a moment prior to the flashbang. And Buster down Banana is stopping Astralis from rotating out. Even crossing isn't safe. They have to use a smoke for the choke. They know Buster won't flank with Yorb, and so they'll focus on the other one, trying to hunt down James. Easier said than done. He's still here on the long side, and now it's a 2v3. No util, just one smoke. You're just trying to fight your way back in. Glaive started, he's provided the first, and now it's left up to Orbs to retake. They might want to juggle some guns.
Yeah, double Orb retake, far from ideal. Zip and Glaive, 2 of the most experienced faces you'll look to see left up against the might of Virtus Pro. And they're not giving them anything. VP have got to bring the fight to Astralis, and it's got to be now. Zip holding the short side. The timing is perfect from Glaive. Jame, 1v2, and no Jame time left in the tank. He's got to win this. There's the first. Oh! Jame with the double, and it keeps on going for VP. So close on the defuse, but he's locked it in. James's keeps on going. Virtus Pro, they need 7 more, but with Jame showing up in crunch time, maybe it's a possibility. He's kept it going.
It feels so bittersweet for VP, right? You just win one hell of a round there from those double orbs from James' dominance, but it doesn't matter, and it might not even be remembered if Astralis just come up and close right here, right now. Lovely shots for Jame, but is it Jame in vain, or is it Astralis closing? Every round we ask that question again. Back up Banana with the pace as well. Great utility for VP. They do bruise and batter Astralis on the approach. It's just got 3 health for crying out loud, but Astralis not deterred. They want to commit.
Smoke down in CT. Sanji dead. Oh, Yakindar trying to make a play into the molly. Lots of damage done, but only one kill. Oh, Yakindar, that could have been his defining moment. That could have been it. That could have just snatched another round away. But once more, it falls to the retake. James has been a hero in these times before. When Virtus Pro have needed someone to close the gap, he has been there to answer the call. This time, smoked off in CT, they are not giving James the room. Instead, it's going to come down to this flash peek from the coffins to try deliver these openers. And the re-smokes are in again. So much time is eluding Virtus Pro. They've gotten this first kill, but it is ticking away from them. James dead in CT. The trade's back. It's even 2-on-2, but time is running out. And that's the least of their worries. Dupree is the man to close it. Astralis are going to the semi-finals. Virtus Pro, their run ends here, and Astralis rise once more to try and sit on the throne of Danish Counter-Strike.
Round is going to be live, and we're into the 22nd one. It's hard to imagine that SK won't be able to do it. We would be looking for 9 straight rounds in a row here for Liquid to try and bring it back. 3 more kills. No one is rushing anywhere. No one's leaving anything to chance. JDM going down, Hiko going down, and now Nitro alone, 1 versus 5. He has to go and fight, and they're getting close. Here's the spray coming through. He takes out Fur, trying to walk through the smoke, but it's just not going to happen. SK Gaming, 2nd major championship in a row. They are your winners.
Can he do it? He's got 1. He's gonna go back for more. A 2nd on the JKS and a 3rd from Buster. What a beast. Poison goes down. Buster with the ace. All 5 kills.
Versus 2 to try and find. Oh, Zai Will with 3rd. Oh!
Vitality are holding on for a moment. Twist gets the reload. Oh! To 1 bullet in the tank. Oh! 4 kills. We'll fight 15 rounds.
Oh my god, they just have to kill him. Oh, no! Truly don't believe it!
the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Introducing the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Expert analysis.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex, and now they're pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes
The best performances.
He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
And fan voting.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple!
Who delivered best?
Unbelievable!
And that's right, now is your opportunity to vote for that ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. And boy, do we have several candidates for you. Of course, you can go through the list of names, and it should be of no surprise as to why some of these show up here. But I can assure you that the vote will come down to the wire. It'll come down to the numbers. You can contribute via voting to the overall result. You can use channel points, Twitch chat, and wow, what a banger of a matchup. What a way to end it all right here for at least the run of Virtus Pro throughout the entirety of Intel Extreme Masters. They were one of the teams that people had a lot of question marks about going forward. And then, of course, now they're out. Astralis stay in the running.
Yeah, and I mean, they answered a decent amount of them, right? You know, like Yanko said earlier, the resilience they displayed, very, very impressive stuff. A lot of matches where it felt like they just weren't going to be able to take it. They weren't going to be able to come back into them. But I think the way this ended on Inferno, the first 2 maps, great. The way that they lost on Inferno, I think VP is going to be really hurting, really stinging after this.
Yanko, you know, summarize this one for me, you know, from the VP side. And it felt like a little bit of the winds out of the sails on the last map.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think they just ran out of gas on that third map. Things didn't, I mean, it started off on the wrong foot. After winning Pistol, they get reset, right? Gives Astralis 3 rounds. Yeah. Then VP wins a gun round, get reset again, right? They just couldn't string any rounds together early on. And once they did, I mean, the half was over. And in the second half, it didn't start off any better either.
We have to say as well, one of the big question marks on VP coming into this event was, like with plenty of the teams, especially VP, is not being able to see them on LAN. That's been a common theme of coming back to this environment after the online era. And you have to say, Yekindar had a great event. For his first time at a big event, he did a phenomenal job throughout the group stage. You know, to get to this point, this Inferno was a really, really rough map. 5 kills across the whole map, and that's a very difficult time for someone who is so integral to your team, to your offense for Virtus Pro, and also the center point and the star of the team. You know, the third map is the one where it's always like, okay, this is where the big boys show up. This is where your star player helps deliver you, keep you alive if you needed, whatever it might be. He's got to be there for you, and unfortunately, Yekindar today wasn't.
And Yanko, I'm looking at you. Yekindar not catching a break there on Inferno?
Yeah, it's been a rough game, a little bit, you know, a matter of action not coming his way at times, but obviously just not having a great game. But in general, I just think VP as a team didn't really perform on this map. I mean, you look at the second half, right? Like, sure, it sucks. You lose the pistol round, you lose the force buy. So, but in the first gun round, you know, Astralis has a couple of Mac 10s, still, you know, the bonus round, as the guys called it, right? And they're playing a sort of a 1-1-1 setup on A, right? So you're really susceptible to those set pieces, which is exactly what Astralis did, and basically put themselves up, you know, 15-6 with that round.
And speaking of Astralis, I think we have to give credit where credit is due. Bubsky shows up in spades. Zip is out here doing his thing. Magisk shining when he needs to. Jason, what'd you see?
Yeah, I actually saw Astralis on Inferno. You know, I don't know if there was a talk between the maps or whatever it was, but it felt to me watching, like, once they got control of the game and started feeling comfortable, you know, like 5-6 rounds in, it felt like that was the experience that Virtus Pro doesn't have. And it's unquantifiable, but it is that feeling where Astralis was just like, we're going to win this game, and we're not going to let it get close. We're not going to let them come back.
Right.
They were very, very dedicated to every fight they chose. If they made a mistake, they did a mistake 100%. If they peaked as a pairing, they all peaked and committed together at the same time. And towards the end of the match, especially I think when Astralis could feel that VP was like ready for the knockout blow, obviously some faster paced tactics just to end things quickly.
And, you know, for Astralis, they go forward. They are going to be one of our next semifinalists, which is great. So let's hear from them. We got Zipex on the line.
Zipnix, it was fantastic vintage clutch minister performance today from you against VP. What is it about LAN that gets your mojo going?
I don't know, like, I feel like we can just feel the energy in the team much more, and, you know, just being away from your own home or in the office or anything like that. So, yeah, I feel like we just have a mojo when we get to LAN, and we showed it today.
How hard was it, especially on Dust 2, to resist those aggressive CT players from the likes of Yakinda?
Yeah, we had trouble with Yakinda, especially on overpass CT side. Otherwise, they are playing very defensive. So I think we managed to play overpass pretty well, but I think we should have closed it earlier, not in overtime. And Dust 2 was also, I feel like we should have closed that as well, but we went to Inferno and we kind of stumped them there, so yeah.
Now, G2 are going to be facing you guys in the semi-final. And I believe it's Malik, their coach, who said, well, we want to face Astralis because they're easier to prep for. Would you agree?
I don't know if we are predictable. We just changed Arbor, and we don't even know ourselves who's hopping on which maps, so I don't think we are easy to predict in that case. So, yeah, let's see.
So Zipnix, next primary Arbor of Astralis.
I mean, I had a pretty good round on those two. Won us a pretty important round, so yeah, maybe.
You got them flicks down.
Yeah.
Congratulations, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Astralis one step ahead with the head games, of course. Not knowing what they're doing is going to keep the opponent from knowing what they're doing as well. Now you see Astralis stacking up now with G2. Do you like that matchup, Yanko?
Yeah, I think that's an exciting one because, again, Astralis is the more experienced lineup. Like, G2 has the more firepower. They're looking better as a unit. You can argue they have a deeper map pool as well, right? But we've seen Astralis in this tournament they keep knocking people out. They don't have any pressure on their shoulders. So we've seen G2 crumble before. It might just happen again.
And for Virtus Pro, you know, end of the road here. So all the commiserations, all of that is in store. We also are graced by Yakinder giving us an exit interview.
Yakinda, you did everything you could to try and keep VP in the running, and you very nearly did. Dust 2, it was all down to you. What do you think it was that was the biggest issue for VP today?
I think overall the game's quality was really good. On overpass, no start. We lost several rounds in a row. We didn't win a single pistol, I think. So it was really hard to play when you don't have both starts on both sides. Same as Inferno, we won only one pistol in T side, then we lost the force, so it's 3-1 instantly. And then on the second half, we lost pistol round, lost 2 in a row. So overall, the quality of the game was really good. We were in a good mental state, and I would say it's just unlucky, and our own mistakes made us lose this game.
The story of VP at IEM Cologne has been a team that can survive almost anything. But what do you guys need to do in future to thrive?
Well, I mean, firstly, get a break. We're playing for a year without any break, so that's the main point that we need. We need some energy, and overall, I think there's always room for improvement, always room for fixing some mistakes. I think we have a lot of them, so we will focus on that.
And how have you felt about your first big event LAN experience with VP?
I mean, only positive vibes. I mean, this LAN, maybe not full LAN without the crowd, you know, but overall I had a great experience, different atmosphere. It helps a lot to concentrate, and you feel different emotions playing a LAN tournament than playing online. A lot better.
So we're going to see even more from you when we get to the crowds, when we get to the arenas?
No, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I'm pretty confident.
We hope so too. Thank you, Yukinder.
Thank you.
Yeah, rough way to end it here for Yukinder and company. He's saying they need a break. They are going to get that. Now they're the player break on the other side of the event. Jason, one quick takeaway.
I mean, the only thing that was just a classy interview for a young star who's kind of coming into his own position in the team, 21 years old, and he gives a nice exit interview, and I don't think he necessarily said anything wrong. So just that's a classy guy.
The classy guy. Jason said it best, and I don't know that you have anything, Yanko. You wanna close it out on this matchup in particular?
I think it's so good. Astralis top 4 against all odds, man. Yet again, the guys they just don't let up.
Yeah.
You think they're out, and they're still a contender.
And they pull you back in.
Yeah, they just reel you right back in, which is exactly what we're looking to do after the break. We're going to go to break. We're going to come back with Gambit and FaZe for the other quarterfinal within the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. I'm struggling today. We'll be right back, guys.
So the first time I met Device at the office, knowing we would be teammates, it was very different from when I met him before. Before, it's always been this, you're kind of friends with the opponents, but every time you shake their hands on stage, you are the enemy, right? You sort of very briefly hate each other. Not hate, but you sort of get my point, right? So when he got there, I saw a different side of him. He's actually a very chill guy. We got to hang out a bit, and yeah, I was really surprised. It was very different to how I imagined him being when he was in Australis. He has to bring Device. He's not supposed to become Nok in our old lineup, right? He's a Device. I make that very clear to all our new players, but that he will play in the NIP sort of system that I built for the team.
I met Justin for the first time, I think, when he joined the team, because I was living in London at the time. And he flew in from Texas after he did some content for Complexity, and he stayed in the same hotel as me since that time, which was, I guess, when he joined. I'm not sure exact the date, October-ish, November of 2020. And since then, we've been together in the same hotels. So I think me and him have probably bonded the most on the team because we've been in the shit the whole time together. And when I say the shit, I mean just like not having a stable living situation. We go from hotels to hotel. We don't even know where home is right now. I mean, obviously home is back home, but like for living, we don't know where we're living. Like when we come back after the club, we don't even know where we're gonna go. So it's pretty intense as a human to not have a stable environment. But I think we made the best out of it, and we enjoy each other's company.
Well, I met Tapson when I was 12 or something. We played together 1.6 and like gather leagues and all that stuff. So I really know him for such a long time. When I played in my first team, he also picked me up in my first team. So in my very first professional team, I played with him together. He used to be just like an entry fragger. He, of course, a really smart player, but he wasn't like an IGL or something. Then when some years ago, Gob B left our team, he developed into the best IGL I could ever imagine. He's like so smart. He has such good solutions and answers for what is happening. And yeah, I can't imagine a better colleague than him.
The first time I met Naf has to be in Santa Monica in California. I think that was our first tournament together, and we actually won against Astralis. But I've known these guys for a long time. We've met before, but we haven't really been on the same team together. And joining Team Liquid, I didn't know who I was going to mesh well with, and it instantly clicked with Naf. I think we have a lot of similarities as a person, but first time meeting him, it's like you don't know what you're getting into, you don't know what to expect. So in your head, you're just gonna go with the flow and see how it goes. And in my head, that's how it went with Naf, and it turned out pretty well, actually. I think we're pretty good friends and we're gonna be good teammates for a while. You don't really see how Naf is until you really get to know him. But his impression of me, it definitely was better than I expected. He starts paying attention more, he starts learning more, he shows his care for the team, and he grew as a character and he grew as a player, and he shows that with how good he is with his skill and how well he does on LAN, and that's why he became one of the top 10 players as well.
I think the structure of ESL Pro Tour is really good. I mean, I always love a little bit of changes here and there. I think you can always improve, right? And that's something I'm taking up with the EPL Council if I have something. But for having these big tournaments with 24 teams, I think that's really important, because then you have the top 24 teams or top 30 teams represented, even though they maybe had a bad period 3 months, 4 months prior to a big tournament like Cologne, like we had. We are still here and we still have a fighting chance to make it far, right? And you want to have those stories in Cologne. You want to have those underdog story. FaZe Clan, who are 37 in the world on Hillsville ranking, is actually top 6 on Cologne. You want to have those stories because that brings something to a tournament. And all the things you have said on the broadcast for the past year about this is online versus LAN, the experience versus inexperience, this is the time to show it.
Out with the old, in with the new. That's what they say around these parts. And of course, a new matchup is on the horizon, a quarterfinal, a date in destiny. We're going to be jumping right back into that in due time. But first, it's time to do some unpacking. I'm going to go ahead and bring in our commentators because we've got Chad and Alex. What are they up to over there?
Oh, just hanging out, drinking in the back of a Camino. What's up?
Not a lot. You know how we do it, Trace. We're going to open some...
That threw me for such a loop. I'm sorry, I didn't. That's good, Alex. He's good. He's good.
You nailed it?
Yeah,
is that what it's all about? Look, this is what it's all about. The Epics cards. We're going to open some of these. We've actually had a lot of luck with these. This is a brand new pack. I'm opening this for the first time. So, Alex...
Actually, I saw him like biting it with his teeth earlier, so it is true.
Shouldn't do
it is
that
brand new.
So, yeah, try and get the...
I've gone for right in the middle.
I'm going to go for the start of the pack. I don't think there's any formula to this.
Where's the scale? We need to weigh them, don't we, Chad? That's how we find out the good ones.
I did watch a Pokemon card opening, and there was
a whole thing.
There was
There's
a whole
some voodoo
methodology
and
about this
mystery. So,
all right,
right out of the gate, I've whipped out an Aussie favourite. We've got a little Diaz on the top of my deck.
I don't know how much more we're going to be seeing of him. Keto, he's in the mix right here.
I could see a shiny. I could see a shiny.
Oh,
what do we call it? That's not
Hollow?
Hollow.
We got a Sergey. You've got a Chris J.
Magic focus fingers.
There you go. You've nailed that. Sergey, is he playing it? He's in that.
Chris de Jong?
Oh, S-Attack. So far, I have two out of three players who aren't even in the team right now.
I found my shiny. I got a shiny Brawler in play.
I got a... Oh, okay, that's going to be rare soon. Fnatic.
Caffeine in my hands right now.
There's a Fnatic card here as well. And oh my lord.
Go on.
We always pull out the luck. What do you reckon this is?
Holy mother of...
This is a Centurion Zywoo card. I don't know what that means.
Centurion?
I don't know. It looks good.
I've got a shiny Big
Does that say Centurion?
It does.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong. We got another good one again.
Yeah, well, I'll swap you for a shiny Big.
No, I'm good. I'll keep the Zywoo.
Sure?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Epic's GG, and we're going to get ourselves ready for this one. I'm hyped as hell. Myself and Chad are going to be guiding you through it, and we get to see FaZe Clan up against Gambit. I think it's about time we got that party started.
The beauty about this matchup, FaZe versus Gambit, is the unique context we are in. And this is what makes that quarterfinal so interesting. We are back on LAN, a very unique environment, high pressure situation. And because of that, FaZe have a chance.
They are LAN players, and their playstyle for LAN tournaments.
It's the experience factor. It's guys like Olaf who have won so many tournaments, who's won multiple majors. You've got someone like Twist who's playing incredible Counter-Strike right now, won a Grand Slam. You have Kerrigan, who's been an in-game leader and been in the scene forever. Rain, who's been in huge teams and in huge performances and huge tournaments all through CSGO. That experience, it's going to have to show up on the scoreboard, but you're going to rely on those guys to not shy away and not be afraid and not back down from a fight in such an important matchup.
Of players fighting for FaZe. Kerrigan gets the first and the second, the third as well. Dexter gets dropped.
You have to have Kerrigan call a really, really good game.
Coming into the tournament, obviously one of the things I want to see is how do I actually mentally get into the game, because that has been one of the issues online for me. I think there's just that extra gear in my energy, in my calling, and the way I think about the game.
The way he calls is about creating chaos, forcing you to make mistakes, misreading situations. And you think about this round against Vitality, when Twist makes a difference with the Deagle. This is a typical Kerrigan round.
Joining FaZe marks an evolution in his career because he's taking on a lot of responsibility. He is now the centerpiece of that team.
Roki with one. The lineup is almost there.
Veterans of the game. Their experience is immense. The results speak for themselves and what they've been able to achieve in their career. I would remind them of that. It is a very small window for FaZe, let's be honest. Gambit came in this tournament with an incredible pressure, and they have risen to the occasion. They have put doubts to rest. They have played the Counter-Strike they need to play.
And here comes Travis jumping. Yeah, I love this position from Axel. It's very grimy, very gross, very disgusting. 4-5 in the round.
This pack of young players, with the world watching them, everyone waiting for them to fail, have proved us all wrong.
Gets the kill on the first man, and the second and the third, lined up easy.
The key for Gambit in that game is to remain calm.
It's not even a comparison. They're in a completely different workshop than FaZe is. This tournament for Gambit legitimizes the entire year of dominance that they've had.
Gambit FaZe on the horizon here, and we're ready to jump into the server. For the time being, so many question marks around both sides of the table here. A lot of people looking at Gambit coming into this event and thinking, can they replicate the successes that they've had over the last year? Well, now it's time to shine. It's do or die time for both teams in this quarterfinal, but Gambit certainly have their way with words.
Their players, they are LAN players, and their playstyle for LAN tournaments. I mean, their aggressive style, they love to fight. They have a lot of confidence, and these aspects, these moments, is really helping you on the LAN tournaments. Online, like everyone confident, everyone calm, and that's why FaZe is getting some problems online. So on LAN tournaments, they have some advantage because of that.
And crazily enough, we're going to run the numbers here of total individual LANs per roster. Wild scenes at 455 on the FaZe side, contrasted by Gambit on the very opposite side with 76. That's something to behold, especially for a team that came in here and said, and I quote Nafany, we want to make an era. LAN, studio, online, who cares about it when you want to win, Jason?
Yeah, well, I mean, sadly for Nafany, everyone else cares about it. Everyone else cares if it's LAN or online. Like the fans, the community, the analysts, the casters, the other players, they all care if it's LAN or online. And I think someone who says that doesn't have a body of work on LAN. Now, that's not a knock on him at all, but it's time to start putting that together. That's where this quarterfinal comes to play.
I like that.
Damn,
Heavy
starting,
punches.
yeah.
By the way, this is our friend
up.
Maniac right here. Maniac, welcome to the show. Welcome to the quarterfinal that is Gambit FaZe. Talk to me a little about some of the stuff that we're looking at right off the top.
I mean, we are looking at pretty much the accumulation of the experience versus people having to prove everything on the line right there. And this is what matters the most in that matchup, because if you think about level, surely Gambit is at top. But we are on LAN. This is the playoff of IEM Cologne, right? And I can tell you, I've been there many times. This event, the fact that you're playing a quarterfinal and playoff, this is not something similar to playing home. Hobbit talked about it in an interview. So all eyes are on the players and how they're gonna, handle that pressure.
It was great to see Hobbit have that much respect as well for that experience factor, that change from online and LAN. And it's especially great seeing that as the only real player on that team that has some big LAN experience.
You think how many of that is Hobbit? The 67
Yeah,
or 76? It's probably Hobbit 85% or 90%. That's Hobbit doing the LANs.
It's a crazy thing to think about, especially for a team that came into this event, looked almost indestructible online, but now, they've kind of exceeded those expectations. They're moving away from that taboo as like, can they do it online? They're doing it. They've done it. Now's the time to show it again.
Yeah, it's an interesting match because, they have shown it and they've been fantastic and their players have risen to the occasion. But let's say there is a stumble here in the quarterfinals. Let's just say, for whatever random reason, someone's having a bad day, someone's sick, doesn't play well, they make too many mistakes, whatever it might be, maybe Twist goes nuts. If you drop this quarterfinal matchup to a FaZe that came into this event looking limp and dead, like that, regardless of what you've shown to this point, that's not good enough for Gambit.
And Maniac, talk to me about Shiro, what he's bringing to the table for Gambit.
Well, the thing is, Shiro came into this event as one of the players that had the most to prove, right? He had this crazy rise with Gambit Online, and everyone was waiting for him to kind of fail, and he didn't. You're looking at the leaderboards, he's topping the charts, he's the highest rated player, he finds opening kill, he does a lot of stuff for Gambit. But I agree with you, and I think it's a point that we need to hit home really. You missed that game right now. You have one bad best of three, which in a sense can happen to anyone, but not here. It cannot happen here. It will haunt you in your dreams, right? You get eliminated right now because you just had a measly best of three, you played badly. That cannot happen. And this is new for Gambit. This is new, the fact that they don't have the right to fault. They don't have the right to make a mistake. They have to win this game.
Yeah, they absolutely do. For us, we get the opportunity to hear from someone we don't always get to hear from. It's going to be Shiro from Gambit, who had some words with us before this started.
Мы приехали сюда, чтобы показать такую же игру, как и в онлайне. Мы хотим, дойти до финала, как минимум. Мы потерпели поражение против G2, но я думаю, мы сделаем выводы и улучшим свою игру, и сможем дойти до финала. Я просто его взял, это, можно сказать, из аниме, но оно мне просто понравилось по написанию, поэтому раньше у меня был ник Сокол, потому что у меня фамилия такая, а сейчас Тогда я решил просто поменять на Широ, и все. Играется на лане мне лично индивидуально хорошо, а в будущем я хочу я хочу, чтобы мы подняли трофей вместе с моей командой на лане именно, перед сценой и людьми. На лане вообще отлично, команда себя чувствует, я думаю, тоже отлично. Для всех эта обстановка новая, просто супер для нас всех. Лично я тоже нормально играю, наверное, не знаю. Мне все нравится, все очень хорошо. Наши цели — это удержаться в этом году в топ-1, попасть во множество финалов, которые вообще будут. А против FaZe Clan, я думаю, будет тяжело. Все-таки они сейчас набрали форму, и мы постараемся их обыграть.
And let's just flip it right around on its head right here. We're going to take a look at the recent results for FaZe Clan. They had a hard time, well, I guess Twist did have a hard time against Heroic on Nuke, went 14-21, but that was, you know, after an Astralis 25-22 belter. You know, you've shown all your tricks of the trade at that point, Maniac.
Yeah, you do. Look, we talk about FaZe and obviously online, as we can see. Have you heard of a self-fulfilling prophecy? Because I think that's what's happening with FaZe. I'm not even kidding. They've been cultivating this idea that, you know what, once we go back to LAN, we're going to get better. We are not going to tremble. We're not going to falter. We're going to win these clutches. And it's actually happening. And it's embodying in front of our eyes this team that is starting to believe after every single game, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. It doesn't matter we had 10% win rate.
Yeah.
We can win every single game, and they feel it, and it shows on the server.
And Jason, would it be fair to say we look at a team like FaZe, we look at this team, and they didn't really come here to reinvent the wheel as much as they did reinvent themselves almost?
Yeah, or maybe not even reinvent. I think they're still trying to find themselves to a certain degree, right? Still a relatively new roster. You still have, you know, Olaf relatively new to coming back into the game as well from some extended absence. So a brand new star player that you're focusing around, an in-game leader who admittedly during this online era when he joined the team was having trouble finding that second gear that's made him such a dynamic in-game leader in the past. So yeah, this is like a soul-searching event for FaZe, and they're getting there.
Well, I tell you one guy that's been searching for souls, and he's definitely found them over the course of the event thus far. That's going to be Twist from FaZe. Let's see what he's got.
FaZe has always been a constellation of stars, but when Twist, part of the backbone of Team Liquid, decided to move to Europe, it was with a much more prominent role in mind. No longer content to anchor and wait for the action to come to him, he struck a deal with FaZe to be their playmaker, and it is a promise Carrigan upheld when he rejoined the lineup shortly after Twist's team debut. It takes a great deal of self-belief to bet on oneself and see it through. And not all players are able to make the transition. See Kjaerbye's move from Astralis to North, or Esatag heading to Cloud9. However, despite his team's disappointing run so far in 2021, up until FaZe's IEM Cologne playoffs breakthrough, the Canadian has been remarkably consistent, rather like his high headshot percentages, with only 7 out of 9 prior events seeing his ratings in the red. So far in Cologne, the star has a 1.22 rating across 10 maps. Today's matchup against Gambit will see Twist's experience face off against Axar's intuition. His performance will be essential to FaZe's survival, but will it be enough to conquer the best team in the world?
And Twist, certainly one that we look at as a torchbearer for the side of FaZe at this motion. You know, we've seen him have a pretty breakout event here in comparison to where he was, say, a year's time ago. Overall, though, he's not even the only one I look at, and I think in tandem, we've got to talk about Olaf.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, if there's one player in the world that I'd ever choose to go back to, like their early roots in the early days of CSGO and just find that peak for whatever reason, it'd be Olaf. I absolutely loved Olaf back in the day. And look, he even said it. He even said coming into this event, he had that quote where he said, nobody's playing with the big balls they've had online. Well, we've seen Olaf's, Swedish meatballs up on big stages for years, and the guy's wild. So if he can get back to that form and be like the second guy behind Twist, like that's the experience, that's the decision making in pressure moments, that's the incredible skill, that's the round turning ability that he has. If you get those things out of Olaf in this series, we're gonna have a series.
Maniac, I'm seeing Cold Zero on here. He's not on FaZe anymore.
He's not anymore. No, it's Olaf Meister in there. And as Jason was alluding to, there are not that many players that will join a team and make everyone else better. Yeah. And I think this is the value you get when you have Olaf Meister coming in, because you look at some of these numbers and you might just wait and say, hey, but Cold Zero was much better in stats. It's not what matters here. What matters is that suddenly Olaf Meister fits into that system and everyone else can play just a little bit better. Would it be with communication? Would it be with the roles he plays and the decisions he makes? He makes that team better.
Or, just the results on paper. When you talk about what FaZe is just doing here alone, they're turning heads. There wasn't a whole lot of expectations for FaZe to make the playoffs, much less the run that we're watching them do.
No, and what is really cool about Olaf Meister is that you realize he can do many different things. We have an example that's going to be coming up shortly that shows all of the abilities that Olaf can have. It starts here on Mirage versus Vitality. He's been aggressive with the AWP. He finds that opening kill. What's next after that? He's going to change his position, because that's the type of player he is. Not only just holding an angle, but understanding what's happening. That allows Carrigan after that to move a bit further. So he's dynamic. He can play with the AWP, of course. This is going to be one of the topics we mentioned in that game. And after that, he's going to be helping them with the clutch. So that round right there, and this is the end against Vitality. It shows the jack of all trades that Hofmeister can be.
Which he's always been throughout his career as well. He's always had that gift, even been a Fnatic, picking up the AWP at times, but also being a very powerful rifler. I think for me, what I believe he probably gives to FaZe that they probably love more than anything is just the fact that he's just someone you can put somewhere on a map and you're going to have faith that he's going to do the right thing. And whatever situation comes his way, if he needs to fall back, he's going to make the right call to fall back. If he needs to play for time, he's going to play for time. I feel like Olof is just someone who's been in every single situation and knows with experience how to play them all.
Yeah, and you know, he's not necessarily a Swiss Army knife as much as he has like a Swedish Army knife, if those were to exist in this notion. And the notion that I have to deliver forward would be that of the brains over there on the side of FaZe Clan. It's got Kerrigan written all over it.
Kerrigan was absolutely delighted last week to have made it to the top 6 of a tournament, and we've got him here right now. Kerrigan, tell me, how do you feel about going up against Gambit today? Because they have less LAN experience than you, but technically you're the underdogs in this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Gambit is the best team in the world right now, and I also think they've showed here at LAN that the online performance is kind of the same. If it's other teams playing better or them playing worse, it's really hard to tell, right? But in the end, they're the best team in the world, and they're favorites to win this tournament, I think, together with Navi, I would say. So no matter who we play in our bracket, we're going to be underdogs, and obviously that's a role I'm perfectly fine with. That's released a lot of pressure. And I think when you are in our team with a lot of legends and older player, it's not often you play without pressure. And I think that's what we're going to do today.
Do you think Olof's helped relieve some of that pressure with his return?
I'm not sure if he specifically relieved that pressure, but he's doing everything more easy for us. I think he's creating a lot of synergy, a lot of chemistry. He's a very calm player. So his communication is always a point as well. So I think all in all, he makes us play less pressured in the game because he's a great player and obviously a GOAT of CS.
Can I ask how he actually helps create that synergy? Because when you see Olof walking around, he's like the tall oak tree of Counter-Strike. He doesn't say too much. He's quite quiet, quite, I guess, internalized with his thoughts. So it's quite hard to see from the outside how he has such an impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think my previous teammates have always said, how is Olof, you know? Because Olof is very quiet if you don't know him. In a team's environment, he's very different from what he looks from the outside. And I think that's also what surprised me back then when we added Hofmeister to the lineup. He's actually a very cool, down-to-earth guy where sometimes an interview could be a little, you know, arrogant and stuff like that. I've experienced that in my previous team. So playing with him in a team is very different from like how people see it from the outside. And I also think that's why everybody who played with him said he's a great teammate. And I think that you can only see from the inside of the team.
And what are your thoughts on your opposing IGL today, Nafany and Gambit? Because so far he's made quite the splash.
I think he has really stepped up this tournament. His vigility level has been really high compared to what we have seen online. So obviously he had a huge impact as an individual player. And I also think as a caller, he has done pretty good at this tournament when you think it's his first big event. Obviously, now it's do or die time in the playoff, and that's where I think he should keep showing the level he has showed online. And I think he's a huge talent, if you could say like that, even though he's ranked #1 in the world with his team, but he has a bright future ahead of him.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Kerrigan. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Very bright future. Well, for us, one of these teams is going to be looking a little bit more brighter than the other. Maniac, talk to me about some of the numbers that you've collected here.
Yeah, what is quite interesting here for the viewers is obviously the difference in terms of how balanced these numbers are. You have on your right-hand side is Gambit with about 54 and 58% respectively of T side and CT side at round 1, whereas FaZe heavily rely on their CT side. That was the case up to that point in the playoff. But I just want to tie it back quickly to that Kerrigan interview. Did you hear how many seeds of pressure he planted for Nafany? It's very subliminal. It's very interesting, you know, but it's out there. Look, we have no pressure. Nah, they have all the pressure.
Come on.
It is a mental warfare.
So
no.
Has Nafany even seen this interview? Has anyone asked Nafany if he saw the Kerrigan interview?
Let's call him.
It's been in the statement interview, but he's got to do it, and it's normal. It's part of the game. You have one of the most experienced IGL going up against someone that has everything to prove as an IGL. There is going to be a mental warfare between the two, and we know how Kerrigan likes to play smokescreen. Don't tell me it's not part of the game. If you're an IGL, you would do it too.
Yeah, but it works for your team. It's not like Nafany sitting there being like, holy hell, Kerrigan just said pressure 5 times in this interview. There is pressure. Good Lord.
You know?
Yeah. Pressure reasserted on the vetoes. That's exactly where we go with this. Thank you. No, and in case you didn't know, as a viewer at home, Maniac has a degree in psychology. Does kind of make sense that he can forecast these things from a top-down perspective.
You shouldn't listen to Jason.
Or listen to Jason. That'll be some sort of like Michigan psychology.
Yeah, nothing's ever gone wrong when listening to me. That's all I have to say.
That's what I've been saying this whole time, but not to you guys. Anyway, map Venus, that's what I want to talk about. Where are we going? 3 maps. We're going to see Ancient?
We could. I think if Ancient could be a funny pick from FaZe. That's the way I see it. The bans should be quite clear-cut. I think Vertigo and Nuke are going to fly out the window. I don't see why any teams would really mess with that. But then if and ever Ancient could be a FaZe streak coming up, because we've seen Gambit struggle just a little bit against NIP. I mean, I wouldn't understand Gambit picking Ancient. Oh, what happened, Jason?
Oh, Jason, what a blunder!
That's. I mean, look. I guess if you're this much of underdogs and you're feeling it and you know you are, yeah, go for that pick. That's yeah, okay. Let's see how it goes. It's just a map that's still developing, and we've seen teams a la NIP, who looked great on it, had talked about all the confidence they had on it, and then got dumpstered on it just a day or two later. So yeah, roll the dice, FaZe. Let's go, baby.
Now, for Gambit, honestly, I feel like even though they've been losing that map, I think Inferno is probably one of their best shots. You know, they have an actual very balanced game on Inferno. They go for Overpass. That is interesting because for the longest time, it was part of their go-to maps. It was Vertigo and it was Overpass. And they've been slowly shying away from it. I thought in this matchup, perfect, but where's their confidence level on Overpass? It makes sense against FaZe, but I hope they feel good on it because they've been putting it aside.
Yeah, they might be looking at that 25% win rate for FaZe and saying, let's get a confidence game on the map, baby. We got semifinals coming up.
In the perfect world, they've got semifinals coming up.
Yeah, in the perfect world.
Not scripted, but yeah, we did get Inferno as that third and final decider. What are the odds that this series gives us wings to go all the way to Inferno?
I don't know, Maniac, hop in there.
It's
a lot of pressure,
dude.
All right, I'll make it easy. I think there's not going to be any pressure going into Nafany's head. I think they are going to be cold-blooded assassinations right there, and we're going to close that in 2. Got any problem with that, Jason?
No, I got Gambit winning in 2 as well.
But, okay, all right, fair enough. But Jason, let's just hypothetically say you are the coach, or you know the coach of FaZe. What do you say to him going into this game?
Well, I'd say to the boys, I tell them, you got to just trust each other emphatically, run through a wall, even if you feel like it might be the wrong thing. If your teammate tells you what he's doing, he wants you to do something, just back him up 110% and get after it.
And Maniac, just to kind of trail on what you were talking about here with Gambit, coming into this event as, one of the kings of online or kings of whatever you want to call them.
Absolutely.
How do they go into this one mentally?
I think they try and avoid any kind of mental warfare I was talking to. I think if you're Gambit, you don't even consider who you play against. You live in your own bubble. You're confident in your Counter-Strike. You've been proving it time and time again. Now you've made that jump into LAN event. You just keep on doing what you do.
Yeah.
Don't care who you play against.
Don't change a thing.
Exactly. Don't change. Don't try and play the mind game. Don't try and know what Kerrigan's going to do. It doesn't matter. You have a recipe. You have a formula that is working. Stick to it. You play the best Counter-Strike we have at the moment.
But also, I did hear of a stat. Now, I'm not sure which one of you said it, because a lot of things get said back there in that green room.
Wait. You're bringing up green room stuff?
Well, kind of. and I'm just going to throw the quotation marks out here. FaZe have yet to win a second-round force buy. Am I hearing that right? Maniac, what the hell does that even mean?
It does mean that basically if they lose the pistol round, they almost guarantee going 0-3, and this is not a good stat to go. That's the fact, it's just not good. And on the flip side of that coin is Gambit, who have actually extremely good pistol round stats, right? They have 3 players who are currently in the top 10 in terms of pistol. Obviously, Shero, Hobbit, and Aksai. These are your usual suspects, and they win these pistol rounds, and they convert them.
Listen, I'm really interested going into Ancient with that stat that we had up there, FaZe winning like 64% of their CT-sided rounds. I think this is going to be a tough map for them to hold that statistic up. Gambit, Hobbit is a beast over at that's that B-bomb site, the one that's super confusing for whatever reason.
The one that's supposed to be A, but it's also B.
He's great at lurking over in that position outside of Jaguar. I think you're going to see Gambit really, really messing with their coordination and communication on their rotations, getting aggressive towards that mid-room at the top of the stairs. This is going to be a really tough map, I think, for FaZe to feel comfortable on their CT side.
And think about the clutches, right? Because one of the areas where FaZe have been shining through in that tournament is these 14-14, 2 versus 2 clutch moments where, as we've been talking about Olofmeister, Rain, Kerrigan, they've gone through them hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Not on Ancient, though. Not on Ancient. It is still a little bit of a,
I didn't even think about that angle.
Don't even have protocols. Like, okay, how do I know in my 10 years of experience I'm going to play these 2 versus 2? You don't have that kind of backup and plan. You don't have that. You have to create it as you go.
That's actually a really cool angle. It's almost like they've kind of neutralized part of their own experience by playing. Yeah, credit where it's due, baby.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying it the whole damn time. Now I'm ready to say it's time to live on 3. Gambit versus FaZe, and we're kicking it off with Ancient. Only one of these teams is going through to the semifinals tomorrow. Who's it going to be? Let us know. Hashtag IEM, y'all. Let's kick it off with Sponge and Machine.
Oh, yes, indeed. Quarterfinals, Ancient, the newest map in the pool. It's a treat for us. It's a treat for you. And you can see 1xBet believes it should just be an open and shut case for the Gambit boys. Understandably so. The call out of Carrigan's mouth is 4 mid on contact. And who is it that's going to be scouting this out? Shiro might go for a little jumpy looky-loo.
Axel from Donut here as well.
Well, they can pincer in to some extent. P250 on Twist to try and open up proceedings. It's a great shot straight in. Brokey's gone. Jakey is going to be providing our observer goodness. Smoke to stop that temple angle. Shiro can peek around it, though. He's tucked in tight and is already peppering through. Axel, the wounded, now the dead. Train bounding on in as well. There's some Julies in play. They may be activated, and they are tagging up Olof. He's got to be cautious, and that's what Shiro was waiting for. Oh dear. Flubs his lines a little. 3 versus... Oh, never mind. 2 versus 3. The bomb's still got plenty of time. Don't have to rush it. They have got access to the site, Chad.
Yeah, and Hobbit has a kit here, so they can allow the bomb to go down. Little jiggles out from Rain. It's baited the shot.
Playing with fire, though. Twist is struggling to hit that shot. Hobbit gets many chances, and on the last, Rain falls. It could fall back into Gambit's favor. Twist to come up clutch. Not going to be easy. They have a kit they can rock this time. They draw in wide. A great find, and not going to happen. Hobbit happens. 3 in the round, 2 HP to spare, and the last bullet was the one to find Rain.
Oh, a couple of banger shots to kick off that pistol round. It all got messy there for a moment. But FaZe were given a lot of space out the gate there, just able to saunter through mid, make their way onto the site and get that bomb down. Now, I think that backs up some of the stats the desk was just talking about. Obviously, 50-50 for pistols so far for FaZe, and Gambit looking better in those pistol rounds, and they're going to secure another one here off the back of Hobbit's 3rd frag. Beautiful scenes right there.
HP, bro.
Now, keep in mind, FaZe are yet to win a 2nd round force buy right here, and they've gone all in straight towards this B-bomb site.
Yeah, and it's on the this T side where they've been struggling to accrue rounds, so it really is not a recipe for success. Let's see if they can change just a little bit of our mind here. Twist is going to be aggressing as soon as the flames fade. Enters, casts his
coming
gaze,
out.
And here they come. No one's flashed. Rain gets something, and it doesn't look great for Carrigan and Brokey. Bodies dropped, bomb dropped. Nade on the toes. Carrigan's going to be really careful here. Brokey's looking the wrong way, and it falls into place again for Gambit. Just as easy as that. Still yet to see FaZe convert the 2nd round force.
And Hobbits does get his hands on that M4 there, but this is really fantastic start from Gambit. So the rounds that they've been doing better in than FaZe, quite clearly, statistically, are going their way early. When you get the pistol, you convert the 2nd, you're going to get the 3rd for free. This is great for those jitters, right? The conversation coming out of the FaZe camp the entire time has been about the pressure being on Gambit. I love what the desk just brought up there. The sense of come in and just play your own game. Just do what you've been doing in practice, because that's what's gotten them so far. And Nafany early getting fired up in this quarterfinal.
Shiro. Straight towards the lane, and a good dunk already losing Carrigan. Just a couple of deagles here. It's going to be a FaZe's opportunity to try and just keep Gambit's economy honest. Love a plant. Going to be far out of the realms of possibility at this point, though.
Yeah, and I don't know if you want to allow these youngsters to farm up too many kills early, right? Going to Axel, he gets a nice little spray down. That confidence is going to be popping off there. Shiro, you heard from him in the interview. He thinks he's been doing all right. The statistics definitely back that one up.
Yeah, but seeing Ancient picked, you know, when there's mirages in the world.
Yeah. There's a couple of problems, right? Gambit's map pool is so strong. But this says a lot, because we're talking about, and you've heard from Carrigan time and time again, the pressure is on Gambit. And then Maniac astutely pointed out that, well, now FaZe have picked into a map where their experience, at least as far as the rounds go, doesn't matter. Yeah. Sure, the pressure, that's a different story. But this map, nobody's a seasoned vet on this one.
Yeah, but the reason we, use veteran, and it's such a powerful word in Counter-Strike, is because, as he put it so astutely, on maps like Mirage, they've been in those 2v2s multiple times.
That's 1 kill. That's not enough to write home about right here. And to cross into the site, we know how difficult it is. The Cavalry's made it. Hobbit's here. Inters are set up in that crossfire. It'll be a matter of time here. Twist took that nade early from Shiro. He goes down, and Shiro even finds that kill. So opening and closing that one out there for the AWP player of Gambit. And there's the coach Groove behind them. See how much input he can have in this one. Has been an integral factor.
And coming into their first weapon round, sorry for speaking over you, coming into their first weapon round, something I'm really interested in seeing is what was the flaws that Carrigan identified in that demo review with Roban. He identified that he was the crutch of the issue for their poor T-round conversions, and we'll see if his role feels a little different, not the sacrificial lamb as he may have seemed. Look, that's a perfectly executed incendiary, great T utility, locking down the lamps, all off to house the A-halls. Hobbit yet to die after a highly impactful pistol. We'll keep an eye on that.
It's actually an A-lean right here. They've got Inters over towards A with Axel, who's in this boost position towards the tree. Hobbit's in swing. And to get some contact here. Inters has spotted something.
Oh, but on the bait, lovely execution. And the round just falls flat. getting the info on the jump peak, draws attention to Big Box and enables that first to come through. Rain's having a walk on the ledge.
We're going to be a tight line here for Hobbit.
He comes back, though. Crosshair was established as the smoke fades. Rain continues his campaign.
Oh, slipping to the net now. That needs to be communicated. So Hobbit's going to drop all the way out of Donut and actually go and fill that gap over towards CT spawn. Shiro and Nafany, they're worried about that. You can see the passive stance they've taken, and that's giving a lot of room right now to FaZe. 2 players through Cave, make that 3. Brokey's going to join them here. There is a chance to get onto the site. They have 1 smoke and a flash, but the utility will need to be perfect here.
Yeah, and Shiro, if he's not smoked off, he's going to just pop off as you depart through that bedroom. That's the smoke. That will nullify Shiro. Might take a pot shot, but it's down to Nafany for this contest. Twist is posted up. He's been the sharpest tool in the FaZe shared. Rain's having some looks. Nafany stays quiet, and the element of surprise doesn't quite convert. Instead, Twist takes down the AWPer, and we're into a 4v3 here. FaZe backs against the wall now. Rain has to take some chances. It's not going to pay off. Hobbit finds him, and this round all hinging on Brokey. Shouldn't happen, certainly not now. Bullets go awry, and the defuse will come in.
And they can even pick up that AWP as well right there. So they get everything back, no dramas whatsoever, and only 1 player going down again here. So Gambit looking fantastic out the gates. In that first gun round, well, I think their play was to pressure Axel, who's normally the solo A anchor. Multiple members here from the Gambit roster, and the dunk from Inter's perfectly placed. The nutmeg attempt from Rain can't catch Hobbit off. And now we have the AKs one more time. That plant, it was good. You have to consider that from FaZe. They lost 2 players there in the opening. The fact they even get into a bomb site and get that down has facilitated another purchase here. Looks like similar utility towards mid. Molotov towards that top ledge position. Smokes as well in play. Lamps completely taken care of there. And you can see now peeling off of this upper rope. Hobbit, he's taking some contact. Bullets through.
Did good damage. You might even finish Carrigan.
Oh, dear, what a nade.
On his head. Lucky to be alive. He's got shrapnel in his earlobes, but 4 HP. Rocking and rolling. Still, bombs loose B, and they do have Rain and Brokey working on maintaining control of it. These mid-round CT aggressions, though, there's a reason these boys are still posted here. And it is just for the slow return of the rest of the pack. Audible reload, they know there's presence.
This is interesting as well. Shiro and Nafany are both playing in this cave position, and Nafany's actually going to be baited in by Shiro's AWP. They've left the gap over towards B ramp, and that now will be filled by Hobbit, who's rotating over. So this is working out perfectly here for Gambit, because the B execute with 55 seconds left, looking very likely.
Yeah, waiting for the incendiary to fade, perhaps. But it's so hard. I mean, you have to jiggle it, bait the shot.
Here come the smokes.
Shiro doesn't miss these. 44 seconds, and he'll drop a smoke of his own. That's perfect, but they are up ramp. Flash connects. Will they clear their corners? Oh, Shiro's missed his chance, and it's not the second. Oh, the no-scope's in, and already the bodies have dropped. There's nothing left, just Brokey. Dancing around the pillar with Shiro, and he is happy to play. Good damage, but not enough. Intus to swing in, and that's the end of that. Looks like a solid defense here out of Gambit. Not going to lie, looks like a timeout will be called. Just looking a bit shaken after their opening 5 rounds in foray here on Ancient.
Now look, there's not too many Gambit games to watch on this map. There's actually not too many games of any team to really watch, right? So you're dealing with a small sample size, but traditionally with the setups that we've been seeing out of a lot of teams, it tends to be 3 players over towards the B bomb site early, 1 player keeping their eyes on middle, and 1 player anchoring over towards that A bomb site. Right now, in the first 2 back-to-back gun rounds here, Gambit have had 2 players on that A site, or at least a player donut and site, and then they've had somebody middle as well. So they're dealing with this mid-aggression first, and then they're realizing that B isn't a huge weakness out the gates here. Here's with the nade from Hobbit that almost landed. Carrigan caught that one. Would have been a bad way for Carrigan to go down as a first death again, right? That would just, him in the middle of nowhere couldn't be traded. But his low HP meant it was a formality here.
Yeah, and of course the stats this morning had Nafany as the highest rated entry as well. So keep track of that when we had to do swap sides. Carrigan quite the opposite end of that spectrum. Brokey containing A halls. Looks like Axel and Intus are taking a bit more of an aggressive stance here, so at least they'll have the information. Oh, this nade damage is relentless. Rain chunked on this deco. Going to be Kevlar Vest and the Desert Eagle.
Okay, getting cheeky there. There are a couple of gaps that they're able to exploit. Rain will actually be mollied back out of position, so it will just be the lower mid prong to take the assault. Carrigan and co are pushed on out here, and they're applying a lot of pressure. Smoked off Donut. Looks like they might want to head up towards the red house, but guess what? Hobbit's back in his hidey hole.
That smoke you'd think would force out. Oh, Olof. Oh, they've spotted him. Dead Swede. And an open A halls. Hobbit caught out, concedes his first. We know Twist's Eagle is dastardly. A flash for a more aggressive move, and he's just met Shiro. Okay. That one, put a pin in that. Instead, contact out. They know A-Halls was occupied. Important duel. They can just find the head. Axel shakes his and says no. 3. Keeping those AKs in play, and 6 for Gambit.
That looked horrible for FaZe, right? They took a lot of territory. Donut is great to have, but the fact that they didn't have any pressure A main, that is a big drama, right? You're coming into that site. Normally when you come in, you come through A main and you can focus forward, right? You focus forward towards CT or Temple. Here when they're coming in, we have to worry about A main control that we know is being taken. We also have to worry about CT, and then we have to also worry about Temple as well as a potential flank. They were screwed out of that one, and it was just the Deagles, so we weren't expecting too much, but back underway we go. And the guns are back on out. So AWP in the hands of Brokey here.
Yo, Hobbit's doing something different. He's actually going aggressive up there towards this ledge. Could challenge Shelf. It's being held at the moment. Rain responsible, but the timing could favor him.
Oh my God!
Oh, you minx! Hobbit takes them both, and he's got the lineup for the lineups.
How's he seen that? I couldn't see anything on my screen whatsoever.
I'm convinced that's just because he knows that's the standard smoke lineup. Just bodies them. Both of them. And again, FaZe concede a double opening. What are you supposed to do now? It's
make it a triple.
Yep.
This round's done as well here. Brokey would have to pull off some absolute heroics right now, and he's just going to walk into his demise. Nafany, close doors. AWP goes down. Twists. Well, you want it to be a star, mate. This type of round here, I think, would more than cement that. A 1-on-5. No hope in the world. They're even going to push him. Okay, well, Gambit, they're dealing with that pressure. I don't think that's even a word that's come into their head.
Look at this. I mean, we talked about it, Chad. We said this game has all of the opportunity to be one of two things.
Yeah.
A Gambit stomp where they completely reaffirm everything we've been talking about in terms of the world #1 and the way in which they're doing it. Or the other is where FaZe Clan awaken and make this whole battle of old versus new into an intense 3-map affair. I'm not going to speak too soon, but
looks like we're getting the former.
Moves like that from Hobbit certainly do start the proceedings in that direction.
Yeah, now, again, we're back just down to a pistol upgrade here, so no plant, didn't facilitate a buy. The max loss bonus in play, of course. And back towards mid, they'll pivot. So trying to pip a gap here, trying to thread that needle. FaZe, they seem to be having no luck with it. Mid has been an avenue they can at least push and pressure, but it's being well handled by Gambit. Another nade lands. Only a little bit of damage this time round, and that is a shallow smoke.
It is, but it does enable a cross.
Oh, they found a gap.
Yeah, that's the way to manufacture one, I suppose. They can park the bus here. Carrigan likely does not want to be going down before contact's taken elsewhere.
Oh, I think a bit of a missed smoke here. Hasn't landed exactly where they want it. You just saw that on the side of your screen. Yeah. I think that's landed in no man's land, so bit of a gap with the util. Some warning shots from Rain allows presence over towards the B-bomb site to be noted. Hobbit and Shiro, they currently reside. Nafany here as well. Inters is actually getting a move on, and Axel's pushing.
Oh, that's a big find. Carrigan will force at least maintain a rotate. The rest will plant their feet, understandably so. Carrigan looking to rejoin the pack.
Shiro's about to be smoked off here.
Oh. Okay, unspotted, Hobbit. Continuing to do damage, and he could find 3. Multi-kill master. The Halfling does not quit. And Carrigan, with just 3 frags to his name, unlikely to be finding anything out of this one, especially with 30 HP left in reserve. A little nutmeg into Hobbit. He's not interested. Make it 4. Why is Hobbit just breaking every expectation I have of him?
Well, this is the thing, right? During the group stage, that G2 game specifically, there was a couple of moments with Hobbit and Axel where normally when we see them in online play, they'd get like that multi-kill when it would come their way, and they were just going 1 for 1, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is the land difference, but right now, that's not a conversation at all. 8-0 out the gates. FaZe taking another timeout, their second so far in the first 8 rounds of play. And the conversation has to be, well, what do we have to do? Because right now, they've really just been going with the default spreads. They're not even getting a chance to attempt the picks. You've seen them walk into areas. There's been nade setups. There's been wombo combos. There's been flashes. There's been aggression coming their way. They're not able to set up a default. Even when they look for the picks, they're just getting owned. At what point do you just hit that ripcord and go, well, let's go scrimmy? You know, let's go in the type of Counter-Strike that we know we can run and gun. We just need a couple of bangers, twist, get us an entry, broke, you can convert. That type of play might need to come in soon, especially if the scoreline keeps it a big 0 here for FaZe.
I mean, it is, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, seen as a CT bias.
It is.
We have got FaZe, the weakest T-side team in attendance.
We'd like around this so far in, right? At least one.
At 8-0, yeah, it's starting to be alarm bells. And look at Hobbit. He's got a bloodlust. And again, the glimmer in his eye converts. Twist's gone. And he wants more. That nade's on the nose by Rain.
That one.
Everyone just cannot keep their health bar full when Gambit are in the server. whether it's nades or just Hobbit.
Yeah, Rain segregated as well. That molly drop's going to force him away from Karrigan, so Nafny can continue to apply this utility and just delay the assault. He'll finally take some nade damage there, down to 55, so a decent one out of the hands of Karrigan. But it looks like back towards this B bomb site they want to pivot, and now that Shiro's been able to post up, this feels like an AWPer's dream.
Oh, here we go. Karrigan's taking a lot of risk, a lot of space, and ahead. Nafny down, smoke deployed. That will lock out Shiro. Oh, he's doing it all on his own here. This could be the chance, the best chance we've seen from FaZe. Bomb to be planted. Flash isn't good. Karrigan's better. Takes down Hobbit. The big scalp to take in the current lay of the land. Now can they convert? Will there be Gambit resistance?
Well, Axel's coming the big flank right here, so he's going to come through B doors behind them, but there's so many angles to deal with. Shiro has to look left and right.
Spotted out. They know Axel's gone round the world. Karrigan wants to force the issue. Enters EA rotate. Olaf has struck onto Shiro, and that should enable the lockdown of the round. Bomb too far gone. They want to take everyone with them. Axel's making it as costly as he can.
Well, there we go. There's a round. That's a way to make a bit of a statement right there. And it looked for the majority of this here that Gambit weren't actually going for the retake. They just wanted to play the economy game and deny some guns, and they weren't even able to do that to a big extent. AWP carried across. That's going to go into the hands of Brokey. There's enough money to get another buy going for everybody there over on the FaZe side. Well, and the same with an 8-0 start can be said for Gambit, but this is it. You need consecutive rounds now here from FaZe for them to start working on this CT-sided economy.
I mean, just seeing the 4v5 conversion definitely is going to incite some confidence. It was Karrigan that got all the space off the back of that flash. He saw Nafny had no vision off Brokey's flash. Takes a look, he's taken all that space. Doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things if they can't duplicate it.
So they're setting Brokey up with a flash here. A boost, sorry, with that AWP, not a flash. Well, I'm sure a flash will come as well.
Zone. Nafny happy to receive, and ooh, that boost enables info. It still doesn't stop him. Hobbit takes down Rain. Same move, different result, this time traded.
Well, Nafny's pinned right here. If Brokey stays up on this boost, Nafny would not be able to leave this area without some utility to get him across, and a jiggle peek could be deadly. Oh my lord, copper that dink. I don't think Olaf can push on in right now. He's been smoked to deny as well, so Axel, with his presence, is completely locked out A main, and even more damage done. What the hell?
Just a random speculative shot. Shiro, ooh, gets away with it. Missed his shot and tagged down. Forces the util out. This is a really good few pieces of the puzzle now for FaZe.
Looks like they're starting to head back towards middle here, so no presence over towards B anymore. Karrigan dropping this donut smoke. Looks like he wants to push up towards mid, but he could also slip through that. 50 seconds left on the clock, so this smoke will expire. But it's Inters really on his lonesome towards A. He doesn't really have any help. Axel is in spawn, so he'll be able to help on the cross, and perfect. Inters has dropped back knowing that. So good use of the util there. Still has a molly to work with, and Axel has some as well.
30 seconds. Axel will be the first to respond when Inters calls for assistance. Okay, we're going to be seeing that AXX now. With
their contact.
Yeah, 20 seconds. They'll be aware that this is a possibility, but who's going to be looking at plateau? It's all a question of timing here for Inters. Axel draws blood and attention. Olaf's looking the wrong way. Segregated, eliminated, no time for the plant. Somebody get on that now. It's Karrigan's responsibility. He's faffing around. He's going to be caught out.
No time.
And that's the round. Just like that. Beautiful execution from the boys of Gambit. Just survival. Oh, Karrigan caught after.
Oh, dearie me. That is not great for Karrigan's money situation whatsoever. Things were looking bad for FaZe, but now they fall into a worse position here. They have that AWP. Sure, that can be dropped across. Brokey has a little bit of extra money, but Karrigan's going to be operating with very, very little here. And they call another timeout here, FaZe. Really just trying to salvage this. Now, Twist having the AWP, right, him coming in, look, he gets that trade. It's not really going to mean a lot. The fact that Axel not only makes presence from spawn, but gets a kill, that's a huge difference maker, right? Like, it means that these guys have to focus him. They have to give the respect to Axel.
9 already. All right, not only winning the half, but extending their lead.
I think Karrigan's been gifted an AK here, so he can buy head armor, and he has an AK. So things actually worked out all right for Karrigan off the back of all that. Rain will be the one taking the emission here with the Deagle. Olaf down to a Galil. And that aforementioned AWP for Brokey. But the buy over there for Gambit is beautiful. And just looking at their reserve cash for future rounds, Axel has 7.6. You got 7K on the likes of Nafny. Hobbit has spent all his pennies, but he's been getting hyper aggressive. Let's see if that continues, because it's been helping out Gambit in those opening kill department.
Yeah, it's certainly been a blend of passive and not so much. Here is the standard util set. At least just the smoke, not going to be dropping his molly this time. Early util B, no one scathed.
Yeah, and they're actually just going to wait this out here. They might just want to set up for a bit of a B piece out the gates. Twist is already coming back over from spawn. Brokey overseeing business while the rest of the gang are just dealing with the potential for the push because Hobbit has made it more than apparent that he wants to jump up and fight. But it looks like they're going to walk up long again.
Giro to be tested here and does knock down Carrigan immediately. Smokes now Bloom. That will nullify his position for at least another 10. Good spray. Damn, Olof on notice, but the bomb does go down. About to be chaos here. FaZe, one-man disadvantage, but the bomb ticking in their favor. The next frag, the next 10 seconds determines an awful lot. And so they prepare. CT utility deployed. Hero's still tucked in tight. Good find. That's big from Twist, but only the one. And Hobbit kept honest. It's Brokey's AWP. Fills the feed. Too many targets. Olof does manage to take one out of the equation. They're trying to boost for it. I think they should be able to deny. Nafny's faked it out. They spot him out. They can both go down. It's so risky. And it falls apart in the final few seconds. That was a great chance for FaZe. Gambit just shrug it off.
Oh, they deal with that, and it looked like it was all going to fall apart. The biggest problem for me that I saw for FaZe there was they didn't have any utility to help reaggress, but they were able to trade efficiently, right? The kills came their way. That opener onto Shiro was good, and they were looking like they could convert, but just the utility usage of Gambit stifling, under pressure constantly here. FaZe will be able to recover. That's once again just by this loss bonus in play. I think jumping over the smoke there, I think we might catch it here. Oh, it's starting to fade, so it doesn't even matter. Nafny just appears in your face. 2 big kills, the in-game leader profits.
That was his fake as well, so he's always on the move. Highly alert in-game leader and a fragging one at that.
This is the same 2 players, Olof and Carrigan, over towards A main, and it's the same setup being used by Gambit that we had in the first gun round. Yeah. So, deja vu just here.
They'll just do smoke straight. Okay, sailing through the sky. Full AXEC in that sense. Will they be aware of the boost? Inters to draw attention to bots. No, they don't. And down goes Carrigan again. As simple as that. Man advantage found. Nafny's going looking and no one's holding. Trade will be there. Shiro holding up and knocks him down. Rain falls. Now just 2 remain. Twists across at least. Could have the element of surprise. Hobbit doesn't need to take active fights here, but he's willing to and confirms it. Olof keeps himself alive.
Huge information, though. They know both players were over towards middle now, and Olof is already backpedaling towards T-spawn to at least give them another avenue. Twist push forward. He's going to take control of Red House, and meanwhile, Inters and Axel, they're just holding together here in Donut. Shiro's the only player over towards B, but you can check he's in a power position, pushed up ramp. He can cover everything he needs to. And the pressure's on FaZe right here. Roughly 30 seconds left on the clock. Mid being combed through now, and they can do this. They're allowed to because of the open plant situation on this A bomb site. As soon as the sound cues are heard, they can pivot on back. But if they keep moving, if they keep going too far, they actually might give up the site for free. So they've gone for a very big walkabout here, Gambit.
Yeah, but I'm still not sure if it's going to enable a plant, right? Inters should be CT to contest by...
Well, Axel's looking B, so unless Inters stops him, there is a chance.
Okay. I think the bomb will go down just in the nick of time. Twist and Olof could have a lot of impact here. FaZe, the elusive second round is all they want. 3 healthy Gambit members working on the retake.
Twist needs this.
Certainly does, especially because he's about to lose Olof. There he goes. Twist holding the wrong line, and that's as easy as it gets. Double for Axel in the round. He opens it, and they close. 11 for Gambit and FaZe. This ancient pick looking like more of a move of desperation at this point. Not quite able to find the conversion. And the loss of Carrigan, like, it's just brutal. Fine, the first. The second, just not clearing it at all, not accounting for it, not a little pop flash. It's just an easy disadvantage for Gambit to create.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to come out of that main position. Think of it like upper tunnels on B of Dust 2, right? That's one of the best kind of examples that I think you can have here. And you need to have a little bit more behind it. If you get stalled out by a molly, you need to be able to smoke that to continue with your flashes or all utilities in vain. But they're going fast. It's a pace change here. They're out mid.
Yeah, still a nuisance is Hobbit. Chips away at the star.
Oh, this is quick. This is very quick, and he's disrespecting the smoke.
I think he heard the rotate. He heard Hobbit charging away. He wants to take space, take some liberties. This incendiary might lull them into a false sense of security that they're still not quite pushed through.
Massive gap.
Oh, Carrigan, this is a premium opportunity.
Nobody's looking at all.
Can't let this go away. Do they want to go A? That's the conversation they're having right now. Up the lane, sound cues exchange, smoking off the donut. Carrigan is completely behind enemy lines here.
Axel seems kind of aware. He's pivoting everywhere right now. Back is turned at the moment.
Carrigan, trigger discipline, spots out the first, will execute him. A lot, and the rotates, he's thinking too much, needs to get his gun out, and Hobbit will equalize. They're into A though, he's created enough space to at least, hopefully, set up some util and a plant. Uh-oh, I think he's safe there, no, still burning, and now dead. Now FaZe should have a plant, the spray, not far off the mark. Just Shiro and Nafany remain. Looks like FaZe have got a good shot at this. Shiro, speaking of good shots, creates his first. Twist, solid angle. Converts. And Nafany. He's got a full utility belt, but time, about half gone on the bomb. Clears out the donut, knows they're occupying the site itself, and Rain is a very easy pre-aim, holds it down. FaZe will make it 2, and it's all off the back of Carrigan.
I know there's been so much conversation about Carrigan and even what he said about himself in that interview he did with HLTV, but the fact is, he's had to make desperate plays.
Yeah.
The only 2 rounds they've come is from Carrigan making desperate moves that he has almost single-handedly won. The fact that he gets that and manufactures that opening is the whole reason the team is coming back towards A. So it is only 1 kill and then he's traded, but regardless, he gave them the space. So sure, in the first gun round they got, he had multiple kills. This time it was the space and the frag, but the T side is Carrigan at this point.
It is.
And that can't be the case. You need somebody else to step up and find you some opening kills. The AWP, Brokey, Twist, the star. Somebody needs to help out the in-game leader in finding some openings.
2-man mid setup. Aggressive posturing, and it will be the death of Rain. He's been having a real tough time on that lane side. He hears Hobbit's util, he knows he was close, and as the smoke comes in, they will recede. Will Carrigan again be responsible for FaZe and their T-side success off the flash coming in? Nice find from Nafany, double from him, no less. Dropping smokes, taking their time. Here. There is more pressure, admittedly. Brokey has to pull the plug on this. And now, where on earth do you go? Rain's tucked in, that's something, at least control of the bedroom, or cave as it's more commonly referred to. Gonna take me a while to break that habit. And they're gonna have to just hope and pray that Gambit, expose themselves, a chance, a very small chance. If he could just adjust, quick, straight into 1, no 2. Rain has opened up the site and FaZe. You said they have to do it without Carrigan. Well, they do have to do it. 2 on 2. Bomb down. Axel and Shiro both advancing from CT side. A slight gap, though. Looking to be exploited. Brokey sticks around on the site. He's so paranoid about that ramp. Rain will clear it out for him temporarily. Just in that blind spot. He didn't catch them. They're closing the gap. Good shot. Doesn't he ready? He is. Brokey quick on the AWP. And there you have it, a third for FaZe. If they can make it 4, there's something to be said about Ancient.
Yeah, and I just think that bias that you brought up earlier when the score was 8-0 about it being a CT map, now we can actually have a conversation about that because 4 rounds here from FaZe, they can work with that. They get that CT pistol, they're able to get the conversion against the Force. Now we're cooking.
This shot, though, and the fact he gets 2.
It was great stuff, right? Brokey getting the opening on Nafany, that kind of is where all the pieces fell apart. And this was just a second wave of late utility. The reason they were thrust forward is because the molly came into that cubby position over towards wood. That forced them behind the pillar. Nafany was searching for info. All the dominoes fell into the perfect place there. Once again, we go, but it's a low buy here. They've had to force all in. Their money has been broken for the final round of play. And Nafany, he's made his way up towards the ledge. This is not going to be an easy fight with a Deagle and immediately taken down. Axel falls over towards A as well. So having to get more up close and personal with the lower buy, it's really hurting Gambit here for round number 15. Intis might pivot behind that smoke, It does have a gap. Brokey could profit. And he will. Simple stuff there. Well, right now, FaZe are set for 4. I don't see a way they lose this one. Shiro's he's been good. Great here. That was rough. All right, well, they know where one player is. Over towards B they should go now. At most, one player on the B side.
It's Shiro, the M4. Carrigan trying to draw shots, gets the info he was waiting for, and now anticipating ramp, right to do so. They molly out his options. Great play. Phased completely null off by Shiro. Doesn't get a fair fight at any opportunity. Now, Hobbit, you've been a superstar. I have no expectation that superstar can take down 4 members of FaZe and defuse the bomb from under their nose. Rain's on site, they've got a lovely spread. Rain clears him out, will be traded, and there you have it, 4. It's functional. Gambit versus FaZe, it started out as many expected. FaZe have at least shown some resistance. Let's see how that second half and how those brilliant CT sides translate. Yes, Gambit versus FaZe Clan. Gambit up to their usual antics, already 11. Just 5 rounds away from them taking FaZe's map pick. And a bit of a curveball in that map pick is Ancient. And not only that, we now get to see if FaZe's CT side is worth its salt. It's not been fun. Certainly not for the Stars as well. Olof struggling to get going. Twist kept honest. Carrigan not only at the top of the scoreboard, but the only impact we got to see in conversion of that first half. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Sponge, and this should be FaZe's opportunity. If they can at least avoid having to lose another second round, maybe win the pistol for a change, that certainly would be put the right foot in the right direction.
Well, stats have it. They've won 50% of their pistols so far. They lost the one in the first half, so statistically speaking, Alex, they should win this one
All
here.
Right, let's flip the coin, and let's see if they can get this one going.
1x bet odds still favoring Gambit here for this one. Makes sense. It was 11-1 at one point here, but salvaging the half are FaZe and pushing down long aggressively here. Rain leading the charge. Oh, he's been spotted. Nafany knows.
That might be enough for Rain.
Nafany didn't have the bomb, right? So on that jiggle, it's not like a huge amount of info. It's just one body. And they did pivot back passively straight away. Twist has even cheated over as well. So Axel now peeking through mid. It's just going to take the little dome. That was Brokey's head spotted, and Brokey dips on back. I think he is not going to take any risks whatsoever.
I like this angle. This is such a potent angle from Olof. You can see so little of him, and you see even less of Hobbit as he is deleted. For more great shots out of the USP. Olof with 2, sets up Rain, baits them in nicely, and that's the crossfire. Very hard to break, and it looks great for FaZe here. 3 frags to the good.
Well, it's a race right now back towards his A site. Carrigan doing his best to get over towards Temple. Twist trying to deal with that mid, and Carrigan having the Molotov. If he drops it on the plant spot, he'll deny, but if he swings out too wide, he could go down to this 250. The molly will land. They can still get this one down, and they need to.
Yeah, they can. They can peek over the flames, perhaps. Axel keeps him honest. He's got that P250. Twist has to tread carefully as he waits for the rotate, and this is what happens. Axel could happen. 2v4. Now just 1v3. Axel with it all to do. Hard shots to hit, being closed in on. Crosshairs in the right place. There should be no way. Brokey, finally a sigh of relief, as he will bring home the 5th for FaZe.
Oh, it's so scary against these Gambit players on pistol rounds, right? You look at their players in the tournament so far, some of the best pistol players in the entire tournament, right? So when you're going up in that moment against Axel, if you haven't been watching Counter-Strike for the last 7 months, he right now is probably the best mechanical player. The kid is just an absolute robot. So it wasn't out of the realms of possibility there for him to just destroy them, but this is Olof putting the shoe on the other foot. Did have a rough first half, but this is where the likes of FaZe do their best work. This is where the multi-kill potential of the Stars on FaZe are able to show up and light up the server. Got the fan cams. You guys can get involved at home. IEM.gg/fancam if you want to join all those lovely faces. Here we go, back underway, and the plant has facilitated a juicy looking buy here. 3 Galils, 2 MAC-10s, and a little bit of utility to work with as B lane control is being established here. Firing out a couple of pot shots through the smoke. Good information for Gambit to work with here that there is pressure right now in lamps.
Hobbit's up. Olof strafes in, and that's a big collection. That was one of the rifles as well. A lot less potent now. Gambit will have to rejig a few things. Staring at the face of the smoke, he'd love that Galil. I think that might be his project he's working on. Ooh, I see you, Jakey. Highlighting the weapon for us all at home there. Now, if they're walking on in to this A setup, Carrigan on the boost that bested him in our first half. Having a glance here. Axel, the challenge, great find from Carrigan. He sticks around, looking to reposition now, and they're both here. It could be that potential double. He may have spotted him out. Oh dear, and they're hunting with the boost. He won't be anticipating this. Nice find. Twist saves the day. And those 2 MAC-10s, not too long for this round. 34 seconds for Enters to do some damage. Denied by those Orgs. And I expect to see an Org being a very potent weapon on the CT setup.
Perfect weapon for the job when defending A or middle here, right? The fact that it's so flexible, you're able to take those long-range fights from Temple or the big box on that A site, even from CT spawn as they funnel out of A. But this is great now from FaZe. This is the bed that they needed to start putting together here for this CT half. You consider they converted the last 3 rounds over there in the first half, and now they're looking likely to do the same here on that CT side. So this is great. This is what you want to see here for a competitive matchup. Will be the eco coming out. There's a P250 on Hobbit, the same for Shiro. So they're not working with a lot. Let's see how far they can push this $600 investment. One of these situations we've been talking about more and more is just being very, very slow on these full ecos. Bait out all that CT util, and Rain, well, he's taking the fight. The $600 for him.
Anthony, a little quick flick actually does land in the dome, but just down to 50 into the helmet. Olof just catches them off, cuts them down to size, right at the knees, as we do see absolutely no ground covered towards that bomb plant they may have dreamed of.
Quick little note here was just checking the stats. Hobbit in the first half, in far as his opening duels, and it was mainly through aggressive plays we saw, was 3-0. In the second half, he's gone down in rounds 1 and 2 as that first death. So just keep an eye on that, right? Just keep an eye, because it depends on how many moves he's going to be going for this squad to help them convert. Was looking great when he was getting to pick and choose the battles. On the T side, sure, you get to set that pace, but the CTs, very transitional, always flashing in. You can see FaZe are prepared for this one. They're actually a bit of a bonus here. So a Galil and an MP9 held on to. 3 rifles, well, the big boy rifles for Twist, Brokey, and Olof.
Yeah, this is a real chance to see just how competitive FaZe will be. Bonus maybe, but also get to see what Gambit are going to be up to. He got the info, and he takes a good pot shot into the smoke. Hobbit burst down to 44, and they know where he is.
Actually forced Brokey to rotate over towards B right now, so it's 2 players on that A site. Twist dealing with mid, Carrigan in the site, and the smoke's coming over here, so pressure, it's being applied.
Yeah, Twist is going to have to do an awful lot if Carrigan can keep them at bay. Dropping his util, he'll have to tuck in now. They're going to take the site. They might be vulnerable to the flames here. Carrigan is, nades as well, and Twist comes alive with at least one. Inter's caught on the cross, it's Twist, it's all Twists! Oh, he locks it all down! Mow down on the A site. Gambit sent packing.
Oof. All right. Well, that's a statement of intent right there.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you said, oh, there's only 2 there. What are they to do?
By the time the cavalry arrived as well, I think there was like 3 or 4 players ready to assist Carrigan on that site. And you can just see how treacherous it is. When you're focused towards CT, Carrigan did a great job because Gambit on their execute did everything right. You always drop that smoke towards the side of that box and then you molly behind it because that's that little headshot angle the CTs can peek over. Carrigan didn't look flustered. He just dropped the smoke on that, which gave him a gap to continue to be jarring. And then as you're crossing over for the Ts, it's still being early days, but you would want to establish that platform and big box control before you push it into the site. Twist just mows them all down. So perfect stuff there. The star steps up. Gambit gets locked out. This AK Hobbit will hold on to, but call that 8. A scoreline, once upon a time, 11-1, now 11-8. So one-way traffic here in the last couple for FaZe. And not sustaining too many players' deaths whatsoever. So this is great. They upgrade into some AK-47s. They hold on to a bunch of cash. And
anyone else for Twists here?
I'm just curious, was there a donut smoke at all? Because you would want to be getting that one down, and I think even the CT smoke may have missed there. There was, yeah, I think some missed-thrown smokes potentially here.
Oh, they came easy. Great play. Russell Van Dulken in the flesh. Doing damage when it matters. That was the first real gun test. You know, now it's set the precedent and forced a timeout out of the Gambit Esports. The first we've seen from them. On the T side from FaZe, they burnt through 3 of theirs, so we'll keep track of that. But yeah, 4 on the trot, closing that gap.
Now this is where Gambit as a team will just slowly grind you down. Now that round only had 1 kill, but in the future, look, if they're not going to be able to convert the round, they're going to want to grab as many kills as they can, keep your economy honest, get that bomb down, keep stimulating their buys. And they actually have gone for a purchase here. So behind that Hobbit saved AK, they've been able to get together a couple of Galils, another AK, a Deagle for Shiro with some utility behind it as well. But this round needs to be a bit more profitable as we're seeing a lot of energy being expelled over towards this B site. Molotov's extinguished, early nades out from both teams, a lot of flames on the floor.
Yeah, they used 4 of theirs already, FaZe. Just cautious of anything fast.
One of the keys with that is, especially against a lower buy like Gambit here, as soon as they force out the smokes on top of those Molotovs, that's less utility that Gambit has to work with for this site hit. Now it comes down to the aim.
Olof playing with the angle, and Hobbit will ward him off. They got 2 in towards the cave, and Olof, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders if Rain gets locked in. This could be a problem. Spots out Axel. A quick response from Inters, and now Brokey at least puts the bomb on the floor. Cost him a great deal. The blood price paid. Hobbit not looking. Twist collects. Pressure from every angle here, and he will eventually go down through the smoke. Nafany regains control. And with the bomb going down, this 3v3 does not look too fun. Good nade damage. Olof does convert. Reactionary just sprays through as he's flashed. Shiro, however, precise with that AK. They're so low. A tough retake to break through now. They have the kit on Brokey, but with 1 HP, it has to be a game of smoke and mirrors. Olof onto Shiro. Nafany holds the lineup.
Has to push. He doesn't know. It's calling the bluff.
Pulls the flash out. This is a good chance. A great chance now. Olaf has to respond. And he's not going to be able to. Denied by Nafany. More impact from Gambit's in-game leader.
Well, in-game leaders on both sides here stepping up in big ways for these T rounds. And that one there was just back and forth with the trades. But the HP, as you pointed out, there was nothing to work with. It's just a swift breeze there, and Nafany blows them both over.
Got competitive as soon as we saw Olaf find this. Oy, oy, oy.
Again for Gambit, right? I don't want to be too critical because they did post the round, but they missed some easy nades again. You saw the Molotov. It didn't land over towards Cubby. They flubbed that one on their AXQ. I'm sure that they missed one or two, but Nafany getting fired up here.
Oh.
You can feel the energy.
Absolutely, you can.
Oh, this is aggressive from Brokey. Look how far forward he is. He actually has the rotation covered off. If Inter's with the bomb, okay, never mind. Has to pull the plug on that. That one had a time runner, of course. Couldn't stay there all round.
Yeah, Rain's just saying, I have no idea, mate. I have no idea.
They could push you.
Anytime.
All right, well, right now, with where the bomb is positioned and how much real estate Gambit are working with early, they do have the B lane. Now they want to work on some mid control. Shiro, Axel, and Inter's grouping on up. Smoke towards Donut, smoke towards top mid.
I mean, this is just going to be a red carpet. They've got full mid control with the use of 3 nades.
What's the reaction from FaZe, though? Do they want to push forward for some more territory? Once you lose mid, what do you want to take back? And right now, Carrigan's pivoting over towards CT spawn. They know that Red House is a problem. The CT spawn rotation, it's a powerful one, but that's not the name of the game. So they've weakened this A defense by not actually getting any presence really through just yet. Nafany, he can, but he isn't just right now.
So Brokey's got so much responsibility in this round. So Carrigan, I assume, is going to be the one to call for help.
There's no smokes for this A hit, though. This could be an absolute nightmare for Gambit.
Here they come. Carrigan with 1 flash to contest. And Brokey does spot out Shiro. Now he can at least assist.
They just mollied themselves on main.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a fumble here. And it could be the window they need. FaZe to try and find a way back in. The fights are won, though. Carrigan does go down without the frag. And Brokey, they know where you are. And he's missed his chance. Re-peeking in. Oh. Easy, just like that. He'll find Axel looking the wrong way on the reposition. Double for Brokey, at least keeps us level. Twist and Rain rotating in through CT.
They have 2 smokes for this. They can make this work.
But look at Nafany, he's on the late flank. Twist knows it's a possibility. It's going to be a question of timing here. And the time, of course, favors the T side. Inter's in that tight line. Good find. They might have to continue hunting here. Twist in. Good find at least. He's getting low. Smoke on the bomb. There's a kit present. Brokey's going to struggle to provide support here.
Second smoke,
swing out.
Gonna be chaos. They're sitting it. They're gonna get on it.
Yeah, it's about Nafany spray. He knows exactly where to aim. Brokey, no time for this one, I'm afraid. 3 frags to the good. But Nafany's confirmed the round is Gambit's, and they will make it 13. That was a round with a lot of levels to it.
Look, Gambit are getting across the line, but again, like as they were coming out main, we didn't catch it because we were focusing on the fight. I saw it on the radar, they missed a molly, and it's landed to stop 2 of the players to come out main and help trade, which has just made that such a janky hit on the site. So FaZe had a couple of opportunities here to convert. This one feels like a freebie. They know that there's an AWP. Inter's with the first is good. Twist has done a great job trading, and then I thought that was going to fall apart, right? I see the smokes land. I'm thinking, okay, they're just going to get on this. You know, all it's going to take is a missed shot. You could see that one from a mile away, but not to work out here, and FaZe are going to use their last timeout.
Also, that Gambit playbook, like you could just rinse and repeat that time after time, right? As assuming you're not getting a complete FaZe switch up of your setup, you deny with double mid smokes, you have 1 late donut, maybe a throw in a second, and keep bullying on towards that A site. It's certainly another opportunity or another option for them to throw into FaZe's setup.
The buy is still not great over there for Gambit, right? And that's manufactured by how many players were alive at the end of that one right there. So they will be able to get the Galils out in lieu of the AKs, and that's for the utility. Clearly, based off what you're saying here, they're going to need that to establish those defaults. But the buy from FaZe is in as well. Brokey's back onto the AWP. Rain's down to an MP9. They can work with this.
A different look. Don't know how much pace is in it from Gambit, but they took some significant damage, chipped away at by the early util, and there's more to come. Looks great, just a little shy of the mark. Rain makes his presence known, though, in lamps. Olaf to back him up. 3-2 division of Gambit's resources, and seems like Inters is going to rejoin the pack.
Lamps feels like it should be closed for business. See where Rain is right now? He's super committed to that angle. And him and Olaf, they have a 180 crossfire, right? How are you going to be able to break this one as you come on in? You have to pick one of the 2 fights, or utility could unravel them here.
They're going to try, you know.
Oh, there's a molly set up from Hobbit.
Okay, Olaf will be forced to smoke. That's going to at least enable retreat, but they may
clearing.
Maybe baited in. They may be baited in, and they are. 1 on the MP9, not quite enough. 4v4 established, and control control of that Lamps position has been won.
Nafany's been integral in these T rounds that Gambit have been able to put on the board, and he is now dead. So let's see how this one pieces together. We've got roughly 45 seconds left on the clock as of now.
You can see the hesitance from Twist there. He knows that's a very common AWP boost line.
Is this a fake?
Feels like it when he's reloading so close to the doorway. Wants to keep the feet planted. Olof heard it. Ear pressed to the wall. He'll be able to strike quickly. Carrigan is going to knife out to try and rotate through from the B lane. And now all onto that AWP of Brokey. It's a very powerful position. Hard to force him off these lines. Repositions. Acknowledges Axile. Another from Brokey. And FaZe combined for 9. Just Shiro now. Bombs loose. He's only got 14 seconds. This looks great for FaZe Clan. A reaction from that find as they pressured towards Lamps. He's going to sit tight.
Yeah, I think the fact he gets away with this AWP, it's really important here. You have to remember, loss bonus is still in a pretty decent position on that T side. You can see 2,400 coming into the bank balance. So working with a little bit here around that AWP, going to give Gambit another more threatening round, but another timeout has been called. Now, remember, FaZe don't have any left, so they're actually benefiting right now from Gambit calling these because they're still under the pump. They're still under pressure here. They're the ones who are behind. Got 4 rounds the difference right now. And with that AWP and where the money is, you would not be expecting a large investment out of Gambit by any means. Some pistol upgrades, that would be at most, right? And then what you want is maybe a couple of flashes to try and help facilitate Shiro. Wait out all those early nades, see what happens, because the spawns right now, I'm not sure that's going to make a huge difference for an AWP on the T side of Ancient just yet. And this was great from Brokey. We were talking about the scopes, you know, whether it be AUGs, AWP, these are long-range fights, and the ability to pivot between Temple, between the big box.
Yeah, I mean, having the presence of mind to be aware. He knew 2 were in Donut, but he's already, after the first, immediately in pursuit of the extremity. Really cool, and it does convert Brokey. Yes, he is indeed the impact player. And look at that. So the saved AWP surrounded only really by a couple of pistols of their choosing. The early util going to be set for success. Hobbit is ahead of it at the very least. Completely disconnected from the pack. Looks like they want to just try a little explode. They don't even have a single flashbang, so it will just be their bodies. And of course, Shiro's AWP. Get to see some combat AWPing out of him, perhaps.
He's done a little bit of damage there. Unconfirmed, right? Has no idea the body's behind that smoke. Now pairing up with Olof here over towards Cave. Brokey in a passive position. A boost on the box. There's no flash to facilitate a Shiro peek, so... Looks like they're heading over towards middle here. Never mind, not middle at all. In through Lamps. This is curious.
They just, I mean, use Nafany as bait, try and hit the quickscope. They reveal the AWP. Fires off his first shot of round 23.
Well, it's a lot of information, and the question is, do they want to go for this, right? Or do they want to just look for kills, and then if they can't find anything, Shiro goes and saves and everybody else goes and dies? Because you don't want to lose this AWP. Shiro won't be able to will one in the next round unless he's dropped, and I think that might mean omissions for his teammates. So gearing up towards B again.
The bait and the switch. That's the plan. Rain. The line and holds the spray. It comes so perfectly into his crosshair. Shiro just within the mix.
Yeah, that one right there. That lineup from Rain, it looked way too easy. You know, it could have been one player in front of him. He still would have made that kill just as simple. Pressure's on. He's trying. Twist there, trying to run away so Nafany doesn't get any of the loss bonus, right? So Twist was doing his best, but as soon as he takes that damage, he needs to just get that kill.
10 for FaZe. After a harrowing start, they did, of course, manage to recruit 4 on their attack. Leaves us here seeing more and more potency from Ancient CT sides, never mind FaZe's Ancient CT side. The CT round conversion around that 65% weight. Very, very high up on the contrast with others. Double AWPs.
Yeah, nothing really getting changed right here out of the T side for Gamba, right? It's the same default. Oh, I say that. Actually, right now, Axel and Inters are rotating over towards B very, very quickly. So traditionally, they go over towards A main, Inters babysits middle, and then they play out the round from there. But they've gotten that B lane control again. I just think they're going to explode onto towards the B bomb site here.
You got Olof. Fires off the shot. Rain to support. Hobbit's up and misses his chance. Rain does not. More from Rain. Multi-kill master. He's done it again. Olof, not shy this time. Re-peeking into Axile and Gambit. 3 bodies just hit the deck as they try and test ramp.
Yeah, looking stumped here. The rounds have only come from Nafany's impact, and I think Nafany, the man we're talking of, going to get lost in this smoke. Rain should be able to profit with another here momentarily. Oh, presents himself right there. Rain grabs another,
There
and
we
easy as you
go.
like. That's 21 kills so far for Rain. He's leading the charge here and has tied up with Nafany and Hobbit, the two other highest fraggers in the server. Now, a note with Hobbit, he had 20 kills at the end of the first half, right? And I was talking as well about his entry deaths. He just gave up another one entering into the site. Now, look, they're sending him out to find the frags. He's either going to convert them or he's not. But in this case, the stats say he's not on the T side.
Boom.
Things are looking really, really good now. With the loss bonus maxed on out, 3,400 into the bank balance, no plant just there. If you're Gambit, maybe you just go for a partial by Shiro, looking very vocal on this one. Lots of talking.
Wow.
Yeah, chipping in a lot here. Now, we know that Nafany and Shiro have quite the close relationship. They've been playing together for a very, very long time. So, interesting to see him getting so vocal. We tend to lean towards Hobbit, right? The experienced player of that roster, especially at events like this.
Yeah, like in my kind of, you know, head narrative, Axal's like the stone cold star fragger who just kind of like, he speaks in like smiles and frowns. You've got Shiro, the kind of does his job AWPer, who's just going to perpetually live in the shadow of Simple. And everyone else, you've got, of course, legendary in-game leader Nafany, who seems to be the new breed of ferocious in-game leading talent. They're starting to overrun the site here. Twists, oh, never mind, knocks him for 6. Oh, 3 in a row. The multi-kills are just stacking up. Everyone's taking their turn. And Olaf and Twist combine for a very quick open and shut round 25.
Speaking about opening, we might need to open that discussion about pressure again, right? Now, look, in the first half when the score was 8-0, and even when the score was 11-1, the conversation of pressure was, Gambit, they're just doing their thing. You know, they're going through the paces, they're playing as they were. Yeah. Nafany's getting fired up, things are looking good. What are FaZe even doing here in the quarterfinal? Now that narrative is completely flipped. All the stat lines seem to be getting backed up here today. FaZe 50% on their pistols, okay, they've grabbed one. They haven't won any second round forces, yeah, but their CT sides, that's the difference maker. We knew that, and we're seeing it again. The individuals are stepping up in a massive way here. Gambit need to stop this.
Oh, there's some pep in Olaf's step here. He's holding for anyone that dares disrespect the smoke. Chip damage as well. If they throw that one, Olaf, that would be...
Heat-seeking missile almost.
Right on the mark. He's chosen not to. Doesn't pull the pin. Rain dares to, yeah. Nafany down to 57 and re-smoked as well. Like, they've blocked him out. Full control maintained. They look like they're battling and posturing for mid here.
Oh, Rain's so cheeky.
What is that?
So cheeky.
God, a filthy little pixel gap. Doesn't convert it.
This is that mid-default Gambit are running right now. So they don't have full control with all their members, but it is Shiro and Nafany, and they did convert a round off of this before. Oh, gap through the smoke there. What? How much did Carrigan catch? It's looking like they're set up for this A pincer, but they need to deal with Brokey's AWP over towards Temple. We've already seen him wreak havoc over towards his A site. Could be a problem again.
Yeah, and a question of if Nafany can get that late flank in again. We'll tune back into that when we get there. As I've discussed, though, Brokey, this is such a powerful position. If he can do any more damage... Well, targets Axal's bold head gleaming.
Oh, huge.
It's Carrigan that comes up with the double. And now the site should be open for business. Hobbit's pushed up. He maintains control of the temple. Rain makes his presence known. Bomb down courtesy of Shiro. And Nafany's late flank still set up.
Oh, he's such a nuisance.
Yeah.
Such a nuisance.
But it's all for naught if these two boys go down without a fight. Shiro, careful, peeks in. Confirms the frag, and now Nafany can just crawl behind them both. Olaf not checking, Twists in the temple as well. Should be denied here. As the smoke comes in, a little bit sketchy, and Nafany.
Oh my God, they're
holding it. He's only got the orb, he needs to hit the shot, and FaZe will make it 13. Oh, Nafany convinced us all he had that one in the bag, but Twist, head on a swivel, just checks. Let me see that again. I thought Nafany had it every day of the week.
Oh, dearie, and those smokes as well, those shots from Shiro through the smoke as well, they were so close. It looked like they were going through the legs of the diffuser just there. This is Twist. Oh my God. He's just checking everything. Like, he's like, well, he could be anywhere. I'm just clearing everything. That is huge. That right there could change the tide of the game here.
Oh, dear.
Gambit are going to be feeling that pressure. That P word now, it's sticking out like a sore bloody thumb.
It is. Jason's rolling his eyes every time we say it, but let's see if Rain's antics around this smoke. He seems to love this room. It's like designed for him. The turret. I mean, what better way? There's just one way they can come through. They'll throw their nades at me, and I can continue to be a nuisance. Now, it looks like they're setting up for something a bit fruity towards the mid and A side. Now, that was how they found a round before. We are going to be seeing that donut smoke deployed. And I expect Axal to provide the alternative towards top mid. Now, when you have this full mid control, there's an essence of uncertainty. Nafany caught completely through the smoke. A nade and bullet combination for a rather potent and deadly mix.
Nafany's down again. He's been the contributor in the 2 T-side rounds for Gambit so far. Somebody else needs to step up.
They know he's in here. Carrigan catches Hobbit, knows he's there at least. Yet to find the frag, it's all Brokey on the other side of the map, and FaZe are about to seize the lead here. Only Inter's dead before he can even drop his nade. FaZe from 11-4 down, getting under the skin of Gambit, and this Cinderella story certainly has a few more chapters left.
Oh my God, what a comeback this has been so far. And FaZe are actually perched up now to close this one out. They have just put themselves in the power position by converting this round and making sure that bomb doesn't go down. When Gambit are hitting these sites, right, they know that the AWP has been a nuisance, and they're still not opting to smoke him off.
They can't solve it. They can't seem to solve the A AWP of Brokey. Every time they've tried to hit the site, his name is in the damn feed.
It's crazy as well, though, when you think about it. In a lot of these later rounds, when they've tried to go towards B, you've got Rain getting a multi-kill. Twist is there in the right position. Remember that round they tried that A execute and Twist comes out of Donut and mows down 4?
Yeah.
The individual plays of FaZe, you can recount them. You know exactly where their rounds came from because players stepped up and they shut Gambit down. And right now, the last timeout of this bloody map has been called. That's it. No more. No more for either team. Oh, and they've gone in as well, right? The money was there if you want to go the Galil buy, and that's the route they've gone. 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s. Money swelling right now for FaZe. Even if they lose this one, they can buy to defend here. But what's it going to be?
Nothing's worked.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's been Nafany's crucial moments.
Yeah.
What is the change-up going to be? On that fast B round where they had lower pistols, they went fast in, they didn't get anything.
Okay, Carrigan this time to Howell's mid, at least confirm it's clear.
Well, it's a completely different look as well. Carrigan playing in cutout. We haven't seen this type of mid-aggression, and actually Rain not using a smoke this time round. Very susceptible here.
His domain, though, and Olof is there in support. Molly not going to force him out of the line, but he is isolated. If he's brave, he'll peek straight into the Nafany Shiro pack and welcomes them with hot lead. Smoke to enable retreat, and FaZe in pursuit of 15. The curveball ancient pick. It was alarm bells, at least from my side, when I saw Gambit just get off to such a flying start, but it seems that the stats don't lie. FaZe's CT side, regardless of new or old. Don't forget, they've also played all 7 maps in the pool here, Lan.
This has been crazy versatile in this event.
And Carrigan could be tested here again. I think he sees the pins.
Well, they've played so passive on mid every time. No one has ever played a forward position like Carrigan is doing right now. He can call mid completely clear. They know it's either going to be the A hit where Brokey is ready and raring to go, nothing through Donut, he can just focus main, and they have the 3-man B stack with Twist, Olof and Rain ready to receive.
40 seconds. Twist is just dumping his util, and I don't blame him. He can lock him out. Partner that with whatever's remaining. Carrigan's still got one.
Carrigan's flanking here. He's jumping up behind them. He's going to lock the door on this.
Gambit counting on Axel, who's looking the wrong way. Carrigan provides a crucial frag. Only 3 remain here. They're running out of time. Never mind bodies. They're going to have to just throw themselves into the site. Olof has missed one, and into the site comes Hobbit. Down he goes. Twist is doing everything he can to keep him off that site, and rightfully so. Another one. Twist has done enough. Or has he? Shiro would have to do it all, and there you have it. 15 FaZe are a touching distance of taking Gambit down here on Ancient. All that theory crafting in the back room starting to manifest into a map win in this series.
It's just wild. It's just wild. This was the gimme pick, right? This is the one that we saw, okay, well, maybe it seems a bit desperate here, but it looks genius now with the scoreline 15-13. Money at that 3,400. You can see Carrigan getting fired up here. It's going to be bloody desperate for this final round of play.
Yo, and I haven't seen Gambit look so lost for answers on their T side in some time.
If they fall back into going towards this A site again, and they don't actually pull off that full execute and smoke Brokey out of position, they're just done. They're on absolute toast here. Carrigan's playing forward again in that mid cutout. He's been there last round. They didn't know that he was there, so we can get away with it again. It gives them a lot more information here. Right now, FaZe are operating with more info than they have in the majority of their gun rounds.
Brokey has not failed when he's been tested on A yet. Let's see. Oh, he's not going to check it. A free frag for Carrigan to open up proceedings. Brokey does fire off a shot. He has been forced off the line. Incendiary dropped and forces them off the site. Carrigan to set up for more damage. Does track into Axile. Inters with 1. Shiro needs to step up to the mark and has. Brokey still contesting with Nafany in the temples. Body dropped again. Someone has to be the hero. It turns out it's Twist eliminating Shiro, and FaZe just 1 frag away. Inter's only a Mac 10. What's he supposed to do? FaZe will take it. And Gambit, the world #1. Feel the wrath of the veterans. What's that? Major winner? Yeah, you've got one too. We've got an Intel Grand Slam winner, and we've got Carrigan. Watch your back, watch your 6. FaZe are coming for the world #1.
We've got Nafany here to talk about how Gambit have got ready for LAN. Nafany, have you changed the way that you practice as a team because you're now playing here in person at IEM?
We're playing right now really strong, I will say. And of course, we are ready to play versus any team. And we were practicing all the time, in Cologne. So we just don't have like much good practice because everyone is have holidays, I will say. So it's a bit weird to play here because we don't have, like, as I said before, much good practice, but still I will say that we are ready to play versus any team.
So tell me about the match against G2. It was so close. Do you think the reason they were able to win on that third map was because they have more experience in this environment than Gambit?
I will say we was a bit unlucky in some moments. For example, in my opinion, it should be like 2-0 for us because we had like some situations at Mirage when we understand everything and we was like with good positions, but we lost a couple of rounds and it cost us a game. So I will say that it was a bit unlucky for us, and also there was really strong individual and as a team. So I will say that next time we will be better for sure.
You are a strong IGL, but you are the least experienced in the playoffs, and you're going up arguably against the most experienced, Carrigan. How do you feel about that?
I don't think that experience matter right now because it's like we're playing without any crowd, so it's like a boot camp for us. At least for myself, I will say, because I don't feel any pressure or something like that. And if we will check my statistic, for example, it's way better than online because some teams have a pressure and it's more easier to play as open fragger or space creator because a lot of players make a couple of mistakes and you can play from this. So I will say that I don't feel like experience matter right now. And I will say that it will be matter when Lance will be back with crowd.
Well, good luck, Nafany. Спасибо.
Thank you, спасибо.
Ah, there we go. Well, if you see on your screen right now, PogChamp, that's probably already being flooded throughout the chat room. But there's some things you should know. We have some legendary Pog auctions going on right now. We're talking about the ESL POG-NFT. Now, I couldn't tell you much about an NFT myself, but as the official crypto exchange partner of the ESL Pro Tour CSGO, make sure you use your Coinbase wallet to purchase the NFTs. And ultimately, there's some extremely rare ones. Some very nice pieces out there to include signatures. I think there might even be one with like Jason involved. I don't know 100% about that, but I imagine it's in the works, if not already.
Yeah, Creamy Moses NFT.
Yeah,
that's an idea.
The Creamy Moses. Yeah, I think we should bring that back. But Legendary Pog auctions are live from now until Sunday at 3 p.m. CEST. Rare Pogs are sold out on the primary market. Make sure you go check them out. And obviously, if you can, grab a few of them. maybe one day they'll be worth trillions and billions and millions of dollars.
That would
but
be cool.
until then, what we have is FaZe beating Gambit on Ancient, which I don't think it looked like it was going to start this way, Jason.
No, actually, it looked atrocious, and it's like we almost started laughing, like what a dumb pick this Ancient was. Their CT side can deliver. I thought they would have a tough time, having watched Gambit's T side a couple times. We're never going to say this was a big game out of Kerrigan. He had some very critical kills on Nafany in middle that prevented some pretty aggressive lurk plays. Those plays that I thought would really throw off the rotations of FaZe. And I mean, this is an incredible comeback. Yeah, take it away.
You mentioned Kerrigan, and obviously the first half was a bit complicated for him, but the few rounds he found in that atrocious first half that we talk about, for me, they make a huge difference. This is night and day. At some point in this game, Gambit is up 11-1 against FaZe, and you think this is it, this is over, right? But Kerrigan finds a couple of moves, finds a couple of entries, allow his teammates to take space, and suddenly it's 11-4, and the story changes entirely. And Nafany couldn't do it on the second half.
So Maniac, let's just pry into that one a little bit further. We kind of built up this whole thing where you know a thing or two about psychology and the mind games. Your FaZe, your world beaters, your veterans at the game. How did you get back into this one? Where was the resilience? Where did it come from?
Well, I think the difference between Kerrigan and Nafany in that example, right, is that when it mattered the most and when their backs was against the wall, he assumed his move. He went for it. The moment he crosses that smoke through middle at 11-1, it looks desperate, but at the same time, that's what's needed.
Probably was desperate.
Probably it was desperate.
Yeah,
but
might have been.
It has to be, right? What we're seeing and what we have seen right there is teams stepping out of their comfort zone. This was not like a tactical battle or anything. It was about finding in yourself to find messy rounds on their T side. And FaZe did much better than that. This is that duel we were talking about between Kerrigan and Nafany.
And we kind of hyped this up as like, you know, the incredible talent of Gambit versus the experience of FaZe. I just got to say, because I just disagreed with another statement that Nafany made in the interview. Love the guy, love his gameplay. When he came in and said, yeah, experience doesn't matter until we get back to the crowds. Well, he just got a real big lesson in experience mattering in this game. Because if you're not an experienced team who's been on this stage, that's been in these situations, you collapse at 11-1 smackdown in the first half, and you don't complete that comeback, and you don't even get the comeback beginning. And then you go to the reverse side, and FaZe takes control of that game, and that's where Gambit missed that experience, because you could see the casters brought it up, Alex and Chad mentioning the number of times where it felt like Gambit just didn't have an idea of what to do.
And he carries that. Nafany carries that on his shoulder. As an IGL, I guarantee you, you go out of that first map, you were 11-1 in the lead, you move on to the T side, and you are responsible for finding solutions for your teammates. I know they don't have the deepest toolbox in terms of strategies. I know that, but it doesn't matter for him.
Yeah.
He had to find solutions, and he didn't. And now he has to live with that moving on to the second map.
I'm pretty sure those words were in Twist contract, solutions, and that's exactly what he brought to the table. So let's hear from him.
Twist, tell me what was happening in that first half, because it seemed like only Kerrigan was really able to get anything done on your T side.
I think they actually were prepared for this Ancient pick, as they adapted very well for their CT side. Axel was always boosted to look over the lurk smoke. And yeah, I mean, they played different. And what we reviewed, they never went window, but Hobbit was going window. And yeah, I mean, they did their homework and they expected it. That's what you would expect from the #1 team in the world. But I think they struggled on our T side a lot.
How did you know, in round 26, the round where you managed to get that defuse on the A side, you had intuition suddenly flicked onto Nafany. How did you know?
It may look crazy on stream, but he was actually flanking numerous rounds from that position when they went A. So it was just, he wasn't anywhere in the action, and Shiro was like blatantly spamming through the smoke to try to stop the defuse, and I just read that he was behind.
And why the Ancient pick in the first place?
I mean, we're the underdog, and we have to come in with a surprising blow, and yeah, I mean, they expected it, which is kind of a little weary, but luckily our preparation was good enough.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, Twist. I'll let you get ready to pull out some more surprising blows.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Pound for pound, that's Twist. If you needed an introduction, I don't know where you've been or what rock it's been under. Why did he say round 26, Maniac?
Round 26 was such a defining moment in that game. And I want to replay that clutch so we can talk about it together. It starts with Gambit finally finding some footage on the other side, finding these kills, although Kerrigan is doing a nice work. But once we get down to that nitty-gritty 2 versus 2, this is where the experience chimes in. Twist just said it in an interview. You see that flank coming in from Nafany. He said, we knew he was doing that numerous times, and he punishes him right there. And let me tell you why this hurts for Nafany. He's had the opportunity on Olaf Meister 3 seconds prior to get the shot. And at this point in time, we could sit here and say, oh my God, this was such a wrong decision. I disagree. I think at the time, I respect the move. But this is all when the cookie completely crumbles on your face, on your nose, and you don't like that.
Yeah, it's better there than on your t-shirt. I'll say that much. We're going to go to a break. We got to come back because we've got Overpass. This is only a quarterfinal, and the roof has already been blown off this thing. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. BRB, y'all.
Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Max and Xbox. Pushing him.
Your channel.
They got met with a brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map, they won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Look how many players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnik's not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. Oh, but the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in, and look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail. Sometimes I give you hope.
We talked about it all the time. FaZe demonstrating that experience is not just a buzzword of today's show, but also it's been demonstrated in the server. Not only was it an incredible comeback from FaZe, we do have to remember who they're up against, Chad. Yes, Gambit at times looked like lost little lambs here on the quarterfinals stage, but this is the world #1. And this is also a team that have managed to lose every single opening map of every series so far in Cologne, and then have proceeded to win the second map every single time. We've seen the trends, the trend of FaZe and multi-kills on the CT side. That definitely did manifest. Perhaps Gambit responding with destruction of their own into the map. But we do have to discuss it, Chad. Gambit looked shaken. The desk have talked about it. I'm sure they'll be able to reset, but it's going to come down to their start here as well.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments there with flub nades, right? We were clearly pointing that out. It just made their executes look sloppy, and that's not normally the conversation when you're talking about a team like Gambit. And also, I just want to kind of sink my teeth into those multi-kill moments from FaZe as well. I'm sitting there watching it, and every single time Gambit ran into the crosshair of the FaZe players, they just dismantled them, right? Those spray downs, it felt like they came way too easy. So either Gambit, they were rushing it, or they just weren't looking like they were on point like they normally do. But now as we reflect and we get back underway, Gambit will be starting on the T side. This is their map choice. They've decided to take things to Overpass. And here, we have highlighted time and time again over their rise of some of the positives with this team and the maneuvers they're able to get away with. Man on your screen here, Axel, been a very big component of the trophies that Gambit have lifted so far this year. Want to see him step up in a big way for map #2. I think we're about to get things underway. So strap yourself in.
Gambit coming into this one, Hobbit, Nafany, Axal, Shiro, and Inters, and they're up against FaZe Clan. Starting on the defensive side, we'll see Twists, Rain, Carrigan, Brokey, and Olof. Not live just yet, getting this one started. But we will see the CT start for FaZe this time.
And we'll get to see as well that pistol start that we've been talking about. They kept it true over there at FaZe for 50-50. That's what's been true for them in the tournament so far. Obviously, Gambit converting more often than not able to keep that one alive. But I guess the series is the long one, right? We get plenty more pistol rounds to go here. And I think the biggest key is, can FaZe continue to contest now that we're in a new playground, right? Can that CT side continue to be that strong? We did see all 7 maps from FaZe so far. We pointed that out. Now, the fact is, how deep are those maps? Now, I think it works twofold, right? When you think about it, if they've only played so few, right, it's hard to look into too much. Carrigan actually come in and do more prep for his opponent than they can do for him. But then also, they haven't had as many officials with this roster, with this 5-man team under their belt for those pressure moments. Now, that's another buzzword of the day.
Yeah, sure. Well, to feed into one of our previous buzzwords, it's of course experience. Carrigan, he's definitely got boatloads of it, playing 1.6 lands, probably, you know, setting up his computer, plugging in his mouse and keyboard when Gambit were just hitting puberty.
Yeah, I'd say that the age disparity here by some of the players in the server today, right? Carrigan and Olof, they're the elder statesmen in this one.
And never mind Olof Meister 2014 defusing in a Molotov on this map. He's got signs on this map in the game because of plays he's made on this map. Gambit looking to start forging their own legacy now and at a 1-0 disadvantage. Looks like we're ready to get underway. Map 2, Gambit's response. Let's see if their rebuttal is as fierce as their dismantling on Ancient.
Yeah, it feels like they're going to have to do it the hard way now. But we get this one underway and looks like we're going to have a bunch of Kevlar coming out. Nafany, the only one to buy util here. There's no P250 in the mix for this one. And Brokey, the lone survivor, or the lone defender, as it were, over towards A early, just playing for that info. 1x bet odds at the top of your screen here. And, well, still favoring Gambit, but FaZe have really clawed those odds back.
Smoke is in the air already. They're going to have to try and push upon it. And Brokey stands and delivers. Looking for a second head, and he is before Silence. Quickly responds, though. We see Hobbit struggling to pick up his weapon, but he's managed to pick up a 3v3, catching that quick rotation from the CTs. Will they anticipate Olof already replacing that dead man?
Oh, I said no P250. I tell a lie. Shiro has one. Hobbit still having this connected position is huge, but Olof's position, it could really unravel all of this. He's going to hear the sound cues. Hobbit might have been clear his corners. He does, but Olof profits here. Now it's a 2-1-3, and Carrigan's going to get some info over towards Long. Steps on out, takes a lot of damage here. Pressure now on this A site. Or is it? Back and forth, Gambit go. There is no rush for this one. They know that Olof was down towards that connector position. They can just go and try and isolate him, but being poked and prodded more so. Rain spotted them up.
Rain used to be a big conversation topic about not only his performance on this map, but this particular position, this part of the map used to be his domain. It's not going to be tested just yet. Instead, he's going to clear it out, call it, completely quits, and start his rotate back to B.
Rain could actually be the difference maker here if he starts going down connected. Now that he's clearing it out and heading back towards A, maybe not so much. Olof's playing retake over towards Graffiti. So they should be able to get the bomb down here, Gambit. They're keeping this one silent, and the range of the fight, sure, the USP, it's good, but at least the P250 of Shiro to contend.
Olof happy to tuck in, as you said, playing for the retake. He'll wait for the other opportunities. I say that, he does already start taking contact. At least confirms and keeps their feet planted. They're on notice already, and Rain starts his crawl. Yet to find a head. Tough one. Oh, and Nafni puts his head in the vice. Shiro, 3 to find. Carrigan, first victim. More required. They partner up. It could be difficult to line them up, and they're just whittled away at. Couldn't find their heads. It's all body shots, and the Kevlar and the Olofmeister convert.
Oof, when they get that done there, they can even pick up that diffuse kit off Carrigan's body. So a pistol round for FaZe, and that's a big one to win here. They get to continue that momentum they just had from Ancient. A pistol is a great way to do that, and now if you can withstand the likely force buy here from Gambit in round number 2, you can start to really pile on these rounds.
Gets 2 here. Like, Gambit had a very different game plan until Brokey happened. Admittedly, they clawed it back nicely. You saw how quickly Hobbit and Shiro combined for the 3v3 equalizer. But yeah, I was getting a bit sketchy, just dancing around his crosshair just in the nick of time. Olof in a 1v1 as the dust settled, but he pulled it across the line, and it is that force, as you were discussing.
Shiro was starting to heat up on the AK towards the tail end of Ancient there. Felt like he had to, felt like somebody needed to, and he was the man with the AK starting to blow some heads off. So he's wielding one here. Looks like this is a transitional boost that they're setting up right there. So when they hear a sound cue, Olaf will likely mount the head.
And safe assumption that there's not going to be triple nading on this force buy. You know that's not going to be a priority in the investment, so you can just stick around, or at least look for the info. He confirms nothing water for now. Door swings open, so lots of sound cues implying presence on that B site. A 3-2 split of FaZe's defense.
They leered on in for a moment there, and here they go again, the second bite of the cherry.
Bill starts to drop in. Olof, nice little off angle, may have a chance. Axal's too quick. M4V Galil, and he's not done yet. Double into the site from Axal. Shiro keeps Twists honest as well. Is there anything more for FaZe to say about this one? You can see they might have to cut their losses. Rain and Brokey holding on to what they have and looking to hopefully take a couple of extra bodies down from Gambit on the way out.
Yeah, it looks like we got some force buy wars here on the cards, right? So the fact that they are holding on to these guns and not trying to get stuck in for the retake, it is the smarter of the two. And they will get 1,400 into their bank balance to reinvest with next round. Now, it's not a lot of money to be working with. But with the FAMAS, with the MP9, if they can ply them up close and personal, can keep Gambit on notice. Hobbit here searching, and he might even find Brokey. This all comes down to the timing here. Both players, well, head on. Hobbit gets the kill, survives, and that's actually a very, very big frag to find, because now moving into the next round, it is just the MP9. So FaZe not going to have that rifle to bring on through. Bomb goes off, and now we're tied at 1-1.
And just Gambit's management of the money, you know, throughout their rise to power has always been something that just a nice quirk. You know, seeing some of the clips like Nafni recovering the AK that was thrown out of the map, them being very diligent about recovering weapons, guarding weapons, throwing them out. Like, they will make it, losing, like, is one thing, but they'll make the loss hurt as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, right, is with Gambit, even when we do see them going for those saves, there's always a method to the madness. There's always some little detail. You can always find the logic in what they're doing. And now we're going to see them spread on out against this force bite of FaZe. Quite a heavy B lean early. Axal to deal with that. You'll see a lot of this from Axal throughout. Rain has the tall task of dealing with the onslaught coming over towards A. Right now he's in the upper bathrooms with that MP9. Enters Nafni and Shiro as a wolf pack, trawling together over towards Long. And now Hobbit and Axal are actually starting to join the party. So this is looking quite clear, like they want to search out with the majority of their numbers over towards A.
I mean, when you know you're up against pistols, why not take the long duels?
Ooh, okay, Rain's gone down there. That was bathrooms. He was just pivoting back. Now, obviously, with the MP9, not the best weapon for the job. It's a big frag to find, and it almost feels like they have an open runway here into the site, but they're crossing their T's, they're dotting their I's. Utility being used here just to deal with any pushes, and this is one of the most scary parts of the map as you're coming through the bathrooms. Now, the rotation is coming from FaZe. Carrigan's taken space over towards Sewer. Brokey, Twist, and Olaf are about to park himself on the side. Olaf does have a smoke here, so he can make this one a little bit janky.
If they can make this hurt at all. Don't forget there's some Kevlar behind these pistols. They will pack a punch. Oh, they heard him dancing in the smoke. Olaf looking to deny and evaded the spray for now, so perhaps there's still some legs to this for FaZe. Axile denies again, puts his name in the feed, and very hesitant. They don't want to plant until that smoke fades, but it looks like the digits are being punched. And now, with the backs turned, Olaf Meister's Deagle's good for one. Just the one. Twist's neutralized as well. And Gambit take that without too much sweat on the brow.
Want to note a good start here for Axel, right? This guy here can be an absolute monster. I don't want to undersell him at all. So if he's showing up in a big way early, really keep your eyes to see how activated he can be. He's an individual who will do his job to an absolute T. He'll do it perfectly, but then you'll still see him having this outrageous impact in rounds for Gambit. It almost doesn't make any sense. Now mopped up that mess there. Olaf sprung his trap. That AK recovered, and here we go again. Now it will just be the full USP eco here for FaZe. Not even a flash to boast. As really for Gambit right now, you want to be keeping at least 4 of your members alive here. Sure, one might go down to the buzzards as the USP's pushing. But the rest, you want to kind of mop that up. Now action on Axile here. Oh, he's spamming. A lot of bullets for this.
No bullets. 7 in the Deagle. Does pull it out, but weapon recovered, and yeah, not sure they'll take the opportunity or even spot it out.
It's actually quite lucky that they didn't push further forward. Hobbit may have been in a lot of action here. Now we can see that there's nobody around the corner. FaZe have evacuated all the way back towards that A site, even back in towards B.
Look what that, never mind Galil, the smoke has enabled. Karrigan's going to play a jiggle smoke defense. Now, it does mean they can stack 3 towards the other bomb site. However, question of if they respect it when Karrigan drops it.
Yeah, Inters is just going out here clearing the upper bathrooms. Now, there's a lot of pressure on Inters, especially if Olaf continues to search forward. It looks like he's paused out for now. But this is all on Karrigan. The smoke, will it buy enough time for the rotation? Will Gambit respect it? Because if they go late back in towards A, it will be into the stack.
Ooh, get it out, son. They're coming. Oh, and Hobbit does not respect it at all. Bounces his head off the pipe, and he's got himself an open sight.
Problem solved now. It is just these USPs. They should mop this up any moment. Oh, jumping out of heaven there, Rain. Trying to make the best of a bad situation. It will just be Olaf, the final man alive.
But, you know, if you wanted more evidence that even in the ecos, Counter-Strike rounds got longer, look how long that eco took. You know, just out of interest of seeing, you know, how diligent they had to be. They can never mind lose USP rounds. We've seen it happen in the playoffs, never mind early in the group stage.
It happened to VP just before, right? When we were watching their series, I think it was a Dust 2 B rush that they pulled off there, and it was like almost the full USPs of Astralis just melted them. So I said they wanted to keep 4 alive. It looks like they're going to get away with that unless Olaf swings open this door and gets a couple of dinks nice and quickly. Going to hear the footsteps. His moment is now. Springs the trap. Shiro as quick as you like. Head gets lopped off. Olaf goes down, and the third posted on the board here for Gambit. Now, the only weapon that they lost in that round was a MAC-10 because Nafany got to upgrade into that Galil. So as far as the finances are concerned, things are looking great. And Shiro's even going to get out the AWP. Brokey's done the same for the defensive phase, but this is where we start getting into the business rounds here. We've dealt with the Force by Wars, we've dealt with the ecos, now comes the rifle rounds. And remember Ancient, that's where the individuals of FaZe, every time members of Gambit walked on in, they just mowed them down. It looked way too easy. Let's see if they can replicate.
A touch of aggression out of Rain early to try and get info about Fountain, nothing to report. Hobbit tucked in safe. For any of the initial glances down Monster. Brokey going for that glass cannon, so watch yourself, watch yourself. Who is that? Olaf Meister dicing with death.
Set up here, very, very heavy Monster from FaZe, and this is something that Gambit like to do on their CT sides as well. It's not easy to break.
They do have mollies for it. Hobbit's just going looking, and Twist receives him with a smile and some hot lead. Oh, elbow spotted. Olaf will have to be a dangerous game. It's Brokey's AWP again. This time strikes onto Axile. So already seeing that come alive and be utilized.
Now the question is, does Gambit just go for one of these saves? It would not be out of the question. We've seen it all before. Everybody who's watched a Gambit game knows if they lose a couple of kills early and they have an AWP to hold on to, they tend to just keep their goodies and take it into the next round of play. Inters has parked himself still over towards Sewer, so he can deal with any rotations. But now if we're going to look at a way for Gambit to win this round, they need to get an opening kill towards A. Karrigan's on the site. He's jiggling towards long. You've got Rain in a position as well up close towards the bathrooms. Karrigan can help bait him in. And actually, hold up a second, they're starting to get active.
Yeah, they're going looking. Rain going shopping for round-winning frags. And just slips the net.
They're going to clear him?
Check him. They didn't. Backs are turned. He's been spotted now. Shiro's hit the shot. Carrigan suddenly waving a flag saying, I'd like some help, but they're pushing me every angle. Tags up Nafany well. Shiro's still posted up 9 seconds. He rots the clock so well. The way Carrigan danced around that truck as well, just completely ensuring the rotate would be there in time to deny.
Surprising not to see a Gambit save there, really. And I know I don't say that in tongue-in-cheek. I'm being quite serious. So that one right there, they can get the guns back out, so plenty of cash to work with. Can start working on the loss bonus of their own here. Both teams sitting in a position where 1,900 goes into their bank balance next. And I think I'd keep my eyes more on FaZe and how that CT-sided economy can get beaten down. But that was great. 2 openings. It came too easy to them again. Hobbit drops, Brokey strikes, 3 on 5, and then the rest of the round, they just walk on in. Here we go one more time, and it looks like another heavy B lean here out the gate. Gambit have everybody over towards this B bomb site early.
Okay. But what's the go sign? Is it going to be util? Do they send Nafany on a little short mission?
They really want to force the issue through Monster here. Hobbit's going again. He hasn't had much success on the entries on the T side.
Good time flash. Hobbit holds his nerve, squints his eyes, and another one. This time he swings in. Olaf's unprepared. Twist sitting duck as well. Hobbit with a double, nearly triple entry. He's not done. Axel finishes his meal, but Gambit just finished the round in the blink of an eye. 1 minute 15 still on the clock. That was a 30-second round.
I think he heard me. I think he heard me saying he hasn't had much impact on these T-side entries there. He's just absolutely ripped that side apart. That's one way to make a bit of a statement. And I just mentioned the loss bonus situation for FaZe. We'll check out their money right now. Not enough cash here to really go around for a buy. They could get 2 rifles up, but look how quick this was. Olaf's not ready for that. Still tucking his tail down. Twister's looking the wrong way. The assist there onto Rain, and Shiro, yeah, I'll take that Heaven Peak every day of the week. That is a great round to win.
And it's Hobbit again. You know, that was how the first half of Ancient felt. It was all just Hobbit in the feed. He's come in hot again to the T side, it seems.
And it looks like we will just get another eco out of FaZe here. So they're trying that same pressure position of B, where they found Axel struggling before. This time, if they push, he's actually further, more passive, dealing with the underpass and ladder position. The rest of his teammates are working on this A territory. He's just going to keep on grouping up with the squad here. So gifting a bit of map territory to FaZe here unknowingly. But they are aware. You can see Axel's literally walking backwards while still watching T spawn. So he knows a push is possible at any moment. And they should just be able to deal. This should just be a round win for Gambit any day of the week, right? You shouldn't be expecting too many dramas against a Deagle, couple P250s, and 2 USPs. Now that Axel's spotted 1, he needs to be careful with the Bloodlust here. Olaf might draw him in, and he's looking the wrong way. Oh, sketchy spray, gets it done. Axel, that mechanical aim now coming out to play. 2 kills, pressure alleviated.
Now just a formality. Nice damage from Brokey, just puts Hobbit down at least. Twist, we know his Deagle. We know what it's capable of. If he could just find a couple more heads, certainly look good for the stats. Bang, just like that. Bloody hell, Twist, slow down. He can't find any more. But just a quick reminder to back up what I'm saying. The man is an absolute animal on that Desert Eagle.
Bang, bang. That's, jeez,
okay. That just momentary
everything's
hesitation
fine.
from Shiro, like, maybe I'll go somewhere else.
Jesus, bang. That was quick stuff there. Axel almost made a bit of a meal of this here as well. So he mops it up. Doesn't sustain too much damage, all things considered. But yeah, the fact that this happens, yeah, it's just putting that individual prowess on show. You love to see the Deagle shot delivering like that.
Yeah, one of the sharpest in Counter-Strike. There's no doubt about it. Just pure mechanics. And then you've got Axel on the other side of things. It's just like a question of who is hotter today in the quarterfinals.
Oh, well, Twist has actually just been chunked on down by the man in question. Axel spammed through that monster smoke, doing a lot of damage here. Twist held on notice, 24 HP remaining.
And also worth highlighting, this is FaZe's CT side that's falling at the moment, down to just 2. Kept very honest by Gambit. And their T campaign off to a flying start. Bomb loose, just going to have Axel probe towards Monster. Rain's tucked in on, I was going to say an island. He has Brokey in support. Shiro posted up for anyone that challenges short, but I think that's in FaZe's wheelhouse right now. They're looking for more passive setup. They've kept Monster smoke relentlessly. There's a second as it lands.
They've only got 2 smokes left now, one for Brokey and Rain, and they're both over towards A, so Monster cannot be re-smoked. Or they're pushing. They're going for the Monster push.
With the low HP, I guess. Axel's tucked in. This is going to be very tough for FaZe to break. They need a flashbang. Olof's got them, but they're doing it dry. And Axel just holding down the spray. Twist will walk on in and Gambit collect 3 frags. Maybe Olof. Oh my god, damage high. Brokey alone. And
he's in time.
Yeah, he's there. And Molly to force him off the line. Not going to throw any opportunities his way.
Well, you know, that's the, you know, we're really looking for the silver lining. Well, he's in the right place. You know, he responded in time. Unfortunately, mollied out of position, and now it's just about holding on to this AWP. The CT side economy really being felt here from FaZe. It's 2,900 in the next round, so not going to be enough for a buy again. There's a consolation frag. How many more does Brokey want? Can't convert. Shiro picks him up. And that's going to be another round on the board here for Gambit. 6-2 the scoreline.
Yeah, just not having those consecutive rounds as a CT side, you just start feeling like you've ecoed the majority of your weapon rounds.
And they have to do it again, right? Even though next round they get the 3,400, they're still going to have to go for just a pistol upgrade. You're not going to see too much into this one. Now, it can be threatening. We spoke about Twist Eagle. We saw Twist Eagle. But that means it's going to happen with just more than Twist. It can't just be one man popping off with shots like that, especially as the last surviving in a 1-on-4. But so far, scores on the doors. A quick little count here while we get this next round, round number 9, underway. Shiro, 11 frags. Axel, 10. Hobbit, 7. All 3 individuals right now for Gambit. The stars are showing up, and they're getting the job done. Now, it's about avoiding the landmine if you Gambit in a round like this. Just don't step onto any of these pesky stacks. And, well, that molly's fantastic. That's going to flush both Rain and Brokey deeper down into connector. It's unconfirmed. We can see all that information here, but it's buying them time as they start to work the crawl up towards long.
This is so optimized. Again, as they know, they're up against some pesky pistols, which are very threatening in 2021. You head to long. You take those long, every duel tradable as you're partnered up. I say that, of course, not for those on the extremities. Hobbit isolated. Axel just holding that monster push.
He's always just watching behind, poor Axel.
Oh, chance goes awry. Rain won't get a second chance and makes it clear he's not planning on taking anything. A little bit of a lurk smoke that Hobbit just replaces with a bit deeper one.
Right now, if I'm FaZe, I would play for exit kills, right? Just try and do a little bit of damage to the T-sided economy by taking away a couple of these AKs. Twist has a smoke and a flash here. That might enable something a little bit explosive.
this orchestra.
Yeah, symphony of Deagles.
Eagles.
Are they going to flash and go? Like, they do have that U2. It would make sense to try and get a couple of exits here.
Certainly does. There's the
flash.
And there's the response from Nafany. Absolutely not interested. Finally silenced. Brokey would love another. The shadow implies Shiro's on his way into the peak and some damage inflicted. 7 for Gambit. And FaZe now just feeling like we got weapons again.
Yeah, it's so few and far between for them, right? And I think that's part of not being able to save guns either. You're going to need to hold on to these. That's why Gambit, that's why VP, that's why all these teams are doing it, so they could have more threatening rounds time and time again. But if you're being hunted, like what Gambit have been doing in some of these situations, well, that even gets a difficult task as well. So here we go. What feels like maybe the 3rd rifle round for FaZe so far in what has been 10 rounds of play, or full rifle round. Let's see if they can convert.
Such a stark contrast as well to Gambit's T side over on Ancient. There's just so much intent in every second that passes of this T affair. Axel, the lone wolf, looking to take a chunk out of Olof, but there it is, the Swede. The nade looks very promising. Could have taken 2 of them there. Twist, chunk down, Olof does live on. Nafany walking up on that. Yeah, I don't know if Rain is going to be exposed. Nafany will use that smoke's closing stages to slink into the underpass.
If they go back towards B, that's where the low HP Olof is, and I think they're actually swapping out Twist and Brokey right now as well. They've just crossed each other like ships in the night, so rejigging the setup, there is a bit of a gap right here that Gambit might be able to exploit.
But an opening frag, and an untraded one, albeit, yes, unconfirmed nade damage, but here we go. Let's see if FaZe can make this shot count. Very defensive incendiary there, 50-second mark, just fending them off, and Nafany just taking a glance to confirm that no one's pushed up. Rain, oh dear, nearly made a meal of that. Swinging into the site now, Hobbit found. Good shot from Olof. Leaves just 2 of them. Nade looks destined for success. If he finds Karrigan, it could have been the double. They live on. And just Shiro now with 30 seconds and a good wall bang. It's only that FaZe do make good on the promise.
Shiro's looks really good with the rifle. I think I touched on it earlier here within this half, but the moments he's been having, it's not necessarily that AWP impact that we know him for. He's been looking very, very handy, and there wasn't that many T-rounds to boast over there on Ancient, but he was doing good in the skirmishes, and keeping that up there. Damage is important, right, for that CT economy, because now if FaZe lose this one, okay, well, then we start having this conversation again. No saved rifles. Are they down? Are they having to go for Famis's instead, MP9s instead? Easy as you like there for twists, up and over. 7-3, timeout called. That was a Gambit timeout. And right now, it's about making sure you can inflict as much pain on this T side as you possibly can, right? Map number 1, yeah, we let it get away from us, but that's in the past. Let's continue to pump on these rounds as we look back into play. Round number 11. I wonder if there's going to be any change up here. It doesn't really feel like there needs to be for Gambit. They can just keep going through this default. They still have quite a few to work with here. Aggression from Brokey. Timer on it. Realizes the chance for aggression here. Nafany's up close and personal. The next peek coming on through as the bathroom smoke is in the air. That one lands and blooms. And a bit more pacey on this one here with Gambit walking up towards the bathrooms with a 3-man pack. I say that, it's just the default spread as usual, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, just Hobbit just gets to choose between party and underpass. That's
quite nice.
The only mix-up.
You get 2 places you get to go on the map, and Axile, you get to watch B push, and then you watch behind. But this is the thing. It might be, you know, a cut and paste, but that's what we're looking for here. The fact that they're regimented, they're able to do this while still showing different faces, different looks. Keeps everybody on their toes.
Well, certainly. I mean, you know, for these CTs around Monster, it could very well be that same 4-man setup, all hiding in the deep corners and the surfs. For now, they are postured to pop onto a site. Like a T variation of that toilet setup. A couple of stray bullets through the planks. Hobbit on notice, and Axel caught on the grey screen, just walking through, trying to take some liberties in some space, catch anyone that may have gone for the rotate. Rain digging his heels into long here. He's on his own. Enters to test the waters, and an important frag found by the Norwegian. Brokey another, and Gambit just being picked apart. You said that to inflict damage. Well, a spotless CT round, 2 consecutive CT rounds, is going to put FaZe in good stead to do some damage in the final 5. Oh, Rain, give me any more. Shiro denies. 15-4. He's definitely been able to avoid death the majority of the time, and it seems like this one no exception.
Yeah, holds on to that AWP, and there's still money there for another Gambit buy. So all things are looking good at this juncture here, but that round didn't. That was very one at a time, and I think what the concept was to get Axel through, keep them busy on the B bomb site, and then explode on towards A, but it just looked one at a time. Axel goes through, dies, Inters picks around the corner, dies, Nafany comes in through the bathrooms, dies. It was just individual jewels that couldn't be traded, right? Every single one of these was in isolation, and that right there, well, I think it was the undoing for Gambit in a round like that. So another timeout called. Back-to-back timeouts. Interesting. It's interesting to see Gambit pulling out another one of those consecutively.
Yeah, and I'm not going to make any assumptions, but we certainly saw evidence that Gambit can be shaken. That's all I will say for now over on our first map. Certainly a solid haul already from the Gambit boys.
I think you and I may be reflecting what a lot of people are thinking, because map 1 at 11-1, you were thinking, okay, yeah, this is the wake-up. This is the wake-up call. We're at FaZe, they've over-exceeded, they've made it to the playoffs. You know, that storyline, we either presented that we're either going to get slammed or we're going to have a real banger of the series. It was looking like slam.
Come on, slam.
And now, with the scoreline, really, in a lot of other cases, if a T-side team is winning at this margin, it's like, well, this is a great half already, you know, but right now, like, I don't know, like, I'm keeping this one cautious right now.
Brokey wants to have another look. And this time he does wing clip Nafany. That nade did look promising, but he's smarter than me. He does just hit the brakes and live on. At least he'll be able to deploy his utility. He may not be able to apply his trade in the same way. And this is actually a smart change-up. So they'll put Nafany in Axel's place in the default spread with his low HP.
Yeah, so now it's going to be curious, though, because the issue is where they limped out one at a time. So if they can't get the map control they're looking for to go for a set piece here, I don't know how much that's really going to change things up.
Sure, just an interesting alteration. Now, Inters has got well ahead of the pack with 0 contact, no flash, nothing. He just walked into toilets.
What is changing here? Look at this. They've all just crossed over each other over towards A. Nafany, who was, as you mentioned, babysitting B, has just rotated all the way back over towards Party. Shiro, Axel, and Hobbit have just left all the territory they had and now heading back towards the B side.
Yeah, Rain's flashed off toilets. Previously, though, Twists and on-off, they just pushed full water control, had short pipe, and have decided to tuck back straight into the site. So some chess being played without a bullet being fired. The nade looks destined for greatness from Twist, and it will soften up two of them, puts them in that one-shot headshot range of an M4.
There's something being called right now. Like, Karrigan's over here as well. Like, they're really feeling something out here, FaZe. They have enough pieces over towards this B site.
Oh, God, yeah, he's not so sold anymore. Was about to rotate. There's a gap in that smoke. Olof will drop a flame to separate. They hear the sound cues. He's burning and caught out in the smoke. Gambit uprooted here. And one by one they go. Straight into the smoke, straight into the meat grinder. There's plenty of weapons to spray. And heads to pop. Olof takes another. Bomb is under CT rule. And with 10 seconds left, Shiro and Nafny got to decide what the hell's up here. Just survival? Doesn't look like it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I think they want to hold on to this round, but if Olof continues pushing forward, he might take Nafny down after time here. Nafny doesn't want to go down.
Ah, that's a disaster.
Oh, dearie me. Nafny with 1,450, no loss bonus coming on in. That one there is really going to hurt. This was looking like Gambit had the chance to win the half. Now we're putting that into question here.
Okay.
These last 2 rounds in a row from Gambit, it hasn't looked like the Gambit we saw in the first half of this half. It's actually very curious to see. I wonder what has really changed this. Do they bail out now and go for something a little bit more pacey? Like, Shiro has that AWP, so it doesn't hugely facilitate a faster play, but maybe something with a bit more conviction.
Can't fault you for asking for it. Seen the lack of pace work wonderfully for FaZe. See what they can cook up here in round 30. Olof, quick sweep of short, confirms nothing to be concerned about immediately.
Second smoke over towards Monster has already been deployed, so that's going to be fading soon. And I want to keep this in everybody's mind. When you do see the default like this, your players on the extremities are calling out the util, right? So Axel's already called 2 smokes Monster. There's a third. It is in the hands of Olof here. This is brave.
It takes a certain type of player to be sitting like this. He's not up the jail, he's just standing there, and that's not fun. Fully blind. Good catch from Axel, and a quick response just about across the line from Olof. Potential trade. Shiro whips out the P250 to finish the job before he can retreat, just pulling pins on his util. And now FaZe are the ones on the back foot. Plenty of time. It seems like Gambit want to pull away.
Yeah, and it looks that pivot right now is back over towards that A site, but they're operating in the dark here. Nafny, as far as he went, was party, right? They don't know what's going on in bathrooms. It's actually Brokey, who looks like he's the closest player over towards the A site right now. He is rotating back in, and you can see how scared he is about it.
Yeah,
they don't know if there's any push, right? So if they're quick about this, Gambit can almost get the site for free, but I think Brokey might beat them there.
Does he go ahead of the smoke when he sees it? I think he will. You gotta take some chances, and he will through the flames, finding his safe hidey hole. He could be cleared any second, quick from the first. Hinters responds, and a chance now for Rain. A quick tap, agile as ever, and from behind, the denial. Karrigan finds it, and FaZe react. Make it 6. Gambit dethroned a little here.
They just scooped him up there. That right there was looking great for Gambit. They were in a fantastic position, and now finally broken. Their money is in a position where they cannot purchase. But that was a really good start for them. They were able to get that one onto Twist with the flash. They pop on in. Here it is for everybody at home. Twist is completely blind. Great. Okay, Hobbit goes down short, but Shiro immediately trades. There was still 50 seconds left on the clock. Now, check the timer. 10 seconds left. Karrigan's up connector behind 2 of them. A double kill. Easy as you like. FaZe are back in things.
Completely.
This should be leveled up 7-7. Like, it's just a partial buy right now. Gambit in the final round of play. They get the full loss bonus, and Brokey up close and personal with the AWP. He strikes again.
Knows their pistols, but he's not being too thrown off by it. He will get overrun eventually, but a double's fine. But the AWP is the main issue. An AWP to be recovered. I assume Shiro will ply his trade with it. Scavenged away the Zoom banger. High flash. No response.
They're trying to set up the triple boost. They are trying to set up the triple boost right now. They might get Olof here, actually. There's a real chance they get this triple boost to work.
Ooh, Olof to get a taste of a boost on our overpass. Here it comes. Element of surprise. Did he spawn?
Oh, definitely there. I think as well, because they flubbed it, Rain may have been close enough to hear the jump noise, so that could have been communicated across as well as the scope. So Gambit with a little tricky maneuver there, but they didn't stick the landing on it, and now they're pivoting back.
Based off that information, Twist is going to lock the key. They will not be able to return through Playground.
That little mistake, it's going to cost them everything here.
Certainly. They're about to walk straight into a pushed-up Rain. And he will find at least the first. Not much chances now as he draws the crosshair. A big find and an AK for Nafny to equip. He's got smoke. Twist admittedly confirming no one's retreating. It's Karrigan and Olof I'm concerned about. And if Olof just puts his head in the wrong angle, he will be exposed to the AWP. 5 bullets left in the mag here, Shiro. You may want to get that reload done. 15 seconds, and the flank comes in, and it's too easy for FaZe to make it 7. They could leave with a 1/2 here.
This is crazy. It was 7-2, and now it's 7-7. This is twice in a row, right? Like, sure, the T-half there for FaZe over on Ancient, it wasn't great, but they brought it back in the late stages. This time they're doing it more so. It is the CT side. It's where they do the better work. Here's Brokey with a multi-kill. Under pressure there, sure. Up against the pistol, sure. Still important frags to hit. Well, this is it. Gambit really need this to salvage something. It has been 5 rounds in a row here from FaZe that have gone completely unanswered. Gambit need to pick up a round here just to give themselves confidence, I suppose, is the best thing I can look for.
Yeah, I mean, considering as well that a lot of the rounds they were converting were on those weakened FaZe buys. They have to prove to themselves they can win it on a gun-v-gun duel, head-to-head. Bit of flack caught from Carrigan there as the wallbangs exchanged.
It's nade as well again.
They're walking in contact. This is a lot more progress, a more passive hold. Olof desperate to support by Twists, and already even trades. Twists lining them up, and it looks like Olof can knock them down. Deagle equipped, doesn't opt for the reload. Intus provides a crucial frag. That's only his 5th, but it's put it into a 2v2, and it should be a bomb plant. Thrown across to Nafany. Nade looks like it's destined for damage. Chips away, unconfirmed. No wallbang attempt this time, and oh, that nade hurts. Nafany's ears are ringing. Intus rings the bell of rain all the same. Fakes the drop, might force a peek. Nafany had a glance. Brokey smart about this. He's very quick on the AWP now. He does break the legs, and it's Nafany to secure it. Gambit take 8. A sigh of relief, perhaps, as it's a 1 on the half. But damn inseparable. FaZe Clan making Gambit work on their map pick.
Of course, it's harder to find the mistakes when you're winning, but we are trying to do this because we have no choices. I mean, we need to improve ourselves because we would like to dominate and to create some error like Astralis did. And as I know, Astralis won the tournament. It was major, I guess, and the next day they already practiced it.
Hey Future Pros! Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on Overpass. To execute this boost, you must have 5 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you have the easy job. All you have to do is run and stand in this spot. Future Pro number 2, you will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3, now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4, your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FP5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5, you actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting.
Clan were written out as we saw them thrust to the lower bracket of IEM Cologne by Astralis, and then proceeded to second-guess them every step of the way. First against Spirit, a full 3-map affair. They took down scalp after scalp. Spirit, Vitality, Heroic. Sure, you've done that much, but then everyone looked at Gambit in the bracket and just shook their head. But to be 1-0 up and to have had an 8-7 half, unfortunately, Chad, it hinges on a T side that has not had perhaps all of the kinks ironed out of it.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult here. Let's see how much Carrigan's been able to do in the break. They've had 4 days between the end of play for the groups and now the playoffs here kicking off. If there was ever a game plan, it's time to see it. And Shiro steps straight on in. Instant goosh. He's dead. That's a number advantage.
His flash is late. They're already in. Doesn't stop into striking with a double from that barrel's position. Now they're suppressed by those flashbangs. Long range Glock from Twists. He needs another. Nafny and Hobbit combine. God, the bullets are everywhere. 1v2 quickly established and Gambit just regain complete composure. No issue, but I loved the firing squad down Monster. Quick to see that one return to Gambit's control.
Yeah, now this is where we have to bring up that stat line again with FaZe when it comes to second round 4 spy wins. Now, haven't seen if their purchases are coming through just yet, so if they take the save, very unlikely that they'll convert off the back of this. But Inters, towards the tail end there, he was a big part in that last round that they were able to get on the board, and now on the pistol round, bowed them out with a double. Hobbit's done the same, and here you go. It's going to be FaZe with an eco. So they're not going to be changing that stat line here, unless an absolute miracle happens. So what are we looking at here? Just the one P250 on Rain. I can paint you a picture. Rain would have to find an opening. They'd have to be able to pick up one of these rifles and work with that.
Put your brushes down. Put your brushes
down. Look, I don't know. This whole thing about FaZe, I'm not easily like romanticized by things, right? I kind of fell into the bucket that was to do more with Gambit coming in here and showing this dominant style. But we are getting the back and forth affair. And I'll remind everybody at home, the team waiting in that semi-final here is Na'Vi. Gambit, I would love to sink their teeth into them and just right the wrongs of recently.
I mean, how many head-to-heads with Gambit and Na'Vi have we seen to do it again on the greatest of stages, on the return to LAN? That's what Gambit are here for. You know, I mean, they talked about it. They talked about what they want in the grand final. Never mind, we were asking everyone for their predictions of the grand final of Na'Vi Gambit. Never mind all of that. It could be stopped in the quarterfinals, but it would require FaZe Clan to do the impossible. And that is, of course, Best Gambit, who are now 6 rounds away from taking us to Inferno, an iconic cider map, and one where I'm certain we'd get to see the individuals of FaZe test the boys of Gambit.
Now this is it, the AKs are out here. FaZe took that save just there so they could go for the 3rd round AK buy. They've got all the goodies they require, the util in, the armor behind it, and they're setting up a triple nade stack here. This might be perfect. Could get 2 of them here.
This is going to hurt.
Oh!
What?
The firing squad?
You perfectly read it. 1 minute 35. It's just quickly dismantled for 5 seconds, just in case they throw it.
That was insane. That's like some Matrix bullet dodging stuff right there. All right.
Well, the hairs on the back of their neck stood up.
Yeah, quick on their toes, on the balls of their feet. Well, that is crisis avoided right there for Gambit. That would have been a terrible way to kick off the first gun rounds here.
But it is going to imply that there's presence monster that currently there isn't.
This is one of the conversations we have a lot, or have had a lot about Gambit in the past, is this double man set up towards Monster. Hobbit and Inters, they lock this down time and time again. They funnel you in through sandbags. Nafny as that rotator, that linchpin of all of this. He swings between the A and the B bomb site, and he is the best scrambler I think we've seen in recent time when he comes up and aids this A bomb site. And guess where he is? On his way over.
Got a close flash and everything. Carrigan jumps through, and that's a very nerdy flash that doesn't quite catch Rain. Carrigan, vision restored. Rain, frag delivered, and there's more in the feed for FaZe. If they could just find it, who is it? Nafany on the site. He's always a bit of a nuisance. Molotov out, but still stands his ground. Burnt to a crisp, 2v3, and it looks like FaZe have got the site here. Hobbit unable to contest. He could go for the wall bang. Olof tucked in on APC, and that's a duel. Olof wins. FaZe started over towards Monster, but finished strong over towards the A site, and there's 4 Gambit bodies littering the site. It's not like they weren't there to defend.
Yeah, that was a big play right there. I think, right, Shiro going down immediately, they were not drawing first blood, right? If Gambit drew first blood there, then the trades may have fallen in their favor. And then from Hobbit, you can see, I might try and take this risk because the bomb was getting planted, knows that's likely like a 2v2 as far as fights go, because that 3rd man planting is taken out of the situation. But couldn't get it across the line, and well, now 1,400 in that bank balance have to start looking at Gambit. This right now is a huge decision for the remainder of this half because it's still early days and that money is fragile. There's enough for Hobbit to buy, right? They could maybe drop some stuff across knowing that they have to save them for. But this is where the big questions are, right? Do they want to go all in and contest right here? Because if they do and then they don't save going forward and this one falls flat, that will allow FaZe to get right back into this game. The scoreline is 10-8, right? You consider this if it's a force buy and they lose. Oh, it is a force buy. All right, a lot on the line here. Shiro has the AWP out, been able to facilitate that. Thank you very much, Hobbit.
Okay, well, that puts a lot on his back. Will he find anything on the early glance? Nothing to report, Playground. FaZe throwing out some util very early into the piece. 2 smokes, like Graffiti side and one perhaps a little missed.
It's drawing a huge rotation. It's just left Hobbit, the guy with the Deagle, the only guy playing A right now, and well, up through the underpass they come. We spoke about the over-rotations of Gambit against G2. Maybe FaZe are trying to play a similar little trick here.
Hobbit is pushed up, so at least he's an early warning system, you'd hope. Shiro has arrived to support, and the smoke implies there's more of a passive stance. Hobbit tucked in tight.
Karrigan's hearing this as well, so 2 players dismounting.
I think Karrigan's sound cue is enough to keep 3 players leaning that side. Shiro's even pulled across as Karrigan unloads his mag just into smoke.
I guess the call here is from Gambit, if they go A, we save, right? The only way that they go for this is if Hobbit gets multiple kills here. One's not going to be enough, right? They're just going to save these rifles, and right now, FaZe are looking destined to go towards A. Hobbit would have to pull off a miracle.
Pins are cocked, 2 players without their weapons out. Chooses not to strike. 30 seconds, he hears it, starts to communicate. This is about checking the corner. Nice find. And that should be the save call immediately.
Oh, it's just 1 kill and that's it. We could see that one coming for days. The forecast of that, it was very clear what Gambit were going for. Just hedging their bets, hoping that they could stack the correct bomb site, and not to be the case. So that fake early out of FaZe drew all the players over, and it was all a ruse. It was not to be that B bomb site whatsoever.
And Karrigan just putting on such a show. You know, he's like, watery steps, little wall bang, throw out a nade. Kept their feet planted, and you could see even Shiro was like, just a rock in a hard place until that call was made. We'll just have another go.
Now here, this discussion was probably, I want to say something that we spoke about all the way back in maybe 2018, maybe even 2017. I don't have the exact year, but it was about letting teams save, right? And the fact that they're holding onto an MP9 and a FAMAS, the buy's not great. Sure, it gets to be threatening, but at the same time, they're holding onto weapons where they have to make certain types of plays.
Sure.
Right? The MP9 has to be close or has to go for an info play. The FAMAS, Axel, maybe with an M4 he'd get 2, maybe with the FAMAS he'll only get 1. Like, these are all the conditions that start to shift and change. Now, that save was important because if FaZe were to win that round and clean house, take away all those rifles, an open runway to tie things up 10-10, at least now Gambit have something to contest with, all the while their loss bonus starting to build. It's going to be 2,400 in the next round, and that'll give them enough to go for another buy if they would like. It's just not going to be a great buy again. So here we go.
Only feeds further into FaZe's power level.
Yeah, this is actually starting to get real worrying for Gambit here.
This is a tournament that they know all eyes are on them.
That's going to be heartbreak. Going to be absolute heartbreak, and we'll get denied that Na'Vi versus Gambit. Everybody's wanting to see that matchup.
But I don't even think this current shaken Gambit have got the capacity to question the form of Na'Vi in this current state. They can change our minds, and they will have the chance to here in round 20. Definitely not pretty. An unarmored USP for Hobbit, but let's see if the remaining 4 can voice concerns as they do start to crawl on in. Bullets exchange. Shiro's AWP has connected. Inter's quite the opposite. They're playing for the retake. One tucked in Graffiti. Shiro still holding on to that short line. Bit ambitious. They'll boost and jump for the info. Confirms no one short side. Who's going to be the difference maker? Brokey. He's ready and waiting for that Axel find. Shiro's delivered one through the wall.
There's a kit on Inter's body, so there is a chance for this. There's a real chance for this.
Big chance. Very big chance. Karrigan can only get the 1, and it's Twist that has to come up clutch. The magnificent Van Dulkin with a 1v2. The magic act is coming into play. There's nothing Shiro can do. Comes up clutch with just the frag. He'll go down with the bomb. Or will he?
Can survive all the way back here. So the fact he even gets away with his life, that's fantastic. I thought there would have been a chance right there. There felt like there was enough pressure, but you look to Karrigan. The fact he gets multiple kills there as they're pushing on in. Oh, all right. Well, The buy coming out one more time. The money is there to do it. Gambit kept themselves threatening.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. 10-10. See this from Karrigan, you were talking about it.
That was the kit I was talking about on Inter's body, right? So that one getting dropped there. Shiro feels like he gets away with a couple there, doesn't he? And then this is it. When they pivot on out, Karrigan's able to deny. That one kill, and now it's about the clock. We know that Shiro can't go for that with the AWP, needs to retain it.
Rain, pep in his step, full control of Waterside. Hobbit. Ooh, doesn't even need to extinguish. He will have the element of surprise. Karrigan's going to assume that's clear. He's going to assume that's fully clear. That should be a freebie. Should be a freebie. Cool your jets, Hobbit. Assumed he had it in the bag. Nearly lost it in the process. Ooh, Rain might have his number here. Nafany jumping for info to bail out his teammate. And there goes Hobbit's escape. Trajectory implies Twist is on the hunt. Chances for FaZe now falling away. Burnt a little and extinguished by his teammate. So Inters holds his line.
Huge rotation.
5 here. Yeah, they've pulled the whole squad. Shiro will return more util as they drop it. They're actually going to commit to this. Careful now, Twist. Has to respect the incendiary. Rain is up the ramp with the bomb, though. It is a full commit. There goes the bomb. Inters delivers. Broky's AWP spotted out. Olof unable to contribute as well. Looks like Gambit have locked them out of the site. Broky has his vision restored after that flashbang, and he's just holding out hope. There's too many targets. Takes one with him, and now perhaps some weapon upgrades for Gambit. They do maintain the lead, but the current standings of this half, of course, it was 8-7, now 3-3 from this second half, leaves Gambit with just that one round advantage.
Yeah, things are still very, very close on a knife's edge here. Gambit's position is a lot more precarious than that of FaZe's, right? The thing is, if they can start getting into the sites, get the bomb down, and they can continue to, you know, kill 2 to 3 players on Gambit every single time, the pressure will be on that CT economy throughout. But they have a really nice buy looking this time round. They've got some kits in place, so Kit Watch is looking fine here. There's more emissions for FaZe right now as Broky's down to a deagle and Twist gobbles that one up. Nade straight on down the gullet, 33 points of health remaining. That's a huge HE early.
Oh, not expecting the off angle, just drawn in by the wallbang of Hobbit's teammate.
Yeah, that's 2 rounds in a row. Hobbit's found the opening, right? It's the CT sides where Hobbit is really having a good time in finding that aggression, opening up the account. And now FaZe are tunneling over towards A.
Karrigan, if he does this dry, it's Shiro's frag all day of the week. Oh! Or not, okay, changes my mind. Axel blows theirs out of the server. What a transfer straight into the 90-degree adjustment. Karrigan's not done, apparently. 12 HP, Twist's down to 30 from the aforementioned nade. I mean, Karrigan, this time, cooked. Twists would need the trade, the pre-fire is there, but Inters is too. 12 for Gambit. FaZe, whew, they can count on Karrigan for some steamers, it seems.
I really want to, you know, give a big thumbs up to Inters right now. He's being a hero for Gambit. He's being massive. And look, he's not, you know, mowing the entire team down, but he's had a bunch of multi-kills throughout. The pistol round he had 2, right? In a gun round just previously he had 2. Just there he had 2. So really looking at Inters here for being a safe pair of hands on that B site. And I want to highlight a couple of other little details. When Hobbit's playing that connector position, FaZe immediately know that B bomb site is a different setup, and Inters is tested. That was sick by Axel. That shot by Karrigan, though, onto Shiro, that was a blinder.
It was. Axel just immediately.
Oh, here he is again.
I can do better, and here's another demonstration. He's running out of bullets here. 5 does put an M4 on the ground. Shiro could get overrun. He could, being the operative word. A good find, and Karrigan just clotheslined by that high-caliber bullet.
Hobbit's in connector here as well, so going to be able to call that there's nobody over towards Party. A chance here to get themselves a decent lead, Gambit. This should be 13-10. Unless something catastrophic happens.
I think Hobbit's got a good understanding of the situation. He might take a cursory glance. Has chosen not to. The tightest of lines held here by Nafany. I've got to get my nose right to the monitor to see what he's seeing. There it is. Oof, and there he goes. Oh, great play from Nafany. He's not even breaking a sweat, and there's nothing more that FaZe can do. A 7 HP Rain. Will be 13.
Yeah, Rain here just going to see if anybody else comes his way. He'd love a kill or two on the way out the door here. 2,400 in the next round. And the economy has played such a big factor here and just the back and forth of these rounds. Hobbit executes, and there it is. All right, have Gambit done enough here to right the ship? You saw a little smile there on Axel's face, so the mood in the camp, it must be lifting here. But this is where they got blanked on Ancient. All right, they lost that first map 16-13. And FaZe, they're pushing them. Let's be honest here, this isn't just a blowout by any means. They're pushing them. They're doing it. But is it going to be enough on Overpass? No T-side at AWP. Brokey won't be able to go head-to-head with Shiro on the other side of things. It's still yet to build a bank. Gambit, they're not working with a lot of residual cash here. A little, not a lot. The Extinguish. That tells a lot. There's two players over in towards Playground. Olof trying to shoot the jumping head of Nafny here, who even has the audacity to go for another one.
Olof, Meister, and Rain partnered up. The remaining trio starting a campaign towards Longside, and Shiro's AWP will be there. Need a deep flash, need a strong arm here, Twists. I hope you've been doing your curls. A run boost and a flash, that's kind of cool. Let's see Shiro. Oh, just handed it on a silver platter. Didn't quite get the airtime he was hoping for. And now FaZe definitely on the back foot. There's a man advantage wherever you look. Olof wants to claw something back. Rain's holding the right angle, and Inters, however, as you've discussed, has been such a consistent presence for Gambit here on the side. He's not going to give anything away for free. 40-second mark as a smoke check from here. It looks like I only see one, so there is a real chance FaZe will have the opportunity to group up and commit.
It looks like they're going back towards B, and Nafny's actually bitten in the wrong way here. He's over towards that A site now, so big problems now for Hobbit and Inters defending this site. They're about to have what could be a 4-on-2.
Oh, and that's Inters' death. Rain, patience rewarded. Hobbit would have to do an awful lot here. He's got multiple targets dancing around the pillar. Carrigan just baiting them beautifully, but they're not looking fully flashed. He can't finish his meal. Shiro can. The bomb is loosened with 10 seconds left. If Shiro hits that shot, it should be done. Carrigan would have to come up clutch. They're closing the gap too fast from either angle. Does get it down, but that's 14.
Good plan. Like, we'll take that, right? FaZe there were operating at a man disadvantage the entire time with Twist death at long. So the fact that they get that bomb down, the fact that the loss bonus at 2,900, we can keep that conversation alive here about FaZe continuing to threaten. Otherwise, it would have been a very limp-looking buy to contest against round number 15 for Gambit here. If they would like, they can purchase in with these AKs. But it got close again, right? Inters caught out. He bloody had knife out there as he tried to cross back across Monster. And Hobbit struggled to get that second kill. One ended up being enough there, but still close scenes here.
You see Shiro's angle management, like he was as far back as he possibly could, just wanted more info than anything else, didn't want to be caught by a stray bullet.
This might be pacey here. It's just a half buy right now from FaZe, and everybody heading towards B straight away. Strap yourself in.
I don't think the Gambit youngsters were playing when the Astralis Tech 9 rush was vogue, and that's Inter's response to it. 3 in quick succession on the Monster Pipe. Nothing really left for him. Brokey and Olof, just the remaining pieces.
Gatling guns there just through the Monster. Crazy for them just to be stalled out, just immediately negated on that push. And look, you can make a lot of sense of that. Now next round they're going to be able to go for the full buy, the half buy, you know, the ripcord, we hit that, we get into the site, we're able to get a couple kills, get the bomb down, things look good honky-dory, but now it'll fall and it's a clean sheet. So Gambit now, I spoke about that economy not being built up. I'm not sure how much of the conversation that's going to be here. Looking to close this one out.
And doing it with the consecutive rounds we were waiting for. FaZe got 3 every time into the site, but now kept silent for 5. Every weapon you could possibly desire. Brokey back on that T-Orb. Quick recap of Inter's crosshair placement's perfect. The spray even better. 3 down. Now let's see if FaZe have got anything more to say about this. Yeah, the T-Orb is in play, but going to be seeing Twist again. Ooh, catching a nade on his cross.
It's a few times as well. It seems to be just landing on his head time and time again. Really banking on Brokey to be able to find a pick with this T-sided AWP now. And that was the difference from their last gun round, which was just the 5 AK-47s.
And formerly was alongside, this time a double toilet setup. We have just lost Hobbit. Stray bullets through the smoke have put him down. Inters recovers the smoke, so it's not all bad, but man advantage FaZe.
This is one of the rounds there where you might see Gambit go for a gamble stack on one of the sites, right? They've already lost a man here. You may as well just gamble, and then you can save, because it's just about one round now, right? It's just about getting one round. So it doesn't matter if you get the scoreline to be 16-14 or the scoreline to be 16-10, just as long as you get that one round. You want to give yourself as many opportunities as possible. And actually, FaZe, who were looking like they wanted to go towards long, Shiro might find twists here. The molly says a lot, but Shiro's peak, well, it was Axar's peak, holy moly.
Yeah, red beans and all that. 4v4 now. Now, they will commit towards B, and it seems like by bringing it to a 4v4, they might want to contest. Inter's playing a passive side, and looks like he'll go on the flash. Catches them. 30-second mark, and more barrage of util. Olof caught sleeping, doesn't clear his corners, assumed it was clear. Now with the bomb down, Gambit 3 frags away from taking us to Inferno. Carrigan wants to clear this out. He knows he's down there, and a big find from the Dane. More from heaven. If he could just tuck in. He knows he could get overrun and peek from above. That Z-axis is no fun. And still tames the spray. Oh, nearly another. Down to Brokey to come up clutch and extend play. He's in such a good position to do it. Just needs to pull the trigger on the first. No one can get there. Grubby mitts on the bomb. And he'll get out scot-free. FaZe say play on.
And Shiro goes down with the bomb there as well, so great situation for Brokey to walk away with there. It's crazy that one kill that Axar gets spurs them on to go for that retake, and I thought Inters had done enough to at least allow his teammates to come over and help, but they almost just left him, hang him out to dry right there. So you're right, FaZe are able to extend play, but really for how much longer, that's the question here. How many more times can they manufacture an opening like that? That came through a smoke screen, right? So
wasn't the AWP.
Yeah, and this is how we look and see if they go back into this default. I'm sure Twist is fed up of going into Playground and getting naded on top of the head every single time.
Yeah, let's live in his POV for a second. Never mind, we've got a boost going on that could contest. Rain, oh, they spot him as he jumps at a dink through the corrugated iron. Dunk's just a little shy of the mark, and I say that as it actually finds Carrigan in a cruel twist of fate.
Carrigan's come up quick here. He's come up very quick through underpass.
When he hears one gallivanting away and does spank the bottom. Hobbit just before he could tuck in. And then there's another man advantage. They found it, they've forged it. Can they hold on to it? It's all about the execution now. Shiro's pushed up aggressive toilets. That does pose a problem, as does Nafany with some aggression. Olof greets him with bullets.
Problems now, big
Real
problems now. There's a minute left on the clock right now. FaZe can just hit pause. They don't have to do anything for the next 30 seconds. They can regroup. It's on Gambit here. Do they want to go for aggressive maneuvers? But just around the corner is Axel and Shiro still on A.
Axel's got the AUG. Has he got the reactions? Oh! He ducks under the crosshair and laughs it off. Low HP, who cares? Now they know where you are as well, Shiro. Firing off that shot seems to have spurred them straight into the other side of the map, and it's a great call. No one can contest it. Carrigan, he knows they'll be quick to stack up. When there's smoke, there's fire. When there's Shiro, there's Inters.
Well, it has to be the safe call now. Gambit have to concede, right? I was just talking about it going to be too easy for Gambit, just going to go for all these saves, going to put themselves in a position. Because they went for that 4v4 situation and lost everything. Shiro went down with the bomb. Their money and their loss bonus bottomed out. So we're rebuilding that now in the later stages, and that's what we talk about, one of the worst times to do so. The CT side of the economy broken late in a half. This is now going to really suck for Gambit. The fact they hold on to this AWP, it gives them a chance. It's only 1,900. There's not going to be enough money to get the full purchase on everybody here. So maybe we get another timeout called from Gambit here. We haven't even had a timeout called from FaZe so far. That's quite an interesting little stat line right there. Gambit have 2 remaining.
But FaZe don't relent. Big find. And we saw it was Carrigan that found that opening frag just based off of a sound cue alone. You know, it's all about punishing mistakes we talk about. Hobbit probably didn't even consider the fact he's making a step that early into the round a mistake, but the pace of Carrigan and the initiative that he took.
Let's see if Hobbit being the first death is a factor to continue. Round 26 and round 27, Hobbit gave up that first death and then FaZe converted. So we only have 3 more rounds of regulation in play just here.
And you also highlighted that a lot of the rounds Gambit were winning was off of Hobbit's CT aggression. So maths.
Yeah, there's definitely a correlation right there. And well, we called for a timeout. Gambit, they think the same. Now, there's a lot of conversations to be had here. Inters can drop her M4. Hobbit can buy himself. There's a Famis that Shiro can drop. They can make a buy work. Right? It's looking a lot tidier than a lot healthier than what I immediately gave it credit for.
But the ramifications of that, I imagine, too much?
Yeah, there's a lot on the line if you do go for that. Maybe they just want to go for some pistol upgrades. So Nafany's into a P250. Inters could drop a Deagle or something. Looks like he's holding on to extra cash, maybe just in case they lose the AWP. Because that's one of the problems here. When you don't fully invest behind a saved AWP and then you end up losing it in the next round anyway, it's like, well, it hurts twice.
Well, and he's also, I would imagine, a crucial component of the Gambit CT setups and playbook. We're seeing a little bit of aggression out of Shiro's AWP. And they're there, both of them there, and he gets away with it. Gets away with murder, puts a weapon on the floor as well.
He needs to just keep pivoting right now. Just keep moving Shiro around. Have that AWP be absolutely everywhere. Go back to A, take a peek, go back to B. Just keep being fluid, swing everywhere you can.
Losing Olof early. They don't know what they're up against necessarily. You've already discussed the potentials for a force buy. FaZe don't know. It is just those saved rifles.
Karrigan's reading this one well. He's actually calling the team back towards the B site. And there's not a single rifle on B right now. Inters and Shiro are both currently over towards A. They got the heads up. They're making a read too. You don't know what's going on here, but something's being said.
Okay, Shiro will be there on time. Util to be dropped by Karrigan. They have to clear the corners, and the P250, if he can get anything out of this Nafany, Rain does check. Finds them both. Shiro's there, low HP though, so this first bullet is everything and it's all Rain. Make it 4. Knocks them all down. And Karrigan collects as well. FaZe recover from the early man at disadvantage.
The fact that they just stroll on in there, right? That looked way too easy. I know it was just the pistols there they had to get past. But Shiro, once he jumped off of Heaven, he was fully committed to that fight. And the fact his team didn't put up any resistance meant that the trump card of the AWP being there, it wasn't a surprise anymore. It wasn't them running in a little bit more strung out. It was just Rain marauding into this B bomb site, destroying heads.
It's like Rain looked left and was like, they'd be swinging by now. You know, it's just like, there's not enough. Great finds, and 4 from Rain as well, just to lock it down.
This is very worrying for Gambit right now. This is very, very worrying. This will be their last gun round. It's going to be forced next round. They need to pull it across the line now. The pressure's going to get to them in OT.
Oh, it certainly could. Just the whole cruel reality of potentially not even making the semis or the grand finals that their name has just been thrust into without a second thought. And already looking a bit bare bones. Bit light on the util department. Karrigan will use every second he can. Hobbit with a loud thudding foot. And Twist lining up early util? No contest on toilets. They're almost operating under the assumption that there's no Axile Shiro funny business. Perhaps a safe assumption to make considering the ramifications of this round.
Yeah, well, they're selling a fake on A right now. There's no indication the bomb wants to go there at all, and that's already drawn Nafany. Like, he's immediately pivoting just off some light util. It's on Hobbit and Inters again.
Oh, the hook is in his cheek. He did bite down. On his way back now, Karrigan the first to fall. That's big. Inters forced out of the fight. FaZe, they still want to force the issue here. Nafany's back. 40 seconds. They'd have to change their mind quickly now, and that's the swing they were waiting for. Brokey, an uncharacteristic miss, but Hobbit's down. Inters holding the line. 1.5. 3v3 and 30 seconds. Gambit's hopes and dreams could hinge on this one, or OT. We'll see if there's any love. Nafany. Can't deny that plant now. Not at all. For risk of any ramifications, it's Brokey that's posted up on the line. Should be Brokey's frag all day of the week. Another miss. Pressure getting to everyone, it seems. Not Rain. The Vikings stand strong, and Shiro...
Regular programming, he has to save. He has to save. It is 2,900 as the loss bonus in the next round. There's no money. There's just absolutely no money here for Gambit. The fact FaZe are back in this. This is late within these halves, time and time again. They just claw themselves in. They just did it in the first half. They're doing it here in the second. And Gambit right now, they're going to be scrambling here.
What are they going to have? So 0 in the bank account of Axile. 2,900.
Inters will have the most, right? Inters is going to have the most. He can maybe pick up an M4 with Kevlar, but he often needs that utility, right? The fact that they've been getting away with this. You saw the fake that they threw. There's no conviction behind that. But one of the issues here is with this setup that Gambit run on the A side, Shiro and Axile go forward initially to throw out some light util, but then they drop back passive. So what Karrigan's exploiting right now is how quick Gambit are in the rotations, right? It was 2 players left on an island, and Hobbit even got that first kill. It just wasn't enough. And here it is. Look how scrappy. 2 Famises, 2 MP9s, that AWP in play. This is it, or we're going to OT.
And making Gambit sweat on their map pick to this extent, never mind on Ancient. FaZe every step of the way here at IEM Cologne. Underestimated.
It's a huge change-up. They're just going fast long. 3 of them. Very, very quick. A minute 30. They're just running long.
And there's no sound cues when you're positioned as you are.
This is a huge call from Karrigan. Shiro's not looking.
He's not even considered.
They're going to get surprised.
They're grouped up. This is ballsy Karrigan playing.
When he swings in, they're going to be...
Wait. Hobbit, was he rotating out? They still have no sound cues. They're both doubled up on toilets.
Hobbit's trying to smoke
Monster. He's looking the wrong way. Oh, Hobbit's screaming at his teammates. They're out. They're out long. Util dropped. This is smart from FaZe. Karrigan calling up a storm. Shiro desperate to voice his concerns, desperate to contest. And the frag found. It's Axel first. Close quarters AWPing. Another chance. This time Twist denies. Multiple targets, changing the battleground completely. Nafany still making the MP9 work, and this is a chance. He goes for the no-scope. Brokey's better. 3 on 2, and it's only MP9s. It reeks of overtime. It stinks of overtime. Olof's head, visible for just a moment, tries to find it with the MP9. He can't. Enters potent on B, but a retake for 3 is just too tall of an order. He'll give it everything he's got. FaZe. What a mix-up of pace. Leaving Gambit dumbfounded and securing another chance. Great little burst out of the MP9, but it's not enough. And he does go down. FaZe extend play. We're off to overtime, folks. Gambit bleed, and FaZe continue to impress. Karrigan, brain swelling. Let's see what happens. Will the pressure get to Gambit in OT?
DT. Ivy comes up. I have first contact. I have first contact. Right.
Your channel will...
Oh, fucking insane, guys.
Nice.
You're playing fucking fair.
Oh boy, yeah, you saw it, you heard it. FaZe Clan have taken Gambit to OT on their map pick, and now Gambit face and stare down the barrel of elimination on LAN. Elimination in the playoffs of a tournament many expected to see them on the very grand final stage. The international roster that can, on LAN, it's FaZe Clan. Let's get into it. Machine and Sponge here to bring you the action. Starting on the CT side, and already certainly shaken as they feel vulnerable for the first time in some time.
Well, they got their weapons out at least, so it's a full buy here. 16k MR3 in play, and Shiro posted up towards long right now with Axel. Right now, Gambit are chasing their tail. They'd love an opening kill here, and, well, picked on off. Axel immediately goes on down. No response there from Shiro on the 4v5 advantage. They accelerate towards A.
Mission accomplished. Axel down, opening frag found. Charging, stampeding towards Shiro's position. He's looking panicked. Good cover Nafany provides. Flames will force the fight. He peeks through them. This is nerdy. This is brilliant, at least to find an equalizing 3v3.
They're pivoting back again. They're just keeping Gambit moving right now. Karrigan's about to walk into B.
And no one's there. Hobbit, we'll have a look.
Knife out!
Knife out, still gets the frag. Oh, Hobbit may have just saved their chances of this first round here. Repositions nicely. Just that headshot angle to force the fight. They're hunting for him, and he's just evaporated. Not anymore. Brokey knocks him off his perch. And the bomb can be planted.
Oh,
Brokey! For Shiro, and now it's all FaZe. Inter's looking the wrong way. Trying to adjust, tags him up. It's not a guarantee by any stretch. Smoke to isolate the duel. He's got a chance here. Inter's
huge.
Eliminated.
That's Brokey with the ace right there. Overtime kicks off and Brokey steps up. That is insane. That is an insane round from Brokey. That AWP, we've been seeing no impact from it. And here in overtime, he's had enough.
He has, and he shut down Gambit immediately out of the gate. We'll see that again from his perspective. He's run boost out, cancels it short, knocks down Axel. The rest fall to him. Look at this. Nafany is second. The rest will occur over on this B site.
Oh, he just catches the head. That is huge. That right there is nuts.
And Hobbit had done everything right. He just didn't account for that angle. Brokey gets them both. Finishes it off with some flourish. An ace in the first round of OT against the world #1. Not bad from the Latvian. Not bad at all.
Oh, Hobbit's pinned as well here.
He can't go down. We know how that translated in regulation. The whole FaZe Clan squad is here. No posturing, no funny business. He just wants to commit. Karrigan wants to get in their heads, wants to get under their skin. Olof clears his corners, confirms it's not a monster side play. They haven't cleared barrels, hiding now, staring at the floorboards, quaking in their boots. It's Nafany though. At least one kept even. Olof for two, in fact, as their bodies start to drop. Their bodies are dropping. No, Gambit have got nothing to say about this B take. Picking up the pace and adding on the pressure.
Shiro now, look, we know it's MR3 16k, but is he even going to look in for this? That AWP, not going to matter. Twist takes his head off, and right now this is completely shifted. This is completely changed. Karrigan is calling circles around Gambit right now. That late round, that last round, that pace change. They were grinding, they were just grinding with the default, and now he can do whatever he wants. Nafany has no idea what FaZe are going to throw at them. They can explode, they can take it slow. Right now, FaZe can call whatever they want. Gambit either have to take the fight to them or they have to sit back and receive, and receiving right now is all they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, Olof said, you know, people don't play with the same big balls as they do online, but it looks like FaZe are. They're demonstrating exactly what they are capable of here in the LAN environment. Another change-up of pace and position. They got 4 Gambit members over B. After such a fast and punishing push early, they send 4 there. Dispatched early. Axel was the first to die last time, and he is isolated at this point in time. Pulls the plug at the right moment.
Look at the timing, though. Axel's still scavenging back towards side. Axel's throwing flashes over towards long. Like, they have no idea. Gambit have no idea what's coming, and they desperately need a CT round.
Palmer's going to be flustered here. It's not every day they're put in a position like this, just individually, on a one-to-one human basis, and then Util's starting to fly over. Axel stands his ground. Worth his salt. More required, doesn't deliver. It's Twist that keeps it competitive for FaZe.
Shiro's locked out by Smoke
right now. They could have a flawless T start here in the MR3.
Second wave of utility as well, held at bay. What are they meant to do?
Just respect it. Hobbit has got an opportunity, and he does strike successfully. Olof's through though, slipping the net. Nice crossfire. Shiro utilized well, and the wallbang from Hobbit is almost impossible for Brokey to work with, and that will finish off nicely. Great work from Hobbit, comes alive under the pressure. 17-16, 2-1 split. But this is FaZe's CT domain. And 27 for Shiro, 27 for Axel. It's not like Gambit haven't been online.
No, they're just the way that some of these rounds have been playing out, right? Just the way that some of these moments and the calls from FaZe. You notice with FaZe that after they get the openings, they're expecting the over-rotation from Gambit. And we've identified it as a pressure point. It's been a pressure point for Gambit so far in their CT sides in this tournament. And Karrigan is just keeping them guessing. But we're getting this back underway here. Gambit have a real opportunity right now. Pick up this T round. Himself off on a good foot. This would be some, I want to say, return of serve from Gambit if they're able to get back in this.
Yeah, just remind FaZe what you're capable of. You control the pace of this round. And FaZe have used that to great success. Let's see what happens when the shoe is on the other foot.
There's been a couple of woes for Gambit on their T side. They started to just limp on in towards the tail end of the first half one at a time and just getting picked apart. That's heads-up Counter-Strike that FaZe were ready for. They need to group up here, Gambit, and trade. You know, that's one of the best things with a team like this, fundamentally very sound. But if they're not grouped up, if they're not paired up, there's no ability to trade, and Nafany's testing his luck on his lonesome here.
That's so brave.
Oh, this is... Look, he's found a lot of space. This is very risky. Clock now sub 1 minute.
So he's in that little blind spot. Brokey won't be able to spot him out if he continues to peek as he is. Does have the molly for the banana side of toilets, and they are gathered up now. Good timing on the incendiary, just as they wanted to advance. He propels Nafany forward, forced out by the flame himself, and Rain versus Inters. Oof, narrowly loses the head-to-head. Gambit sees the advantage and the sight. Brokey locked into bank. No util to force his gaze away from the angle, but cannot contest the plant. Bomb down and ticking. Bodies now in the feed. It's Nafany to serve up Karrigan. Looking at the util, it's going to be the flash off Olof. 3 of them postured to contest.
Stalling out, it feels. Are they going to go for this? May as well.
That's the util dump. Anyone behind it? Seemed to be the case. Just trying to catch him now. They swing in. It's all too easy for Gambit. They will make it 17. They do tie it up nicely.
If they bring this back, they've done this the hard way. To take us to the third of Inferno that's waiting in the wings, to consider that they were in the driver's seat here in both maps. You have to consider Ancient, the way that started, an 11-1 scoreline at one point, and then here in Overpass, they were up 7-2 on their T half and only managed to walk away with 8 rounds total. FaZe have put up one hell of a fight here, and I don't think the momentum is with Gambit anymore. FaZe are the ones now who have taken control of the driver's seat. 17-17, we're all tied up. What are Gambit going to dish up now?
They call him the Iceman, Axel. I mean, now is a perfect opportunity for us to see that in action. Pressure doesn't get higher. Let's see if the ice in his veins is staying present. Brokey, responsible for a whole lot here, and Nafany has at least slipped the net.
Is he going through it?
Oh, I feel like he is. You know Nafany.
So much conviction here.
You know what he's up to. Straight through the smoke, and he's found Brokey. A huge opener delivered pure through initiative and balls.
That's a massive kill.
Straight through the smoke, dude. That's a response, though. Axel's had his toes tickled to lethality. And Karrigan can rotate in, keep the numbers game played.
Well, this is great now for FaZe. They can do this 2-2 split. Twist and Olaf on B. Rain and Karrigan on A. And they're crawling towards A here. It will be the A finish.
Karrigan's throwing out a monster smoke. They're not expecting this. Molly will force Rain's hand. He has to fight. Stand not going to deliver. It's Shiro that hits the shot. Posted up. And now to punish only Karrigan. Molly's land. He's got nothing to say or do about it. Gambit have recovered. And will reach 18 first. Olofmeister staring at flames so far locked out of the sight. Twist has found an alternate route. Concerned of all the pushed up players, but Gambit playing a tight game here. Tucked in for the post plant. Made right on the Shiro's nose. They are low, and Twist perhaps has more to say. It would only be Twist. Makes it 2. Needs more. 12 bullets, a smoke and a kit. Certainly quite the package deal. Inters, a bit ahead of it. Oh, and Twist nearly finding the dink as well. Jesus. There's a world, an alternate reality where Twist has just blown Gambit out into the 18th.
A great response there from FaZe, right, to level that up after Nafany's gone for a crazy maneuver. They went for one of their own, and they claw it back, and they keep it competitive right there. But you could see Gambit, they didn't get flustered as taking that site. Once they knew Rain was behind the site box, they'd molly. This is huge. Like, what a risk from Nafany. The fact that he's doing that in overtime.
17-17 when you're facing elimination on LAN.
He's not backing down. He is not backing down at all right now.
People don't make ballsy plays on LAN. What are you talking about, Olof? Nafany, clearly cut from the same cloth as you.
Well, this is it. Gambit can do it here. They can convert right now. If we 18-18, we go again.
Look how thorough they're being. Axel just flashed before he had a look at the already smoked off monster pipe.
They need, I feel like Gambit, like the longer this goes on, the more the conversations start being about the war of attrition falling in the favor of FaZe. They've been here many times before. Sure, Gambit have played a lot of Counter-Strike in recent history, but once again, remember the context. Remember where we are.
Brokey and Rain responsible for this side of the map.
Don't know how much success Gambit have had just walking back in through Monster late. It feels like they've been shut down a lot of their times here. And Nafany's parked up towards Party. Rain doing the same towards Divider. Carrigan in swing right now. Feels like he's reading a bit of an A play. So pressure on Twist and Olof now as another Monster Smoke lands. Denied for another 20 seconds here, Axel.
That should buy enough time for potential third man to back them up.
Twist has another smoke. This is horrible right now for Gambit.
30 seconds. Gambit, just 5 frags is all they need, and there's one of them. Oh, a lot of damage.
Bomb's going back to A.
They converted off the back of it. If they pivot back to A, that's all on Brokey's AWP. And 20 seconds. He should have something to play with. The Shadow's too easy. Plucks Nafany out of the server. It could be another. Inters has gotten across with the bomb.
Help.
He needs the frag. 9 seconds. They can deny this. Shiro has to hit this shot, otherwise the bomb will not be planted. He doesn't, and there we go. FaZe take us to another. They will not relent, and as you discussed, extending this play is only going to exacerbate things in the nerve department. Gambit FaZe, OT2 after this break.
We're still here. It's all right.
What?
After two. So we're getting excited here. After double OT, we'll go to another break if we need to, but we get back underway immediately. Let's see, how many more can Gambit string together here? Rain's pushed up. This is a different look. This is some aggressive CT maneuvers coming out now. Oh, Inters. Did he catch him on the jiggle? Lots of talking there. He saw him.
Flash is high, then straight in. Look at this, Gambit is already into the B site, and Olof has to react. He's not used to this, but Twist, he was nearly ready for 2. Damage into Axel. Brokey pushed up as well. He spotted out Rain, but he seems ready for a second as well. Brokey walks straight into Inters, and with just 2 remaining, Gambit immediately return fire with force.
They have an idea that Olof's here. Yeah, they're not committing to the site right now.
It just cut noise, but it does mean Olof can stretch his legs, have a little look around. He might even start rotating if they do make another peep.
He doesn't see anything at all. So, no information over towards B. The question is, do Gambit just head in towards that B site, or do they pivot back?
And how long does it take? Because if Olof goes round the world, I mean, he's going to have a serious element of surprise. 35 seconds. The decision-making from Olof is at least towards the right site.
Well, they're going to get this bomb down and start to establish a post-plant situation here, but the question is, where is Olof? Now, he may as well go for this. He may as well give it a crack. Shiro's about to get the early warning signal. And that'll be it. The AWP bullet lands. Gambit, they strike. So 19 now, keeping themselves in this. Oof. That was a different look from FaZe right there. The aggressive maneuver out of Rain. They've mixed things up. The strap ball goes out the window a bit here, and you start to see a bit more flux within the play. But this was great from Inters again. 2 tidy kills. We're looking at first to 22 here within the double OT. Back to business as usual here, so no aggressive maneuver this time. Happy to sit on back.
Your standard spread. You guys know the script by now. Axel holding and housing the monster push. Hobbit gets to choose between party and underpass. The latter in this case. He's holding that Guardian pixel gap. 3 up long, making no secret about it. Brokey will certainly convey that information. Rain confirms they haven't crossed that line in the sand. His jump peaks have drawn. But full control of toilets and clearing it out thoroughly. It's just Brokey here. Want to peek back in off that.
I just don't know why Gambit keep heading back towards this B site when we know Monster is going to be continuously smoked, right? There's still 2 left over. You got 1 for Olaf and 1 for Twist, and these guys have been holding onto these smokes consistently. So if you plan on going through here, you will be gray screened. Right? You need to use some perfect utility to try and clear out these close angles, and nobody's really doing that because it's so difficult. So another smoke lands, 35 seconds on the clock, another smoke can still be deployed. That's not going to leave them any time at all.
They went for, oh, they spot him on the boost, and takes his time. Nafany executes. Problems now for Olaf, cycling through his nades. They don't want to go through gray screen though, and it buys him just enough time to drop the incendiary. Carrigan keeps him at bay on short. Axel surely burns from the grave. Olaf strikes. That's big from Hobbit. Carrigan with it all to do, can't quite manage a second. But Rain, perhaps he can. Knocks the head off of 1v1. And bides his time, expecting Shiro to take the peak, but Shiro sharp as ever. 2 to the good from Gambit and the break of our second OT.
That boost, if they don't get the kill from the boost, I don't think they're getting in, right? That right there is the difference maker. That boost alone, I think, was the door. Sure, the trades had to be great, but that gave them the number advantage and took the pressure off. That was huge. If they keep this flawless here...
I mean, yeah, you're right. Twists and Olaf, if they still standing at the 20-second mark, it's just over. Nafany finds a highly impactful opening kill.
Salt in the wounds here. It's going to be a mix-up this time. Sewer push.
Ooh, I love this. Ahead of the util. Straight away confirming nobody's present.
Noisy about it too. Not making any secret of it. And they immediately slink back. So the information... Oh, the barrel spotted.
Oh, Carrigan. Walking a fine line, but he does take down Nafany. The battle of the opening kill in-game leaders.
Inters isn't looking and Rain's still pushing. Oh, Inters!
Okay.
That's one way to level things up. He wasn't ready for that.
Not at all, and now a chance, Hobbit. What? They're still on the boost? Spotted out. They live to tell the tale. Nades exchanged, and Hobbit trying to keep attention drawn over towards the short side. They might try and boost, but it's Brokey's AWP. Spots out 2, and the bomb. Oh, so much info. Brokey's a bit flustered.
Oh, Brokey!
Lands, and that's the end of that. Shiro, 1 versus 4. A Tech 9 and an AWP to ply his trade, and where is he supposed to go? Where is he supposed to go? Full util on his belt. And he can play the time.
It's so hard to clear Olaf and Twist right now. Like, one, sure, but both. No way in the world. That's going to be FaZe getting themselves 1 CT-sided round here. Gambit, they put themselves in a great position to close this out, but we could have just said the same thing with the first OT. They will use their final timeout before they get their CT half underway. And Brokey, he basically went into Rain's grave, right? Because Rain pushed all the way up long. It's very unlikely you're going to be expecting a second player to be in the upper side of the bathrooms like that. So great heads-up Counter-Strike there from the likes of Brokey. I'm trying to think where the weaknesses were for this Gambit CT side, right? It was Carrigan calling circles around them, right? Doing these fakes onto sites, getting some entries, dropping back, dealing with the over-rotation, isolating kills on the other side, and then even pivoting back again. So FaZe have no dramas playing some of this fakey boy Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, the T side was convincing.
All right, there is where we've been speaking about the problems for FaZe is the T half, so now they're going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, the second weakest T side in the entirety of the event. 39% T win percentage. Time to buck that trend and forge a new one.
They need all 3 here on this T half. 22 again, I'll remind you, the magic number. FaZe will need to get every single one of these T-sided rounds to secure this one. Gambit just need 1 to get triple OT in the bag.
They might go for an early boost, at least posturing for it. Potential run boost as well in the mix. So Rain and Olaf working on that. And here comes Brokey and Twists. working on Shiro. He's willing to peek in. Brokey brave. Forced him off the line.
If they keep playing passive like this, Gambit can be faked out again. So you might see Shiro and Axel start to push forward, start to take a bit more space. That might walk them into Twist and Carrigan, who right now are dealing with any A presence. Utility on towards B. They're being stoic right now. Nafany is still staying over towards this A site.
His nerve as best he can, starting to float. Back to B. Got that 35-second mark as the can of flame is deposited monster. And look at Twist, he wants to clear out Shiro, and it's just an easy collection. He'll take that. Carrigan to respond. Inter's looking the wrong way, enables it. 4v4. The flashes are out. Hobbit, sound cue heard, and Olof will strike. Running out of players now. Nafany running out of options. He's gone down, and now 20 looms. The bomb needs to be planted. Shiro would need to some magic wall bang. It's just not going to happen. It falls apart just like that.
Oh, we're tied up again, 20-20 right now, and FaZe are doing such a great job of making sure Gambit can't gamble, right? They can't gamble on these sides. It's impossible to do because they don't know what's on the other side. And now we get to the point where they have no timeouts left, so if they wanted to discuss an aggressive move, it's just going to be freeze time alone.
Ooh.
I think it might have to be, right? Because Gambit are working with no map control. They're just standing and receiving. They have no map control in their CT side.
And no timeouts. If this keeps going, they're just never going to get to catch their breath.
Reminder, FaZe haven't used a single timeout.
Yeah. Ouch. That will leave a mark. Axel long gone, but the nade has done significant damage. Claymore takes down Twists and Carrigan to 30 and 50 respectively. So the bomb's leaning monster side this time. I imagine contact to be taken elsewhere first of all. Oh, just as it fades, they flash. Carrigan keeps them honest though.
Yeah, very good trade there from Carrigan. And now again, these 4v4s is where FaZe seem to do better. They've strung them out again. Nafany has to rotate and into this B bomb site, which is starting to bleed.
They're even starting to fall out of the site. Now the util arrives, they're on the passive stance, and on the ramp they'll try and trifle with them. Double nades, that's kind of cool. Doesn't find its mark. Molly to stop the ramp swing. Rain caught out. Big frag from Hobbit.
Bomb's called.
They know to rotate. Chance from Carrigan, doesn't expect the second. Hobbit's still a nuisance. Yet to knock him off the site. Elevated position, puts Brokey on his bottom, and now 21 is reached by Gambit first.
They find themselves here again. Gambit have been here more often than not, it feels like. They've just been there. They can see the finish line.
Yeah.
They can almost touch it. But FaZe won't let them. FaZe won't let them grab it.
See if they can keep pulling it out of the hat. Bit of a Hail Mary out of Brokey at the end there. This is starting to be an endurance battle on overpass. You can see it's getting to them so close. Like you said, within touching distance to the third map.
Carrigan just faked the extinguish. He's fallen straight back. It looks like they're going to gear up for a B hit pretty early here. And if they do it soon, they can still isolate 3 players on the site. The rotation of Axel and Shiro is miles away. That triple nade, I feel like it almost gives the jig up right there. You know how many players are going to be playing outside that monster position. Will they call the bluff?
Util deployed, and Hobbit even trades. They're coming in thick and fast. Another body drop though, and now just 3 versus 4. Gambit 3 frags away from securing their map pick. A long, arduous task. And up against a true test on LAN. Blinded, Carrigan chooses not to pull the trigger. Could have been the death of him. They're boosting for info.
Oh, this is problems. They're all passive. They're all backing off. They're giving up the site. They think it's A.
Yeah, they flubbed the flash, but they are completely rotating out of the site. There's no one home. What's going on? They'll have to boost instead. And it should enable a free frag. That's Carrigan going down. Nafany has his wings clipped. He lives on. 2 players, just Twists and Brokey, looking to extend play. And it's Shiro tagged up. A deep flash. Brokey's knows that they're close. Would love to get the bomb down. He's faffing with it. Brokey would have to come up clutch. Asking so much of him. He's already had 1 ace in overtime. Can he really ask another? 1v4. Fakes it out. Looking to draw fire. No chance now as it's Shiro to secure it. Gambit weather the storm. What a test from FaZe. Pushing Gambit to their limits. You can see expressions wiped off their face clean. But it will all be determined on an iconic map. We'll see you on Inferno.
for. We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna hate? Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Storms in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight.
And for a brief moment there, albeit all pretty much the second half, we were looking at Maniac preaching the gospel that Kerrigan was out-calling Hobbit. That's something we're going to be diving into right away. Of course, doesn't really matter, all things considered. We do go to a third map. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. A lot of heavy breathing going on here, Jason, but I'm going to let you finish.
Yeah, there was some great calls from Kerrigan down the stretch, obviously, over Nafany on the other side of things. And I mean, it happens too when you get that deep into the game. And I think, again, you know, we talked about pressure, made a little bit of joke before this series began. I think when we're getting down to the later stages of these last two maps, I think we're seeing some of that pressure kind of freeze up and lock some of those Gambit players.
I actually cannot believe that Gambit found it in themselves to push it to a third map. I really cannot believe. Because if you'd ever seen a movie, if you ever read the book of Kerrigan, as you say, arm locking Nafany, that's what was happening. From 15 to 10 to 15-15 is just a string of beautiful fakes. Gambit are completely scattered and lost. And it's one of the first time I see them actually being uncomfortable, you know, peeking when they shouldn't. There's mistakes being made, over rotations, and they find it in themselves to push it.
Even when we got into the first half of the first overtime when FaZe was still on the T side, those first two rounds that were called, it was like then Kerrigan just like, you know, dumbed it down and he like less fakes. It was like, oh, we got to pick? Okay, let's just apply all the pressure to the bump side. Let's just go right now. Why are we waiting around? Why are we chilling? Why are we trying to do map control? We have an advantage. Let's take it. And I didn't expect Gambit to be able to withstand that in the first overtime. And the fact that they did is incredible. And if you're FaZe, you got to be disappointed because you CT sides have been your bread and butter. You get 2 T rounds in the first overtime.
Should be it.
Yeah, that's when you got to go back and rely on that CT side to just close things out and be done with it.
So, and I just want to dive a little bit further here in finding out exactly what it is that you mean when you say Gambit look uncomfortable. What are you saying by that?
I mean, we can probably just run round 30, the last round of regulation, because that was a perfect example of Kerrigan being in his opponent's head and finding solutions. That straight, long walk out. You see Hobbit here, completely out of position. Not even a chance to shoot. That's a freebie for Kerrigan, and in a matter of 10 seconds, the site falls. And now you have Axile and I believe Shiro in the smoke, and they're just dancing in these hoops of fire. So uncomfortable.
They don't know where to go. They're crunched from long, they're crunched from bathrooms, and they have no idea how to handle this situation at the moment. And I think Shiro gets caught with this play in the smoke, goes for a crazy no-scope here, and is punished by it, and FaZe force overtime. Now, I will say, there's some positives in the fact that Gambit is being tested in this fashion, because we talk about experience and we talk about pressure. The more that they get pressured and the more that they're actually forced to overcome this adversity, if they can close out this series, this is really valuable learning experience for them as a team and as a unit.
It's character defining
too. It's the wild part.
It's character defining what just happened for Gambit, honestly. Because imagine for one second that FaZe pull it 2-0. We're having this conversation and we're being so disappointed about Gambit, not making it to the quarterfinal. Oh, that's going to be the next step. But now the story changes. Now they've withstood the storm. That could have been the moment where they lost control of the game. We saw it coming. We felt it coming. But actually, no. They fight back, and now they must have this sensation that, holy, we can actually do it. Yeah. It's okay. We're back into it. We're back in control. And moving on to the third map, I'm so looking forward to seeing the FaZe they show.
We look at that third map, and of course, when you start to think about it, you think about some of the characters, some of the key components that came out on either side. I'm looking at Enters on the side of Gambit. And Jason, what does he bring in the table? I'm thinking Rain for you, so we'll get to you.
Enters, I mean, he's just a very, very solid player at the moment. He's, I mean, for me, when I think about Gambit on Inferno, I actually think of Shiro. I usually think of Alpers on Inferno because you can go wherever you want on the map. You can play, you could just be so very mobile. And I think the difficulty of playing against that mobile and dynamic Alper on Inferno is that it's so hard sometimes to know where he's going to be. You have to be afraid of the B pick. You have to be afraid of the B presence. You have to be afraid of him peeking down into alt mid. You have to be afraid of so many different positions on Inferno.
Yeah, just to give some love onto Interns, well, I'm going to follow your trade that you sent to Jason right there. He was actually one of the characters helping Gambit fight back and find their rhythm. He had a couple of very key multi-kills, situations where he's got no one to help him. He's got no flash to come his way, no easy kill, but he just won. These 50-50 duels that actually come with such pressure because we know Gambit were a little bit out of sight and he saved them. So when you have that fifth element, because that's who he is, Obi is so important. He's the fifth element of Gambit. But if he can rise to that level suddenly and help them fight back, and find some consistency and some reliability in what's happening, that's gold. That's the golden ticket you can have as a fifth player.
Something to grab onto, something very tangible. Tangible is that I look at FaZe and I want to know who's going to be, carrying the torch when we go to Inferno. Who's the guy we want to make the plays and be the game changer?
I mean, Twist. For me, it's Twist. I mean, it is Twist, right? Because on that A side, and we know Gambit love to have these snaky, what's it called, pincer move on the A side is what I'm looking for. We know Twist is going to be in the position where he's going to have multiple targets, left, right, front, and center. We know he's got the multi-kill ability. He's showcased that multiple times now, and that's going to be a golden occasion for that.
So basically, Twist is, roundabout flank Sinatra. Is that
flank Sinatra?
That's not great.
It's not great.
No,
maybe they could just wash you out of this green screen.
Yeah, fade me out right now, right here. We're going to be going to a break. We're going to come back with the decider. One of these teams goes on into the semifinals. It's going to be Inferno. Gambit or FaZe? Who comes out on top? Let us know. Hashtag IEM. BRB.
How many players, coaches at this event have played at the first Cologne in 2014?
You have to be here?
Yes.
Oh shit, right?
Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna be tough.
JW? It's not, Fnatic is not here, forget it. Fnatic didn't make it, sorry. That's harsh.
Okay, I can start. Me, Sip, Dupree.
So obviously there is the Dignitas. So Dignitas boys were Xipnix, Device Dupree. So those 3 players for sure. Then Olaf from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Me.
So that was when Nip won. So
Sure, I didn't even know that.
yeah. And they played Fnatic.
Yeah. I'd say Carrigan would have been playing.
Has Device played, no?
He would have, surely.
Yeah, so grab Device. 1.
Okay, Apex.
I was there 2014.
I can't even, I don't know what.
You were there. You were there with Copenhagen Bulls. You beat me.
Okay, so we got Olaf, yeah. Shocks. Kerrigan.
Apex? Apex.
Wasn't Kerrigan playing as well?
Kerrigan, he was not in our team. Was he?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was playing though. He was playing. He played for Copenhagen Wolves with Glaive. That's true. Glaive was also playing it.
Yeah.
Then you take away, boss. I have no clue.
TSM and stuff. So it's 3, Device Dupree, Xipnix, myself. 4.
Coach. Sonic, no.
Coach is back in the days. Oh my god,
I was too young.
It's really hard. FaZe, attends, FaZe c'est Olaf.
It was not in Spodek. You played in this one fucking NFP one.
Okay, that says me a lot. Ah, that event.
Is it major they won, no?
Oh yeah, no, I know, yeah. Okay, there was like a small arena with cover and people
that was the
plus
arena.
18 had to go in.
We only missed one. And it was Blade from...
Blade, right, yeah.
Oh, right.
Navi, yeah.
Navi.
Ah yeah, Blade was playing with Flammy back in the days.
In Flipside, no?
I'm not sure it was
Flipside?
He was playing Flipside? Okay, Blade then.
No, I can't remember the last two.
It was Blade and Shocks.
Oh, Shocks. Yeah, of course, Shocks. Shocks played in Apex team.
Boss man. Listen to the wild guess over here.
So I just wrote down like 7 here. We got 7, I think.
I wrote down your answer.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Fuck, I didn't write right. No.
You were the only team to get all of them so far.
Yeah.
I did Shocks. We said 2 French. Yeah.
Then you got all of them. Nailed it.
I'm good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Blade and Shocks. Yeah, we got close.
Sometimes I like the way you try, even though you know you will fail.
Inferno, the playground to separate FaZe Clan and Gambit Esports. These boys have managed to show some endurance and thrive under the pressure. And the pressure, of course, coming from FaZe Clan. These boys not only taking Ancient, pushing them to a double OT affair. And now we find ourselves on probably the perfect map to separate them. Gambit, a tumultuous history with Inferno.
Yeah, this is one of the things, right, that Des pointed out time and time again, that earlier on in the year, Inferno was a map that teams were picking against them, right? It was one of their weaknesses. But the fact is, when it's your weakness and you're having to play it all the time against the best teams in the world, your weakness quickly goes from being a weakness to something that we've actually seen them pick. So it's become something in Gambit's map pool that they can flex on other teams. The fact that we go the distance, the fact that we get to this map as the third, there's no warning bells. I think the whole narrative right now has shifted. The question was at the start of the day, is it a Gambit stomp or is it a competitive phase? Well, we know it's the competitive phase. Now it's Gambit having to topple a titan of LAN. We know these FaZe players. We know what they can do. This is the iteration of them back together on LAN after so long. And let's get this one underway here. Gambit, they won the knife round. They'll be deciding to start on that CT side. But this is it. This is for all the marbles right here, right now. Na'Vi, they wait in the wings in that semi-final.
And Gambit have shown evidence. FaZe have forced it out of them, that they can not only bleed, but they can feel and buckle under this pressure at times. And so it begins, round one. Strap in, folks. It's time to separate these two names. FaZe, Gambit, Twist, straight off to the races. Up Banana, supported by flashes, and he's not stopping. They're not stopping at all. Straight through the CT smoke, and a couple of chances for Hobbit on this USP. Can't find their head. They're so tagged. Does on the final bullet of the clip. And Axile and Napri should have their way with them. He's whipping out his knife, but it's all Axile. Okay, little chaotic, but the CTs lock it down.
Yeah, so that's a great pistol to win there, and potentially flub smoke. I want to say it was from FaZe right there. It didn't land exactly to cover CT spawn. That wasn't their undoing. I think Hobbit was with 2 quick ones. And Gambit, they grabbed themselves yet another pistol round here within this series. But we might be in for another long one here. It was 16-13, 22-20. Both of these maps have started with it looking like Gambit just going to run away with things. So let's see if the script gets flipped here at all. Back into a FaZe second round force. Yet to see one converted throughout the tournament. So we're intently watching this one.
At the quarterfinal mark, you're yet to convert a second round force. And your FaZe clan, you know, I mean, in terms of the history there and the power of their sidearms, it was often a very different story.
Looks like they're gearing up straight to go towards A here. And G2 used the pressure point of Arch early in their matchup against Gambit not that long ago. Let's see what Carrigan and co go for.
Yeah, it looks like a great deep library smoke and a deeper smoke towards the pit side as well. Jiro wants to confirm suspicions, does see bodies and doesn't quite finish the job. It's Inters that fills the feed, and look at that. Gambit mow them down one by one. FaZe true to trend.
Oof, and right there, we're getting a loud Nafany, right? Let's see how long he can continue that, because he appears to be the emotional heart of this team. It doesn't feel like anybody else is getting loud. And again, we're getting a lot of Shiro, right? He's being animated, talking a lot with his hands there. This is what you want. This is the start that you want to have here on the CT side. You grab that pistol, you have no worries against the force, you don't even concede a bomb plant, and now you're guaranteed to grab yourself that 3rd consecutive. Now, I say guaranteed. Let's look out for these pesky Deagles here. Need to be careful. Don't want to put your head into any of the crosshairs of the FaZe players. And Nafany, well, it's not his head, but it's his body. Carrigan softens him up. And Rain's taking boiler control very quickly here. Warning shots fired. Right now, Gambit are actually a bit more under the pump than they were in the previous, and this is lacking utility right now from FaZe. Carrigan will get found out. Hobbit grabs him through the smoke. And this one should just simmer out now. It really should.
What's Nafany lined up there, just so I can see it? Oh. I assume it's a incendiary?
Yeah, yeah.
Right
now they've given up Arch side, maybe he had a flash ready for Axile.
Doesn't have one, that was one I was interested. Oh, he does. Well, once slipped through, it's going to be Olofmeister that's... I mean, he's not lost. Axile is well aware that it's a possibility, and he will just post up on that angle. Olof obliges. A little bit of ankle. About that 40-second mark for Inters, just dropping his smoke to peek around. Oh, he's kind of lost rain there for a second. And Twister's Deagle has found that. Yeah, if they finish off Nafany, which they aren't going to check, nicely played. Brokey's Deagle still in play.
Not today. All right, so they can scavenge that M4 back. Everything's looking good. Shiro can drop that across. He can get out his AWP. And now we get into the business rounds. The guns come out here for FaZe. Now, remember, if you think about the G2 Gambit game, maybe you guys missed it. That was where it ended with Nico getting that last split-second defuse and us not getting to overtime when it felt like we were destined to head there. Gambit had a couple of woes, right? There was the Arch side presence. G2 were playing a great game here, but the stakes are so much higher now. Losing, you're out.
I think still relishing in that slate being wiped clean, you know, after overpass. Probably just feels good to stretch your legs and know that every round counts again. You've got full Inferno ahead of you. That was the best of 3 now, just separated by 1 map. Hobbit doing the old-fashioned. Retake smokes on towards Banana.
Well timed as well. So that comes out at about 1:15. So that's going to deny full control until sub 1 minute. And especially if Hobbit pushes out and just parks himself over towards Sandbag. So initiating a bit of a presence over towards A here. Olof's putting his head out there, just having a real look. Didn't get greeted with too much information whatsoever.
I did spot Pit, but what information is that? Oh, there's a CT in Pit in a 5-man setup, is there? Exile's tucked in tight, Shiro to hold up long.
Looks like they're gearing up for 3 players out of apps here, Rain, Boiler, and then we'll see what happens with Twist as part of this. But with 40 seconds left, it's looking like we see where this one's going to finish up.
Certainly is a clear indication of the finish. And oh, straight out, just off a flash. Axile ready to receive them. Brokey tried to challenge out that Pit player, but Axile's there and he's massacred 3. Good to get the bomb down, but he's not what he came for. He came for the round. Carrigan partnered up with Twists, tagged up, zipped up. Twists up against the entire Gambit squad. Bomb ticking in his favor. Carrigan made sure to get that down. Little touch of the fake. Twists at least beheads another. Baits the shot of the AWPer. Just too many men. Fair shot, fair crack of the whip. It will be 4 for Gambit, and they'll scavenge away all of those goodies. AKs for everyone that wants one.
Yeah, that's quite nice there. And this is looking very, very good here for Gambit out the gates. Axile pivoting to Pit just in time. That meant that you got Inters in the back there drawing all the attention with that smoke alone, and Axile just gets to profit on players not even looking in his direction. Now, is it going to be another story of this T-side like we had on Ancient, where Carrigan is the individual who has to get involved to find them the impact on the entries, to slip into the backlines, deny rotations? Or is there going to be help? Is there going to be some individuals stepping up? So far, Carrigan and Rain yet to find a frag. Moving into round number 5, the AKs are back out. That plant was integral in facilitating this. Quick Molotov from Olof. That's going to deny porch side aggression here. Rain mantles up. Olof follows him quickly. And it's already a passive setup from Gambit on this A side.
Okay, so that's full mid control. Oh, quick, lightning fast reflexes out of Shiro. Olof just thinks about clicking mouse 1 and loses his life.
It felt like Shiro lined that one up with something, didn't it?
Almost, yeah.
Got banana control as well here, but under pressure, Carrigan gets one back. Nafany falls.
You might just want to pull the trigger on this. You can see Carrigan's holding the flash and Inter's on the rotate. They are flashed in. A chance for Hobbit, and he does voice concern. 3v3, there's the double. Brokey delivers. Shiro to tuck in. He's got the AWP on his back. He's opting for the deagle. He wants Carrigan, and Carrigan's ready. FaZe Clan will post their first here on the T side as Axile maneuvers to CT spawn.
Is he looking for damage here? That AK would be nice to hold on to. There's lots of money in the bank balance, but I'm sure taking these guns away from FaZe have been a conversation.
Well, you said, is Carrigan going to have to be the one to
there you go.
lead them in? Well, a double will work nicely. That pick onto Coffin's not an easy duel to take, and a brave one, certainly.
All right, bomb goes off, round posted on the board, and that's what we want to see out of FaZe. Now, look, if I was going to be honest, I don't think too many people... It would have been one of the least likely bets that this was the type of FaZe that we were going to get continuing in the tournament, right? There was already very good signs, right? People were starting to go, okay, the ears were pricking up. We knew that they had already over-delivered. Because if you were to say that the team outside of the top 30 coming into this event are going to contend against all the names that they've already toppled, you think about Heroic, Vitality, and now taking it to Gambit and pushing them all the distance, the conversations that have been had on the desks and all over the shop here about the individuals and them showing up online, it's true. It's actually manifesting. We're seeing it right now against the world #1 team who are proving themselves. You know, you get that juxtaposition. It's quite nice to see.
This is the embodiment of the discussion. You know, you've got FaZe Clan on one side, which is just chock-a-block full of LAN players, historical names, absolutely, no doubt about it. Graffitis inscribed on various maps, one in which we just saw go to double OT. And on the other side of things, you have the world #1, undisputed, but looking to prove it on LAN.
Oh, Shiro's taking the AWP over towards top banana here, so they won't be able to get bullied off the line here just by utility. Shiro can post up. It's landing, and oh, that's it. Bowling. Perfect stuff there. Shiro's out of the equation. Now Hobbit's on a bit of an island, tucked in towards sandbags. He's locked.
He thrives in this environment, though. All the pressure on me. Let me show you what I got. Evading all their nades, tucked into the half wall and maintains full control of B. Puffing up his chest, beating it, and saying, get away from my sight. It's worked. They are starting to congregate back into the stack. Load of util still on these CTs. They've held on to it, so Nafany, surely a dead man. This crossfire is so potent. Who's going to have a little look? Perfect timing, quick response, and it's kept even. Advantage phase. Axel on Balkan spotted out. The rotate is long and arduous. It's all onto Axel. He's got so much to do. The nade looks promising. 1 versus 3-handed Hobbit's way, and I see already an AWP on his back. He's out of there.
Save call. And that was, look, the crossfire was good towards Art's side, but again, it was Gambit not getting a multi-kill off either of those. Nafany gets 2, or if Inters gets 2, then it's a different story. It's not Axel being run down by 3 players. It's Axel getting to take a fight against 2, maybe grabbing 1, and then Hobbit's in a winnable one-on-one situation. But really just grinding this one out, FaZe. So great opening, and this time it was off of utility usage. We saw them try it time and time again on overpass. Those nades never quite landed.
Yeah, but that's also FaZe proving that they can break both sides. Back-to-back, B and A, successful.
And one of the things, again, when you notice Gambit, they're hedging one more time, right? So they've gone, okay, well, we know that Hobbit's solo on B, so what we'll do is we'll have 2 players on our arch side, so if it is B, we can rotate a little bit quicker. That just put the pressure elsewhere, but great trades. Like, it's fantastic how quick all those trades happen, and FaZe coming out on top. So not running in, not getting caught in multi-spray downs. Really, really tidy stuff.
And that's when spacing becomes a conversation as well. Like, that's just experience oozing out of everyone there. Rain quick to the response on Nafany's swing. Brokey had to get a quick scope if he wanted to keep things level, and he did.
All right, bank balance siphoned through here. Interesting to note, Hobbit didn't buy into a kit right now, and he was the only one with enough money to do so. So that is an interesting factor.
Brokey forced the extinguish out twist there. Overstage is welcome. Nafany taking some liberties on the UMP. Wants to get it close when the SFG makes sense. And he's up to some funny hijinks here. I'm not sure Twist is going to be ready for this. He's already cleared logs, so his crosshair will be in this side of the banana.
Smokes are fading.
No point, and there it is. Nafany delivers. He got what he wanted. Gets the 4v4. He is found. Olaf well ahead of the pack in the apps, and Shiro is here to be tested on mid. He should be smoked off before anyone's arrival.
He needs to be careful as he rotates back in here, Shiro. Olaf could hit a 1-bang.
It's a hard one. Olaf to Molotov in sync with the flash. Axel doesn't really care. Still gets 1, 3v3. And they enter the site. Carrigan confirms it. Shiro locked out, unable to provide anything more. And that kit you were discussing becomes a bit of a conversation topic. A 3v3 you'd love to go for, but if you're smoked out, you'd love to cut that defuse in half.
Yeah, right now, the fact that they don't just have that 5-second defuse, that might be it. I can already see Inter starting to walk and backpedal towards CT spawn. I think Shiro and Hobbit just seeing if they can find anything. Now, look, a 3v3 retake at the best of times is hard. A 3v3 retake without a defuse kit in play just becomes infinitely harder. So they have to call the save. The money isn't there. And it's just that trading again. Like, I think FaZe, just the way it looks, are more than happy to go 1-for-1. I think as soon as they can go 1-for-1, they're content with that. And they're actually hunting right now. Carrigan's called them all through library here. Shiro, you're about to have some company, my friend.
Oh, he's kind of under the thumb. Carrigan's going to have a look at least. Ooh, never mind.
Oof. All right.
Hands off the keyboard.
Yeah, exit all the way through library into the Lion's Den and just stop. Yeah, all right, well, they all keep themselves alive here, and it will be a tactical timeout called. Second from Gambit already. We've only had 7 rounds of play, and we've already found ourselves into the second Gambit timeout. Now, looking at the money situation, Hobbit can drop. Maybe that's why he kept a little bit of residual, right? I was critiquing not buying a kit.
No, but
maybe he kept that so that now he can drop a rifle instead.
And also, he'd probably weighed, he could have weighed up the fact that if we do lose the site, it's not worth throwing all of our weapons into the mix. We'd rather just have another shot at round 8.
That's Gambit playing by the book again, yes?
Yeah, exactly. He's done all this number crunching. He's got the abacus out.
That's crazy, right? Thinking that many rounds ahead. I think that's really showing you where the minds are at of some of these Counter-Strike players. And even though he could have dropped a rifle, okay, I guess not. Well, he's basically signaled that wasn't the case by them not dropping the M4. So I'm making up logic for them. Yeah, maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. It's all speculation.
Ram the logic onto the screen until it fits.
That's why they're so good, everybody. I guess. Now,
they're going to be throwing some bullets downrange and not going to find too much to report. There we go. Shiro. Doesn't have that classic 2-man setup, at least not in the traditional sense. I mean, you got Inter's bedroom, Axel Boiler, there's a lot of apps presence, and understandably with just the 5-7. Oh, this is a frag any day of the week. Rain's not looking. An irretrievable AK, but that's the first blood out of nowhere.
And no trade and response here. Olaf might walk into this AWP as well if he's not careful.
Or just throw a topspin Pokeball into Axal. There he goes, though. Shiro activated. Olof down. Weapons definitely will be retrieved now, and it's getting quite threatening. They throw that smoke all the way from downtown, from T-spawn. It will land. Gap to be exploited, and stampeding into the site is Twists. Couple of players here to receive them. Hobbit threatening,
good bait.
Very threatening, and trying to clear Emo, but just enough.
Oh my God!
And Nafany's P250 wraps it all up so neat and tidy. Just the distraction. They're putting bullets through the smoke, anything to draw their attention, and Twist just looks away just as he was about to do the clear.
Oh my God, if I'm Nafany, Hobbit is my absolute best friend there. The amount that Hobbit did, right, just by him jumping up on Coffins, it's making it look like a retake B setup. Oh, we know that there's a rifle and an AWP that's been saved across. Well, there's the rifle. They're not playing in the site. Next minute, back turned. That one is great. That is even better. And then he even collects the third. That is huge stuff from Nafany right there.
You know he got loud after that one. You just know he did.
A bit of a giggle there from Axal. That just went way too easy.
And that breaks FaZe's momentum. Don't forget, they just demonstrated 3 gun rounds, A, B, pivoting around, looking great on these one-on-one trades. 1-for-1, rather. Well, Gambit fight back, and they didn't even fully invest. Chad, they had $2 in the bank for everyone. That's going to really nurture some confidence and some financial stability.
Yeah, and for the other side, FaZe now, the fact that they lose a round like that to no investment, they've had to invest all their pennies here, and they're the ones who are getting a little bit scuffed. See if they can skirmish for this 1-for-1 trade at the start, because they've been looking so good in the 4v4s. Time round, they couldn't maintain that number advantage, and the pace changed. It looked like they're going straight up middle here.
Yeah, well, that's denial of mid-info, sure. Mission accomplished in that respect, but do you just completely evaporate? No one to hold on to it? I'll leave Olof Meister floating.
It's feigned a lot of presence there, and they're just going into this Hobbit Nafany hold.
Olof even flashing towards second mid. He wants them to be convinced. Hobbit will throw a deep incendiary, and Twist might have to go forward on this. He's okay. Hobbit, so comfortable. He knows what's up. Damage inflicted. He's got the smoke ready. They'll be ahead of it, though. Smoke is up. Twist is down. Nafany defending through the smoke. No one on site. And they might even reboost for this. FaZe can't quite believe their luck, but ready to strike. A flash and a peek. Brokey's ready, prepared, anticipating a second. The footstool.
Axel's only rotating now. Are they even going to go for this?
Sold just yet. Nafany has util for it. Axel's on his way. They got Emo Molly, maybe Nubox as well. Okay, Karrigan's going to have to at least hit one here. Ah, shy of the mark. Brokey's not, though. Brokey still finding headshots. 3 to his name, surely going to be silenced. Yeah, the flame. Rain to come up clutch. He's got the lineup. They're on it. They've adjusted accordingly. Needs to find him now. Shiro's missed his shot, but Rain's missed his chance. And it will be 6. Just like that, Gambit put it straight back into contention. They are not only 3 ahead, but FaZe are going to be poor.
Oof, the utility usage there is what bailed them out, right? Brokey hit a couple of bangers there. He was going down, kicking and screaming. Hitting some absolute blinders of shots from the back of the site. I didn't know if they were going for it, because this is one of the things, is the over-rotations of Gambit. Axel was still in the site, the bomb gets planted, and Axel's still a little bit worried about any presence across the map. Right, Brokey goes down during all of this, that Molotov that came on in, so really good utility usage, but it will be the half purchase here from FaZe. Able to get themselves in with a couple of upgrades, some armor. Utility looking decent as well, and well, there's no banana presence. They've smoked off the arch side. And up mid they go.
Is that? Look like they want to go off the flame. Yeah, straight away. Nade stack to pit. That might work out nicely. Axel chunked and charging. Good 1-for-1. Still kept advantage Gambit. Bomb to be planted. Olof now equipped with a weapon and pit neutralized. This could be more than just a bomb plant. This could be FaZe making a round of their own work. Surely want to dip their toes back in. Brokey might want to peek on the contact of Olof. He's not able to find a safe.
Oh my God, Karrigan!
Finding 2 peeks over the box. Olof spotted out, but FaZe Clan win back and force back with their own. Just Tech-9s and Kevlar's all it takes.
Oh my God, Carrigan, that was huge, right? Olaf was getting, they focused Olaf, right? He's jumping out of the pit. He's getting mollied out of position, and Carrigan, instead of just sitting there and letting Olaf die and it becoming a 2-on-3 situation, he goes forward. So you see this, right? Olaf's under pressure, the mollies, oh my God, the lineup there.
Could not have been better.
Oh my Lord.
Like, that's the dream. Every time someone does peek that box, that's what they're dreaming of. Just 2 heads, 2 clicks. On the same angle, didn't even have to move his mouse. And yeah, Hobbit just has to kind of sigh and tut his tongue. But that puts FaZe straight back into contention, and now already losing Shiro, the hero AWP. Unable to contribute this time, and yeah, the bodies are dropping so quick. The rest of them, of course, only equipped with USPs.
I think they've handled this round here, FaZe. I know Hobbit's picked up that AWP and he's maneuvering around the map. The bomb is down in T-spawn. Now, if it was still 5 alive, you know, I'd maybe get concerned, especially if the clock was around that 30-second mark. But with over a minute left, there's a real chance right now that FaZe just clear on out. They execute on towards B. They send Olaf back towards T-spawn to grab that bomb, and no dramas. No dramas whatsoever, right? Plenty of time to work with here. FaZe are here to play in a big way. It's great to see. Now they are going back. They will be getting that bomb. It's Brokey who has to do that, the AWPer. It's all the way back, and now they can just regroup. We can see there's no dramas over towards the B side of the map, but FaZe, they're being diligent. Smoke towards Coffin flashes to facilitate Carrigan's push. He'll be able to call that one clear as CT spawn is re-smoked. And now the game just becomes about holding onto that AWP to give to Shiro in the next round. So scoreline will become 6-5.
But this bodes so well for intense Inferno game fans around the world. FaZe definitely have a penchant for the defense, and have definitely already posting 5, keeping a competitive T side up against Gambit. They are going to be feeling and swelling with confidence. Conceding the first 4, you know, not bucking the trend of those second round conversions and then some, but pulling it straight back level.
It's actually very impressive because as I take a look at some of the stat lines here, so far on this T side, FaZe have only managed to get themselves 2 opening kills, but it's been how well they've traded, right? They might give up the opening death, but they've traded that, right? And that's gone very, very well for them. And I'm pretty sure the 2 opening kills that they've been able to get have actually been on Shiro. One was with the dunk nades, and that round just there where Brokey was actually just able to out-AWP Shiro on that aggressive maneuver, right? So both of them have gone to the CT-sided AWP player. And remember, there's already been 2 timeouts called for Gambit in this, and we've still got 4 rounds to go here within the first half. They'll be able to get this buy going to keep themselves threatening, but they'd love to get up towards this double digits. 10 would be great. 9 would be serviceable. I think both teams would walk away pretty happy with that kind of a scoreline, 9-6.
Going looking. Anyone walking up will meet Shiro's AWP, and as soon as he hits that molly, he does manage to beat it back into a safe line on short. Nades the sandbags. Top banana is theirs.
This is the type of round when you have banana control relatively early here, you could just go for a BXQ. All 5 members from FaZe are in banana. Oh, cop that nade in the face right there, softened up.
All a product of Hobbit's util. All of that.
Well, there's 3 here. Intis is rotated over as well. They're about to get a lot of pressure.
Oh, he smoked them off. They'll have to go through grey screened. Knife out, they are. Charging ahead of the pack. Carrigan leading straight into the fully flashed burn. And now they're falling apart at the seams. Just as the boost comes in, Twist looks away. He lives on. There's World. Wants to push through. Lingering in the smoke, they'll try and re-smoke it. It'll catch the timing. Perhaps he can threaten towards CT.
This is huge.
Oh, Twist.
This is huge.
Huge amount of space. And he can disrupt it all. They won't check it. Let's see, it's clear. Axel the first to fall. Shiro hit with the warning shot, and he just goes straight back through the smoke. Play on. FaZe are doing it. Recovery. Looking fantastic, and the rest are retreating. This is going to be 6. What a recovery that is. Carrigan goes down, fully flashed in the flame. Rain 2. Earlier in the piece, and there you have it.
Just 6-6. Just that impact right there from Twist. It wasn't even the multi-frag that was necessary. It's just 1 kill and done, and now he's on the hunt here as well. He's actually starting to push up mid. Might find Shiro here if he's a little bit quick on this. Rounds the corner. Shiro strikes. Twist goes down, but the round is secured. Oh, big problems now.
Into smoke landing, and you just they all follow their leader fearlessly, and he just says go. You know, and he's the first leading by example, of course. Another timeout forced. They're going to completely bankrupt Gambit of timeouts before the first half is up.
Yeah, and this is really rough, right? I think we've seen Gambit do this a couple of times where they try and burn through a couple to secure themselves a decent lead because they want to go into that second half with the lead on the CT side. Now, they need 2 more to get there, and the fact that we've seen some investments coming on through means that they might want to contest against this here, but this is a 3-on-5. Olaf gets that trade, right? Twist pushing through is great. Hobbit at that point is scrambling. Like, yeah, it's got to be frustrating, right? Because that push from Twist, they had to manufacture that. They had to push the issue. If they just sat back in the site, they would have been retaken on again.
And he's not only lingering in the CT smoke that's fading, just as it's being replaced, he does start his slide. It was a well-orchestrated maneuver from Twist, and it did give them the round. Axel, you could see him jumping out of his seat when he took that shot. Round 13. Oh, Rain jumps across to confirm the AWP's on A. Lives to tell the tale, which is certainly a good start.
Seems like knowing that the AWP is A is actually drawing them towards A. They've all just congregated in middle right here off Carrigan's call. So if they just do a standard smoke wall right now, Shiro might be completely negated on this.
Yeah, loads of long side smokes. They're going to charge through. Straight control. Axel posted up on the graveyard. High flashes. They're just going. Twists looking to draw blood. Shiro's on the site alone. Eliminated. They haven't cleared him out. Axel just holding his nerve. The 2 bodies drop. Now he comes alive with only 1. Kept honest. Twist takes off his head and FaZe have got the site again.
Call that 7.
What a reaction.
Just call it. This is crazy how quick FaZe is just able to react right here. It's like that AWP shot and then they just went towards A. Yep. It's like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Carrigan is calling a fantastic game here. Like, the reactive play, sure, Carrigan goes down, take that AK, Hobbit. It doesn't matter, they'll grab this round. But the reactive play of FaZe that we're seeing right now is like the reactive play we were getting at peak Heroic Online.
Yes.
Like, just the decision-making, and there's no hesitation, right? They go in, you're right, they do follow their leader in, and they just believe in these calls wholeheartedly. And just that acceleration. There's nothing. Oh, there's a full site completely smoked off, flashes, molotovs, everything. They're in our face. Axel's stuck in graveyard. 2 players have died around him before he's even shown his head. At that point, if Axel doesn't get 2 or 3 kills, the round is already lost anyway.
It's just so much to process in such a short space of time. It's just overwhelming Gambit at the best of times. Looking good, looking very good. Shiro on that site, when 3 players are already so far ahead, like what's an AWP supposed to do after you miss that first shot? There's 3 more players on the repeak. Twists, Carrigan, bullets thrown down. Inters dies as he peeks. Nice work again from Twists. Good haul from him. Good high impact frags as well. From the only North American representation in these playoffs. Careful, Carrigan. He manages to slink away. I don't even know if Nafany caught a glimpse of that. I think he might still think he's there. Carrigan plays peekaboo.
This is playing right into Carrigan's game right now. He gets to micromanage from the grave. Right? It's a 4v4, and every time it's felt like he's made the right call mid-round. So now he just gets to click around and see every single little detail of where his team is at. Doesn't have to worry about his crosshair at this juncture. And for Nafany, the CT side, it's harder. He can't assemble the troops. They're already on a broken buy. It's really just on Inters over towards this B bomb site, and all he has is a Deagle and Kevlar. He would have to go God mode right now to shut this one down.
Damn, FaZe just got that land buff in such a real capacity. This pop flash is perfect. Inters is going to lose vision. Brokey throws it into blind. Does drop off, lives on, and great shot. If he can do another, we could be on for something. Cuts FaZe down to a competitive stance.
They can go for this now. They have that AK. There's going to be money in the next round. We got max loss bonus. They can really go for this one.
Time to see some tenacity and a Gambit. Hobbit equipped with the AK, Shiro quick to surge up Banana. Hobbit to trade off him should he find contact. It's Brokey, little bit of leg. Doesn't pull the trigger. Now with Axel down and a 2-on-2 looking to double up on the emo. I don't hate it. Yorp so good, baited nicely. They're starting to pick up the pace. Kit on Shiro, dancing, rotting the clock. Olaf takes contact and FaZe take 8. They win out the half. Here on Inferno, solid resistance, interested more than you could possibly ask of him. But FaZe, you can see the concentration on their face. They know they're within touching distance of breaking Gambit here. Yeah.
Brokey just threw the smoke. Yeah, all right. I'll just take the pot shot. I'll trade my in-game leader. Inters did great. Inters did really good. The fact that Axel, he goes down to Brokey in that moment, right? If Axel stays alive, then they can't just double up towards that emo position. You could see the clock was their best friend right there, FaZe. But here we go, final round, and Axel's down again. Brokey's AWP, it's really coming alive here. Shiro attempts the trade, can't find the frag. Pressure coming now. AK's up mid.
And they're going quick, thick and fast. Smokes were already in the air. Twist just leaving Banana now, but already we see the long side smoke down. Brokey knows they want an equalizer, and they're trying to worm their way through towards CT. They want to go mid to B. And that's the end of Nafany. Hobbit, we need to double. Rain's already found it. Looks like 9. Shiro and Inters, they know they're on 8. An open runway. They'll throw full util to confirm their suspicions.
There's no way. There's just no way. You call this one 9. How are they going to get back into this? There's a deep CT spawn smoke. Brokey is literally still T stairs. So if Inters wanted to come through, he'd have to get past that fight first. There's no way back into this for Gambit.
Even throwing nades and bullets into that smoke. Shiro, you said he's been good on the rifle. But this time I think is a bit too tall of a task. Last round, got to give it all she's got. Molotoved out of position. Half health to work with, more bottles thrown towards your location. Only Inters, yeah. And that's the end of that. FaZe 9 on their T side, Chad. On the T side, that's supposed to be the weak one against the world #1. They were world 36th at the start of this bloody tournament. I don't understand. Maybe FaZe will help us understand further after the break.
We played online before and we were playing so close games, and it felt like nobody was doing any mistakes. And coming into LAN, we just know that people were gonna do more mistakes and not do that push on 14-14 that you need. And the people are not playing with the same big balls that they do online, so it's just good for us.
Hey Future Pros, we are back with an advanced execute for your T-side on Inferno. For this execute, you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 mollies, 3 flashes and 2 smokes. Let's break it down. Future Pro number 1. Your first job is to boost up Future Pro 4 onto the half wall. After that, get into this position and aim your crosshair above this point where the roof tiles combine. This molly will land and force out anyone playing first or second oranges. Then bank a flash off this window to blind anyone on site or in CT. This will allow you to get a quick smoke covering off CT spawn. And for good measure, lob this deep flash over CT spawn, which will further blind anyone playing on the site. Future Pro 2, you'll be smoking off coffins and also provide a supporting flash. To smoke coffins, get right up into this corner with the logs. Aim upward along the line of this fence and stop when you're at this line with this other fence post. This smoke will block off behind coffins. It is thrown this deep to discourage CTs from pushing through and hugging the side of the smoke. So be aware that someone still could be holding coffins. Alternatively, you can throw this smoke a little higher and coffins will be fully smoked off, but be wary of an aggressive CT. Finally, aim above these wires over the left of the plant pot. Walk forwards and throw the flash as you get to the second wire. This will provide a flash to blind anyone on the B site. Future Pro 3. You only have 1 molly to throw, so don't mess it up. Your molly will be to push out anyone who's playing new box. To do this molly, get up into this part of the wooden barrels, formerly known as car. Then aim at this part of the tile and jump throw. Now no one can play from new box, great! Future Pro 4, you also have an easy job. Once Future Pro 1 has boosted you onto the half wall, position yourself over this corner of the wall. Then aim at this gap in the trees and throw your molly. This will force anyone out of dark. If this execute is done correctly with the right timings, there should be literally nowhere for the CTs to stand apart from out into the open. But make sure you practice those timings, it really is all about timings.
So far this series, Gambit and FaZe have gone tit for tat on pistols. Each map, they've split them down the middle. And right now, if FaZe continue that trend, they pick up this CT-sided pistol. They are in touching distance of knocking the world #1 Gambit out in the quarterfinals.
Jesus. 9 on their T side. Gambit got so much work ahead of them here, and they'd have to do it hard mode against FaZe, who have already shown they're frothing at the mouth to throw another giant name out of the tournament. They didn't think it was enough, Heroic. No. Vitality, no. We'll just take the world #1. Everyone's talking about a Gambit final. Well, they may not make the semis if FaZe have their way with them. And let's see if that trend stays true. Will we see a split pistol in this series? Twist throws some aggression straight down range, and all Rain flashed off. Spotted 4 of them. Olaf in a lot of trouble as well. We see the T's deploy their smoke defensively so they can focus on B. I kind of love it, and it's worked. Double on the entry. They can't do anything. They'll push for Hobbit. And he hears them retreating. The bomb's going down on B. 3v3.
Yeah, I don't know if they know he's close. They definitely caught a bullet, Axel.
Arrogant. Oh, what? He was fully flashed. A pop, no less. Still strikes. Axel's down, the star of the show.
There's no kit.
They'll have to go quickly. Real quick. Shiro playing time. Inters, too much contact. They need to react. They need the headshots now. They're just playing time. They're hiding as best they can. Any frag's a good frag, and they found 2. Carrigan would have to find it now. Hunting Shiro first. Put it out of his USP, and it's Shiro. Saves it, and they buck the trend. They will not go down. FaZe will not get easy mode to knock Gambit out of this tournament.
Oh dear, that one there, that shot from Carrigan, that was insane. That was a mental shot. He could not see a single thing. The flash was perfect. Here you go, they hunt down Hobbit, one of the biggest scalps. Flash comes over, bang, cop that. Axel, decked. Shiro steps up when he's needed. And I think Shiro here, he's just really coming alive. I know it's only 9 kills, but this is where you need a player like Shiro to start finding that impact on the pistol rounds. They need to now contend against the Force Spy, and remember, FaZe again. The Force Spies, the second round breaks. They haven't gotten one of these just yet. They'll have to buck another trend.
Yeah, that's mad. It's mad that at this point, and still yet to see them succeed in a round that mostly is considered just as competitive as the pistol.
Shiro's tagged down already. Now look, it's not the end of the world right here. He does have the scout in place, so he can operate a little bit more passive. But I want to put a caveat on that. We're on Inferno. Inferno is one where we talk about the AWPers having a hard time on the T side. So there's still some problems here. One Deagle bullet, Shiro's dead. They need to operate with him very safely. Mid-control being worked on here.
Yeah, in the absence of a pistol, a second round usually received just as positively if you can win that force. Up mid, Brokey. Popping out that deep banana smoke, and it looks like Gambit will respect it, yeah. Just as they were throwing out some util, so back to middle it will be.
They're trying to funnel them towards short side right now. Carrigan's dropped the smoke so they can't come pressure him Arch, and it makes sense. There's 3 players, Twist, Rain, and Olaf over towards the site. I feel like they have to go back towards B here, Gambit. If they commit into A, that's one of the cardinal sins. You never go up short side on an anti-eco.
Brokey confirming that there's presence and will fire off the shot, a warning shot.
Good tag.
Damage. Oh, catching Axel as he mantles.
Carrigan's coming, the rotations here.
No util to hold them at bay. It will have to be bullets.
Oh, Nafany's calling him back from Boiler. Nafany just called them back. He's heard the rotation.
And he's found the frag, no less. Olaf does go down. It's only going to be Twists there in time. If he could just somehow rot the clock, the bomb on the back.
10 seconds.
If he could just hide. He's been found, but a great headshot. One more needed. Twist is doing it all for FaZe, and they will.
The time. Oh, he's not planning.
Time. I think he's done
It's
enough.
Close. Oh my God, FaZe have done it. Twists. How has he pulled that one off? He stalled them out for just long enough, and the late round call from Nafany, it would have been genius.
Oh my God. Of course, now FaZe win their first second round force in the entire tournament.
Oh my God. That one right there is going to put Gambit on so much notice here. They can get, look, they had a couple of players survive. Sure, they can get the guns back out. They can try and keep this one alive. But look at this. Oh my God, Hobbit absolutely destroyed.
And then this one as well. Like, it had to be this one. Just enough to fluster Inters. He has to start spraying the box. You can see pure concentration. He knows what he's done. FaZe find their first in that respect. That's huge. And we say play on. Time for the wars to begin. Oh, aggression. Thrown deep into the mix. Damage inflicted.
Oh my God.
Heavily. Ears are ringing for Gambit already.
These were the 2 players last round who got tagged up. Shiro copped some damage. Axel copped some damage. And both of them are walking around limping right here. So you need to look towards Nafany and Intuz, who are operating with these Galils.
Is this real life?
They're looking really stifled right now. there's good utility right here for Gambit. Plenty of time left on the clock. But again, it's going to be a 4-man A lean. Carrigan over towards Arch side. Brokey helping out the troops. Olof and Twist in towards that site. They've got smokes again. They can just continue to funnel them towards that short side.
Carrigan responsible for long side, and they are walking through. One has slipped his net. He strafes out. Missed shots from both. Brokey is next victim. Nafany looking to do it all. And Brokey denies. Okay. Okay. Smoke close on the site. That will isolate. And Brokey's scout's not done. A full headshot into one of the best. Hobbit's down.
Low HP now for Axel and Shiro. Really starts to hurt here. And Reigns locked the door on Banana. It has to be an A finished.
It has to be Intis as well. It has to. No one else has got the weapon nor the health. Intis to try and forge a path into the site with 25 remaining. Olof and Twists to be removed from this site. Here it comes. Intis hunting off the flash. They peek and behead another. Twist looking very sharp. And that's the end of that. Gambit's force falls flat. FaZe 5 rounds away from knocking out the world #1.
Oh, and that's it. Gambit immediately call a timeout off the back of that. Now, I don't know if this is just to calm down the troops. I don't know what conversation can be had here, but the money, it is absolutely in the bin here. Gambit, I feel like they have no choice. You can't be going for a buy like this. You just have to concede. You have to take the eco. 2,400 in the next. You bring out those AKs. You're a little bit light on util. Maybe a couple of Galils in the mix. I think there's just a timeout for Groove to get on the mic and say, listen, boys, this is it. This is it. We have worked so hard this year. We have done so much. They can't go out like this. FaZe are showing up in a big way.
No doubt about it. I want to see the second shot from Brokey. Like, he just takes down Hobbit on apps, I think?
Yeah, he pivoted and just in time. Like, look at this. Oh, bang, Hobbit destroyed.
Look, Carrigan knows exactly what this means. Like, all of their hard work, you know, you can frame it the same way right back on FaZe Clan. This is doing so much for the roster.
They can push them now if they want on this anti-eco, right? They can really bully them around. It is just the Glocks. You know, a lot of the time in these rounds, we see the T's sit back. Brokey with 17 kills. He wants some more. He wants to hit that 20 straight down mid with the MP9. He grabs the first, make that a double. And they're not going to allow this Gambit roster to mince through that utility. They're just going to knock them out of the server here and secure 12.
Ooh. I mean, the signs there were written on the walls. As you saw FaZe Clan's results start to stack up. They were thrust to the lower bracket in that first round.
It's been a climb. It's been an absolute journey for FaZe.
Through the play-ins, Chad.
It's wild. Like
they were at the play-ins.
It's just crazy, right? Because online for them, it was so harsh. It was just something, and obviously all the roster changes, we're never even talking about the fact Cold Zero getting benched, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, there's been so many changes, there's been so many things moving around for this FaZe roster.
And they just give him a call, they say, Olof, listen, mate.
We need you again.
Let's do it again. One last ride into the sunset. And look at them go. 12 already in FaZe Clan's bank account. And Reigns bringing more aggression into the mix. Hobbit caught out. He can't believe it. Carrigan's sticking aggressive on this banana walk. If he doesn't get tagged, he has.
Dink's being called for sure.
He has to get out of there.
Well, he's lucky to get away with his life here. Axel just in his shadow.
They go for a quick boost. That still means the MP9 could pack a punch.
Are they going dry or are they going to explode here? Axel's just searching.
Axel, go kill.
Oh, he's been spotted.
And it loses his life as well. It's all falling apart for Gambit. Off the back of the timeout. In the face of full adversity, now Brokey can peek ahead of it. Inter's not looking, it's just a disaster. It's falling apart at the seams for Gambit. And Nafany, his face says it all. Reality starting to set in now for Gambit. Brokey takes his head off, and now 13 it reads FaZe Clan.
Let's go, boys.
Round by round, taking Gambit Esports down and out of IEM Cologne. The world #1, so much so that people are losing points when they win.
This is wild right now. Like, just in the context of, they look at the AK. Look at the AKs they've picked up.
Yeah, 4
look
Kalashnikov
It's
rifles.
looking so filthy over there now. Like right now for FaZe, they're only going up against upgraded pistols. Gambit couldn't invest. There was no plant. There was nothing to keep that economy pressured, and they're just all out rushing B.
Through the flames.
They're just going to get absolutely destroyed here.
Yeah, that's going to be another quick one. Those Tech 9's not even worth investing.
Oh,
Carrigan,
the ace.
Give him the ace. Give it to him. Another one for IEM Cologne. Oh, it's denied. Exile, nothing to say. Everything to do. Gambit are up against the ropes now. Battered, bloody, bruised, broken. all of it to play for. Gambit on the tip of everyone's tongue when talking about finals, when talking about the semi-finals. FaZe Clan, this unknown entity. Let's get it started. All those AKs, just feathers and bones on the other side of the T side. Shaken, you can't question for a second that this is not going to affect their play. Staring down the barrel of 14. Same players. Axel catching two nades on the nose. He'll have to pull out.
He's limping again. The molly lands, and they respect it. And at this point, think about Gambit have no map territory, no control of anything whatsoever. We're already looking at 1 minute 15 on the clock here. Close enough too, and just going to be dissuaded. Your star, one of your stars, is limping. The T-side AWP for Shiro would have to be masterful.
But your hands are just a little more shaky, a little more sweaty, and Karrigan wins his duel immediately. He's pushed up Banana, takes it, and now a deep smoke to completely guise his escape.
How is this not 15?
This feels like impending 15. Gambit might have to call upon their impact player, Nafany. One of the highest, if not the highest rated opening kill stats prior to this day's start.
He's about to get found out here.
Shiro does pass his first test. Nafany, will he account for all of Meister? He doesn't. The trigger discipline is absurd. You wouldn't find both. He knows Shiro's there, speaks in, not going to get the react, 3v3. They've clawed it back.
It's on Rain, they're going back towards B now. There's only 18 seconds, they have to go B, they have to go B.
It's about the pre-aim now, who's going to clear him? He's playing anti.
Axel's low with the bomb, 12 seconds.
Hobbit. Oh, he didn't do his due diligence.
Axel's low with the bomb.
He can finish it right here, this looks like 15. Rain just needs to hit the spray, he doesn't. The bomb goes down, Shiro, the bodyguard, says play on.
Roki's close already here, they won't expect this.
Axel, posturous, aggressive. Brokey caught a glimpse, and now a one-on-one between the AWP. Shiro to save Gambit, he can't do it. Brokey pulls them across the line, and he takes his time. A smirk creeps across his face, and FaZe have a chance now. So many chances.
Let's go.
A to be precise. To throw Gambit out of IEM Cologne in the quarterfinals.
That was to just give him a chance. Shiro almost had to do it all. He almost had to do it
did.
all. Yeah.
Look at Brokey.
Oh, I don't know.
One-on-one, catches a glimpse. See you
huge,
later.
Huge from Brokey. Well, this is it. How far do they want to turn the screws right now? FaZe could just get in their face. They could just deny this right here. They could secure 16. What a mountain this is for FaZe. The world #1 here within the quarters. The world #2, Na'Vi, they wait in the semis.
You wouldn't just try walking through, would you? You wouldn't. Full flashed. Nice find. Rain needs to survive. He's been caught on the way down to 20. Tucks his tail, tucks in tight. Anthony knows he can't have gone far. Rain looking to retreat and has been given the freedom to do so.
Twist and Olive are playing forward on mid. They're down a man right now, and they're actually posturing in a mid crossfire right here. They're keeping mid control.
Makes sense.
The only gap right now that they can really work with for Gambit is through apartments, and Olaf's about to push on into Boiler here.
Hobbit. The head-to-head.
Oh, the dink.
Oh, and yeah, it does hit the head.
Twist could go mental.
He'd have to. Looks good for Gambit. Going to do an apps pop. Down steps up mid. Catches a glimpse of one and enters. The tail is snipped. He knows one of them's low. Nade shy of the mark. Shiro's softened up and looks like Twist will pull the plug on that.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense with just so many rounds to work with, right? You said at 8. They have 8 opportunities. Okay, well, now they have 7 opportunities here. It's just one of those situations where if you are FaZe, you just play for that one round. You just play for that one round. And there's so much money in the bank. Karrigan can buy, Olaf can buy. But the thing is, the longevity of this, how many gun rounds can we string in a row, right? We can just say, we lose the site, we save. We lose the site, we save, right? And eventually, they can break Gambit. That's all they're looking for, that one opportunity. This isn't the one, fair enough. But right now, we already saw Gambit bring it back on overpass, right? They had to do it in overtime. I think it was 7 or something map points that they had to their name in multiple different stretches in that game. But right now, for Gambit to come back into this is going to be a test of more than just their prowess in the server, more than just their ability to handle the pressure. This would be something special.
Yeah, I mean, I described their story as a Cinderella story. It's not the most appropriate. You know, that's rags to riches. These guys definitely had plenty of riches prior to their arrival here today, but this is a fairy tale. Make no mistake. Olofmeister back from his break, out of the roster, replacing Coldzera. They ride into LAN World 36th. Taking down the world #1 in the playoffs is just more feathers in the cap. And they really complete the set. They've got the metal for this, and you've already highlighted they've got everything pointing in that direction. They can play the numbers game to a almost excruciating degree.
And Karrigan's brought out a secondary AWP right here. So there's 2 AWPs in play. There's not a whole lot of information for Gambit to go off of knowing what the buy is going to look like. All it's going to take is Karrigan to get one and fall, and that's a number advantage again for FaZe.
Karrigan, ready to punish. Oh, that's quick from Shiro. Catches him out and spurs forward into the site. The flash will delay just long enough. Rain working on a very ratty angle. That could punish, especially partnered with a nade like that. Dancing around the fountain. They can't find him. Good one from Rain. Needs more.
They need to deal with him
they
now.
Have the site. Slithers off to the new box. That will buy time for this rotate. If he could just delay off the flash. They're tucked into pool. Anticipates Nafany. Tags him up nicely, but this is another round that looks almost locked in for Gambit.
Right now, Twist and Olof, they're so close. Shiro's even fighting. He pushes forward. That's another for Shiro here. This should be the sealed deal. Hobbitt's about to lock the door here on Twist, so if he wanted to save, that's a different discussion. He'll have to get past Hobbitt, who's over towards this arch side. He might get denied everything here unless he's super aware. Oof, and he looked like he was ready for something there, but Hobbitt denies. All right, 15-9.
And Shiro leading it actually this time into the site. Put the AK on him more often because he takes fights like that. Karrigan got half a second to react. Not even.
This is not going to be easy because, again, we have another buy coming out from FaZe. This is them siphoning through a lot of their money, right? There's nobody with much cash left over whatsoever. 2,400 is the loss bonus in the next. So if they don't convert here, it's a chance for Gambit to get their double digits and really start to consolidate within that. Back and forth, the U2 goes in Banana. The rallies continue and neither team sustaining even a single lick of damage. They're gearing up for top mid right now, and they're walking up in 3-man pack. Hobbitt has boiler control. Inters is in second mid as well, and they will meet Brokey's AWP here on the arch side.
Two-man bulk setup. Certainly avant-garde. Oh, nice destabilize. Forces the extinguish.
They're committing. This is all in.
Towards Longside. Brokey ahead of the pack. Will fire off a warning shot, but Longside is theirs. Gambit starting to wrap long. Shiro found if they clear the apps. Oh, Olofmeister gets 2 of them. Surges forward. They know where you are. The damage is inflicted. Inters is low. They're running out of players, Chad. They're running out of health. Brokey with another. Axal and Inters for survival here at IEM Cologne. FaZe Clan, they just need 2 more. And they're off to the semi-finals, the world #1, packing their bags. There's no way. Axile, all the frags he's had this tournament, these are compulsory for Gambit. Evades the flash, multiple targets. Karrigan slipped the net though, and he's caught on the mantle. Inters doesn't have the health for this. 1 HP. FaZe Clan have done it. Eliminating Gambit in the quarterfinals. It's absolutely unbelievable. Fun and games. You just can't take the LAN out of FaZe Clan. Unbelievable Counter-Strike and a heartbreak for Gambit.
Pressure mounting for Cloud9. 4-on-3 against them. Shroud's low HP as well. Utility, 2 smokes.
Phelps could go. He doesn't even need to wait to go. They walk into it, it's lined up, and it's done! And SK, for the home of the organization, will take a second straight ESL 1 Cologne championship.
Screw this. Gotta chill out. I'm in orbit.
Mate, I had a nice there. Blind bump. No way. Oh, he's jumping into it? Oh, Ravine is in the zone. I might go for him. Oh, it's not really in the zone. Secondary Ravine's in the zone.
Yeah, you can call it baby Ravine.
Okay, I'm heading.
Dude, I'm in orbit right now.
Okay, I'm going for a crazy plate.
The scout was still over there, right?
Inside the building you're next to, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Oh, I do see a guy over there. I'm going in for that guy. This is spicy, this. Rebound. Oh.
Looking at me. I knocked him once.
Introducing the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Expert analysis.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex, and now they're pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes
The best performances.
He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
And fan voting.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple!
Who delivered best?
And now
Is that time? That's right. This time is the right time, the nighttime even. The ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. You can vote right now using your Twitch channel points. That's right. You've been accumulating them all tournament long, and now would be the time and apt purpose for them. Voting now will contribute to the overall result. And of course, we're going to be going over those. The winner will be displayed after the grand final. Of course, we've got to get there first. I mean, we're just now getting through the quarterfinals. And boy, what a day of Counter-Strike it has been. I've got Maniac and Moses here with me to help lock it all in. A lot of candidates on here for who that could be. But truth be told, FaZe come out at the end of the day, and I don't think anyone could have forecasted this one.
Earthquake and Planet Counter-Strike right there. The team #1 in the ranking, eliminated in quarterfinal of Cologne by FaZeland, coming in here with, what, 10% win rate online. But they said it. They said it. They talked about the LAN event. They talked about the fact that their playstyle would work better, and now they walk the walk.
Yeah, which is what I mean. It's all you can really hope for and expect from guys like Olaf, Rain, and Kerrigan, who've been around for so long and have such storied histories. This is a massive upset, and they did it in such an impressive way as well. Overtime on the first map, overtime on the second map. Excuse me, not overtime on the first map, just the double overtime on overpass. But I mean, to have it that grinded out from a FaZe team that came into this like with, you know, not exactly fully set on how they exactly wanted to play. It's been a learning process through this tournament for them.
So how big of a confidence builder would this be for the FaZe clan? And Jason, I look at you from a coaching perspective, perhaps, and then I'll get to you with a player perspective.
I mean, it's massive. And I mean, I was just commenting it while we were watching Inferno. There's so many plays happening for FaZe where I feel like months from now, some of the plays that we're seeing FaZe do are not going to occur. I think there's going to be a little bit more doubt. I think there's going to be a little bit more second guessing. But for right now, in this moment, in this tournament, you know, this team is playing with such a cohesive unit that it's very impressive. And that's a hard thing to keep up. And this is where that conversation of Kerrigan's interview, I think, can really be impactful, where he's talking about the pressure. That's a conversation that I don't think it affects Gambit a whole lot in terms of Kerrigan saying that they have the pressure on him. But it's certainly a great thing for your own team. It's like, guys, we've already won. We've already accomplished what we came here for.
Yeah, I think that's the greatest accomplishment, right? FaZe came into this game with the right mindset.
Okay.
Zero doubt. Absolutely zero doubt. And that's something that they co-created together. You know, the fact that there was no pressure, that we're going to play better on LAN, that they are the one that have to prove everything. They used that. They fed off of it. I agree with Jason on the point that some of these plays we've seen from FaZe in that game, if they can replicate that long-term basis, that's going to be sick, because there's not an inch of doubt in the way they cross smokes, the way they accelerate the play style, Kerrigan, the way he was leading. Oh my God, that's a reference for FaZe.
You definitely said Kerrigan, and that's definitely the guy to hear from on FaZe right now, which is what we're going to do. He's standing by. Let's hear him.
Kerrigan, you well and truly took the calling up a notch today. How on earth were you able to get in Gambit's mind so often?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they are obviously the best team in the world. I saw some weakness. We also took a huge gamble in the veto, pick an Ancient or go into our comfort zone. But I felt I had seen something on Ancient. But I must give credit to them. The way they played the CT side was not what I expected or what I've seen before. So they catch me off guard there. I'm just happy we kind of adapted the last 3 rounds on T side on Ancient, else we could have lost that 14-1. So I felt like today we had bad starts, but we adapted really fast on the fly, like an overpass and an Inferno T side. So I'm just proud of my teammates today. It's been a long day, not gonna lie.
It really has. Sponge said something quite interesting about the way that you're calling rounds at the moment. He likened it to heroic success on LAN. Is that something you've been inspired by, that flexibility in those mid rounds?
I mean, obviously, as an in-game leader, you have a task to watch all the teams in the world, especially when you're not #1. You have to kind of see what is the meta, right? So I'm not going to lie, I've been watching a lot of Gambit the last few months, practice against them, try to note down what they actually like to do and why they're doing it, and try to analyze why they're so good. And I think some of that we give the medicine back to them today. And we knew that the way we play, where we don't over-push them other CT side, would cause them issues. But Gambit's meta, the way they played, they really counter people play proactive CS on CT side. So I think that was one of the reasons why we had incredibly good CT sides today.
Now you've got Na'Vi next. They're not going to be the same as Gambit. They are not going to buckle under that magic word, pressure. So what do you think is going to be the key to taking them down and booking yourself a place in the finals?
Simple have shown again that he's the best player in the world, right? The rating at this event, the way they're playing, they have. I think this is the best Navi team I've seen in many years. They have a really good individually now to support the Simple show sometimes. So it's gonna be a very tough task. And like I said from the beginning, we were ranked 37 coming into this tournament, and now we're in the semifinals. So now it's 2 games to win to be the champion of Cologne. So I think at this point everything can happen. We have again nothing to lose tomorrow, like I've said the whole tournament.
We can't wait to see it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
For Kerrigan, of course, the victors do get to tell the stories, so thank you very much to Kerrigan. And I really think it's time to give credit where credit's due.
Oh, yeah.
He called a great series.
Oh my God, we absolutely have to. We have to commend Kerrigan for what happened in that series. Not only for beautiful T-sides overall, but for the adjustment. And he mentions it in an interview. He said, we've had slow starts, we've had complicated starts on both the first and the third map, but the way he was able to figure out solutions. It might not just be him, it might be other players, it might be Robin, but as a unit, they found ways to fight back and push Gambit against the ropes, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, my final thought on FaZe, I want to give a shout out to Brokey on that final map, because normally you're looking to your Twist, who's the star, you're looking to your Olaf and your Rain, who are experienced to step up. Brokey was absolutely nuts on Inferno, especially. He's the only positive player on FaZe to complete that map, and on a map where we normally talk about Opper struggling to have impact, his T-side Op was magnificent.
It was nuts. Yep. It was almost unfair, really.
Yep.
But it is that time where we do check in with the exit interview. We do have Hobbit standing by.
Hobbit, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a tough result for you. And to your credit, Kerrigan says you pulled out a completely different game plan to what he was expecting on Ancient. Were you expecting that pick?
Yes, of course. Yes, we did some changes. Our coach and analyst said us how we need to play. We put Shiro on B side, yes. And yes, of course, they got some maybe shock. Because every time when they were trying to pick B, Shiro was there, and they didn't play from middle. We just played like analyst and coach said how we need to play, and it's worked from for City side, yeah.
So why do you think you had difficulties then closing the series out on Inferno? Do you think it was a case of just getting the LAN experience and maybe things being a little bit too, how should we say, just the players maybe finding the nerves being a bit too much for them?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say it's LAN. Yes, we felt it. I mean, we got some pressure, of course, and I felt it. Even I had some pressure. So I cannot even imagine how the other guys felt themselves. So yes, of course, and FaZe played really well. I mean, they played with huge spirit, motivation, and I would say very confident. And we did some mistake on group stage. We lost to G2, and it did some damage to our confidence stuff. We felt not for 100% confident after this lose, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, you've worked incredibly hard all season. If anyone deserves a player break, it's you and your teammates on Gambit. So congratulations on making it to the playoffs and your first LAN as this lineup. And we look forward to seeing so much more from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Gambit do go out there in the quarters after having beat Mousesports in the groups, NIP as well, faltering to G2. And, you know, really, is this an influential time for Gambit to be applying what they've got in Counter-Strike?
I mean, it's going to be a point where obviously first it hurts, but there is obviously a lot to learn from that event. I just wanted to quickly touch on Hobbit because I've labeled him
He's
man
great.
of the hour.
Yeah.
He's a man of the hour. He plays hugely well in big times. The problem is he disappeared from all the T side of that game. And FaZe Clan completely neutralized him. Listen, he had 12 kills in 3 maps on the T side. 12 kills, the entirety of the series. And he's usually a player that finds the gaps, finds these timings, go for the distance, create space for his leader, right? He was completely neutralized by FaZe. We saw it on Inferno as well. He was getting offed on the side, you know, on the apartment side of things. So unfortunately for Gambit, Hobbit never found his footing on the T side. He went through that one like a ghost.
Speaks to a lot of what Kerrigan said in his interview with the kind of style of counter of the CT side that they wanted to play and they wanted to bring out, and also speaks to what we knew was a strong FaZe defense coming into it with, what, 64% win rate on their CT side. So that holds up and still obviously looks good. for Gambit, this is, like you said, it's going to be tough now. I think there's some benefits, obviously, they can take from it. I'm not ready to kind of, I don't think it tarnishes a whole lot in the context of what they've done online. I'm waiting to see what they do at the next level.
The reaction.
Yeah, I want to see how they can apply this and how they kind of look at this and say, when some of the interviews, the one that from Nafny that we referenced where he said he didn't think the experience would be a huge factor, seeing that there's no crowd. Yeah, it's on LAN, but there's no crowd. I think they might have gotten shocked and maybe underestimated how much of an impact that was going to have, because there's definitely some signs of some shaky gameplay that we don't normally see.
Yeah, there's a bit of an adjustment to have there. And again, for Gambit, this is the end of the road for them. We say goodbye to them in the quarterfinals, and it will be, if I look at the brackets as we have them laid out, G2 plays Astralis, then we look at Na'Vi FaZe, both of them also packing a punch. For Gambit, bittersweet, and that now that they go get a little bit of rest, so good on them. For us, the schedule's right there on the screen. It is actually not even any contest. You can just take a look at it right now. G2 Astralis, Na'Vi FaZe. We've got the semi set up, the final set for Sunday. We're looking at a best of 5. And really, there isn't much more to put on it for that one, boys. You do hate to see Gambit go out like this. But it is what it is,
Yeah, and at the same time, it's great to see names like Astralis, like FaZe being now in these semifinals, because it backs up the argument that in that specific context of a LAN event, with all the pressure that comes with it, some players will rise. And it can take different kind of skill set. It could be the experience, it could be the ego, the pride, it could be the balls that all of we're talking about, putting it on the table. Both these teams were actually able to do that. And you got to respect that, and you got to take that into consideration. Please go ahead.
No, I'm cool. I got it out of my system. Anyway, that does it for us. Jason, you cool with that? You gonna get out of here?
I guess so. No, don't worry.
Oh no, we can wait. Everybody,
let the man talk.
What do you want?
No, I got nothing.
Oh no, we're listening now.
All right, let's do this.
Okay.
I like this return to LAN, seeing FaZe back in here, seeing Astralis and their diminished roster and their kind of diminished form being back at the semifinals as well. I think it's really cool because I feel like I was on the outside coaching for a lot of it, but I feel like once this online era began, we all did such a good job of kind of faking it, not knowing how long it was going to last, that I think we lied to ourselves so well that we kind of forgot about what kind of a difference LAN makes and what to online Counter-Strike, both in terms of performance and also in terms of sheer excitement of what Counter-Strike can bring. So, I mean, this quarterfinal, you couldn't have asked for a better one from one we thought was going to be a blowout. This had everything in it.
Yeah, no, it definitely delivered up to this point, and we're only through the quarters. Guys, we've got the semis tomorrow. That's a Saturday. Set your alarm, save the date, all that good jazz. For us, we call it a good night here, and we will see you tomorrow for what is the culmination of the playoffs thus far.
Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days long by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change. 'Cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Nice, had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.